Cain stepped into the forest with a single goal: strengthen his team. Whether by training, capturing new Pokémon, or both, he was here to accelerate his progress. This time, he came prepared, carrying several hundred Pokeballs, not just to boost his score on Judgment Island, but to lay the groundwork for a future army. Unlike most hunters who purchase Pokémon from the guild, Cain preferred a hands-on approach. Capturing Pokémon himself allowed him to assign roles directly and evaluate their quality immediately. In hindsight, had he known how important this would be, he would have captured Pokémon in bulk back on Trial Island, where the average quality far exceeded what he had encountered since. But what's done is done. Luckily, Cain's system gave him a decisive advantage: instant quality analysis. Others might waste resources guessing or relying on luck, but Cain could pinpoint promising Pokémon at a glance. After an hour of exploration, he began mapping the distribution of Pokémon in the mountainous region beyond the forest. 3 primary groups dominated the area. The most populous, by far, were Wurmple and their evolutions, Dustox and Beautifly. This discovery brought a small smile to Cain's face. Bug types weren't known for high potential, but they had one undeniable advantage: rapid evolution. With just a little effort, they could reach their final forms in no time and become combat-ready. Cain saw this as an opportunity. He would sweep the area clean, capturing every promising Wurmple he found. Quantity was also on his side. Bug types often moved in large numbers, which increased the chances of finding high-quality individuals. Managed properly, they could become reliable support units for his team. As he examined the swarms, another idea came to mind. Why stop at Wurmple? Perhaps he could import Weedle and Caterpie from the Kanto region. With the right training, they too could become viable, especially Beedrill, which boasted the highest offensive potential among the 4 evolutionary lines. If we're going to be sustainable, Cain mused, we need our own Pokémon supply. I'll ask Sky to send a team to secure this mountain and convert it into a private training zone. Relying entirely on the guild for Pokémon wasn't viable long-term. Breeding, training, and developing Pokémon in-house was the smarter path forward, and this mountain full of bug types might be the perfect starting point. With his system, Cain could filter out weaker Pokémon and build a progressively stronger army over time. The second major discovery came in the Slakoth forest, nestled deep in a quieter section of the region. When Cain entered, he didn't expect much, until he laid eyes on the sheer number of Slakoth lazily draped over branches or sprawled across the forest floor. They barely moved, even when food was within reach. They weren't indifferent to Cain's presence. They simply didn't care. But what caught Cain's attention wasn't their behavior. It was their potential. He was very familiar with their final evolution, Slaking. Slaking, despite being a normal type, had base stats rivaling legendary Pokémon. Its only flaw was its ability, Truant, which forced it to rest every other turn. Without that hindrance, it would be a nearly unstoppable force. Whoever designed this Pokémon probably knew what they were doing, Cain thought grimly. It's almost unfair if it weren't for Truant. Then an idea sparked: skill swap. If he could have other Pokémon continuously use the move to replace Slaking's ability, even temporarily, it would allow Slaking to fight at full strength. It didn't need to receive a great ability, just anything but Truant. But there were problems. The effect wasn't permanent. Eventually, the ability would revert, and a Pokémon that had spent its life doing nothing would struggle to adjust, physically and mentally, to a life of constant action. He theorized, train a Slakoth from scratch, evolve it into Vigoroth, and keep it active until its evolution into Slaking. Then, have at least 3 dedicated skill swap Pokémon keep its ability suppressed during battles and training. It would be costly, risky, tedious, but if it worked, he would have a monster stronger than most legendaries. Still, it was only a theory. Cain had no plans to pursue it. Not yet. This would be an experimental project for the future. As for now, the Slakoth in this forest held little value. Most were of yellow to light green quality, far below Cain's expectations. He considered capturing a few for his subordinates, maybe his future trump cards, but nothing caught his eye. Slakoth were notorious for their slow leveling speed. Their progress came not through battle, but through consistent daily feeding and attention. Most trainers didn't have the patience for it, and even those who did were ultimately met with the irony that slaking their reward would become lazy again. Cain walked quietly through the forest. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves as a berry was slowly pulled toward a half-awake Slakoth. He noticed a few scattered signs of Vigoroth, which suggested some had begun evolving, but he didn't venture deeper. The forest had potential, sure, but not enough to distract him from his current objective, training his team and finding truly exceptional recruits. There would be time for deeper exploration later. For now, he turned his attention back toward the mountain and the swarm of Wurmple waiting to be shaped into something more. Slowpoke, Psyshock, Sneezel, Ice Beam, Skorupi, Bugbite. Cain stood beneath the shade of an old pine, arms crossed, calmly issuing commands. In perfect synchronicity, his 3 Pokémon executed the attacks with ruthless efficiency. 3 Dustox crumpled to the forest floor before they could even retaliate. Without hesitation, Cain pulled out 3 Pokeballs and captured them. It had been over 3 hours since he'd entered the Dustox-dominated woodland on the hillside, and in that time, he had systematically picked through the swarms, capturing every mid-tier Dustox of reasonable level and quality. With the help of his system, the process had become surgical. These weren't rare Pokémon, but they didn't need to be. They were strong enough to serve Cain's subordinates, especially after a bit of targeted training. Simple, efficient, reliable. Meanwhile, any low-quality Wurmple he came across had been promptly removed. Cain wasn't just capturing Pokémon. He was curating an ecosystem. The weak were culled, the strong preserved. Bug types bred fast. If he managed the population and returned periodically to clean house, the average quality of the local Dustox population would increase steadily. What started as a capture expedition had become a long-term resource cultivation project. And by doing this, he prevented overpopulation, keeping the forest's energy in balance. Cain glanced down at the bulging pouch of Pokeballs on his hip, over 30. Most contained mid-quality, high-level Dustox. A few even held high-quality Wurmple, which would serve as rewards for promising team members. He nodded, satisfied. Dustox group secured. Now, only 1 group remained. Next up, Beautifly. Beautifly were gentler than Dustox in temperament, but no less competent in battle. If he controlled the population and quality of both groups, this hillside could become a controlled environment, a live training ground. He could fence it off, assign access to capable recruits, and even let them capture Pokémon as part of their growth. Efficient, scalable, self-sustaining. But we could use more diversity, Cain mused aloud as he made his way toward the Beautifly Grove. As he passed through a trail of pollen-speckled air, he stepped into the tranquil clearing where the Beautifly were known to reside, and stopped short. Someone was already there. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. You. Standing across from him was a girl around 17, flanked by a graceful Roserade. Cain's eyes narrowed, then widened in recognition. It had been some time since he'd seen her, Karen. They had once crossed paths in Johto, during a mission to capture an onyx issued by the Hunter Association. She had been battling 2 of them when one broke off and approached Cain's position. He'd captured it without hesitation, triggering a confrontation that led to a battle, and a nickname he hadn't quite lived down since. Crazy, she had called him that day before escaping on her Skarmory. Cain stared at her companion now. Her Rosalia had evolved into a Roserade, and not just any evolution. According to his system, it was of blue quality. Pokémon, Roserade Blue. Gender, female. Level, 32. Type, grass/poison. Ability, technician. Egg moves, synthesis, razor leaf, sleep powder. Basic moves, absorb growth, poison sting, stun spore, giga drain, leech seed, magical leaf, grass whistle, toxic spikes, sweet scent, venom drench, grassy terrain, weather ball. Learn moves, worry seed, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, shadow ball, energy ball, grass knot. Cain's eyes gleamed. The shiny stone needed to evolve Rosalia was rare in Hoenn. Either she had extraordinary luck, or someone had helped her. Given the blue-tier evolution, it was likely the stone itself had been top-tier. "Karen," he said at last. "Crazy," she smirked, arms crossed. Cain scowled. "You're still calling me that?" She shrugged. One crazy moment makes the lasting impression. Her tone was casual, but her eyes remained watchful. Unlike before, Cain now had both Honchkrow and Tropius, Pokémon capable of easily outpacing her Skarmory. And Roserade, her strongest by the look of it, was vulnerable to Honchkrow's flying-type moves. He had the advantage now, and Karen knew it. But Cain didn't make a move. Karen relaxed slightly, sensing no immediate threat. Still, her guard didn't drop completely. "What are you doing here?" Cain asked bluntly. His tone made it clear. While the forest didn't belong to him, he had already staked it out mentally as part of his long-term plans. Karen pouted and folded her arms. "Why should I tell you?" Cain's expression darkened, and the posture of his Pokémon shifted. That got her attention. "All right, fine," she huffed. "What's wrong with a hunter hunting in the forest? You're doing the same thing, aren't you?" Then she paused and added, "Though I thought you were still in Johto." Cain gave a slow nod. "I go where the missions take me." Her eyes narrowed. "So, you're here for that mission too?" Cain's ears perked. Her tone shifted subtly, defensive, cautious, and surprised. That meant something big. Karen had traveled a long way, invested effort, maybe money. And now she thought someone else had reached the finish line first. Cain's pulse quickened slightly. There's something important nearby. Something worth competing for. He didn't know what the mission was, but now, he definitely wanted to find out. A storm was brewing in this tranquil forest, and Cain was ready to seize the opportunity.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"So, why don't you tell me what your mission is? Maybe our missions overlap," Cain suggested in a nonchalant tone, trying to mask his slight internal discomfort with a light cough. Karen looked at Cain curiously, but he had already regained his usual calm expression, showing nothing out of the ordinary. However, Karen wasn't naive enough to reveal her mission immediately. Instead, she watched him cautiously. "What's going on? Is this lunatic trying to steal my Pokémon again?" Her demeanor was clearly defensive. Cain felt a slight headache. Wasn't it just about an onyx, he thought to himself. "Now I could buy you a dozen of those if you want." "Wait, I don't have that intention. Last time, I was in a hurry, so I did what I did, and I only attacked because you attacked me first, didn't you? Besides, it was just a common onyx. If you want, I can compensate you with several Pokémon of the same level," Cain explained. Cain reasoned that, given Karen's strength, the Pokémon she was after must have great value. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to reach 4-star hunter rank and finally form his own team of hunters. With the help of the subordinates he had just recruited, this would be an excellent chance to boost his strength and earn money. Karen seemed intrigued by his explanation. So, he's not going to go all out for a mere common onyx, she thought. He seemed a bit crazy before, but now he actually seems quite reasonable. "This was a job I waited a long time for at the Hunter Guild. It's not so easy for me to tell you about it," Karen said. "Oh, really? I also waited a long time to get a mission from the Hunter Guild. What city did you accept yours in?" Cain asked. "Obviously in Verdanturf Town. Then we're different." "I was in Movely City," Cain replied, smiling inwardly. Cain continued, "But in such a deep mountain, for 2 high-level hunters to be searching for a Pokémon, it's unlikely to be something that appears frequently. I'd say it's likely our missions overlap." Karen eyed Cain warily, then briefly displayed the 4 golden stars on her chest before quickly hiding them again. The message was clear, Karen was now a 4-star hunter. This surprised Cain a little. Karen was slightly weaker than him, but she had already reached 4-star hunter rank. Had she spent all her time capturing Pokémon? Does this person really enjoy catching Pokémon, or does she need the money to train them? Cain thought. Observing Karen's Roserade, Cain leaned toward the latter conclusion. For a Budeau to evolve into Rosalia, it needed a strong bond with its trainer. If Karen were the type to catch Pokémon for fun, her Budeau might not have evolved. Could it be that all her Pokémon were earned through her own merit? Cain thought with admiration. If so, she's truly a formidable fighter. I'm almost at the same level, but I don't like those shiny golden stars, so I don't wear them, Cain lied with disdain. Karen seemed even more skeptical, clearly not trusting Cain's story. "I'll give you a hint, it's said that when this Pokémon appears, it's often accompanied by some unknown disaster." So, Karen hadn't finished her sentence when Cain interrupted, a gleam in his eyes. "I already know. Our missions really do overlap. That Pokémon is exactly the one I need to capture. Oh, I didn't even finish telling you that. How do you already know if our missions are the same? What I just said wasn't in the mission description. It's something I heard during my research. Why don't you tell me what Pokémon you need to capture? Karen challenged. A rare Pokémon known as the Living Disaster, Absol, Cain replied straightforwardly. Hearing the name Absol, Karen showed a surprised expression. This was because Absol, being able to sense disasters, often appeared at disaster sites before they occurred to warn people, allowing them to prepare in advance. However, in ancient times, people misunderstood Absol's intentions, believing its appearance caused disasters. Thus, whenever they saw an Absol, they attacked it immediately, calling it the disaster beast. As a result, Absol was forced to live in the mountains, staying away from humans to avoid being hunted. Today, most people understood what Absol truly did and no longer hunted or called it the disaster beast. Only a few elders, clinging to old beliefs, continued spreading those rumors. Karen had heard this story from an elder, marking the first time she encountered such rumors. But Absol's habits had already formed. If it wasn't a major disaster, it typically wouldn't leave the depths of the mountain. So, our missions really do overlap. What are you going to do? Want to fight for it? I'm not giving it up. This Absol is worth a lot, Karen warned, on alert, with a Pokeball ready in her hand. If Cain gave the order to attack, she'd be ready to send out her Pokémon and face him again. Cain slowly shook his head and raised both hands in front of him, indicating he had no intention of fighting. So, what's your plan? Let the one who captures it first win. Karen relaxed slightly upon seeing Cain's hands but remained cautious. Cain shook his head again, this time cutting to the chase. Let's do this. While we know there's a high chance Absol is in this forest, finding a Pokémon in such a large area is extremely difficult. Why don't we collaborate and capture Absol together? Cain proposed. Only a fool would act alone, Cain thought to himself. He had no information or clear leads, running into Karen was pure coincidence. He had merely guessed that the Pokémon she sought was Absol. How would he find it without following her? And considering Absol was a rare Pokémon with great value, Cain needed the points to advance in rank. Together? And who would it belong to if we captured it? Karen asked. It belongs to both of us, Cain replied without hesitation. To both of us? But this is an individual mission. Karen recalled confirming that her mission was for one person only. It's simple. We split the mission points and reward money equally. Everything we gain from this mission is divided in half. What do you think? Cain flashed an innocent smile. He looked like an eccentric man with questionable intentions. Karen also had her own plans. She didn't completely trust Cain, but considering his strength wasn't bad at all, refusing him could lead to a fight. Moreover, there was another crucial point. This Absol, hidden deep in the mountains, probably wouldn't be easy to capture, and she wasn't sure she could do it alone. If she worked with him, capturing Absol should be much simpler. Alright, but let's get one thing clear, I'm leading the capture of Absol. Without my instructions, don't make any moves, Karen said, pretending to be very serious. Cain raised his hands, indicating he had no issue with that. After all, his presence here was merely to take advantage of the situation, an easy, low-risk task. He had no information to begin with, so he couldn't lead even if he wanted to. Thus, two people who initially had their differences teamed up and began venturing deeper into the forest. Who knows if Absol, with its ability to sense disasters, would realize that two people with questionable intentions were slowly approaching. Cain and Karen didn't walk very close to each other, there was some distance between them due to the mutual distrust from their first encounter. Deep in the mountains, there were many wild Pokémon, and as they went further, some attacked them directly. Additionally, without realizing it, they entered unknown Pokémon territories. To protect their turf, these Pokémon also launched attacks. To progress faster, Cain had his Honchkrow, Sneezel, and Scorpy fight at full capacity, focusing primarily on training Sneezel and Scorpy, while Honchkrow took care of the rear guard. Plant and poison-type Pokémon were very common in the forest, giving Sneezel and Scorpy a significant advantage against them. Similarly, Karen summoned her Skarmory to advance more quickly. Since her Roserade was less effective against plant and poison types, Skarmory became her main offensive Pokémon, while Roserade took on a supporting role, using moves like grassy terrain to recover energy. As the number of wild Pokémon increased, the distance between Cain and Karen gradually shortened. They say bonds between comrades are forged through shared adversity. Cain and Karen, fighting wild Pokémon together for a common goal, began to form a connection. Karen started setting aside her prejudices against Cain, at least no longer viewing him as a threat. However, she had no idea that the only reason Cain was being so friendly was the hunter points he would earn by capturing Absol, given that he had no information of his own. If she knew this, she probably would have fought Cain on the spot. After 2 hours of trekking through mountains and rivers and continuous battles for their Pokémon, Sneezel was holding up well, while Scorpy had quickly leveled up to 25. Cain had already started consciously developing Scorpy's poison-type abilities, knowing that when it evolved into Drapion, it would lose its bug-type and gain dark-type, retaining only poison. Ahead of them, a lake appeared in the middle of the mountain. Karen signaled for them to stop, and Cain approached slowly. According to my information, someone spotted Absol at this lake. However, due to their lack of strength, they didn't stay long and left quickly, Karen said. glancing at Cain before continuing. Do you have any information to share? We've come this far, there's no reason to hide anything. Cain looked at the lake, watching how the blue water reflected the surrounding forest. As I said before, this is your show. Let's go with your information, and if we don't find anything, I'll see if mine is useful. I don't want to interfere and mess up your plan, Cain said calmly. Karen eyed Cain with suspicion, feeling something was off. Well, staying here won't help. Let's investigate, Karen decided, opting to press on. After all, they'd find out whether Absol was here by moving forward. The area seemed too ideal for only one Absol. Perhaps they could even find other high-level Pokémon to capture. Karen knew that as a low-class trainer, everything she had was the result of her hard work. Without her income as a hunter, she probably wouldn't have reached her current level. It all started with a lucky break when she captured a Budo, which, through great effort, evolved into Roserade. Roserade had decent talent, which led her down the challenging path of being a trainer. However, she didn't know why, but she had always been lucky on her journey. Whenever she tried to capture a Pokémon, if she reached the right place, the Pokémon always appeared. She had never experienced going to a location and not encountering the right Pokémon. She always attributed her good fortune to the protection of the Father Sky, considering herself a trainer who refused to give up. This was why, the last time Cain wandered around the Rocky Mountain for nearly an entire day without seeing a single Onyx, Karen stumbled upon 2 Onyx immediately. This showcased her exceptional talent for luck. Following her intuition, she believed there was a high probability that Absol would appear here. And sure enough, as they ventured further into the area, they found a tuft of white fur in a bush. Although Absol symbolizes disasters and is a dark type, its fur is white, making it distinct from other dark-type Pokémon. Its pure white fur gives it a more sacred appearance than any other Pokémon. Cain rubbed the tuft of white fur between his fingers and said confidently, "This is Absol fur. Absol is definitely here." Karen said nothing, staring at the fur in Cain's hand. Her intuition was growing stronger. She felt that Absol was about to appear. As if confirming her thoughts, on the other side of the lake, a Pokémon covered in white fur appeared, with a bluish-gray scythe-like horn on the right side of its head and a tail shaped like a scythe of the same color. This Pokémon was the walking disaster they were searching for. Absol. Absol. Cain exclaimed upon seeing the Pokémon. Absol stared at them with its 2 eyes, making them feel as if its gaze could see through everything. "Hey, crazy. That's Absol, right?" Karen asked, nudging Cain beside her to confirm. Unintentionally, the sense of mutual hostility between the two had subsided quite a bit, and they even started to seem like battle companions. "That's right, let's go, let's check it out." Cain nodded seriously. With a leap, Cain mounted his Honchkrow and headed straight for Absol. Karen saw Cain's move and quickly got on her Skarmory, flying as fast as she could toward Absol. It was a crucial moment. She had to hurry to ensure Cain didn't get ahead of her. Absol stared at Cain and Karen, who were flying directly over the lake toward her, showing no intention of fleeing, simply watching them in silence. A minute later, Cain was the first to cross the lake, looking directly at her. The system activated immediately, scanning her data. Pokémon, Absol, light blue. Gender, female. Level, 35. Type, dark. Ability, super luck. Held item, none. Egg moves, feint attack, sucker punch, megahorn. Basic moves, scratch, feint, perish song, future sight, quick attack, leer, pursuit, taunt, bite, double team, slash, swords dance, night slash, detect. Learned moves, icy wind, role play, throat chop, iron tail. TM moves, none. This Absol was of exceptional quality, in addition to being quite rare, which significantly increased her value. If not for her low base stats combined with her legend, she might have had the potential to be a legendary Pokémon. Although Absol's base stats aren't high, her 130 physical attack points paired with a speed of 75 are still quite remarkable. As a Pokémon, Absol holds great breeding value. She can appear before disasters occur thanks to her psychic move, Future Sight. This is a move Absol learns from birth, and as she grows stronger and older, her mastery over this move improves, allowing her to foresee the future with greater precision and at greater distances. Additionally, Absol is generally a calm Pokémon, and with her premonition ability, she tends to approach humans of good character naturally. Of course, with her move Perish Song, she can also be extremely terrifying. Her attitude can completely change depending on the person or Pokémon she encounters. However, now that Cain and Karen, with clear malicious intent, stood before her, and she showed no signs of wanting to flee, was it because she sensed something? Or had she discovered something? Karen arrived a step behind Cain at the shore, but seeing that Absol had no intention of fleeing, she was also surprised. Rosalia, standing beside her, tugged at Karen's clothes with a hesitant expression. ABS. Absol let out a soft sound, her voice light and playful, as if providing comfort to the hearts of those who heard her. The psychic power of this Absol is quite strong. Although Cain didn't have much psychic power himself, he could feel a strong wave of psychic energy emanating from Absol. As a dark-type Pokémon, possessing such strong psychic power indicated that Absol was quite powerful. It was as if Absol could hear Cain's thoughts, and her red eyes locked directly onto his. The eyes, the window to the soul. If observed closely enough, they can reveal something of the inner state. Suddenly, in Absol's red eyes, a faint red psychic glow appeared, directly connecting to the minds of Cain and Karen. Telepathy. Cain was slightly startled. Help. I need help, Absol said clumsily, still learning to use telepathy. However, Cain understood her message. Was she not fleeing because she was seeking help? Cain remained silent, but Karen interjected, You need help? Are you asking for help from us? For some reason, Karen could sense a feeling of plea from her. However, Absol didn't speak again, only looking at Karen once, then at Cain, who remained silent, before turning around and letting out a soft cry, signaling them to follow her. With a mindset of let's see what happens, Cain followed Absol. It didn't take long before Absol led them to the entrance of a cave. Absol entered the cave directly, and Cain and Karen exchanged glances before following her. This cave was unlike the one Cain had entered before, which had been dark, damp, and slippery. This cave was quite dry, and the temperature was comfortable. As they ventured deeper, they discovered why Absol had sought their help. At the back of the cave, there was a pile of dry straw, and besides the Absol from before, there were 3 small Absols. They were her children. Cain was stunned. Had this Absol given birth to 3 children? It was the first time he'd ever seen Absol pups. The Absol mother looked at Cain with a hint of doubt, then let out a soft sound, inviting them to come closer. The Absol mother, since early morning, had sensed through her powerful future sight move that something was stalking her, but she didn't have the ability to escape, as she had 3 newborn pups. Most importantly, one of her children had been sick since birth and had yet to recover. She had tried everything she knew, but nothing had worked. Absol's future sight move could only perceive some things, and unless it was a major event, she couldn't see a clear image. So she knew someone had malicious intentions toward her but didn't know who. In the afternoon, following her 6th sense, she felt she should appear by the lake, so she went straight there. She didn't want her pups to be endangered because of her issues. If someone was going to attack her, better it happened at the lake. However, when she saw Cain and Karen on the other side of the lake, for some reason, she felt that the man, clearly malicious, had the ability to save her pups. And with the woman, she sensed something very special, as if this person was extremely lucky, as if she were blessed by the heavens. For some inexplicable reason, she chose to trust them, even when the man showed even more malice after entering the cave, but she still chose to trust. This was her maternal 6th sense. In fact, when Cain saw Absol and her 3 little ones, his first thought was, this is a big deal? How many resources could be gained from 4 Absol? Surely the pups of a light blue quality Absol would also have remarkable quality, right? After understanding Absol's purpose, Cain continued walking slowly forward. Crow and Sneezel stayed close by, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Absol. Although they also understood Absol's purpose, their priority was always Cain's safety. As Cain approached, he could clearly see the 3 Absol pups. Immediately, his eyes widened. What had he seen? A red Absol. A shiny Absol? Without needing to ask, given how rare Absols were, and with the added peculiarity of being a shiny Pokémon, this Absol was more valuable than the other 2 combined. Pokémon, shiny Absol, blue, weak. Gender, male. Level, 5. Type, dark. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, baton pass, magic coat, megahorn, play rough. Basic moves, scratch, faint, perish song, future sight, quick attack, leer. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Weak status? Without a doubt, this Absol's condition was the reason the mother Absol had brought them here. But considering Absol's ability, it didn't make sense for her not to sense Cain's malice. Could it be because of Karen's presence? Cain glanced at Karen beside him, her eyes gleaming, clearly showing an expression of greed. However, that greed quickly faded when she also noticed the peculiarity of the little Absol. Cain, what's wrong with this shiny Absol? Karen asked cautiously. Cain slowly shook his head and said nothing. The system could only scan from a distance and couldn't determine a Pokémon's condition without close contact. But the mother Absol clearly wasn't going to let Cain get any closer. Noticing that Cain's malice was becoming more evident, she began baring her teeth. She was starting to regret bringing Cain and Karen here. Despite her pup's condition, she shouldn't have put her other 2 children in danger. Miss. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in Cain's mind. Cain's face changed immediately. He glanced at Karen and Absol, who hadn't heard the sound, and then sighed in relief. The source of the sound was Miss Magius, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow. Fortunately, no one else had heard her. Otherwise, Cain would have had to do whatever it took to ensure Karen didn't leave this place. For now, no one could know about Miss Magius's existence. Once his expression returned to normal, Cain understood Miss Magius's message. Her innocent and simple nature couldn't bear to see Absol and her pups in such a state. However, Miss Magius didn't clearly express her feelings, only conveying her sentiment. Meanwhile, Roserade, by Karen's side, had been tugging at her clothes since they entered, signaling her not to attack the Absols. Absol had a bad reputation among humans but was known to be a kind Pokémon among others. Like Diglett, wild Diglett were generally not attacked by other Pokémon. Karen also sensed Roserade's intent and, for some reason, had a strong feeling that she shouldn't capture these Absols. Despite their great value, Karen believed there was a certain honor in hunting. Cain, how about we leave it at this? Absol is a rare Pokemon and isn't commonly seen in the human world anymore. I have a feeling that capturing them will bring bad luck, Karen said quietly. At this point, suggesting to Cain to abandon the capture, Karen genuinely feared Cain might suddenly explode. Cain remained silent, saying nothing. Karen grew bolder, as her sixth sense strengthened, convinced that capturing Absol would lead to trouble. Hey, Cain. I'm talking to you? Don't capture Absol, okay? If not, I promise I'll help you find other valuable Pokemon next time as compensation. Karen trusted her sixth sense deeply. After all, it had brought her to where she was now, standing out among her peers despite her humble background. But seeing Cain not move, Karen prepared to face him. Today, even if it meant fighting, she would protect the Absols? Karen, you're from a humble background, right? Cain suddenly asked, leaving Karen perplexed. But she replied, yes, why? Does that matter? With your current attitude, are you saying that if I insist on capturing these Absols, you'll fight me? Cain asked coldly, his voice and expression growing more serious. Karen was startled by Cain's expression, but trusting her sixth sense, she gritted her teeth and replied, exactly. If you truly insist on capturing them, then let's fight. In reality, Karen didn't want to confront Cain, and if she could avoid the fight, she would. God, please don't trick me, okay? This lunatic in front of me is a bit scary, I don't know if I can beat him. Karen muttered to herself. However, the mother Absol behind Cain began to relax as she noticed the malice in the man before her rapidly fading. But she didn't fully understand the conversation. No malice? Why did it seem like they were going to fight? Cain was also at a loss. He didn't have many options. His best card right now was Mismagius, and since he was in the relationship improvement phase with her, he didn't want to risk damaging that bond over some Absols. Was it worth it? Cain decided to bet on Mismagius, who would be his true weapon in the future. Once their relationship improved and Mismagius developed a proper perspective, they wouldn't face situations like this. But for now, Cain had no choice but to relent. However, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. His mind raced, and he found a solution, Karen. Karen was a civilian but had reached his level and was also a hunter. If Cain wanted to form a group of hunters, he'd need someone trustworthy to lead it when he wasn't around. I'm willing to let them go and even help them, but on one condition, Cain said. What is it? Karen, still on guard, felt Cain's danger level rising and didn't lower her guard for a second. How about joining me? Let's form our own hunter group and earn more money to train Pokemon, Cain proposed directly. What? Karen was left speechless. Was that what he wanted? Was he willing to give up some wild Pokemon to have her on his side? What do you mean? Karen asked cautiously. She had reached her current level entirely on her own and had never considered joining an organization or following someone else. It's simple. You're someone who started from the bottom, a civilian, right? I started the same way. We're both hunters, we capture Pokemon to gain resources and improve our skills. So why not join forces? A partnership between two strong individuals. Cain explained. Originally, he hadn't thought about this, but the idea had suddenly occurred to him. If he wanted to form a hunting group, who would manage it when he wasn't around? Miyamoto? Alec? Sky? Clearly, none of them would be suitable. These three could survive in the wild and battle others, but Pokemon hunting wasn't just about strength. Sometimes, it was more about luck and a keen eye. What if they encountered a Pokemon but couldn't recognize its value? Without experienced hunters, they wouldn't be able to identify it immediately. And most importantly, what if you had a good eye but bad luck and couldn't find the Pokemon you were searching for? Like the time Cain spent an entire day looking for Onyx and didn't find it, wasting that time, while Karen found two right away. What did that mean? Luck, of course. And now, she had found an Absol, a very rare Pokemon. As a civilian and a solo hunter, she had made it this far, something that couldn't be explained by talent and effort alone. Karen didn't have time to get angry before Cain continued speaking. I know you're not used to working with others, I noticed that on our way here this afternoon. I also know it hasn't been easy for you to get to this point, starting as a civilian. But have you thought about what comes next? Do you really think you can keep progressing on your own? What will you do if your luck runs out? Will you just stagnate? Cain fired off a series of questions that left Karen deep in thought. She couldn't deny that those questions made her reflect deeply. It was true her progress hadn't been slow, but she knew very well that, lately, even with her luck, her growth had slowed down uncontrollably. This was because the value and needs of training Pokemon were constantly increasing. If you join a faction, as long as you show your talent, you'll receive protection and more resources. But in exchange, you'll have to take on responsibilities and face enemies you might not want to confront. But if you form your own faction, I'm not asking for much, just to create a hunting group so others can gather resources, and we can take a fair share. Isn't that more convenient than going out alone to search for Pokemon? Besides, group mission rewards are very generous. Haven't you thought about it? You're already a 4-star hunter. Karen remained silent. When she became a 4-star hunter, she had indeed thought about creating her own hunting group, but she had always worked alone. How could she have friends to help her form a group? If she started from scratch, with her personality, how long would it take to establish a proper team? So, have you already formed your own hunting group? Karen asked. Cain felt excited. If she was asking that question, it meant she was interested. But he couldn't tell her he wasn't yet a 4-star hunter. That might infuriate her. Stay calm? You've almost convinced her? Not yet, but soon. I've already gathered several people. Once the group is formed, they'll join immediately. The hunting group will come together overnight. I'm offering you the position of vice leader. Isn't that better than joining a faction? Aside from me, no one will be able to give you orders, and you'll be able to command others to do what you need, Cain continued. Hearing this, Karen felt tempted. She had never thought about having her own group of followers. Would it be like sipping tea and giving orders every day? What do I need to do? I mean, if I join your hunting group, what should I contribute, and what will I get in return? Karen wasn't naive. In the outside world, it was all about benefits. It's simple. You just need to lead the team when I'm not around. I might be absent for some time, and during that time, you'll be the boss. Do as you see fit. You only need to develop the hunting group. And what you'll get is exactly what I've told you, an entire team at your disposal, whose earnings will partly go to you. And if you join a faction, you won't be alone anymore. You won't have to avoid conflicts every time you capture a valuable Pokémon or when someone tries to steal from you. You'll be able to fight back because then you'll have a group behind you. You'll be stronger. Cain kept persuading. It wasn't necessary for Karen to join his group today. Even if she didn't join today, Cain wouldn't harm the Absols. But Cain knew he was right. Karen was also convinced. Her sharp instincts, which she always trusted, hadn't given her any signal of danger or warning. Both fell silent as the Absols watched them quietly. 10 minutes passed, and finally, Karen nodded, agreeing. A smile appeared on Cain's face. He had finally convinced someone to be a reliable vice leader, even though he hadn't even formed the group yet. But he would soon. So, you won't harm the Absols, right? Karen reminded him. Cain smiled and nodded, without revealing the truth. He already knew why the mother Absol had brought them here. Surely this Absol had sensed something, trusting that Cain and Karen wouldn't harm her or her offspring in the end. They might even heal the weakened shiny Absol. Do you understand what I'm saying, Absol? Cain asked, looking at the mother Absol, who had already calmed down. Because she no longer felt any hostility from the two of them. The mother Absol nodded. If you want me to heal your child, who has a congenital defect, I need to get closer to figure out how to help. Cain said. It occurred to him that his forest needed a powerful guardian to protect the area. What better choice than the mother Absol, who could foresee the future and sense danger? The mother Absol listened to Cain's words and stepped back, signaling she understood and would allow him to approach. Crow and Sneezel stepped forward, blocking the mother Absol's path, but left enough space for her to observe what Cain was doing. The 3 Absol pups, seeing a stranger approach, began to whine softly, especially the 2 healthy ones, the non-shiny Absols who moved to shield the shiny Absol. ABS, the mother Absol murmured softly. Only then did the 2 little Absols stop blocking the way and quiet down. Cain slowly placed his hand on the shiny Absol's red fur. A soft and warm sensation transmitted from his hand. System, initiate a detailed scan, Cain ordered in his mind. At the same time, he pretended to observe carefully. 3 minutes later, a mechanical voice sounded in Cain's mind. Beep. Scan complete. Results displayed. A data chart appeared before Cain's eyes. According to the system's scan results, the shiny Absol's weakness was entirely due to a lack of nutrients and vitamins. Could it be the mother Absol wasn't providing enough? Cain glanced at the mother Absol, who waited anxiously. Then, carefully, he placed the shiny Absol back on the ground and said, I have a way to heal it, and it might develop better than its 2 siblings. Hearing this, the mother Absol showed a look of joy, and Karen, who was watching from the side, seemed surprised. However, her eyes held more astonishment than happiness. Does this lunatic really know how to heal Pokémon? Who is he, really? However, I have a condition, Cain interrupted their joy. ABS. It's a simple condition. I won't try to capture you, nor will I restrict your freedom. I only want you to move to another location and help me monitor that environment. This place is quite far from human civilization, and it won't be possible to heal this little Absol in just 1 day. If you're closer to me, I can treat it better, Cain explained, looking directly into the mother Absol's eyes. This was indeed his intention, so he showed no signs of concealment. ABS, the mother Absol thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Relocating wouldn't impact her life too much. Although they might have been acclimating to this area, Absols were destined to roam deep mountains, so moving wasn't unacceptable. Cain smiled in satisfaction. Though he hadn't managed to capture the Absol today to earn hunter points, he had persuaded a future vice leader for his hunting group and convinced the rare Absol family to move to the rear of his mountain. They would act as his guard dogs, and not just 1, but 4 of them. The mother Absol was of light blue quality, so it was likely the father of the pups also had high quality. The 2 normal Absols were also light blue, and the shiny Absol was blue quality. If they grew strong, Cain's mountain base would be absolutely secure. Because an Absol could foresee dangers, and if 1 prediction wasn't entirely accurate, how about 4 predictions at the same time? Moreover, the shiny Absol held certain training potential. During its treatment, if Cain managed to earn its trust, he might even persuade it to join his team. After all, Absol was a Pokémon capable of mega evolution. A shiny Absol, being unique, would undoubtedly show great potential in the future. All right, pack your things. I'll take you shortly, Cain said. Then, looking at Karen, who seemed hesitant, he added after a moment of thought, go to Verdanturf Town and wait for me there. In a few days, I'll probably be there to establish our hunting group. You'll soon meet your subordinates. Karen looked at Cain and couldn't help but ask, are you crazy? Are you a Pokemon doctor? I'm a breeder, you can consider me an intermediate level 1. In the future, I can handle the Pokeblocks for your Pokemon, but in exchange, I'll need equivalent compensation, Cain replied calmly. Hearing this, Karen's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she was hearing. Really? He was going to create his own hunting group and recruit people. Could he be lying, knowing he'd be exposed sooner or later? After a brief moment of doubt, Karen concluded Cain wasn't lying. A group leader with intermediate breeder skills? That could make the hunting group quite interesting. With a cheerful heart, Karen slowly walked away. Before leaving, Cain and she exchanged contact information. Could Karen trick Cain? From Cain's perspective, it was possible but unlikely. Both were intelligent, and Cain had appealed to both emotion and logic. Forming the hunting group would clearly bring her many benefits, so there was no reason to refuse. Thus, Karen left the cave with a smile, mounted a Skarmory, and flew away immediately. So, what about women? Sometimes they're clever, and sometimes they're not. Didn't she consider the possibility that after she left, Cain could capture the Absols and claim the mission reward for himself? Cain thought about this, shook his head, and returned to the cave. In truth, it wasn't that Karen was naive but that her sixth sense told her Cain wouldn't do that. Sometimes intuition can be incredible. Watching Karen leave, Cain turned back and re-entered the cave. He saw the mother Absol had already gathered her 3 pups. The 2 healthier Absols were perched on her back, while the weaker shiny Absol was being carried in her mouth. Let's go, Cain said, looking at the Absol. However, just as they were leaving the cave, the mother Absol suddenly stopped. Her eyes, glowing with psychic power, flickered. Cain looked curiously at Absol. He saw her nod toward him, then suddenly turn and run in a specific direction. Cain hesitated for a moment but knew Absol didn't intend to flee since Cain currently harbored no ill intentions toward them, and the Absol pup still needed treatment. He mounted Honchro's back and immediately followed. Absol led him to the edge of the lake where they had met earlier. She gestured toward the lake, her psychic-powered eyes flickering. In the water, there's... Absol's rough telepathy echoed in Cain's mind. Was Absol saying there was something in the water she needed? That was Cain's first interpretation. Come out, Slowpoke, he said. Since there was no one else, Slowpoke, go into the water and check what's in there. Saying this, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back and stepped directly into the water. With the protective barrier from Slowpoke's psychic ability, Cain had enough air underwater. Of course, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. To his surprise, upon entering the water, Cain discovered a wide variety of Pokemon living there. If he could relocate all the water-type Pokemon from this lake to his backyard, the construction of his water gym would progress much more smoothly. A city with a water gym lacking water-type Pokemon wouldn't attract league trainers. In addition to the common Magikarp and Goldeen found everywhere, there were many Pokemon unique to the Hone region, Huntail, Gorbis, Lovedisc, and even the rare Relicanth. Not only that, but he also spotted Spheal and Corphish swimming in the water. It could be said that this place housed nearly all the Hone region's water-type Pokemon. This place was a true treasure trove. However, once underwater, Slowpoke seemed to sense something. Without any instructions from Cain, it headed straight in a specific direction. Cain remained silent. Absol had informed him there was something in the water, and now that Slowpoke had decided on its own to head somewhere, it seemed what they were looking for was connected to him. After swimming in that direction for a while, the scenery before Cain changed. The small lake turned out to be much larger than it seemed. After passing through an area of algae and rocks, they arrived at a dark cave. Slowpoke didn't stop. Upon entering the cave, the space expanded considerably. After swimming a bit further, a large shoreline appeared in front of them. A hidden space beneath the lake? The view opened up suddenly, and Slowpoke brought Cain directly to the shore inside the underwater cave. What Cain saw in front of him made his eyes narrow. Slowpoke, Cain murmured. Because in front of him, there appeared many Slowpoke, not just a few. However, there were neither Slowbro nor Slowking, only around 30 Slowpoke, and Cain could see that all of them bore some scars on their bodies. Not only that, but the Slowpoke, who normally enjoy resting by the water, were now all huddled in a corner around a small puddle, silent. Moreover, Cain noticed that the skin of each Slowpoke seemed somewhat dry, as if they hadn't entered the water for a long time. Yaden. Cain's Slowpoke called out, drawing the attention of the other Slowpoke. Seeing an unfamiliar Slowpoke appear suddenly, a seemingly older Slowpoke slowly emerged from the group, likely the leader. Yaden. Yaden. The 2 Slowpoke began communicating. Although Cain didn't understand what they were saying, he could feel that his Slowpoke's attitude was becoming increasingly serious, and its eyes were beginning to show anger. After about 10 minutes of communication, the elder Slowpoke sighed and slowly retreated. The other Slowpoke, whose eyes had briefly shown a glimmer of hope, returned to lying on the ground, staring lifelessly at the central puddle as if it was their last hope. What's going on, Slowpoke? Cain asked. Yaden. Slowpoke cried out angrily. Cain had never seen it this upset. Then, Slowpoke used telepathy to link its consciousness with Cain's. Master, my companions here told me that there's a group of strong enemies in the water who have always attacked them, preventing them from entering the water or escaping. They're stuck here, waiting for death, Slowpoke said with a youthful voice filled with uncontrollable anger. Enemies? But when we came in, we didn't see any enemies, Cain said. When they entered, everything had been clear. As if to counter Cain's words, shadows began to appear in the water. First, a Sharpedo's fin surfaced, and then more fins started to appear. 1, 2, 3. 3 Sharpedo fins, followed by many smaller yellow fins appearing in pairs, a large number of them. There were about 30 or 40 in total. This is. Cain activated his scan system. A data diagram of the Pokémon appeared before him. He focused on the strongest one. Pokémon, Sharpedo, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 35. Type, water plus dark. Ability, rough skin. Held item, none. Egg moves, ancient power, brine, double edge. Basic moves, slash, night slash, feint, leer, bite, rage, focus energy, aqua jet, assurance, screech, swagger, ice fang, scary face, poison fang. Learned moves, icy wind, liquidation, water pulse. TM moves, none. No wonder this group of Slowpoke was trapped here, too afraid to enter the water. It turned out they were being harassed by a group of Sharpedo and Carvanha. As water/dark types, they were a perfect counter to the water/psychic Slowpoke. And since this was the Hone region, the Slowpoke here were an introduced species. It made sense to Cain that they were being attacked by the Sharpedo. There might be many unknown reasons, but the facts were clear now. The group of Slowpoke had been harassed by Carvanha and Sharpedo. Had Cain and his team not arrived, this group of Slowpoke would likely have been wiped out. Sharpedo and Carvanha were not as effective on land, otherwise, the Slowpoke would have been annihilated long ago. However, Cain's Slowpoke was clearly enraged, furious at the group's weakness and resignation for not fighting back. But Cain understood their plight. Here in Hone, Slowpoke were an odd species, their evolution required the presence of another Pokémon, Shelder. However, this body of water didn't have any Shelder, preventing the Slowpoke from evolving into Slowbro. Furthermore, with Dark-type opponents, losing was entirely normal. The scars on their bodies clearly indicated they had fought before but simply couldn't win. Carvanha could evolve into Sharpedo, but they could not. This was the sad fate of Pokémon requiring special conditions to evolve. It was also why Slowpoke were better suited to life in the Kanto region because Kanto had Shelder. However, Cain's Slowpoke didn't see it that way. To it, even if they couldn't win, they should still launch themselves into battle and fight with all their might. Even if they all perished, they should at least take a piece of flesh from the enemy. This might also result from the time it had spent with Cain, a subtle influence that had seeped into its thoughts. Because Cain was exactly that type of person. Yadin. Slowpoke roared furiously at the Sharpedo in the water. However, the Sharpedo and Carvanha were not frightened. Instead, they wore mocking expressions. Even the leader of the Sharpedo shot a jet of water from the surface, hitting Slowpoke square in the face. Then, laughter echoed. The entire group of Sharpedo and Carvanha burst into mocking laughter. Cain's face darkened. Slowpoke had been provoked, and as its trainer, Cain obviously needed to act. He pulled out several Pokeballs, summoning Honchkrow, Sneezel, and Scorepai. Even Haunter, who had been lurking in the shadows, was called out by Cain. As for Mismagius, she wasn't fit for combat at the moment. Slowpoke, Water Pulse with Psychic Power. Honchkrow, Hidden Power. Sneezel, Icicle Crash. Scorepai, Screech. Haunter, Hidden Power. Cain's commands were cold and decisive. Honkrow's hidden power was electric type, while Haunter's was grass type, both dealing double damage to the water/dark type Sharpedo. Slowpoke found itself in a tough spot. Due to its type disadvantage, a deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed it. As for Sneezel and Scorepai, being non-water types, their attacks had limited effect. The Sharpedo and Carvanha, seeing the incoming attacks, quickly dove into the water. Sneezel and Scorepai's attacks completely missed their mark. Though Slowpoke managed to strike one of the Sharpedo, the effect was minimal due to its water typing. However, the hidden power moves from Honchkrow and Haunter had better results, leaving several low-level Carvanha floating on the surface of the water. Even so, this damage was insignificant compared to the whole group of Sharpedo. The Carvanha incapacitated by the attacks were the weakest members of the group, both in aptitude and strength. What's more, if left unchecked, the Carvanha on the surface would soon recover and rejoin the battle. Cain observed the outcome of his Pokémon's first round of attacks in silence. He couldn't deny that this group of Sharpedo was a real headache. With Slowpoke, his strongest Pokémon, at a type disadvantage, he felt somewhat restrained. Slowpoke, use your psychic powers to bring those incapacitated Carvanha to the shore. While he couldn't do much about the Carvanha in the water, he wouldn't let them recover. Meanwhile, the Sharpedo resurfaced, clearly more cautious than before. Yet the mocking expressions on their faces hadn't faded. They had realized that most of Cain's Pokémon couldn't fight in the water, only on land. The only Pokémon that seemed to stand a chance against them, Slowpoke, though stronger, didn't evoke any fear. How strong could it be in the water if it was Cain's only option there? If Cain didn't enter the water, they had nothing to worry about. One by one, the Sharpedo and Carvanha emerged, forming spheres of water energy. It was the move Water Pulse. The attacks surged toward Slowpoke and Honchkrow like a storm. Slowpoke, Psychic Shield. Honchkrow, destroy them with Wing Attack. Sneezel, Ice Punch. Scorepai, use Pin Missile to shoot them down. Slowpoke, with a serious expression, activated its psychic power at full force, shielding Cain and the other Pokémon and blocking some of the weaker attacks. The stronger attacks were destroyed by Honchkrow, which tore through them one by one with its wings. Any attack that managed to get through was intercepted by Sneezel's Ice Punch or Metal Claw. Meanwhile, Scoropy fired Pin Missile indiscriminately, trying to destroy as many attacks as possible. After this exchange, Slowpoke's expression grew even grimmer. It was beginning to understand the frustration of its species. But the more helpless it felt, the more its rage grew. An unnamed fury burned within it. It was furious. Furious at the weakness of its kind, who dared not fight back but awaited death by a mere pond. Furious at its own lack of power, unable to mount an effective response to its enemies' provocations and relying on its companions to hold the line. For the first time, it felt how weak it was. Slowpoke, who had been diligent and obedient since joining Cain's team, now felt something different. Although it had initially lost a battle against Honchkrow, it had attributed that to its type disadvantage and had continued working under Cain's training, eventually surpassing many opponents. However, it had never before felt an urgent need to grow stronger. It wanted power, yes, but mostly for Cain, not for itself. Now, for the first time, it desperately desired strength to avenge its kind, to shed the label of weakness. It had never wanted this so badly. Slowpoke's psychic energy began to surge rapidly, and as its anger burned in its eyes, the energy around it grew stronger, like a rising wave. What is this? Cain stared at Slowpoke as his system displayed an uncontrolled spike in its psychic power. It was as if Slowpoke had unlocked a mental barrier, unleashing a psychic fury. Slowly, Slowpoke's body began to rise off the ground, seemingly without conscious control. The psychic energy surrounding it lifted it into the air, preventing the ground beneath it from breaking. Small stones nearby began trembling and floated too, carried by the growing energy. On the nearby water's surface, small whirlpools began forming due to the psychic waves. Is this the latent power of Slowpoke Sabrina once mentioned? Cain watched his Slowpoke, surrounded by a storm of blue energy, its eyes glowing brighter than ever, radiating a magnificent light. At that moment, Slowpoke's psychic power erupted. The Slowpoke along the shore, previously indifferent, were stunned by the explosion of energy. Their expressions shifted from surprise to admiration, and finally to reverence. Alert! Unknown energy detected. Preliminary estimate, special awakening of a shiny Pokémon. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Cain's mind. A shiny Pokémon? Cain's heart skipped a beat. Although his Slowpoke was a shiny Pokémon, it had never displayed significant differences compared to regular Slowpoke since it began following him. Moreover, since a shiny Slowpoke's color wasn't drastically different from that of regular ones, Cain often forgot that his Slowpoke was one of these rare, special Pokémon. He hadn't expected it to now begin revealing its uniqueness as a shiny Pokémon. Yadin. The Slowpoke on the ground stared with an inexplicable fervor at Cain's Slowpoke, which floated mid-air. Then, as if following an unspoken agreement, they began channeling their psychic energy. Some contributed more, others less, but every Slowpoke sent its psychic power toward Cain's Slowpoke, still hovering in the air. Sensing this collective psychic energy, Cain's expression shifted. He felt as though he were submerged in a massive wave of psychic energy. As a low-level psychic, he instinctively sat cross-legged. He began channeling the small amount of psychic energy within himself, and suddenly, he felt like a small magnet. From that immense ocean of psychic energy emanating from the Slowpoke, a tiny fraction began to seep into Cain's mind. Immediately, Cain felt his own psychic energy increasing at an alarming rate. That small fraction of psychic energy, insignificant to the Slowpoke, was like an unstoppable river pouring into Cain's barren reservoir, filling it rapidly. Cain, who had long been considered a failure among psychics, had almost forgotten that he possessed psychic abilities. But now, he finally understood what it meant to be a psychic. In a matter of seconds, his psychic power underwent a drastic transformation. He felt that now, with just a thought, he could move the small stones that once required all his effort and without feeling drained. If his psychic energy before had been like water in a glass, it could now fill a large tub, and it was still growing rapidly. This was the true joy of being a psychic? The uncontrollable flow of psychic energy lasted for an entire minute. After a minute, the Slowpoke began showing signs of exhaustion, with some of the weaker ones collapsing on the ground and falling asleep. The sound of snores filled the area. The Slowpoke, drained of their psychic energy, entered a sleep state to recover their mental reserves. As the last stream of psychic energy flowed into him, Cain opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes glowed brightly with a vivid blue light. A total transformation? That was all Cain could think. The psychic energy seemed to fill every corner of his body, and due to the rapid absorption, it even overflowed. Cain's body emitted waves of psychic energy, the result of having absorbed too much energy too quickly. Don't let it escape, ugh. Cain tried to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a surge of psychic energy burst out. He quickly closed his eyes and focused, directing the psychic energy back into his mind. Meanwhile, the Slowpoke floating in the air also ceased absorbing psychic energy. The energy surrounding it began to concentrate once more within its body. Unlike Cain, who couldn't control the overflow, Slowpoke seemed like a bottomless well, absorbing all the energy without letting a drop escape. Calmly, it floated down to the ground and lay down. Meanwhile, Honchkrow and the others remained in their positions, though they didn't fully understand what had just happened. Seeing the serious expressions on Cain and Slowpoke's faces, they realized this was no trivial matter, so they continued guarding them silently. As for the Sharpedo in the water, they were utterly perplexed. They had witnessed Slowpoke's transformation with their own eyes. As dark types, they should normally feel no reaction to psychic energy. Yet the immense power radiating from Slowpoke stirred a strange sensation of fear within them. Could these pink Pokémon be dangerous? The leader of the Sharpedo shook its head, trying to banish the absurd idea from its mind. It decided to attack to demonstrate its power. A torrent of water swirled around it and surged forward in a massive stream aimed at the group. Honchkrow and Sneezel prepared to intercept the attack, their expressions tense. But at that moment, Slowpoke suddenly opened its eyes, and a powerful psychic shockwave interrupted the assault. Slowpoke's psychic energy, like an enormous invisible hand, easily deflected the torrent of water. Slowpoke rose slowly. There were no visible signs of psychic energy surrounding it now, but it felt like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode. Yaden. At that moment, its eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Cain recognized instantly. Is that Miracle Eye? Cain exclaimed, astonished. Normally, a Slowpoke couldn't learn Miracle Eye not through breeding or training, but with the awakening of its shiny nature, had Slowpoke mastered this move? And not only that, its psychic power was now even more terrifying. Though it didn't show it openly, Cain could sense it as a psychic. Then, Slowpoke unleashed its most powerful psychic-type move, Size Hawk. The effect was stunning. The psychic wave surged toward the Sharpedo, and along the way, several weaker Carvanha near the water rolled their eyes and fainted, floating belly up. Dark-type Pokémon, defeated by the residual force of a psychic wave? Slowpoke's psychic energy had grown exponentially, and with the help of over 30 of its kind, it had become many times more powerful. With the addition of Miracle Eye, its offensive capability had reached an unprecedented level. The Sicehawk struck the Sharpedo square on the head. Its eyes widened in shock as the attack hit, leaving it dazed like never before. Slowpoke had fully awakened its power. Under Cain's system scan, Slowpoke's level rapidly increased by 2, reaching level 36. Not only did it learn the move Miracle Eye, but its quality peaked at deep green, displaying a mix between deep green and light blue. This phenomenon couldn't be identified by the system. The preliminary estimate was that Slowpoke's aptitude had surpassed deep green, but due to the rapid increase, its body had not yet fully assimilated the change. Given time, it might stabilize at light blue or perhaps even higher. But Cain's gains weren't limited to the evolution of Slowpoke's potential or the increase in its psychic power. His own psychic ability had also improved significantly. Based on what Cain felt, his psychic ability had reached the level of a beginner psychic. However, the telepathy move still needed to be learned, and Cain wasn't entirely sure if he had truly reached that level or if it was just an illusion. After the attack, Slowpoke finally returned to its calm demeanor. The intense desire it had felt within had triggered its awakening, enabling it to learn the psychic-type move Miracle Eye. From that moment on, Dark-type Pokémon would no longer be an insurmountable threat. At the very least, they could hurt each other instead of enduring damage passively. Sharpedo, which had been attacked by Slowpoke, took a few moments to recover. When it looked back at Slowpoke, a flicker of fear appeared deep in its eyes, though it was quickly masked by its fierce expression. As the leader of its group, it couldn't show fear. If it did, what would happen to the young Carvanha under its command? Just as expected, seeing that Sharpedo was unscathed, the Carvanha became lively again. After all, only a few of them had lost the ability to fight. As long as Sharpedo remained, their combat power stayed intact. A mischievous smile crossed Slowpoke's face, but it didn't attack again. Instead, it looked at Cain. At that moment, Cain had also finished assimilating the change in his own psychic ability. Master, it seems your psychic power has also grown significantly. Slowpoke communicated directly with Cain through telepathy. Slowpoke's power had not only increased in magnitude but also in control. Now, telepathy came naturally to it, without the need for concentration as before. Cain nodded. It still feels a bit new, but thanks to you, it has improved a lot. I think I've reached the level of a beginner psychic. Then he added, Slowpoke, teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll think we can't do anything to them. Slowpoke nodded as well. Use Calm Mind, then Miracle Eye. Sharpedo might be too agile in the water and could dodge, so aim for the Carvanha, Cain said. Yaden, cried Slowpoke, closing its eyes to enter a meditative state. A second later, it opened its eyes. After much training, it only took a second to use Calm Mind. Its round eyes emitted a peculiar glow due to the Miracle Eye move. But instead of using Sicehawk, Slowpoke opted for another move it had mastered alongside Miracle Eye. Psychic? Small black-blue energy spheres appeared around Slowpoke, like tiny black holes absorbing all surrounding light. These spheres rapidly launched toward the excited Carvanha. Although it was psychic energy, the Carvanha felt the threat. Boom! Explosions echoed in the water. One by one, the Carvanha began to float belly up on the water's surface, with some even knocked out by the residual effects of the explosions. These Carvanha weren't very powerful, relying only on their numbers to dominate the water. And they were even less capable against Slowpoke, who countered them completely. Now, under the attacks of a single Slowpoke, their group was being decimated. Without needing Cain's orders, Slowpoke began hurling the unconscious Carvanha to the shore. There were so many Carvanha that more kept coming, but Slowpoke's pace of knocking them out only increased. With its continuous use of Miracle Eye and Psychic, its mastery of these moves grew increasingly refined. Among the Carvanha thrown to the shore, a few had good aptitudes, and Cain captured them with Pokeballs. After all, leaving them on the shore made no sense. It would be better to exchange them for hunter points. Perhaps after defeating this group of Sharpedo, his hunter rank might even increase. Finally, the Carvanha began to panic. More and more of them were being knocked out, and the Sharpedo couldn't stop it. Slowpoke, speed it up, Cain said. Upon hearing the command, Slowpoke began to attack faster. However, the Sharpedo finally devised a plan. A group of them started taking turns receiving Slowpoke's attacks. Since they were only taking normal damage without any level or type advantage, Slowpoke's attacks didn't do much harm. Meanwhile, other Sharpedo began counter-attacking, launching dark-type moves at Slowpoke. Forced to halt its offensive, Slowpoke could no longer keep attacking. Although its psychic power had increased, and Miracle Eye allowed it to harm dark types, its overall strength was still insufficient. After all, Sharpedo were fully evolved Pokémon. Moreover, the Sharpedo were clever, ordering the Carvanha to hide underwater while launching attacks from the shore. They also allowed the injured Pokémon to recover, using their numbers to fight in shifts. Master, I've decided, I'm going to evolve. Slowpoke stopped its attack and addressed Cain. Hearing those words, Cain's eyes lit up immediately. He had been waiting for that decision from Slowpoke for a long time. As a trainer, Cain had the power to decide whether a Pokémon evolves or not, and into which form. But in Slowpoke's case, he gave it the choice, as both evolutionary forms were excellent, and its decision would be the most suitable for itself. Are you sure? Cain asked to confirm. Slowpoke nodded firmly. Seeing what had happened to the group of Slowpoke today had deeply impacted it, reminding it of its time on Trial Island, living with its own pack. Projecting its former companions onto this group ignited a fury in its heart. What do you want to evolve into? Silence. Slowpoke, Cain, and the other Pokémon fell quiet. The choice Slowpoke made would affect the rest of its life. Slowking. I want to evolve into a king? Lead them to freedom, said Slowpoke with determination. In truth, Slowpoke's decision didn't surprise Cain. In a place and situation like this, choosing to evolve into Slowking was undoubtedly the best option. Moreover, after the massive increase in Slowpoke's psychic powers, Slowking was the evolution that suited him best. If Cain had to choose, he likely would have had Slowpoke evolve into Slowking. Although Slowbro could Mega Evolve, Cain had yet to find a single Mega Evolution Stone. Besides, Cain already had quite a few Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. Blaziken, the final form of Torchic, Agron, the final form of Aaron, and Jengar, the final form of Haunter. All of them were Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. Compared to Slowbro's Mega Evolution, Cain thought the Mega Evolution of these three Pokémon offered better cost-effectiveness. Of course, the Mega Evolution Stone was the deciding factor. The choice of which Pokémon to Mega Evolve didn't rest entirely with Cain. Nodding, Cain retrieved the King's Rock he had obtained from Umbra from his storage space. Slowpoke wore a serious expression, although he didn't know how his trainer was aware of Slowking's evolutionary form. After all, in his herd, he had only ever seen Slow brothers. However, for some reason, when he saw the King's crown, Slowpoke felt a strange pull in his heart. Additionally, after the increase in his psychic power, he could sense a mysterious energy emanating from the seemingly worn crown. Then, Cain brought out a Pokeball he had prepared long ago. Inside was a Shelder he had found on Trial Island. Although not a shiny Shelder, it had exceptional aptitude, which would undoubtedly boost Slowpoke's potential after evolving. Moreover, after this surge in psychic power, Slowpoke's original quality had already begun to ascend to light blue. Shelder's level wouldn't affect Slowpoke's evolution. Cain immediately released Shelder. When Shelder appeared, the Slowpoke that had been in a deep sleep began to show signs of awakening. It was as though a call was reaching them from the depths of their being, a call resonating within their blood. Not only them, but also Slowpoke with the King's crown and Shelder began to eye each other. They could feel an attraction between them. Slowpoke seemed to understand what he had to do and used his psychic power to lift Shelder. He placed it directly on his head. Shelder, in turn, seemed to grasp its destiny. It gazed at Slowpoke's head as though seeing a pink cake. Chomp! Shelder opened its shell and bit down on Slowpoke's head. In an instant, the moment the two Pokémon made contact, a white light enveloped them both. Evolution? Cain and the other Pokémon waited silently nearby. Sensing Slowpoke's evolution, the Slowpoke herd, previously asleep, awakened once more. They immediately noticed the Slowpoke undergoing evolution. Their eyes shone anew. They felt an energy that was familiar yet unfamiliar, a sensation that compelled them to bow before him. They knelt before the evolving Slowpoke. They were witnessing the birth of their king. A minute later, the white light dissipated, and a new Pokémon appeared before their eyes. The skin, once pale pink, had turned much darker, a deeper tone than the usual pink. The Pokémon, which had once walked on 4 legs, now stood on 2. His hind legs had strengthened, his front legs appeared thinner, and his tail had thickened to balance his body. The most striking feature was the white shell on his head, resembling a crown, with a red orb in the center, a dazzling jewel in his crown. Not only that, but around his neck was something that looked like a bib. Slowking? Slowpoke had successfully evolved into Slowking? Moreover, based on Slowking's skin color, he remained a shiny Pokémon. It wasn't clear whether Shelter's involvement in the evolution hadn't impacted Slowpoke's shiny status or if they had simply been lucky, but in any case, Slowking remained a shiny Pokemon. Slowking seemed slightly awkward walking on 2 legs. After taking a wobbly step, he gradually adapted. He walked over to Cain, and with the crown included, his height now reached 2 meters, making him significantly taller than Cain, who stood around 1.7 meters. Additionally, with the crown, Cain could no longer pat his soft, pink head. But now that he was a king, Cain couldn't simply touch his head as he used to. The system activated and scanned Slowking's information. Pokemon, Shiny Slowking, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 37. Type, Water plus Psychic. Ability, Own Tempo. Held item, Leadership. Egg moves, Rest, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves, Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Disable, Headbutt, Water Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Slack Off, Heal Pulse, Power Gem, Nasty Plot. Learned moves, Calm Mind, Size Hawk, Miracle Eye, Shiny, Psychic, Shiny. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Bulldoze, Flamethrower. Leadership. Cain thought, surprised to see Slowking's aptitude had reached Dark Blue, but when he noticed the leadership item, everything became clear. Upon closer inspection, Cain realized that Slowking's Dark Blue quality had faint traces of purple. He had reached the peak of Dark Blue. He was just 1 step away from reaching Light Purple, but that small difference could become a difficult barrier to overcome. Nevertheless, Slowking had become Cain's first Pokemon to possess the leadership item. Cain had encountered Pokemon with this item before, Beedrill on Trial Island, Dustix on the Nameless Island, and Beautifully on the same island. Cain had tried capturing some of them, but once caught, the leadership item gradually disappeared. However, in Slowking's case, who Cain had already caught, the leadership trait showed no signs of fading. Seeing the Slowpoke behind him with shining eyes, Cain understood. No matter if a Pokemon had leadership before or not, only when a Pokemon was recognized by its herd did it have the possibility of obtaining this intangible yet astonishingly effective trait. Slowking, go see your herd, Cain said with a smile. The hand he intended to use to pat Slowking's head stopped, and instead, he patted him on the shoulder. Slowking nodded, and an air of authority appeared on his face, surprising Cain slightly. In his heart, Cain sighed silently. The little Slowpoke has now grown and become the king of his herd. The other Pokemon who witnessed Slowpoke's evolution displayed astonished expressions on their faces. Suddenly, Slowking smiled foolishly, and it was then that the other Pokemon confirmed that the standing Pokemon before them was their former clumsy companion. Yaden. Slowking's cry. Slowking called out to the Slowpoke from his group. The response came from all the Slowpoke, who gazed at him with admiration, recognizing him as their king. Master, I want to find them a safe place to live, Slowking said to Cain through telepathy. Cain pondered for a moment, then seemed to recall something. With a smile, he said, take them to Leafy Town. I'm planning to open a water-type gym there. We'll create a large lake in the town where the Slowpoke can live. Afterward, I can bring some Shelter from the Kanto region to place in the lake, so the Slowpoke and Shelter can interact and evolve. The connection between Slowking and his group of Slowpoke was clearly tied to the leadership item Slowking possessed. If Cain wanted Slowking to retain that item, it was best to keep the Slowpoke under his care. Cain also wanted to investigate whether the effects of this item could grow. If the group of Slowpoke expanded, perhaps Slowking's power would change as well. The lake would be filled with many water-type Pokemon, and if Cain managed to relocate them all, it would form a complete water-type gym, attracting attention. People would want to catch water-type Pokemon and visit the gym, increasing its reputation. Slowking nodded enthusiastically. Since his evolution, he felt a newfound responsibility on his shoulders. As one of the few Slowking in the Pokémon world, he had to protect several groups of Slowpoke. If possible, he wanted to gather more Slowpoke and prevent them from being mistreated. Alright, first, let's deal with them, Cain said coldly. The Sharpedo in the water had also witnessed Slowking's evolution, and a look of terror appeared in their eyes. The Pokémon standing before them emanated an intimidating presence. Slowking awaited Cain's orders. Slowking, this will be your first battle after evolving. Show your power and let your companions rediscover you. Use Nasty Plot. Cain ordered loudly. Nasty Plot was the new move Slowking had learned upon evolving. With this move, he activated his mind and significantly boosted his special attack. The biggest difference between Slowbro and Slowking was their intellect. While Slowpoke and Slowbro appeared clumsy, Slowking gave the impression of being extremely cunning. Perhaps this was the meaning of great wisdom beneath a foolish appearance. With a slight smile on his face, as if he had devised a plan, Slowking significantly increased his special power. Slowking, use Miracle Eye and then Psychic to take out those Carvenha, Honchkrow, Sneezel, and Scoropie. Make sure to pull the Carvenha out of the water when they fall. Cain ordered. Yaden. Slowking's cry. Slowking's eyes gleamed with a rainbow of colors as he used Miracle Eye, enabling him to see through the essence of Dark-type Pokemon. Then, a series of dark psychic energy spheres formed around him and flew in various directions. Boom, boom, boom. The psychic energy explosions took out several weaker Carvenha in the water. Honchkrow, alert, used its claws to bring back the farther Carvenha, while Sneezel, sliding on an icy path across the lake's surface, and Scoropie, using its tail, took care of tossing the Carvenha to the shore. Slakoth didn't pause. After each attack, he immediately launched the next. The Sharpedo tried to intervene, but Slakoth temporarily ignored them, focusing on eliminating the weaker Carvanha. 3 minutes later, acting as a true destruction machine, Slakoth had cleared the lake of Carvanha. Even those hiding beneath the surface couldn't escape his eyes and attacks. The Sharpedo group in the lake was now reduced to just a few. The Sharpedo leader, with glowing red eyes, watched helplessly as his companions were defeated and taken to the shore. Despite the 3 minutes of intense combat, Slakoth showed no signs of exhaustion. Slakoth, only they remain. Take them all out? Try a new technique. You now have a vast amount of psychic power, but the focus is limited. Try concentrating your psychic power into a needle shape to increase its lethality, Cain suggested. Yaden. Slakoth's cry. Slakoth immediately understood. His eyes glowed blue as he concentrated his vast psychic power. However, this power was dispersed, limiting its effectiveness. Under Slakoth's mental control, the psychic power began to compress, slowly forming a sharp cone of energy. Despite the lack of experience with this technique, Slakoth continued in the right direction. When it was ready, he launched the energy cone at one of the strongest Sharpedo, second only to the leader. This Sharpedo, level 34 with green tier quality, could have been a nightmare for any psychic Pokemon if not for the miracle eye move. In the blink of an eye, the energy cone struck the Sharpedo, which barely had time to react before being hit. Boom! The concentrated energy not only increased the attack's speed but also doubled its power. The Sharpedo convulsed briefly before flipping its body over, knocked out like the Carvanha. A Sharpedo defeated in a single attack by Slakoth. However, there was a drawback. The preparation for this type of attack was too slow. If the Sharpedo had known what Slakoth was doing, it likely would have escaped. Only 2 Sharpedo remained. Witnessing the destructive power of Slakoth's technique, they were so terrified that they quickly dove underwater. Seeing their movements, Cain stepped forward, placed his hand on Slakoth's shoulder, and said, "Come on, don't let them escape." Slakoth nodded. Using his psychic power, he carried Cain directly into the water. A barrier surrounded Cain, ensuring he didn't need to worry about breathing. Slakoth, use your psychic power to propel yourself forward and control the water currents to increase speed, Cain instructed. Although Slakoth's psychic energy talent was greater than his water-type energy, he was still a water-type Pokemon. His speed underwater was impressive, and with the help of his psychic power, the 2 swiftly swimming Sharpedo couldn't outpace him. If not for needing to take care of Cain, Slakoth could have gone even faster. With all his strength, Slakoth surged forward like a rocket. During the chase, start concentrating your psychic power. This time, make the cone thinner and a bit longer. Following Cain's instructions, Slakoth compressed his psychic energy into something spear-like. He launched the spear directly at one of the Sharpedo. The psychic energy spear pierced through the Sharpedo's body the moment it made contact. Its eyes rolled back, and the Sharpedo instantly lost consciousness. Only the Sharpedo leader remained. With a sharp flick of his tail, Slakoth increased his speed once more. Swish! Slakoth quickly closed the distance between himself and the Sharpedo leader. With each use of his technique, Slakoth became more adept at compressing his psychic power. This time, he formed 2 spears simultaneously, his tense expression revealing he was nearing his limit. Swish! Swish! The 2 spears sliced through the water as if there were no resistance, heading straight for the Sharpedo leader. Although the leader desperately tried to escape, it couldn't avoid the incoming psychic spears. Both spears struck the leader almost simultaneously. The double impact left it no chance, just like the others. Its eyes rolled back, and its body floated slowly to the surface, belly up. Bring them back with us. Even though these Sharpedo had been defeated, they still held value. Cain planned to capture them and exchange them for points at the Hunter Guild. Upon hearing Cain's command, Slakoth used his psychic power to create tendrils that bound the 2 Sharpedo and dragged them back to the underground cave. A minute later, Cain and Slakoth emerged in the underground cave. The ground was covered with a pile of Carvanha and 3 Sharpedo. Cain activated his system to scan the data of all the Pokemon on the ground, selecting those with potential greater than light green tier, and captured them. There were 3 Sharpedo, one with dark green tier quality, the leader, and the other 2 with green tier quality. Among the Carvanha, none had dark green tier potential, only 1 had green tier potential, and 4 had light green tier potential. In general, Pokemon with higher potential tend to have higher levels, and those that evolve into Sharpedo usually possess superior potential. This demonstrated that a Pokemon's potential significantly influenced its growth. The value of all the captured Pokemon would likely be enough for Cain to advance to a 4-star hunter. If one wanted to quickly rise through the ranks in the Hunter Guild and earn more money, the fastest way was to clear out a large group of wild Pokemon. Alright, we'll leave the rest of the Carvanha here. They won't cause much trouble. Slakoth, speak with your group and see if they agree, Cain said as he stored the Pokeballs containing the captured Sharpedo and Carvanha. Yaden. Slakoth approached the group of Slowpoke and explained the situation. Soon, all the Slowpoke nodded in agreement. In truth, there was no need to ask them, as they had long accepted Slakoth as their leader. Whatever Slakoth said, they obeyed. Once Slakoth relayed the result to Cain, he said, "Alright, let's go. Let's bring Absol and its family with us." Cain hadn't forgotten that 4 Absol were waiting for him on the shore. Fortunately, Absol had warned Cain, otherwise, they would never have discovered the endangered group of Slowpoke at the bottom of the lake, which also allowed Slowking to decide to evolve. To Cain, Absol wasn't a disaster beast but rather a Pokemon of good fortune. After returning Honchkrow and the others to their Pokeballs, Slowking led the Slowpoke, who hadn't been in water for a long time, back to the lake's shore. When Slowking and Cain reached the shore, Absol's mother seemed to sense what was happening and was already prepared to leave. Let's go back. Slowking, how many Pokemon can you teleport now? Cain asked. Yaden. Slowking responded with a cry, and all the Slowpoke emitted threads of psychic energy, linking themselves to Slowking. With this distance, we can make it directly, Slowking said to Cain. Cain's eyes lit up. There were over 30 Slowpoke and 4 Absol in total, nearly 40 Pokemon. While the Slowpoke could reduce Slowking's burden by linking their psychic powers, it was still an impressive feat. Cain placed one hand on Slowking's shoulder and the other on Absol's mother. Slowking's eyes glowed with a blue light, and his psychic power began to surge strongly. Following the psychic energy threads, he enveloped all the Slowpoke in a large energy bubble. After 10 seconds of preparation, everyone disappeared from the scene. When they reappeared, they were already in the backyard of Cain's residence. Slowking fell to his knees, covered in sweat. It was evident that teleporting such a large group had been an enormous burden for him, nearly pushing him to his limit. Slowking, meditate and recover. Cain patted him on the shoulder and continued, Slowpoke, you can stay in that pond for now. I'll expand the area soon. Absol, you can also stay here for a few days while I stabilize the little Absol's condition. It might take a few days. Hearing Cain's words, the Slowpoke looked worriedly at Slowking, who was meditating. However, they trusted the bond between him and Cain, so they obediently headed for the newly dug pond. Absol's mother, after a brief hesitation, also nodded and found a secluded corner to settle her 3 cubs. Cain watched as everyone settled in and nodded with satisfaction. He had successfully recruited a group of Pokemon. Everything was starting to fall into place. In the evening, Miyamoto and the others returned after their outing. They gave Cain a brief report on the progress of their tasks for the day. Nearly everyone had registered as hunters with the Hunter Guild and was now waiting for Cain to establish the hunting team so they could join. Additionally, the recruitment for Team Heaven had started operating effectively. The primary recruits were still poor children or orphans. These individuals aspired to become trainers but lacked the opportunity or means to do so. In the Kanto and Johto regions, there was still the possibility of joining Team Rocket. If they survived the selection process, they could become trainers, albeit as members of Team Rocket. Even so, compared to a life of poverty, this was a significant improvement. In the Hone region, similar organizations existed, but their recruitment standards were much higher. In Leafy Town, no such organization was present. Previously, the Black Serpent Gang could barely sustain its own expenses, let alone support poor children and orphans. However, Cain was different. By forming Team Heaven, he directly invested several million Poke dollars. This money was primarily used to purchase Pokemon to enhance the combat strength of current members, as well as to acquire Pokemon for new recruits. Of course, Cain also established a set of rules to manage Team Heaven. Only those who passed a proper evaluation could become official members, others would remain as reserves. The Black Serpent Gang's fighters were currently just reserve members of Team Heaven. As for the new recruits, most were external members. Only after passing specific tests could they become formal external members, and after an additional evaluation period, they could become official members. However, the tests for members were not as stringent or brutal as those of Team Rocket. They primarily focused on assessing loyalty. For Cain, loyalty was the main requirement for external members. For official members, they also needed to demonstrate some level of strength. At the very least, they had to possess the combat ability of a Team Rocket official member. Cain delegated all these tasks to Sky, Alec, and Miyamoto. The joint management of these 3 helped avoid many issues and reduced the likelihood of unnecessary situations, such as someone accumulating too much power and threatening Cain's position. Moreover, Cain trusted Sky's loyalty, assigning him the role of supervisor. In just one day, Team Heaven still consisted of the original 6 official members, with Cain making 7. The reserve members totaled 13, all former Black Serpent Gang fighters. 8 external members were also recruited today. They had not yet been assigned Pokemon but were provided with accommodation and food, which helped stabilize them. Cain then handed over all the Wurmple captured earlier to the 3 leaders for distribution to the new recruits as their starter Pokemon. These Wurmple were not particularly valuable, and their potential was similar, but they grew quickly. With sufficient food, they could evolve into Dustox in just over half a month, thereby gaining some combat strength. Once a considerable number of Dustox were available, their collective strength would be quite impressive. At that point, the new recruits would be taught about Pokemon, how to utilize Dustox, and loyalty towards Cain and the team would be instilled. This way, Team Heaven would soon have a solid foundation of members. When the member base reached a sufficient number, some would stand out and be selected to rise in rank, gradually refining Team Heaven's structure. With a successful model like Team Rocket's, there was almost no need to worry about creating a system for Team Heaven. Additionally, the team leaders were also former Team Rocket members, so they were familiar with how the system operated. Cain also provided several Dustox with slightly more strength to be distributed among the Black Serpent Gang fighters as part of their evaluations. Those who demonstrated loyalty to Team Heaven would receive a Dustix. Once their loyalty was verified and their strength deemed sufficient, they could become the first official members of Team Heaven. However, how far they progressed would depend on their potential. After a brief meeting where Cain assigned tasks for the next steps, he dismissed everyone. Those brought from the trial island had shown good performance and loyalty. If given the opportunity, Cain would help improve their strength. Currently, they were strong enough to manage a low-level organization, but after some time, their strength would need to increase. The day came to an end. Team Heaven now consisted of 1 leader, 6 official members, 13 reserve members, and 8 external members. Back in his room, Cain took out his equipment to make poke blocks. Aaron's poke blocks needed improvement, and he also needed to create suitable poke blocks for the young Absol to enhance its health. At the same time, his Pokémon needed to digest what they had learned from today's battles. In the backyard, Tropius lay on the roof, keeping watch over the area. Since it didn't participate in battles or training, its main task was to guard the surroundings. Cain's Curatos also had a reduced role. Its task now was to expand the pond, and fortunately, with the addition of a group of Slowpoke, this project had accelerated significantly. Cain had also scanned the Slowpoke with his system. Perhaps due to the presence of the Sharpedo, the weaker and lower potential Slowpoke had been eliminated. The current Slowpoke had, at worst, yellow-orange quality, with the best reaching green quality. Some of these Slowpoke even had high levels. With some training and a shelter, they could evolve into Slowbro. Cain planned to construct a lake in the area, where the Slowpoke would serve as guardians, helping Cain oversee both the lake and the aquatic Pokémon inhabiting it. Soon, Cain finished making the poke blocks for the young Absol. He immediately gave one to the shiny Absol. Under the grateful gaze of its mother, the shiny Absol peacefully fell asleep for the first time. By continuing to use these poke blocks, the shiny Absol would fully recover. Then, Cain would have a new guardian for the mountain area. Cain then summoned Torchic, Poliwag, and Aaron. During this period, Cain has focused on helping them develop a solid foundation. For example, Torchic and Poliwag's bodies are somewhat weak, and Cain hopes to first strengthen their physical condition before starting more intense training. As for Aaron, while its body has been well trained, after prolonged feeding and battles, it has developed some invisible injuries. Cain has prohibited it from participating in battles or intense exercise for now, as it needs to heal these hidden wounds. Otherwise, it could develop chronic issues that would be difficult to resolve. With the addition of special poke blocks containing geocentric cleansing milk, Aaron can recover more quickly and enhance its talent in rock-type moves. Torchic's condition is slowly stabilizing, and the data provided by the system shows that its potential fluctuations are balancing out. However, with the intake of Cain's customized poke blocks, these fluctuations are slowly increasing. Once they stabilize completely, it's highly likely that Torchic will reach a deep blue quality. As for Poliwag, its extended confinement in the Hunter Association caused its body to use energy only to maintain daily functions, hindering its growth. Thus, it is the most behind in development among the 3 Pokémon. However, being a pure water-type Pokémon, it has outstanding talent in that type. For now, the task for the 3 of you is to strengthen your bodies and recover from any internal or external injuries from the past. Otherwise, your future growth might be affected, Cain said, gently patting the heads of the 3 Pokémon. Compared to Poliwag's damp head and Aaron's metallic one, Torchic's soft head was the most pleasant to touch. Previously, Cain enjoyed patting Slowpoke's head, but now that it has evolved into Slowking, Torchic has taken its place. Cain will likely keep patting Torchic's head until it evolves into Blaziken. Fortunately, Torchic doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it appears to enjoy it, sometimes responding by happily rubbing against Cain. The 3 little ones were sent to bed early. Since they are still in their growth stage, they need plenty of sleep and proper nutrition. For now, battles are left to the older Pokémon. Both Murkrow and Slowpoke have successfully evolved, and Cain's team has gained significant strength since participating in the final trial. Additionally, Slowking's level has reached 37. It only needs to gain 3 more levels to achieve the advanced trainer rank. When that happens, with Slowking as the core, Cain's chances of establishing his water-type gym will significantly increase. In Cain's future plans, Sneezel, Haunter, and Scorpy will be his priority for training. Once Steven obtains the Razor Claw, Cain can evolve Sneezel. Although Sneezel was once the most promising Pokémon in Cain's team, it has now been surpassed by Honchkrow and Slowking. Cain has also planned the development of Scorpy's poison-type moves, which has been more straightforward than with Haunter. Cain provided Scorpy with a venom sac from a quasi-elite level Arbok. With Haunter's assistance, Scorpy can slowly consume the venom from the sac. Compared to the poisonous gas Haunter used before, the venom from Arbok's sac is much richer in energy. Immediately after consuming it, Scorpy leveled up, reaching level 26. Scorpy's level is increasing rapidly and will soon catch up with the other Pokémon on the team. Additionally, thanks to its constant consumption of calcium supplements, Scorpy has grown to 1.2 meters, making it a true giant compared to normal Scorpy, which typically measure about 80 centimeters. Although some time has passed since Scorpy was born and its bones are stabilizing, the effects of calcium pills will become less noticeable in the future. Even so, a 1.2-meter Scorpy is almost the size of a normal Drapion. When it evolves, it's sure to be an extraordinary Drapion. With the Sniper ability, Scorpy will be a key member of Cain's team. Among Cain's 5 main battling Pokémon, Honchkrow serves as support and a hunter, Slowking as a long-range artillery tower, Haunter specializes in control and attrition, Sneezel is agile and offensive, and Scorpy, upon evolving into Drapion, will be the main defensive and frontline attacker. Its growth is crucial. Otherwise, Cain's Pokémon would have to rely more on guerrilla tactics, as they did when facing Steven's Metang. But if Scorpy grows and evolves before Aaron is ready, it will be the first Pokémon to take on defensive and direct offensive roles. Cain has always considered Scorpy one of his first Pokémon capable of defining a battle. When it evolves into Drapion, it will automatically learn 3 biting moves, allowing it to effectively combat a variety of Pokémon types. Once its poison-type move development is complete, Scorpy will enter a phase of rapid leveling. Of course, alongside its growth, Sneezel and Haunter will also undergo intensive training. Honchkrow and Slowking, on the other hand, will focus on acclimating to their evolved forms. Having evolved, both have seen a level increase, so in the short term, they will concentrate on consolidating that growth. Once Cain has properly trained these 5 Pokémon, he can begin working on his second lineup. Cain has one Pokémon at the forefront of his mind, Larvatar. Umbra has already agreed to provide Cain with 3 evolution elixirs. However, since Cain has just arrived in Hone and is busy organizing his base, the exchange will have to wait a bit. At the same time, Cain plans to exchange the remaining resources from Team Rocket for useful supplies. This way, the development of Team Heaven won't be hindered by minor setbacks. Cain quickly outlined the tasks he needs to complete in the future. First, he will travel to Verdanturf Town and upgrade his hunter rank to 4 stars. Then, he will establish his own hunting team and integrate Karen as a team member. Second, he will assign some members to Karen to capture Pokémon. They don't need to generate much income initially, but they should at least learn how to do so. Third, Cain will consult with his mentor, Matsuda Takashi, about founding the gym. If any costs need to be paid, Cain can prepare in advance. Once he gets approval to open the gym, he can plan a series of activities, including creating a Pokémon Center, developing commerce in Leafy Town, expanding Team Heaven, and even restructuring the town's black market. Once the black market is established, Team Heaven can balance income and expenses. This will allow Cain to stop spending his own money, and Team Heaven can operate fully, helping Cain obtain more resources for his growth. Although many of these tasks can be delegated, Cain considers the most important thing to be strengthening his power. It's likely that once the gym is approved, Cain will depart again in search of new experiences. The next morning, after quickly organizing the backyard, Cain left Leafy Town and headed toward Verdanturf Town, flying on Tropius's back. Currently, Tropius fully obeyed Cain, not only because Cain provided its favorite food but also because Cain's Pokémon were already quite strong, and Tropius, as a Pokémon, followed the orders of a capable trainer. Although Tropius wasn't a fan of battles, it wouldn't refuse if Cain commanded it to fight. However, Cain now had so many training and combat opportunities for his Pokémon that he rarely needed to use Tropius in battles. With its chlorophyll ability, Tropius excelled in long flights. Its back was broad and comfortable, and its flight was very stable. Additionally, in sunny weather, Tropius could fly quite fast. While flying over forests, they occasionally encountered groups of wild Pokémon. Most fled at the sight of Tropius, but there were always a few wild Pokémon that tried to pick a fight. Luckily, Cain had Honchkrow. Although Honchkrow was at level 34 and Tropius at level 40, the difference in quality between them was significant. Honchkrow, with its deep blue quality, far outclassed Tropius, whose quality was light green. Furthermore, Honkrow's flying type gave it an advantage over Tropius's grass type. If Honkrow's Moxie ability activated in succession, combined with its powerful Sky Attack move, it could even take down Tropius in a single hit. Cain knew that the only thing Honchkrow lacked was a higher level. During the flight, any wild flying Pokémon that attacked were assigned to Honchkrow to defeat. While some contributed to stacking Honkrow's Moxie effect, others did not. Still, it was rare for a wild Pokémon to withstand more than one of Honkrow's attacks. After flying for an hour and a half, Cain finally spotted Verdanturf Town. Compared to Leafy Town, Verdanturf Town was much more developed, with more modern buildings and a significantly larger population. Verdanturf Town was located near a volcano, but thanks to air currents, volcanic ash never reached the town. Additionally, the heat from the underground volcano fed the town's famous hot springs, which attracted many visitors. Before entering Verdanturf Town, Cain asked Tropius to land. His main objective was the black market, so he preferred to avoid drawing attention. Dressed in his league trainer uniform and wearing a cap, Cain discreetly entered the town without attracting any stares. After walking through several streets, Cain found the entrance to the black market, hidden within a mountain. Someone had excavated nearly the entire mountain to build the black market inside. Paying little attention to the factions controlling the black market, Cain changed into a black cloak before entering. With Sneezel by his side, he walked through the streets of the black market and called Karen on the phone. The call was answered immediately, and they agreed to meet in front of the Hunter Guild building in the black market. 3 minutes later, they met at the guild's entrance. Although both wore black cloaks that covered their bodies, they recognized each other immediately by their Pokémon, Cain with his Sneezel and Karen with a Roserade. "Well, you're on time," Karen said, glancing at Cain's Sneezel. In the Hone region, not many people owned a Sneezel. In the black market, a Pokemon's origin wasn't as important as the trainer's strength. What truly mattered was power. Let's go, Cain said in a neutral tone, heading toward the guild. The Hunter Guild was a very successful organization that had originated in Kanto and grown with Team Rocket's support. Now, the guild had branches in all regions. They sought neither power nor influence, which allowed them to expand without being perceived as a threat. The interior of the guild was divided into two areas, one for the reception and submission of missions, and another for buying and selling Pokemon. Cain headed straight to the mission submission counter. Hey, man, the area for registering a hunting team is over there, Karen commented upon seeing Cain's direction. I know. I just have a few Pokemon I want to assign to some missions, Cain replied without stopping. Curious, Karen followed him, intrigued by the Pokemon Cain was about to hand over. The Hunter Guild staff were very efficient, and soon it was Cain's turn. How can I help you? Asked the employee with a professional smile. I want to assign tasks, Cain replied, pulling a stack of Pokeballs from his pocket. Inside them were mostly Sharpedo and Carvanha, along with some decent quality Dustox and other miscellaneous Pokemon. In total, about 15 Pokeballs. He placed them directly into the Pokeball transmitter, which sent them through one by one. Please show me your Hunter ID card, the employee said while processing the Pokeballs. Cain handed over his Hunter card through the window. Respected 3-star Hunter, please wait while we assign the tasks, the employee said, maintaining the same professional smile. Cain nodded, but behind him, Karen began to grow restless. Did I hear that right? Karen thought. Respected 3-star Hunter. Cain is still just a 3-star Hunter. Karen felt a wave of disappointment. Was this guy planning to form a hunting team as just a 3-star hunter? 3-star hunters didn't even have the right to form a team. Damn it, this lunatic asked me to be his deputy leader, and he's not even a 4-star hunter yet. So why did he make me come here? Karen thought furiously. Suddenly, Karen remembered that Cain had mentioned a task involving capturing an Absol, a mission that required being a 4-star hunter. Wait a minute, Karen thought. That means he never took that mission in the first place. Was I tricked into giving him a free mission? Though the mission hadn't been completed, Cain had used Absol and its offspring to threaten Karen, forcing her to agree to be his deputy. Now Karen felt manipulated, as if the entire thing had been a setup. Karen's expression turned cold. If it weren't for the fact that fighting inside the Hunter Guild would attract security forces, she would have already attacked Cain with all her strength. Quietly, she stood behind Cain, waiting for him to finish assigning the tasks. She needed an explanation, and if it didn't satisfy her, she wouldn't forgive him the next time they met. Cain also waited silently, knowing Karen would explode once she realized he was still a 3-star hunter. But so far, Karen had shown remarkable patience. Cain smirked slightly. She's holding it in, he thought. Soon, the analysis of the 15 Pokemon was complete, and the tasks were assigned based on Cain's rank, maximizing the possible rewards for each. Sir, all tasks have been assigned. Here's the list, please review it to see if any adjustments are needed. The screen displayed the list of captured Pokemon and the assigned tasks. The high-quality Sharpedo still offered the highest reward, not only for its quality but also due to the difficulty of capturing it, as they typically lived in large groups in the ocean. Cain frowned and asked, why is the reward for the high-quality Sharpedo so similar to that of the medium-quality Sharpedo? The employee nodded politely and explained, because your hunter rank is 3 stars, the higher rewards for capturing Sharpedo are limited. If you were to ascend to 4 stars, the reward would be significantly higher. Cain quickly understood. It all came down to his hunter rank. Assign tasks for the other 14 Pokemon. Leave the high-quality Sharpedo unassigned for now, Cain said. Of course, one moment please, the employee replied, assigning tasks for the remaining Pokemon. Gradually, the tasks disappeared from the list, indicating they had been completed and the rewards transferred to Cain's account. Sir, all tasks have been completed. You have earned a total of 4.6 million hunter points and 4.6 million Poke Dollars. Additionally, your total hunter points have reached 10.1 million. Congratulations on ascending to 4-star hunter. Here's your badge, said the employee, handing Cain a golden star. With 2 green quality Sharpedo, each worth around 2 million, plus the other 14 Pokemon, Cain had accumulated enough to ascend. He accepted the star and put it away. Now assign the task for the high-quality Sharpedo, Cain said. Now a 4-star hunter, the reward for the high-quality Sharpedo was updated. The screen displayed a reward of 2 million hunter points and 2 million Poke Dollars, the appropriate amount for a superior quality Sharpedo. Cain assigned the Sharpedo's task and sent the Pokeball. Though Sharpedo was strong, it could only fight effectively in water. Cain preferred to sell it rather than train it for land battles, where it would be less efficient. It would likely end up in some millionaire's aquarium as a luxury item. In total, Cain earned 6.6 million hunter points and 6.6 million Poke Dollars, and he ascended to 4-star hunter status, granting him access to higher value tasks in the future. Cain pocketed his ID card and stood up. Karen, who had been waiting, followed him to a secluded table. They both sat down. I need an explanation, Karen said in a cold voice. Cain heard Karen's words and immediately burst into laughter. Karen, hearing Cain laugh, opened her eyes wide and prepared to leave. However, Cain stopped laughing just in time, preventing Karen from walking away. All right, I'm done laughing. Well, as you've just seen, I've now become a 4-star hunter. The last time I found you was purely a coincidence, but I must thank you, Cain said. He truly had to thank her because, if it weren't for her luck, he probably wouldn't have encountered the 4 Absol. He wouldn't have entered the deep lake in the forest, and Slowpoke wouldn't have found its pack, successfully evolving into Slowking. Moreover, Slowking obtained the impressive piece of equipment, leadership. Perhaps all of this was thanks to Karen. Even if Cain had been lucky enough to find Absol's mother, she would never have led him to her den or allowed anyone with ill intentions near her offspring. Because upon seeing Absol, Cain's first thought would have been to capture her, either for personal use or to complete a mission at the Hunter Guild. Karen stared coldly at Cain, waiting for his next words. But you can't deny that what I told you earlier wasn't wrong. You really need to join an organization to grow faster, don't you? Even if you had found Absol, you probably wouldn't have chosen to capture her at that moment, right? Cain said calmly. And now I'm a 4-star hunter. I can officially form my own hunting group. There isn't much difference from what I told you before, is there? Besides, I never claimed to be a 4-star hunter. I only mentioned wanting to form a hunting group. Karen fell into deep thought as she listened to Cain. Although Cain had deceived her and she was angry, he hadn't caused her much harm, had he? And now that Cain had truly become a 4-star hunter, he had the ability to form his own hunting group. If things went as he said, the hunting group would grow quickly after its founding, recruiting several people. It would be better to join a newly formed group than to have subordinates in an established one or start from scratch to recruit members. Then, Cain pulled a metal box from his storage space, placed it on the table, and opened it in front of Karen. This is... Karen looked at the contents of the box, unable to confirm what she was seeing. That's right, advanced poke blocks. While they're the most common ones, they're still quite pricey. Consider this compensation for hiding the truth from you. Cain continued, all you have to do is agree to become the deputy leader of the hunting group. As deputy leader, you'll enjoy various benefits, including a steady supply of advanced poke blocks for your 3 current Pokémon. If you help the group reach 2-star status, you'll get enough for 4 Pokémon. At 3 stars, it'll be for 5 Pokémon, and so on. When you reach 6-star hunter status, I can have custom poke blocks made for you based on your specific needs. That's the perk of being the deputy leader. Of course, any reward comes with responsibilities. The most important thing is not to betray me, or I'll hunt you down no matter where you hide. Believe me, I have the means to do so. All you need to do is help develop the hunting group with determination. My ultimate goal is to be a leader who doesn't have to do much work. But if there's ever a tough mission or a Pokémon you can't handle, come directly to me. Cain laid out his terms plainly. Karen fell back into contemplation. Looking at the box full of advanced poke blocks, her mind began to waver. She couldn't deny that the advantages Cain was offering were highly tempting to her. After all, as a lower-class trainer, she didn't have access to a specialized breeder to make custom poke blocks for her. She didn't even have the money for it, let alone the necessary status. Even common advanced poke blocks were only affordable for her Roserade. Her other Pokémon were still fed medium-level poke blocks. Moreover, she needed more funds to train her Pokémon or find others with greater potential. She couldn't let her power stagnate. Cain didn't rush her. He simply crossed his arms and waited patiently. 10 minutes later, as if she had made a decision, Karen leaned over the table, looked down at Cain, and said, "Fine, I'll accept being the deputy leader of your hunting group. Just make sure you keep your word." Cain smiled and pulled 2 more boxes from his storage space, placing them in front of her. "Here are 2 additional portions of advanced poke blocks. Each box has enough for 2 months. When you run out, contact me. Now, let's go register the hunting group." Cain stood and headed for the registration counter. Registering a hunting group was similar to registering as an individual hunter. Once a hunter reached 4-star status, they could register their group for free. The difficult part was recruiting people, but Cain had a simple plan. He only needed Sky and the others. Cain chose a simple name for the group, Heavenly Hunting Group, which earned some complaints from Karen. The 2 reappeared at the Hunter Guild entrance, but this time, in addition to the 4 stars on their badges, they had the hunting group's emblem on their right shoulders. Cain had sketched the emblem quickly. It wasn't overly ugly but wasn't particularly attractive either. All done. "The group is registered, and your name is listed as deputy leader," Cain said. Karen nodded and asked, "Your hunter name is Joker, and mine is now Hunter J. But there's another deputy leader, Hunter O. Who's that?" Cain had registered the group under his hunter name, Joker, and changed Karen's name to Hunter J. However, he had added another deputy leader, Hunter O, whose identity Karen didn't know. Cain knew exactly who it was. It was part of his little joke. When registering Sky and the others, he had assigned them different letters. Miyamoto was O, Alec was K, and Sky was E. The other deputy leader was Miyamoto. Although Cain trusted Karen's abilities, he also wanted Miyamoto to serve as another deputy, not to undermine Karen but to keep him informed about the group's situation. It was like having a supervisor. This was all part of his plan. "You'll find out soon. Stay around for a few days. I'll bring them in one by one, and then you'll handle the recruiting. After that, the rest is up to you." Cain waved his hand and left the guild. He left Karen waiting alone for Miyamoto's arrival. Sky and Alec had other tasks, and the group's leadership would be split between Miyamoto and Karen. The rest of the team would be divided. Half would stay in Leafy Town while the other half handled group missions, rotating as needed. Cain walked through the black market for a while longer, mainly to sell the items he had obtained on the trial island. He sold 20 large pearls, each valued at 50,000 poke dollars, and 65 small pearls at 10,000 poke dollars each. In total, this brought him an income of 1,650,000 poke dollars. Then there were the evolutionary stones, 1 intermediate level dusk stone, 3 initial level moon stones, 1 initial level leaf stone, and another intermediate level leaf stone. All were evolutionary stones that Cain had previously obtained and found little use for, so he decided to exchange them for some money. The basic evolutionary stones sold for about 300,000 each, while the intermediate level stones, being more valuable, sold for 1,500,000 each. In total, the sale of the stones brought him an income of 4,200,000 poke dollars. After selling everything, Cain's total funds amounted to 15,950,000 poke dollars, the highest amount he had ever had in this life. However, as Cain gained more power, he realized that this sum was not as impressive as it seemed. Even a single King's Rock was something Cain still couldn't acquire. Although he had managed to obtain one from Stephen, he couldn't always rely on him. Even if Stephen was willing, his family wouldn't allow it to happen again. So, to get the razor claw that his Sneezel needed, Cain would have to pay for it himself. Additionally, the items required to train his Torchic, Poliwag, and Aaron had to be purchased. Scorpii was developing its poison attribute, meaning that poisonous items were indispensable. Honchkrow and Slowking had already successfully evolved, so their Pokeblock formulas needed adjustments, which also meant that the ingredients would become increasingly expensive. Even though Cain had over 15 million, he knew he could easily spend all that money within an hour. When he left the materials market in the black market, Cain had only 9,800,000 poke dollars left. Despite this, he was satisfied, as he had purchased the best products available within his current capabilities. Afterward, Cain went to the move store not to buy but for Slowking to learn some of the moves he had obtained on the SSN. Using a learning device, Cain taught Slowking the moves Earthquake and Surf, 2 very useful moves. With Slowking's current level of power, these moves were perfect in terms of cost-benefit. Cain planned to establish a water-type gym, and Slowking would be his ace. Improving its power would greatly benefit the gym's opening. Without lingering too long in Verdanturf Town, Cain left riding his Tropius. This time, he didn't return to his home in Leafy Town but instead appeared in the mountains at the back. Last time, he had attempted to eliminate the Beautifully colony, but Karen had interrupted him. Cain decided to resume the task and then explore deeper into the mountain. It was evident that in such a vast forested area, there wouldn't just be a few groups of Pokemon. He released Scorpii, which stood at 1.2 meters tall, Sneezel at 1 meter, and Slowking at 2 meters. Scorpii and Sneezel would be in charge of eliminating the Beautifully colony, while Slowking would take the opportunity to train the moves it had just learned. The move Surf wouldn't be too complicated since it was a water-type move, but Earthquake, being a ground-type move, would require more practice. It was similar to when Slowking learned Flamethrower since the ground type is naturally opposite to the water type. After assigning the main tasks to his Pokemon, Cain stayed in place to begin working on his own psychic power. Thanks to Slowking, his previously weak psychic power had grown exponentially. Until that moment, Cain wasn't sure how strong he had become or if he had reached the level of a beginner psychic. He took out a box of psychic spheres from his storage space, originally intended to measure Slowpoke's psychic power. However, they were now insufficient for training Slowking, so Cain decided to use them to measure his own power. Previously, with his psychic power, he could only lift a single sphere, which barely classified him as a beginner psychic, the lowest level among psychics. He fixed his gaze on the spheres and began channeling his psychic power, which still felt difficult to control due to its recent increase. Using the technique he had learned from the psychic manual, he started lifting the spheres one by one. 1, 2, 3. He felt no pressure. Cain smiled to himself. His psychic power had grown several times over. Even if he hadn't yet reached the level of a beginner psychic, he was close. When he managed to lift 15 spheres, he began to feel slight pressure. However, he could still continue. With effort, he lifted more. 16, 17, 18. By the time he reached the 19th sphere, Cain was already drenched in sweat. With bloodshot eyes, he focused on the last sphere, trying to use his power to lift it. Just when he thought he wouldn't make it, the 20th sphere began to float, though it barely rose before falling. The other spheres followed, dropping one after another. Cain looked somewhat pale, but his face showed great excitement. He had lifted 20 spheres, the level of a beginner psychic. Had he fully lifted the 20th sphere, Cain would have reached the level of a fully fledged beginner psychic, unlike before, when he was merely one in name. Although he hadn't entirely succeeded, Cain was confident he had enough power, he just needed to better master his skills. With some time to organize his power, he would be able to lift the 20th sphere. This meant that, in a short time, Cain would reach the beginner psychic level. Once achieved, he could begin to show the capabilities of a true psychic. Since he learned he would be a psychic, his greatest desire had been to reach the beginner level. Once he mastered telepathy, his abilities as a trainer would increase significantly. No matter how fast others issued commands to their Pokemon, they would always have to speak the words, but with telepathy, he could give commands instantly, much faster than speaking. This would allow him to react more quickly to attacks, and best of all, it would prevent his opponent from knowing his commands, leaving them unable to respond in time. In the afternoon, Cain took his Pokémon to the mountains to clear out the Beautifully group, eliminating those with high levels but mediocre quality. Some were eliminated outright, while others were captured to be used by new recruits. These Pokémon didn't hold much value in the market but were useful for quickly improving the skills of novice trainers, as long as they could be tamed. Beautifully typically has a calm temperament, so with the right techniques, it can be captured without much trouble. Lower quality and low-level Pokémon, such as unevolved Wurmple, were eliminated entirely. The previously captured Wurmple were sufficient, and Cain understood that hoarding low-quality Pokémon didn't contribute to strengthening his forces. While his Pokémon fought, Cain focused on training his psychic ability. Although his power had already reached the level of a beginner psychic, he still lacked some control. The sudden surge in power had left a few lingering effects, but compared to the possibility of needing decades to reach this level, now it only required consistent effort to master. With daily discipline, Cain was confident that he would soon reach the full level of a beginner psychic. Once achieved, his abilities as a trainer would significantly improve, indirectly enhancing his Pokémon's combat strength. After clearing the Beautifully group, Cain and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. The mountains stretched widely, and the further they went, the stronger the wild Pokémon they encountered. Cain needed high-level Pokémon to train his own and boost their combat power. When night fell, Slakoth used its teleport move to transport Cain back to his base, which posed no problem given its current level. Even though they had ventured out all day, they hadn't gone far enough to make returning an issue. Upon arriving at his base, Cain summoned Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky to the meeting room on the second floor. Today, I created the hunting team in Verdant Town and appointed a trusted hunter as the sub-leader. All of you will join the team and work in shifts, 2 or 3 rotating groups. She will guide you on hunting missions, Cain explained. Miyamoto, I've also assigned you the position of sub-leader. In addition to capturing Pokémon, keep an eye on the new sub-leader. If any irregularities arise, report them immediately. Respect her, as she is quite capable, he added. Miyamoto smiled at this and nodded. Despite the sub-leader's position, Cain's words showed that he trusted him more. Alec, your responsibility will be to continue recruiting members for the Heaven team. Train them well, I don't want us to face cases like those of the Black Serpent Gang. After an initial evaluation, assign Pokémon to the recruits. If they perform well, reward them with higher quality Pokémon. Miyamoto will provide captured Pokémon daily to get started, Cain continued. Alec nodded seriously. He knew Cain was entrusting him with a significant responsibility, but it also added pressure. He had managed some matters before, but now the situation was different, and he would have to start from scratch. These are the Pokémon I captured today, those with decent quality or levels. For now, Sky will be in charge of them, as well as the monetary resources and the Pokémon captured by Miyamoto. If you need anything, talk to Sky and keep a record. Financial management will be in his hands, Cain said. Although he trusted all 3 of them, Cain had the most faith in Sky, as he had been with him from the beginning. Even though Sky was the weakest in terms of power, Cain knew that with the right resources, he would soon catch up to the others. Sky, with a serious expression, nodded. He understood that Cain trusted him but also recognized the delicacy of his position, as poor management could create tensions between Alec and Miyamoto. Alec and Miyamoto grasped the importance of Sky's position, but for now, they were more focused on fulfilling their responsibilities. Power struggles would come later, once everything was stabilized. Have the mayor and his son shown any suspicious behavior? Cain asked. Alec stood up to respond. So far, there haven't been any problems. The mayor's son has noticed that some people have disappeared, but they were solitary individuals. We had Viper and his team patrol the streets to keep up appearances, so no suspicions have been raised. As for the Void organization in Movali City, though it's far away, the time is approaching for the Black Serpent Gang to pay them. We're not sure how to handle this, so we're waiting for your instructions, Alec explained. Void, Cain murmured, referring to that organization. It was said that the leader of the Void group was at a quasi-elite level, meaning he was on par with a senior officer of Team Rocket. Cain wasn't ready to face him yet. However, he wasn't overly concerned, as any confrontations would likely be with a subordinate. For now, don't provoke the Void group. Instruct Viper to pay what they've always paid, no more, no less. Once we've fully stabilized Leafy Town, we'll deal with them. If Viper handles the situation well, tell him I'll make him an official member, Cain concluded. Currently, the Heaven Team, a division of Team Rocket, is still primarily composed of Cain and his 6 companions. There isn't a clear hierarchical structure yet, but once Cain manages to formalize this division, the rules will be implemented officially. For now, the current members, once the regulations are established, will at least hold mid-level management positions. This is something Viper likely understands, which is why he will put great effort into his work. Although Viper was 3rd in command in the Black Serpent Gang, compared to what the Heaven Team represents now, there's no comparison. Be it in power, management methods, or resources, the differences are evident. Viper is not someone lacking in vision, otherwise, Black Serpent wouldn't have entrusted him with important tasks. He can clearly see that Cain has a serious interest in Leafy Town and senses something extraordinary about Cain and his team. Moreover, Leafy Town might just be the beginning. Therefore, the title of official member holds far greater value than it appears. Understood. Alec responded before sitting down. The meeting mainly focused on the creation of the hunting team and future tasks for each member. It's clear that the basic structure is already in place, but filling this structure with flesh and blood will take time. I'm going to organize the backyard. No one should go near it, and it would be wise to build a wall between the yard and the main house. There are things that need to be handled carefully, Cain ordered. Everyone nodded seriously. From now on, the backyard would essentially be Cain's private zone. While no one would approach it without his permission, there's always the possibility of someone curious or with ill intentions. It's not that Cain fears anyone seeing something, his Pokémon are strong enough. Rather, he seeks to have a private space to keep his Pokémon. Until now, Cain always carried all his Pokémon with him. While this fosters a strong bond, it's not always necessary. Many trainers prefer to leave some of their Pokémon in training centers. After all, as the number of Pokémon grows, it's impractical to release 20 or 30 at a time just for a meal. That would take all day. Cain would prefer to have a space like the unnamed island he discovered in the sea, which has the perfect environment for his needs. However, that's not feasible for now. Additionally, with the establishment of a gym in Leafy Town, security will increase significantly. Perhaps, both the underworld and the visible power of Leafy Town will soon be under Cain's absolute control. If this were ancient times, Cain would be like the feudal lord of the region. After the meeting, Cain quickly withdrew. He has many responsibilities but prefers to focus on training and strengthening his abilities. He likely won't get directly involved again until it's time to establish a black market in Leafy Town or officially set up the gym. The others understood that Cain primarily focused on raising his Pokémon, so they rarely disturbed him unless necessary. In this world, strength is what truly matters. The power of an organization only serves as a complement to personal strength. For example, Team Rocket wouldn't have grown so successfully if it weren't for Giovanni, whose power allows him to face champions. His influence is unquestionable everywhere. If it weren't for the League closely monitoring him in Kanto, Giovanni would have likely led Team Rocket to conquer Hone in less than 3 months. However, the League doesn't want Team Rocket to continue expanding. They'd rather see Hone remain divided than allow the organization to grow. Team Rocket could take control of new regions if they wanted to, but the League won't let that happen. They fear that if Team Rocket continues to grow, it will no longer be them dictating the rules of the Pokémon world. Back in his room, Cain sat in front of his video call device. For the first time, he decided to contact his mentor, Matsuda Takashi. After about 30 seconds of waiting, just as Cain thought old Matsuda wouldn't answer, the call was picked up. Old Matsuda appeared, his mentor, wearing a slightly yellowed white coat. His hair and beard were disheveled, and his eyes showed signs of fatigue, bloodshot and weary. It was clear he was very busy. What is it, boy? I'm in the middle of an experiment, so if you have something to say it quickly so I can get back to work, old Matsuda said impatiently. Despite having the power of an elite-level trainer, old Matsuda preferred to focus on Pokémon breeding. He spent most of his time conducting experiments and creating energy-rich Pokeblocks. Although not all his experiments were successful, old Matsuda enjoyed this aspect of his life. One could say that much of the strength of old Matsuda's Pokémon came from his dedication to breeding. With the right resources, an experienced breeder like him could raise a Pokémon to quasi-champion level. However, this requires an exorbitant amount of resources enough to train several elite-level Pokémon. Moreover, such Pokémon would only have superficial strength, lacking real combat abilities. For a Pokémon to surpass its limits and become a true champion, the trainer's involvement is crucial. Seeing his mentor's disheveled state, Cain frowned and said, "Master, you should also take care of your health. If a breeder like you falls ill, you will become the laughingstock of others." It was evident that old Matsuda had gone several days without sleep due to his experiments. Hearing Cain's words, old Matsuda looked visibly surprised. Until now, there hadn't been many people who directly expressed concern for his health in such a way. He immediately burst out laughing. Well, now this kid is lecturing me. He didn't show any sign of being upset. On the contrary, the tense expression on his face gradually relaxed. Suddenly, he started to feel genuinely tired. After all, he wasn't young anymore. He couldn't go several days without sleep to work on experiments like he used to. Cain also smiled at this. Since he wanted to maintain his status within the league, there were moments when he had to fully embrace that role. "All right, tell me, what do you need?" asked old Matsuda, taking a sip of tea and sitting in his chair. "It's like this, master. I suppose you already know that I'm now in the Hone region, right?" Cain began. "Hone? You went to the Hone region?" Old Matsuda asked unexpectedly, creating an awkward moment. Cain had assumed that old Matsuda was aware of his whereabouts, so after traveling to Hone, he thought the man would know. However, clearly, things weren't as he had imagined. "Well, now I know you're in the Hone region. Go on," said old Matsuda after an awkward cough. Cain also felt a little embarrassed. "The thing is, since I arrived in the Hone region, I've realized it's quite a good place. I'm thinking of developing myself here. Recently, while exploring the region, I came across a small town with a great location and environment. I bought a house there with the intention of settling down. After going around the town a few times, I discovered that its facilities and development are quite behind, so I'd like to contribute to its growth. After thinking about it for a while, I believe the best way to help would be by establishing a gym in this place. So, before he could finish, old Matsuda interrupted him. Wait a moment, are you saying you want to open a gym in a small, underdeveloped town in the Hone region? Are you sure? Old Matsuda almost spat out his tea in surprise. Yes, Cain replied with a nod. If you want to open a gym in the Hone region, why not enter an official league tournament? Those who place in the top 3 can open gyms and choose their region. Besides, security in Hone is somewhat unstable, and the league wants to strengthen its control, old Matsuda suggested. If I could open a gym by participating in a tournament, I wouldn't be asking you for this, Cain thought. Although Cain was confident he could secure a spot among the top 3, the problem was that there weren't any tournaments at the moment, and the next one was scheduled for 3 months later. Cain had returned to the world just 3 months ago, and waiting another 3 simply wasn't an option. Master, what I mean is that I don't want to wait that long. The next Hone region tournament is at least 3 months away, and in that time, I could make significant progress. Old Matsuda observed Cain's earnest expression and appeared deep in thought. He knew Cain had great potential, and wasting so much time waiting didn't seem right given his age. In truth, the Hone region, having been integrated into the league later, held tournaments to establish gyms. In Kanto or Johto, the gyms were already complete, and opening one wasn't as straightforward. In the major cities of Hone, the gyms were also occupied, but in some small towns, there were still no gyms, which is why these tournaments were still held, albeit less frequently. Why do you want to open a gym in Hone? While you can do so there, the league has been heavily regulating things lately. If you were to go to the Unova or Sinnoh regions, I could talk to some contacts, and you could open a gym directly, old Matsuda suggested with some concern. Cain knew old Matsuda was right, but Hone was Team Rocket's primary target, and the Unova and Sinnoh regions were too far away to receive support. Even if he established a base there, it would be difficult to expand from such a distance. I have some friends in Hone. If I moved to another region, I'd probably be alone, Cain explained. Hearing this, old Matsuda suddenly remembered Steven, Cain's friend. His eyes lit up, and he said, if you can rely on Steven's help, it might be easier. Could you persuade him? Persuade Steven? Cain knew that just by mentioning it, Steven would agree, but he didn't want to take advantage of their friendship like that. Although he appreciated Steven's help, he preferred for both of them to benefit from Leafy Town's development so they could gain something in return for their past cooperation. However, regarding the gym's construction, he didn't want to bother Steven further. Cain sighed internally. Although old Matsuda had some status within the league, he wasn't part of the administration and couldn't intervene much. He would have to look for other friends who could help, but that would mean owing them favors. Master, if I make a significant contribution to the league and you support me, could you help me open a gym quickly? Cain asked, taking a deep breath. Old Matsuda also reflected on the possibility of helping Cain with this matter. Although it wouldn't be impossible, the price would be high. He might have to donate some of his experimental advances to the league, which would be a great sacrifice. Hearing Cain's proposal, old Matsuda said, oh, what kind of contribution could you make? He was curious about what Cain might offer the league. However, he had already made a decision in his mind. If Cain couldn't find another way, he'd be willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 of his advancements and, with a bit of shamelessness, ask some old friends for help. After all, Cain was his first disciple and likely the last. If this was the first time Cain was asking him for something, he wanted to help him. Finally, Cain responded after a brief silence, what if I discover a new evolution method for a Pokemon? A new evolution method for Pokemon? Old Matsuda's expression was one of astonishment. Yes. Cain nodded and continued, I've discovered a new way for a Pokemon to evolve. This Pokemon has been known for a long time, but the method of its evolution remains unknown. Which Pokemon? Slowking, Cain replied. Slowking? You know how Slowpoke evolves into Slowking. Old Matsuda's expression grew serious. Discovering a new evolution method for a Pokemon was no simple feat. Many renowned Pokemon researchers spend their entire lives without uncovering such a breakthrough. Only a few researchers who specialize in Pokemon studies can access or discover this kind of information. I discovered it by chance. Although the circumstances were somewhat special, I believe Slowking can only evolve under specific conditions. My Slowpoke evolved into Slowking right in front of us, Cain explained. He then pulled out a Pokeball and called out Slowking. There was no other choice. Using the information on how Slowking evolves as leverage to secure the opportunity to open a gym seemed like a fair trade to Cain. After all, even if he didn't share it now, someone else would eventually investigate and uncover it in a few years. It was better to claim the credit early. Yaden. Slowking appeared but already knew what Cain was planning while inside the Pokeball. Upon emerging, it simply let out a calm sound. If there was a Pokemon of Cain's that stood out as the smartest, it would undoubtedly be Slowking. Although it appeared composed on the surface, after evolving into Slowking, it exuded an air of confidence that made it impossible for anyone to see it as foolish. It really is Slowking. Old Matsuda's eyes lit up as he observed Slowking standing behind Cain. He had heard of Slowking but had never seen one in person. He hadn't expected his disciple to have raised one. Old Matsuda knew Cain owned a Slowpoke, but he hadn't expected that the calm Slowpoke would evolve into a Slowking. The entire presence of the Pokemon was now completely different. How did it evolve? Never mind, don't tell me for now. If you've truly discovered the evolution method for Slakoth, then there's more room for negotiation, old Matsuda said, initially intending to ask but ultimately deciding against it. After all, it was his disciple's achievement, so it would be better for Cain to present it himself. Here's what you should do. Find time to go to Saffron City in the Kanto region, visit the Breeders' Guild branch there, and pass the intermediate breeder examination. After that, I'll introduce you to someone. Submit your findings to that person and explain exactly how Slakoth evolves. If they approve of your results, your reputation will grow significantly. You will become the youngest intermediate breeder in the league and the youngest Pokémon researcher to discover an evolution method. With these credentials, you will be able to apply to open a gym in the Hone Region League. I'll then reach out to some old friends to pull some strings, and there shouldn't be any issues. Old Matsuda explained his plan, which seemed to be the most reasonable and stable approach at the moment. Cain considered old Matsuda's words and thought they made a lot of sense. But if he went through with this, he would likely be in the league's spotlight for a while. During that time, he would need to hold back a bit when it came to matters involving underground forces and the hunter team. And the person old Matsuda wanted to introduce him to was also in the Kanto region, someone whose words carried significant weight. Could that person be Professor Oak, the most famous and accomplished Pokémon researcher in the Kanto region? If it was him, Cain thought he would be quite reliable. Given Professor Oak's status within the league, few people would question his opinion. Not only because of his Pokémon knowledge but also due to his strength, which was undeniably high level in the Kanto region. Professor Oak had been Kanto's champion but had stepped down quickly. If he hadn't, he would still hold the position of champion. He was the most qualified person to occupy the champion role in the Kanto region. But like Cain's master, he had no interest in power, which pleased the league administration since it meant no one was exerting control over them. That's why the champion position in Kanto remained vacant. Alright, I'll head to Saffron City in the Kanto region in a couple of days. Will you come with me, master? Cain accepted the proposal. Old Matsuda waved his hand dismissively and said, I won't go. Once you arrive at the Breeders' Guild branch in Saffron City, just take the exam. After you pass, I'll tell you where to find that person. We'll discuss the next steps once you finish the evaluation. I suppose that once you pass the intermediate breeder examination, your reputation will grow significantly. Old Matsuda was at a critical point in his experiment and didn't have time to see how Cain fared. Perhaps after finishing his experiment, he might venture out, but not now. Understood, master. I'll head to Saffron City and pass the intermediate breeder evaluation, Cain said. Cain had no issues with this. After all, the exam to become an intermediate breeder seemed straightforward to him. If not for the fact that becoming an advanced breeder at his age would be too surprising, Cain could take the advanced breeder evaluation right now. Although the breeder role required a great deal of knowledge, the most critical aspects were Pokémon expertise and crafting poke blocks. Haha, so confident? Did you read all the material I sent you? Old Matsuda laughed, seeing Cain's confidence. Of course, I read everything and memorized it. Master, you can test me anytime. Good. I'll ask you a few questions. If you don't pass the intermediate breeder exam, you'll make me lose face. And so, master and disciple began discussing the knowledge required to become an intermediate breeder. Most of the time, old Matsuda would ask questions, and Cain would answer. The next day, morning, Cain set off from Leafy town, riding on his Tropius. For a while, he planned to interact primarily with members of the league, and Tropius was a Pokémon he had often showcased in his role as a league member. The previous night, Cain had contacted a Devon Corporation representative to book him a flight that day, from Rustboro City to Saffron City in the Kanto region. Cain realized that, although it wasn't yet clear what he would gain from working with Devon Corporation, the perks and convenience were already significant. Seated on Tropius' broad back, Cain closed his eyes and focused on training his psychic abilities. Since Slakoth's evolution, his psychic power had increased considerably, and he was just one step away from becoming a beginner-level psychic. However, due to his lack of control, even though his psychic power was sufficient to reach that level, his practical use of it still left much to be desired. Now, whenever he had some free time, Cain would sit, close his eyes, and train his psychic abilities, a practice similar to Slakoth's meditations. But Slakoth's innate talent in psychic abilities far surpassed Cain's. Meanwhile, Cain concentrated on controlling every ounce of his psychic power. According to the system's calculations, Cain had mastered only about 60% of his psychic capacity. Once he reached 80% control, he would be close to achieving beginner-level psychic status. As for achieving 100% control, it wouldn't yield significant improvements for him, so he wasn't overly concerned about it. At his current training pace, it would take 5 hours to improve by 1%. This was the best-case scenario for continuous practice. In reality, it was more realistic to assume that it might take a day or two to improve by a single percent. As Cain couldn't focus solely on his psychic ability, he also had to care for his Pokémon. Determined not to waste time, Cain trained even while sitting on Tropius' back. After flying for more than 3 hours, Cain arrived in Rustboro City. The previous day, he had also called Steven. Upon learning that Steven was once again out of Rustboro City searching for rare stones, Cain decided not to mention his trip to Kanto. Given Steven's enthusiasm for special stones, it was possible he might find some megastones. However, it wasn't yet time to reveal information about megastones, as Cain didn't have any himself. He first needed to gather a substantial amount of these stones before making Mega Evolution public knowledge. By then, Cain's reputation would likely skyrocket, but he would also need to carefully calculate the risks and benefits. If the risks outweighed the rewards, he would prefer to keep Mega Evolution a secret until others began to discover it, using the Mega Stones he had prepared in advance. Cain estimated he would need at least 3 Mega Stones for Jengar, Blaziken, and Agron. Even if the stones didn't match his Pokémon, they would be valuable for trading with members of Team Rocket or the League. In any case, the more he could gather before Mega Evolution became widely known, the better it would be for him. These stones would be priceless treasures. If Cain managed to find a Megastone for Beedrill before Mega Evolution was discovered and presented it to Giovanni, explaining its effect, Giovanni might grant him a position as an executive. Cain believed that, with Giovanni's ambition and decisiveness, this possibility wasn't far-fetched. Shortly afterward, Cain arrived at the Rustboro City Airport in a taxi. A Devon Corporation employee was already waiting for him. They respectfully handed him a first-class ticket and some high-end, custom-tailored clothing. As an advisor to the president, Cain didn't hold much power, but he was among the president's closest associates, someone capable of changing the course of many lives with a single word. Thus, they didn't miss the opportunity to treat him well. In addition to that, they provided all the necessary items for the flight, as well as arrangements for after his arrival, even booking a room at the best hotel in Saffron City. Hearing about all these details, Cain was impressed. So this was the life of the wealthy. He almost let himself be seduced. Fortunately, he only had a rich friend. He wasn't the rich one himself. Otherwise, he might have repeated the mistakes of his past life. Cain felt genuine respect for Stephen upon realizing how he had managed not to be corrupted by such a comfortable life. The flight from Rustboro City to Saffron City took about 5 or 6 hours. At this point, for Cain, there wasn't much difference between economy, business, or first class. Perhaps first class was quieter, which helped him avoid drawing constant attention. He had lunch on the plane, but since he was busy training his psychic ability, he finished his meal quickly, and his Pokémon settled for Poke Blocks. 5.5 hours later, Cain disembarked from the plane. Now that Slowpoke had evolved into Slowking, keeping it by his side at all times might come off as intimidating and draw attention, so Cain decided not to bring any Pokémon with him. However, Haunter remained hidden in his shadow, ready to emerge in case of danger. The entire day had been devoted to travel, but at least Cain had been able to train his psychic ability, so he didn't consider the time wasted. During the day, his level of control had improved by 1%. Combined with the training from the previous afternoon, Cain had reached 62% control over his psychic capacity, a decent amount of progress. If he managed to improve by 1% per day, he would reach beginner psychic status in just 20 days. Previously, the system had calculated that it would take him over 30 years to achieve this. Incredible? Cain checked into the hotel reserved by Devon Corporation. It was already late, so he would have to wait until the next day to take the intermediate breeder examination. He planned to spend the night exploring Saffron City's black market to buy some Kanto Pokémon that he could raise in his garden or on the mountain behind his house. In particular, he planned to acquire a large number of Shelder to help his Slowpoke evolve, preferably ones with good potential. That night, as darkness fell, Cain silently left the hotel. Although the black market is not exclusive to nighttime, it truly comes alive after dark. Many resources and people only make their appearances once the sun sets. Cain wore the same outfit as before, except that this time he was accompanied by Sneezel instead of Murkrow. With Cain's current strength and Sneezel's combat prowess, many people in the black market streets preferred to steer clear when crossing paths with him. After all, these were individuals living on the edge of danger, and they had a keen sense for detecting threats. Cain headed directly to the Pokémon exchange area of the Hunters Guild. He had accumulated a large number of Hunter points, and exchanging them for basic Pokémon didn't require many points. Under the astonished gazes of the guild workers, Cain exchanged for a substantial number of Water-type Pokémon. 10 Psyduck of varying quality, ranging from dark yellow to light green. He exchanged a few more Poliwag, obtaining a total of 20. Tentacool, Magikarp, Goldeen, Krabby, and Staryu. He acquired 10 of each. The largest amount was Shelder, of which he obtained 30. Moreover, Shelder had the highest average quality among all the Pokémon he exchanged for. As for Seal and Horsa, which were slightly more valuable, he only exchanged 5 of each. In total, he spent 5 million Hunter points. Fortunately, the Pokémon had relatively low quality and levels, so they weren't too expensive. If he had exchanged for high-quality Pokémon, 1 or 2 might have depleted all his points. His current priority was to enrich the variety of Water-type Pokémon in his lake. As for their quality, as a breeder, he could improve it through selection and adjustments over time, though it would require more patience. Many of the Pokémon in the lake would be available for capture by others, as long as they paid a fee. He planned to build a lake with a wide diversity of aquatic Pokémon from various regions, which would not only enhance the fame of his gym but also attract more travelers and trainers to Leafy Town. However, it was a monumental project. Without the Hunters Guild, Cain could never have completed it on his own. The Hone Hunters Guild had Pokémon from Kanto, but exchanging them in Hone came at a slightly higher price. A single trade might not matter much, but in large quantities, the difference was significant. Cain packed his bag to the brim with minimized Pokeballs and, with some reluctance, left the Hunters Guild. 5 million points. If he had used them to trade for high-quality Pokémon, he could have obtained one light blue quality Pokémon with decent abilities and moves. For reference, Cain's Poliwag with the Swift Swim ability cost 6 million points. As his hunter rank increased, so did the value of his points. For now, however, this was an initial investment. Cain was buying time with his points. He couldn't afford to capture all those water Pokémon himself. If his hunting team grew in the future, it might become possible, but not right now. To Cain, nothing was more valuable than time. He left the black market and returned to the hotel. Letting his Pokémon play, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. Cain could now replace sleep with meditation. Although nighttime meditation mainly focused on restoring mental energy, it also helped slowly improve his psychic abilities. At the same time, it enhanced his control over these abilities. Pokémon like Honchkrow and Slowking, among Cain's earliest captures, no longer enjoyed small spaces as much. With their maturing minds, they preferred watching other Pokémon play, which improved their moods. Sneezel, with its cold and prideful nature, often sat alone, playing with an ice ball it created. Scorpii and Miltank got along well with Torchic, Aaron, and Poliwag. Despite its ferocity in battle, Scorpii was still young and enjoyed playing with them. Miltank had practically become the group's caretaker, looking after the three youngsters. She relished this role. Now with so many companions, she felt content and had little interest in battle. As the night progressed, Honchkrow stepped in to remind everyone it was time to rest. The other Pokémon complied without issue, and with its evolution, Honchkrow commanded more respect. Not only was it the big brother figure, but it was also one of Cain's strongest Pokémon. Additionally, it had always been a leader, so the others respected it. The night passed quietly, as usual. Morning. At the Breeders' Guild branch in Saffron City, a young trainer dressed in Pokémon League attire, accompanied by a Torchic, arrived at the location. He gazed at the tall and unique structure, which was, in fact, the Saffron City branch of the Breeders' Guild. Although it was a public organization established by the League, most of the breeder-related activities were managed by this guild. Cain's mentor, Matsuda Takashi, held an honorary position as an elder in the Breeders' Guild. It was a title without real power but indicated Matsuda Takashi's high status in the breeding profession. Had Matsuda Takashi not been so absorbed in his experiments and uninterested in politics, he could have easily secured a position with actual authority in the guild, perhaps even as vice president. The Saffron City branch was one of the most important in the Breeders' Guild. The guild's headquarters, like the League's, was located on MT Silver, right next to the League's headquarters. This highlighted the guild's high status as a public organization. After all, breeders were an invaluable resource for the Pokémon League. They were one of the key reasons the League had grown so much. The Breeders' Guild, along with the Pokémon centers run by the Joy family, the police stations run by the Jenny family, the League's research officers, and the city gyms, formed the 5 main components of the League. One of the reasons the League was structured with a champion and the Elite Four was precisely because it consisted of these 5 parts. Aside from the champion overseeing the research officers and other general aspects, each of the Elite Four managed one of these key components. Cain briefly observed the Breeders' Guild building in Saffron City before stepping inside. As with other League organizations, identity verification was required to enter the Breeders' Guild. After showing his League ID card to the guard, Cain was granted access to the guild building. The place was bustling with activity. The Breeders' Guild was not only home to breeders but also frequented by many League trainers. Some trainers needed Pokeblocks and often came here to purchase them. Stronger trainers would visit the guild to order custom-made Pokeblocks from advanced-level breeders. Of course, these custom Pokeblocks came with a high price tag that not everyone could afford. Being able to supply advanced-level Pokeblocks to all their main Pokémon was already an achievement. Cain briefly wandered through the sales area but, having nothing in mind to buy, headed directly to the breeders-only section. Most Breeders' Guild buildings were organized similarly. The first floor was a sales area where common Pokeblocks could be purchased. The second floor was a mixed-use area for both breeders and trainers. Here, trainers could find suitable breeders to commission Pokeblocks. Starting from the third floor, the areas were exclusive to breeders, and non-breeders were not allowed to enter. The third floor was where breeder evaluations were conducted, the fourth floor was reserved for novice breeders. The fifth floor was for intermediate breeders, and the sixth floor was for advanced breeders. The seventh floor was reserved for the guild's deputy director and elders, with entry strictly prohibited without authorization. Unauthorized entry could disrupt ongoing breeder experiments, potentially causing severe consequences. When a breeder is researching how to create a new type of Pokeblock, meticulous precision is required. Even a variation as small as a milligram can affect the outcome. For this reason, access to the 7th floor was strictly forbidden. Even on the 6th floor, those who were not advanced breeders were barred from entry. Each floor had very strict regulations. This time, however, Cain only needed to go to the 3rd floor. Swiping his League ID card at the entrance was enough to grant him access. After all, it was a semi-public area primarily used for breeder evaluations. Upon entering, a staff member greeted everyone arriving on the 3rd floor. "Hello, are you here for the breeder evaluation?" the employee asked with a professional smile, showing slight surprise at Cain's youthful appearance but maintaining a polite tone. Cain nodded. "Please proceed to the counter to pick up a form and fill in the required information. Afterward, you'll take a simple test. We appreciate your understanding, the employee explained, gesturing to the reception desk across the hall with a smile. Though Cain looked young, in the Pokémon world filled with talented individuals, she had seen other young participants take these evaluations. Of course, most of them failed to pass. That said, passing the breeder evaluation wasn't typically achieved on the first try. Some people had to attempt it 30 times before succeeding. However, once they passed, a breeder's value skyrocketed. For this reason, staff always maintained a positive attitude toward anyone entering the third floor. They might not succeed today, but who knows what the future holds. Better not to make an unnecessary enemy. Cain thanked her and headed to the counter. Hello, sir, may I see your ID card and have you fill out this form? The receptionist said with a smile as she handed him the registration form. She then scanned Cain's ID card in the computer, registering his information. Regardless of the outcome, all participants were considered potential future assets for the league, so keeping records was essential. Cain reviewed the form and quickly filled it out. He was then guided to a small room with only a table, a chair, and a sheet of paper. This was a basic knowledge test. As a breeder evaluation site, hundreds of people could register here daily. If each individual were assessed personally, the staff would be overwhelmed. For this reason, before the initial breeder evaluation, all participants had to fill out a basic question sheet. Only those who met the standard could proceed. Otherwise, they would be eliminated in the first round. 90% of participants were eliminated in this phase, as the questions, though basic, were far from simple. However, for Cain, with his system, this was a breeze. The system scanned the test questions and quickly generated all the answers in Cain's mind. These weren't just template answers but results derived from the system's big data simulations. Though Cain relied on the system to make Pokeblocks and learn about breeding, he had gradually accumulated substantial knowledge in this field over time. While he wasn't yet at the level of an intermediate breeder, these basic questions posed no challenge. The system processed them quickly, so Cain avoided overthinking. 20 minutes later, Cain emerged from the room with the completed test. The receptionist, seeing him exit so quickly, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. So fast? Did he just answer randomly? However, upon seeing the answer sheet filled with writing, she was even more astonished. Please wait a moment, the employee said and quickly left with the answer sheet. Cain had no choice but to wait. They hadn't expected someone to finish the test so quickly, the examiner hadn't even arrived yet. 5 minutes later, the employee returned with a middle-aged man wearing glasses who seemed highly educated. The receptionist whispered something to the man before apologetically smiling at Cain and leaving. Young man, did you complete this test? The man asked with a smile, holding up the answer sheet. Yes, Cain replied, glancing at the test. Incredible? At such a young age, having such a deep understanding of the fundamentals of breeding is truly impressive, the man said, looking at the sheet filled with answers, admiration evident in his tone. Another employee brought over the information form Cain had filled out earlier and handed it to the middle-aged man. Cain, 16 years old, takes the beginner breeder evaluation. 16 years old. The middle-aged man appeared surprised. He glanced at Cain's height and appearance. Cain now stood a little over 1.70 meters tall, which matched his age of 16. However, becoming a beginner breeder at 16 was uncommon. After all, a breeder was not the same as a trainer. A trainer only needed to know a little about Pokemon and have one capable of battling to qualify as a trainer. But a breeder was different. A breeder had to be far more knowledgeable about Pokemon than a trainer, at least knowing most Pokemon and being familiar with their characteristics. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create the appropriate Pokeblocks or provide other services. Although breeders primarily focused on creating Pokeblocks, they also needed to know about Pokemon massages and treating minor ailments. The higher the breeder's level, the more knowledge they were required to have. This is why trainers could be quite young, but breeders were typically older. They needed time to accumulate knowledge, experience, and insights. The more they accumulated, the more they could master. So, while 16 was an appropriate age for a trainer, it was quite young for a breeder. It was rare for someone to become a breeder at 16 unless they had a relative who was a breeder and had trained them from a young age. Or they might be a disciple of a prominent family with extensive knowledge reserves. Otherwise, mastering enough knowledge by the age of 16 wasn't easy. Yes. Cain nodded. Cain, of course, understood what it meant to be a 16-year-old breeder. But at the moment, he was only taking the beginner breeder evaluation. Passing the intermediate breeder evaluation later would genuinely shock people. That was one of the main reasons old Matsuda had Cain register for the breeder evaluation. The middle-aged man initially wanted to say something but decided against it after recalling Cain's results in the basic exam. Come with me. With that, he turned and signaled Cain to follow him. They arrived in a room where 4 people were seated, a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old, a boy who appeared to be around 18, and a middle-aged man clearly in his 30s. The man with glasses turned to Cain and said, "This is the waiting room for the evaluation. Sit here and wait for your name to be called." Then, taking Cain's test and registration form, he left for another room. Cain found a spot in a corner and sat quietly. He discreetly observed the 3 people in the room. They were probably there for the beginner breeder evaluation too. The middle-aged man, clearly in his 30s, didn't seem like it was his first time here. His firm expression radiated calmness and composure. As for the 25 or 26-year-old woman, she appeared nervous, likely because it was her first time in an evaluation, understandable given her age. The boy, on the other hand, didn't show much reaction. Cain was surprised by the 18-year-old. Participating in a beginner breeder evaluation at that age wasn't easy. While Cain was observing the others, they were also observing him. It was evident at first glance that Cain was the youngest, which surprised everyone, given that he had made it to the breeder evaluation room. However, since they didn't know each other, they sat quite far apart and didn't start a conversation. Breeder evaluations weren't competitions. The goal wasn't to eliminate others but to assess their skills. So, there was no hostility among them. After a while, the door to the room the man with glasses had entered opened, and out came a man about 28 or 29 years old with his head bowed and an air of dejection. The man with glasses patted him on the shoulder from time to time to console him. "Don't worry. You can try again next time. You were just a little short, but you still need to strengthen your knowledge of Pokémon." Clearly, this was someone who had failed the evaluation. He left the room silently, without looking back. Next, Mako. Yes. The nervous young woman jumped to her feet upon hearing her name. "Don't worry. Your professor says you won't have any trouble, just do it as you always do," the man with glasses encouraged her. This left only 3 people in the room: Cain, the boy of about 18, and the composed middle-aged man. After the young woman entered, the room became even quieter. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stood and approached the 18-year-old boy as if he wanted to talk to him, but the boy completely ignored him. So, the man resignedly backed off. Upon standing, he glanced at Cain, sitting farther back, hesitating for a moment before moving to sit beside him. Cain had been observing his movements, and when the man sat beside him, Cain couldn't help but frown. "Hello, young man. My name is Flint. This might be my last attempt at the beginner breeder evaluation. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, and I'd be better off returning to being a trainer. It might be a bold request, but would you mind giving me your contact information as a keepsake?" Flint said. Hearing this, Cain was visibly startled. "Flint. Yes, Flint. Would you grant me this wish? I've already collected the contacts of 99 people who took the evaluation with me, and I just need one more to reach 100. It will be my final memory as a breeder before dedicating myself fully to being a trainer." But Cain barely paid attention to this. Flint. Could it be a coincidence? Because Cain remembered that Brock's father was also named Flint and was a gym leader. The Pewter City gym leader in the Kanto region, the rock-type trainer Flint? Could this guy have also tried to become a breeder? "Are you from Pewter City?" Cain couldn't help but ask. The man, with short hair, thick eyebrows, and squinted eyes, bore a 90% resemblance to Brock. Flint was also surprised by Cain's question. "Yes, young man. Have you been to Pewter City?" Apparently, this Flint was indeed the Pewter City gym leader, Brock's irresponsible father. He was already a gym leader, and yet he kept coming to the breeder evaluation? What a waste. Flint, the Pewter City gym leader, is the father of one of Ash's future close companions. In the anime, Flint doesn't display great battle prowess, but becoming a gym leader is not something just anyone can achieve without significant skills. Especially in the Kanto region, where talent and outstanding trainers are abundant. Without the necessary strength, it would be impossible to stand firm in Pewter City. During the time Ash begins his journey, Brock holds the position of gym leader. Is it really believable that a kid like Brock could handle that role alone? The truth is that Flint was always there, and under his name, not many people dared to cause trouble. Brock's passion for becoming a Pokemon breeder may partly be influenced by the fact that his father had also pursued that path at one time. All right, Cain quickly agreed to Flint's request. Although the reasoning behind the request sounded a bit strange, Cain thought it wasn't too unusual coming from someone who had left 8 children and his wife alone at home to go off training. Being able to have 8 children wasn't common either, it took a certain kind of capability. And it's good that he was a gym leader, otherwise, supporting such a large family might have been difficult. In the Pokemon world, raising the children of trainers meant preparing them to become trainers too, which involved providing Pokemon and materials, something far more complicated than simply buying a house or a car. They exchanged contact information, and Flint returned to his seat. Content. Having failed almost 100 times, he had always made it a goal to collect the contact information of at least one person from each evaluation he attended. After a while, Misako, who had entered earlier, came out of the evaluation room happily, indicating she had passed the test. Instead of leaving, she sat back down, waiting for the others to finish, now wearing a proud expression. "Next, Flint." "An old friend," the bespectacled middle-aged man joked. Flint greeted the others in the room and entered with a smile. Half an hour later, Flint emerged with a bitter smile, indicating he had failed once again. Cain understood Flint's situation and knew why he hadn't passed the beginner breeder evaluation. As a gym leader, Flint had no issues with Pokemon knowledge, the real obstacle was his hands. Flint had trained with his rock-type Pokemon for many years, which had given him great physical strength. Despite adjusting his training later, the initial effects remained, making it difficult for him to perform the precise procedures required for crafting Pokeblocks. Flint appeared slightly disappointed but recovered quickly. Having failed so many times, he was used to it, and as a gym leader, he had great mental fortitude. He sat beside Cain, and they began to chat. Although not an expert in Pokemon care, Flint had extensive knowledge about training rock-type Pokemon. Cain took the opportunity to learn more about Larvatar and Aaron, as well as the habits of rock-type Pokémon. Shortly afterward, the 18-year-old boy finished his evaluation. Although he had also failed, he maintained an arrogant attitude that didn't inspire sympathy. "Do you know that boy?" Cain asked Flint. "He's the grandson of Master Fujimoto, an advanced Pokémon breeder from Saffron City. He has some talent in Pokémon care but is quite arrogant and doesn't get along well with others," Flint replied. Cain nodded, understanding better why the boy behaved so haughtily. "Next, Cain," the bespectacled man called out. Finally, it was Cain's turn. Flint encouraged him, and Cain entered the evaluation room, ignoring the scornful look from the arrogant boy. Inside the room was a round table with tools and materials, and 3 examiners, a nursejoy, an elderly man with a beard, and a bespectacled middle-aged man. "Cain, this is the head examiner, Master Shiro Nakamura, vice president of the Breeders' Guild in Saffron City. We also have Nursejoy, who is an intermediate-level breeder, and I am Daichi, also an intermediate-level breeder," Daichi explained. "Greetings, examiners," Cain said respectfully. "Let's start with some simple questions," Shiro Nakamura said in a serious tone. Cain answered calmly, demonstrating solid knowledge as the evaluation proceeded smoothly. The further they progressed, the more surprised the 3 examiners became. Every time they posed a question, Cain only needed 1 or 2 seconds to reflect before answering with precision. Moreover, regarding knowledge about certain Pokémon, there were various directions in which that knowledge could develop, and Cain was able to mention them all one by one. After all, the main purpose of this Pokémon breeder evaluation was to impress the examiners. If it also meant impressing the league's higher UPS, Cain had no qualms about showcasing his knowledge. As for whether they would investigate his identity, Cain had a master named Matsuda Takashi, who was deeply rooted in the league. The emergence of a genius-level Pokémon breeder is often more highly valued than that of a prodigious trainer. Cain was answering these questions under the watchful eyes of the examiners, so there was no chance of cheating, which only made them lament the rise of yet another genius. "Alright, you've answered all these questions correctly. Now, following the instructions on this list, create a beginner-level poke block. If you have your own tools, you can use them, if not, you can use the tools on the table," said Daichi after consulting with Shiro Nakamura and Nursejoy. Cain took the sheet of paper from the table and reviewed it. A beginner-level poke block required no more than 8 ingredients, making it very simple for Cain. On the trial island, even with rudimentary wooden tools, he had been able to create intermediate-level poke blocks with good results, so making a beginner-level one posed no issue. Once he understood the requirements, Cain got to work immediately. The materials on the table were at his disposal. First, he selected the necessary ingredients one by one and arranged them neatly. Next, he prepared the ingredients that needed peeling or special treatment. His movements were fluid and precise, without the slightest delay, causing the 3 examiners to nod in approval as they watched him work. Grinding, mixing, separating, blending, resting, and finally solidifying all of Cain's steps were carried out without a single error. When the beginner-level poke block was ready, only 10 minutes had passed. Shiro Nakamura and the other 2 couldn't remain seated. They approached Cain and took the poke block, now in its container, to examine it. Daichi pulled a small tool from his pocket, took a sample of the poke block, and tasted it. Nursejoy examined the poke block under the light, noting its minimal impurities. Beginner-level poke blocks typically had many impurities, but Cain had managed to make his so pure and crystalline. Daichi and Nursejoy wondered if they themselves could have created a poke block of such quality. The likely answer was, no. Shiro Nakamura's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a hunter who had found prized prey. He was an advanced-level Pokémon breeder, far more skilled than most at his level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disqualified the grandson of the previous advanced-level breeder. Many would have passed that young man despite his shortcomings to avoid offending the advanced breeder. But Shiro Nakamura wasn't intimidated, as technically, that advanced breeder was also his subordinate. However, when it came to Cain's poke block, he couldn't find a single flaw. Even if he had made it himself, the result wouldn't have been better than Cain's. "A genius," murmured Shiro Nakamura, holding the poke block. Becoming a beginner-level Pokémon breeder at 16 was rare but not unheard of. However, most of those cases barely passed the evaluation, and in others, the approval came due to someone's influence. But from the basic questions onward, Cain had demonstrated impeccable performance. After a moment of thought, Shiro Nakamura declared, "Congratulations, young man. You are now a beginner-level Pokémon breeder and one of the best in your category." From somewhere, he pulled out a medal engraved with the league's emblem and the words beginner-level Pokémon breeder beneath it. This was the accreditation medal for a beginner-level Pokémon breeder in the Pokémon World. Whoever held this medal could enter exclusive league-only locations without needing to show other identification, such as Pokémon Centers or the Breeders' Guild. However, Cain didn't take the medal but instead shook his head. The 3 examiners frowned at Cain's gesture. This was a sacred moment for a league member. Moreover, the person awarding the medal was the vice president with real authority in Saffron City's Breeders' Guild. If Cain didn't offer a valid reason, he might be blacklisted immediately. Even if they didn't go that far, they could bar him from retaking the test for 5 years, a rather severe penalty. Noticing their expressions, Cain realized he had been a bit abrupt. He scratched his head and, with an embarrassed look, said, "I'm sorry, I got a little carried away. I don't mean any disrespect, but..." I need to continue the evaluation, so I'd rather receive the medal after completing all the tests. Young man, the evaluation is over. You've already qualified as a beginner-level Pokémon breeder. You don't need to continue, Shiro Nakamura said, his expression relaxing after hearing Cain's explanation. That's not what I mean. Before Cain could finish, Daichi looked at him as if he were a monster, eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you want to take the intermediate-level breeder test." Immediately, the other two froze. The intermediate-level breeder evaluation? Even if Cain didn't pass, the fact that a 16-year-old beginner-level Pokémon breeder attempted the intermediate-level test would already be big news. It could cause a stir in Saffron City's Breeders' Guild. Cain, you're only 16 years old, already one of the most outstanding of your generation. You don't need to rush into attempting the intermediate-level test. You could wait a bit, Nurse Joy suggested with concern. But as she spoke, she recalled Cain's skill in preparing the beginner-level poke block, the calmness with which he worked, and the results, which seemed even better than her own. Could it be that reaching intermediate level wasn't impossible? Joy and Daichi seemed somewhat dazed. Both were in their 30s, and while being intermediate level breeders at their age already made them considered geniuses by many of their seniors, they had yet to reach the pinnacle of their profession, with expectations to lead the next generation. But now, someone younger was already catching up to their achievements. How could they not be surprised? This is alarming. The future of the Breeders' Guild was supposed to be theirs, but now it seems a younger generation is already surpassing them. What to do now? We urgently await answers. Are you sure? Shiro Nakamura asked with a serious expression. If anyone else Cain's age had said they wanted to take the exam to become an intermediate-level breeder, with Shiro Nakamura's fiery temperament, he would likely have responded with a slap. However, recalling the quality of the beginner-level poke block Cain had made and the smoothness with which he performed the procedures, Shiro Nakamura only needed to confirm if Cain was truly determined. The exam for intermediate-level breeder was not the same as the beginner-level one. An intermediate-level breeder, if demonstrating sufficient skill, could take on a managerial position within the Breeder Guild, like the one Daichi currently held. Yes, Cain nodded firmly. He had never taken the exam for either beginner or intermediate breeder before, but Shiro Nakamura and the others knew that the beginner-level exam was relatively simple and could be conducted right there. However, the intermediate-level exam was more complex and demanding. Then wait outside for a moment. The intermediate-level breeder exam is a bit more complicated, and we need to prepare some things. It may take some time, Shiro Nakamura said. Cain followed Daichi out of the room. Outside, Flint and Misako, who had been waiting, saw Cain come out without the beginner-level breeder badge on his chest. Misako displayed an expression of "I knew it." After all, Cain looked very young, and he hadn't been inside for long, not even half an hour. She herself had taken a full hour to pass her exam, spending nearly 40 minutes just making a poke block. How long had Cain been inside? Less than 30 minutes? Flint thought the same and, trying to console him, patted Cain on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, young Cain. With your talent and age, I'm sure you'll reach the beginner level soon. Look at me, your old pal Flint. I failed 100 times before giving up, but I'm convinced you'll do it in fewer than 5 tries." Cain smiled, grateful for Flint's good intentions. However, Cain simply found a spot to sit and wait for the intermediate level exam to begin. Flint and Misako were surprised. Why is he still here if he's finished his exam? Is he waiting to watch someone else's test? They thought. Flint assumed Cain was disappointed and needed to sit for a while. To him, Cain's smile was just a facade. So, Flint sat beside him and started cheering him up, while Misako, despite her somewhat arrogant demeanor, sat on Cain's other side with the same intention. Cain felt a bit awkward. How could he explain to them that he was waiting for the intermediate level exam? Would it break their hearts? Even if he told them he had already passed the beginner level exam, they probably wouldn't believe him because he wasn't wearing the badge. He could only hope Daichi and the others would hurry with the preparations. After an hour of waiting, Cain began to feel dizzy from Flint and Misako's constant chatter. Who said only 3 women could create a spectacle? Clearly, 1 man and 1 woman were enough to do it too. But his savior appeared quickly. To Flint and Misako's surprise, the exam room door opened again. Daichi rushed out and went straight to Cain, saying, "Ready, Cain? There are a lot of important people inside." Even Daichi, who had worked at the Breeder Guild in Saffron City for a long time, had never seen so many important figures gathered in one place. Although at least 3 advanced level breeders were required for an intermediate level exam, when many heard that the examinee was a 16-year-old boy, they first thought it was a joke and then decided to see for themselves. Quickly, the high-ranking members of the Saffron City Breeder Guild became excited. A 16-year-old intermediate level breeder? With their experience, they knew what that meant. So, they all gathered to attend Cain's exam. Initially, Daichi had thought that, since the room hadn't been prepared for the intermediate level exam, it would be difficult to gather 3 advanced level breeders, as many were busy with their experiments. However, somehow, the news spread, and many advanced level breeders left their tasks to serve as examiners. Even many intermediate level breeders requested to observe the exam. Soon, the exam room was filled with 10 advanced level breeders, representing more than half of the advanced level breeders in Saffron City. The number of intermediate level breeders was countless. There were so many that Daichi didn't have time to register them all. That's why, when Daichi went out to fetch Cain, he was in such a rush. There were too many important figures inside. If they all united, they could cause a quake in Saffron City, one that neither the League nor Team Rocket could stop. Daichi quickly took Cain and led him toward the exam room. Meanwhile, Misako and Flint were stunned. What did this mean? Another exam? Did Cain not fail? They thought. Out of curiosity, they both decided to follow. Daichi, busy leading Cain, paid them no mind. After all, Flint was a gym leader, practically a high-ranking member of the League, and it wasn't a problem for him to attend. As for Misako, although she had just passed her beginner-level breeder exam, she had an advanced-level master who was also inside. So, the four entered the exam room together. When Cain was led inside by Daichi, he too was shocked. The once empty exam room was now packed with people surrounding the round table. The desk where the 3 previous examiners had sat was now extended, with 10 elderly men and women seated at it. All of them were over 50 years old. At the center sat Shiro Nakamura, the same advanced-level breeder who had evaluated Cain earlier. What on earth was going on? Did an intermediate-level breeder exam really require so many people? Cain, who had never taken an intermediate-level breeder exam before, was a bit confused. He didn't know that his request had caused such a commotion. Many breeders attending to clients had dropped everything to come and observe. Soon, all of Saffron City would hear about it. Cain was really going to become famous. The reason why a 16-year-old participating in the intermediate breeder exam caused such a stir is related to the Breeder Guild's position within the League. Although the Breeder Guild holds a relatively high position in the League, there is still room for improvement. This is because there are too many advanced breeders. That's right, so many that no one respects each other's authority, and no one can represent the entire group of breeders. This lack of clear leadership results in numerous internal voices within the guild. However, if someone who surpassed the level of an advanced breeder were to emerge, this situation would immediately change. That's why the appearance of a 16-year-old like Cain, with the potential to be an intermediate-level breeder, carries a significant hidden meaning. If Cain manages to pass the exam, he will undoubtedly be treated as a treasure by the Breeder Guild, and no one will dare lay a finger on him. As long as he grows properly, he will be the leader of the next generation of breeders, something everyone is hoping for. This situation has already been implicitly accepted by the guild's upper echelon. Although there are certain differences and conflicts within the guild, they always remain united against outsiders. Breeders' combat capabilities are limited, and if they don't stick together, it would be more difficult to maintain their position of power. Therefore, the emergence of someone who can represent all breeders is the hope of all advanced breeders. Although Matsuda Takashi didn't have much ambition for power, when he learned that Cain had the ability to be an intermediate-level breeder, he didn't push him immediately into taking the exam. It's worth remembering that power can sometimes be an advantage but can also cause a person to crumble under its weight. Power is valuable, but what truly matters in this world is strength. Power without strength is like a castle in the air, always at risk of collapsing. Cain, under everyone's gaze, sat calmly in his seat, showing no emotion or signs of nervousness, his expression serene. This made the 10 examiners nod in approval. At the very least, the 16-year-old taking the intermediate breeder exam seemed to have a good attitude. Cain began facing a round of questions from the 10 advanced breeders. The questions were clearly much harder than before, not just a little more difficult but at least twice as challenging. To avoid suspicion, Cain waited 3 to 4 seconds before answering each question. For particularly difficult questions, he pretended to think for a longer time. This behavior made the 10 advanced examiners nod in satisfaction again. On the other hand, some intermediate breeders observing the exam felt embarrassed, realizing they couldn't answer some of those questions. Overall, the exam's Q&A session lasted about an hour, during which Cain was asked more than 40 questions. Typically, an intermediate breeder exam involves answering about 10 to 15 questions. It wasn't that they were trying to make it harder for Cain, it was just that each time they asked a question, Cain answered it correctly, which raised their enthusiasm, leading them to ask more questions than usual. When they finally realized how much time had passed, the 10 examiners exchanged glances and nodded in approval. Cain had demonstrated impeccable knowledge. The next step was for Cain to produce an intermediate-level poke block. If he managed to create one of standard quality, he would officially become an intermediate-level breeder. They gave him a set of intermediate poke block recipes to choose one randomly as part of the test. Cain picked a card at random. A poke block for ghost-type Pokémon, Cain read aloud. He frowned slightly. Poke blocks for ghost-type Pokémon are often the most difficult to craft at every level. Then, he scanned the card with his system and began analyzing the results, calculating the best way to produce the poke block. He pretended to study the recipe intently for about 3 minutes before setting the card down. Did he familiarize himself with the recipe that quickly? Maybe he's made it before, the advanced examiners commented. Could be. Typically, getting familiar with an intermediate-level poke block recipe takes over half an hour, said an elderly woman with white hair. Let's keep watching, Shiro Nakamura interjected, silencing the murmurs. Cain began taking out the materials, arranging them in order. His system had already analyzed all the necessary steps to create the poke block. All that was left was to follow the process. Taking a deep breath, he began to work. His hands moved with incredible skill, each step flowing naturally and uninterrupted. It was as if he already knew by heart what to do at every moment, as if he had made this poke block many times before. Many observers believed Cain must have made this recipe before, given how familiar he seemed with each step. But among the 10 advanced breeders, 2 appeared particularly puzzled, Shiro Nakamura and another guild member, Haruto Fujimoto. Old Nakamura, isn't this recipe the one you just developed? Haruto Fujimoto asked, frowning. With a serious expression, Shiro Nakamura nodded. Yes, this is my most recent recipe for ghost-type Pokémon. No one else has seen it before, this is the first time it's been included in intermediate breeder exams. If that's true, then there's only one possible explanation, Haruto Fujimoto said, his tone growing more serious. He's a prodigy? A genius in Pokémon breeding. But a genius like this, it gives me a bit of unease. Have you verified his identity? Haruto Fujimoto continued. Shiro Nakamura shook his head. We'll do that once he's finished. The other advanced examiners overheard this conversation, their faces showing astonishment. News quickly spread among those present that Cain was crafting this poke block recipe for the first time and doing so exceptionally well. The mere fact that Cain, at only 16 years old, was creating this kind of poke block was already surprising. But it seemed reality was surpassing all expectations. Many intermediate breeders who considered themselves talented felt a bit ashamed. It seemed the future would not belong to them, but to Cain. The young man was about to make a name for himself. Cain had finished crafting the poke block. However, the 10 advanced level breeders didn't rush to examine his work. Instead, Shiro Nakamura stood up with a serious expression, fixing Cain with a penetrating gaze. Cain, who is your master? Shiro Nakamura asked. This question arose because they needed to ensure Cain's identity was secure. As semi-high-ranking members of the League, they were aware of the conflicts between the League and Team Rocket. Both sides often planted spies, a practice that had occurred numerous times before. If Cain couldn't provide a reasonable identity, they wouldn't invest many resources in him, no matter how talented he was. Cain remained calm. After all, he already had some backing within the League. My master's name is Matsuda Takashi, Cain replied. Takashi. Shiro Nakamura and Haruto Fujimoto echoed simultaneously. Takashi? What does this mean? Cain was confused. But the expressions of the 10 advanced level breeders immediately relaxed. Although old Matsuda had little interest in power, his reputation within the breeder community was quite high. At the very least, Shiro Nakamura and Haruto Fujimoto considered themselves inferior to him. And now, one of his students had accomplished such a feat. Decided? They wouldn't attend the next triennial advanced breeder conference. It would be too discouraging. They didn't think it necessary to confirm Cain's identity with old Matsuda. If Team Rocket or any other organization wanted to plant someone, would they really send someone with such outstanding talent? Furthermore, although old Matsuda didn't involve himself in administrative matters, he was known for being reliable. He would never have accepted a student without verifying their identity, no matter how talented they were. Hearing the name Matsuda Takashi, those who recognized it showed surprise, while those who didn't appeared puzzled. This indicated that old Matsuda was primarily known among the higher echelons of breeders. Someone like Cain, participating in a breeder's exam for the first time, wouldn't likely know Matsuda Takashi's name, making it improbable that he was lying. Even so, Haruto Fujimoto gestured for Daichi to verify the information as a precaution. Only then did the 10 advanced level breeders begin evaluating the poke block Cain had created. Although they had never seen this poke block before, as advanced level breeders, they could assess its quality. Eventually, the 10 concluded there was no issue. Suddenly, Haruto Fujimoto's phone rang. He hadn't intended to answer, but upon seeing the number, he reluctantly glanced at Shiro Nakamura and answered. Immediately, a shrill voice emerged from the speaker. Fujimoto, what's going on? My apprentice attended your exam, and now you're questioning his identity? Or are you suppressing newcomers now? Old Matsuda's voice rang out clearly. Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura seemed familiar with old Matsuda, showing no signs of irritation at his tone. Takashi. Haruto Fujimoto began. What do you mean, Takashi? Is that how you address me? Call me master. Old Matsuda interrupted. This was the first time Cain had heard old Matsuda speak in such a manner, surprising him. Did his master reveal his true nature when speaking with his peers? Ah, your apprentice is here, Haruto Fujimoto coughed, trying to mask his discomfort. In reality, in terms of status and skill, old Matsuda stood above Haruto Fujimoto. Matsuda Takashi was an honorary elder of the Breeder Guild, whereas Haruto Fujimoto was merely an elder at the Saffron City branch. Their relationship was more akin to that of a master and a friend. Oh, really? Matsuda's tone immediately cooled. Cain stifled a laugh. The fact that old Matsuda had called immediately was a surprise to Cain. It seemed this master, whom he had almost accidentally acquired, wasn't so bad after all. Afterward, Haruto Fujimoto continued speaking with old Matsuda on the phone for a while, constantly reassuring him there was no problem. When he finally hung up, Haruto Fujimoto gave Cain a strange look. He called over Daichi and gave him a few whispered instructions, after which Daichi also glanced at Cain peculiarly. Cain couldn't understand what was happening. What exactly had his master ordered? Not only Cain but also the others were confused. However, the other advanced level breeders didn't remain in the dark for long. Haruto Fujimoto quietly explained the situation to them. Suddenly, all 10 began looking at Cain in a peculiar way. Cain felt his skin crawl. Being scrutinized like this by a group of elders in their 50s and 60s felt strange in every way. For some reason, the elderly women pulled out mirrors to touch up their makeup, while the elderly men adjusted their hair as if trying to appear more presentable. In the midst of this odd atmosphere, Cain felt uneasy. Fortunately, Daichi was efficient and didn't take long. Soon, several people with cameras rushed in, followed by a large group of journalists and photographers. Daichi had even procured a banner from somewhere. On it were the words, "We enthusiastically celebrate the apprentice of Master Breeder Matsuda Takashi, Cain, for becoming the youngest intermediate breeder in history at just 16. Well, it certainly was an enthusiastic celebration. Were they celebrating his achievement, or was Matsuda Takashi simply showing off to his old friends? Cain watched as a group of reporters surrounded him. One by one, microphones were practically shoved into his mouth. Was this what his master had mentioned? That he would become famous? And use his reputation to pressure the league into letting him open a gym in Leafy Town? It seemed like a fairly reasonable strategy, but could the reporters be a little more considerate? Did they want him to swallow the microphones? Moreover, the camera flashes were so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. In all his 3 lifetimes, Cain had never been under such intense scrutiny. It didn't feel entirely comfortable. Still, if he became well known, it wouldn't just bring fame to Leafy Town, it would also provide greater protection for his identity within the league. At the very least, now that the league had publicized him so much, almost proclaiming him as the future president of the Breeder Guild, they were unlikely to dig further into his identity. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, Cain could gradually rise within the league. Moreover, even if someone tried to expose him, the league might not believe them. Otherwise, if anyone could easily discredit their talents, how could the league's prodigies live peacefully? They wouldn't be able to train or grow in peace. 5 hours later, in the office of the vice president of the Breeders Association of Saffron City, on the top floor, Cain was holding a newspaper in his hands, his cheeks slightly flushed as he read its content. He had truly blushed. These journalists had exaggerated way too much in their writing. Ha ha ha, good. This is how it should be. My one and only disciple, Cain, deserves this worldwide attention, laughed the old Matsuda, seated on the sofa across from Cain. The old Matsuda had arrived at the Saffron City Breeders Guild 2 hours ago, under the pretense of putting his disciple in shape so he doesn't become too arrogant. But since he arrived, he hadn't stopped laughing. His face was so joyful it looked like it might bloom. Seated nearby, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura rubbed their temples in frustration. When Haruto Fujimoto first heard the old Matsuda's order to promote Cain on a grand scale, he knew it was all about vanity. At this age, who still needs vanity? Seriously. He was really testing their patience. Both of them were advanced breeders, and both trained disciples, so why was the difference so great? In truth, they didn't know that Cain had only halfway become the old Matsuda's disciple. If they had known, they would probably have been even more frustrated. Well, Fujimoto, Nakamura, thank you for everything. This is almost done. When you get the chance, send my regards to your boss, said the old Matsuda, putting down the newspaper and clapping his hands. Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura exchanged glances, relieved. At last, this show-off was about to leave. It wasn't just that he boasted several times a year in front of them, but this time why did he have to go so overboard? However, they said no more. They were old friends of the old Matsuda, and some things didn't need to be said aloud. They stood to bid farewell to the old Matsuda and Cain as they left the Saffron City Breeders Guild. This time's results have been even better than I expected, sighed the old Matsuda as they walked out the door. In fact, even if I didn't take you to meet that person, the influence of the Breeders Guild would already be enough to let you open a gym in a small town like Leafy Town. But since I'm here, I'll take you to meet him so you can broaden your horizons, the old Matsuda continued. Cain nodded. This intermediate breeder exam had had a much bigger impact than he'd imagined. At first, he thought it would just help him gain some fame, but he hadn't expected it to move the hearts of the Breeders Guild. After the exam, a large number of reporters rushed in and surrounded Cain for over half an hour before he finally managed to leave with the help of Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, who shielded him from the crowd. Under the stunned gazes of Flint and Misako, Cain bade farewell to them. Before leaving, Flint told Cain to train his son well so he could become an excellent breeder. Flint also revealed his identity to Cain and said he could reach out for help anytime. The two exchanged contact information. Then came the interviews with Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura. It's unclear whether they decided on their own or had already discussed it with higher UPS, but they directly announced that Cain would be the next generation to receive the full support of the Breeders Guild. This meant Cain wasn't just a core member of the league, he was also partly under the protection of the Breeders Guild. Of course, before the old Matsuda arrived, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, after understanding Cain's situation, tried to persuade him. They suggested he abandon his focus on being a trainer and concentrate on being a breeder, assuring him that within 10 years at most, he could aim for levels beyond advanced breeders. At that point, not only would his future as a gym leader be secured, but he could also be elevated to the position of president of the Breeders Guild. But Cain politely declined the offer. 10 years? In 10 years, he might already be a regional champion, which was far more prestigious than being the president of the Breeders Guild. Moreover, who said one couldn't be both a trainer and a breeder? Wallace in the Hone region reached the pinnacle of both professions as a coordinator and a trainer. Although some said his champion title came courtesy of Steven and concessions made by the league to the Hone Coordinators Guild for greater development, how could one become champion without skill? How could one lead the Elite Four? So, if others couldn't do it, it simply meant they weren't talented enough. Steven not only became the region's champion but also mastered all the skills needed to run the Devon Corporation. Under Steven's leadership, the Devon Corporation only grew stronger. Yet the journalists exaggerated, comparing Cain to the next leader of breeders. Master, didn't we go too far this time? With such exaggerated promotion, I'm afraid I'll become a target, said Cain. The old Matsuda looked at him and said, what are you afraid of? Isn't this the result we wanted? Your name now echoes everywhere, you've gained the full backing of the Breeders Guild, and as long as you don't do anything too crazy, the guild will always support you. This time, opening your gym won't be a problem. Plus, if you want to develop Leafy Town, a small village hidden in the mountains, and attract more people, a gym alone won't be enough. How many gyms are there in Hone? Why would anyone go to yours in the mountains? It's not like Verdanturf Town nearby, which has the advantage of natural springs. So you'll be the big magnet drawing attention to Leafy Town. Whether it's admirers or young challengers, the more people come, the more buzz there will be, and Leafy Town's popularity will grow. For you, my disciple, I've thought of everything. Cain looked at the old Matsuda with a bitter smile. Wow, don't pour all your desire to show off onto me. Even though the Breeders Guild values you, did you really need so many reporters? Couldn't we have been more low-key? Do you know what it means to lie low while hunting? Now there's no hiding. I might have to walk the streets with my face covered like a movie star. Ahem, well, since it's done, don't worry about being attacked. Now you're under the brightest spotlight, any attempts to approach you will be quickly detected, and the leaders of major organizations won't risk acting during this time of exposure. If they do, those old folks at the Breeders Guild might really lose it. The old Matsuda continued, let's go. I'll take you to meet that person. With that, he pulled out 2 Pokeballs, and an Aerodactyl and a Charizard appeared before them. After speaking, old Matsuda mounted his Aerodactyl directly. Then he instructed Cain to climb onto his Charizard's back. In reality, Cain also had his own flying mount, his Tropius. But upon seeing these 2 Pokemon, he decided it was better not to summon it to avoid making a fool of himself. Both Pokemon were part of old Matsuda's main team. Both Aerodactyl and Charizard were Elite 4 level Pokemon, and the energy they emitted was something most people couldn't bear. Fortunately, old Matsuda was there, otherwise, Cain wouldn't have known how to face these 2 Pokemon. Even if his Mismagius, dwelling in his shadow, appeared, it probably wouldn't withstand more than 2 moves from Aerodactyl. And that Charizard was likely old Matsuda's starter Pokemon. Although its current power was slightly inferior to Aerodactyl's, the difference between them wasn't significant. Old Matsuda, after all, was among the best advanced level breeders. While he wasn't renowned as a great trainer, this only applied when compared to his breeding skills. In terms of his Pokemon's combat capabilities, he stood out even among Elite 4 level trainers. At the very least, Cain believed old Matsuda was stronger than Umbra. After all, old Matsuda had access to much higher quality breeding resources than Umbra. Under old Matsuda's approving gaze, Cain slowly climbed onto Charizard's back. Roar. Charizard, with a proud expression, would usually not allow someone so weak to ride on its back. But since its trainer was watching, it had no choice but to tolerate it. However, it let out a roar to express its displeasure. Cain, nervously smiling, leaned over Charizard's back and pulled out some Pokeblocks from his storage space. Although they weren't particularly nutritious, they were quite tasty snacks Cain often prepared for his Pokemon. Charizard glanced at the Pokeblocks in Cain's hand. Having spent so much time with old Matsuda, it had seen all sorts of Pokeblocks. It decided to accept the Pokeblocks, thinking there was no point in wasting food. To its surprise, they were quite delicious. Fire-type Pokemon generally prefer spicy flavors, just like Cain's Torchic, and what Cain offered were special treats for Torchic designed to enhance the bond between Pokemon and their trainer. Seeing Charizard enjoying them, Cain pulled out more and gave them all. Afterward, Charizard slightly changed its attitude toward Cain. It no longer rejected him as much. Though initially annoyed, it now looked at him with a bit more favor, which made Cain feel slightly relieved as he sat on its back. Old Matsuda carefully observed Cain's actions, noting how he managed to win over Charizard and how he used his resources to change Charizard's perception of him. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Cain knew how to handle Pokemon. All right, let's go, said old Matsuda once they were ready. Master, but we're still in the city. Before Cain could finish speaking, both Pokemon flapped their wings, generating a powerful gust of wind. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the street, otherwise, someone might have been injured. Elite 4 level trainers were this dominant, the flight restrictions in Saffron City didn't apply to them. In a room filled with dolls inside the psychic-type gym of Saffron City, a young woman showed an expression of anger on her face, unable to vent her frustration. Damn it, another one flying wherever they want. If only I had a bit more power. Humph. I must train more. When my psychic power increases 1 more level, I'll cover all of Saffron City with it, and we'll see who dares to fly. But reaching another level is so difficult. It's so slow. The young woman suppressed her frustration and returned to her meditation, surrounded by intense psychic energy. If Cain had been there, he would probably sense that while his psychic energy was like the amount of water in a bathtub, the young woman's was a tenth of an ocean. In short, the difference was immense. But neither old Matsuda nor Cain had any idea of the young woman's annoyance. Mounted on Aerodactyl and Charizard, they flew at full speed toward the southwest. Old Matsuda stood firmly on Aerodactyl's back, unfazed by the fierce wind, as his Pokémon protected him. Cain, however, wasn't so fortunate. Although he had managed to please Charizard, it flew without regard for Cain's discomfort, forcing him to cling tightly to the Pokémon's back as the wind battered his body. Still, Aerodactyl and Charizard were much faster than Tropius, at least 3 times as fast. As Saffron City faded into the distance and Cain noticed the direction they were heading, his suspicions grew increasingly clear. But the wind was intense. After flying at full speed for 3 hours, with Cain's hair nearly standing on end, they finally reached their destination. A small town came into view for Cain. Though he had never been there, he knew its name. Pallet Town? Considered the origin of all stories. Aerodactyl and Charizard landed before entering the town. In Saffron City, there were few people who could stop old Matsuda, but in Pallet Town, such individuals did exist. Old Matsuda recalled Aerodactyl and Charizard. This is Pallet Town, a place with a very pleasant environment, though not very well known. The person I want you to meet lives here, you may have heard of him, commented old Matsuda. Cain nodded and followed old Matsuda into Pallet Town. A glance at the surroundings was enough to realize this was an ideal place to retire. Nestled among mountains, it was also one of Kanto's towns closest to MT Silver. Pallet Town had a reputation for being directly connected to the League. Most of the people who lived here were descendants of high-ranking League officials or individuals who had made significant contributions to it. The League also placed great importance on Pallet Town. Perhaps that was one of the reasons Professor Oak decided to settle here. And the well-known Ash was also born and raised in this town. Ash was raised solely by his mother, as his father never appeared. Cain suspected that Ash's father might have been a high-ranking League member who gave his life in battle, which would explain why they lived here. Professor Oak's special care for Ash's family suggested that Ash's father held a considerable rank or had some connection with Professor Oak. Otherwise, why would he be so close to them and not other families in the town? Old Matsuda led Cain directly toward Pallet Town. Although the surroundings seemed perfectly normal, Cain couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were watching him at all times. There was no malice in the gaze, possibly just a precaution to ensure he wouldn't cause any destructive incidents. He wasn't sure if the ones observing him were Professor Oak's Pokémon, Pokémon sent by the League, or Pokémon belonging to other people in Pallet Town. Either way, Cain knew he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. When Cain first arrived in the Pokémon world, he had the bold and reckless idea of attacking Pallet Town. Fortunately, before he could carry out his plan, he was intercepted by high-ranking members of Team Rocket, who stopped his imprudent decision. With old Matsuda leading the way, Cain encountered no resistance. They entered a large house, possibly the biggest in Pallet Town. Inside, the place was filled with numerous pieces of equipment, some of which seemed incredibly valuable. However, everything was scattered across the floor, creating a bit of a mess. Clearly, the owner wasn't the most organized individual. Then, they saw a white-haired man wearing a long, white lab coat. His back was turned to them as his hands moved rapidly over an experiment table, seemingly engaged in something highly complex. When old Matsuda saw the figure, he smiled and approached, with Cain following close behind. As they got closer, Cain detected a familiar aroma. The smell of instant noodles. There was no doubt about it, this man was Professor Oak. A man who could cook instant noodles like no one else? Samuel, old Matsuda called out. Professor Oak, who was diligently eating his instant noodles, turned around, with some noodles still dangling from his mouth. When he saw old Matsuda, his eyes lit up. He immediately put down the noodles. Takashi, it's been ages since I last saw you. Old Matsuda's forehead showed faint lines of exasperation before he relaxed and replied with a smile, you're still the same, Samuel. Couldn't you at least swallow before speaking? Gulp. Professor Oak swallowed all the noodles in his mouth in one go, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Takashi, it really is you? It's been such a long time. The two hugged after so long apart, patting each other's backs. That was when Professor Oak noticed Cain, who stood behind old Matsuda. Old Matsuda cleared his throat and said, ahem, Samuel, this is my Cain, your disciple, no need to say it. I've seen him on television. My, you do love to show off, don't you? At your age, still parading around like that. You wouldn't believe how many old folks are envious now that you've got such a talented disciple, Professor Oak interjected. Professor Oak, it's an honor to meet you. Until now, I'd only seen you on television. It's great to finally meet you in person, Cain said respectfully. In truth, he had only ever seen Professor Oak on a two-dimensional screen. Good, good, a promising young man. Takashi is fortunate to have found a disciple like you at his age. Ahem. Yes, it's your good fortune, Cain, to have Takashi as your mentor. His talent and skill as a breeder rank among the best in the world, Professor Oak corrected himself after old Matsuda's pointed cough. He continued, I remember when I first set out on my journey, I met Takashi, who had just started his as well. Back then, he had the ambition of becoming an advanced level breeder. We traveled together across the Kanto and Johto regions. The gleam in Professor Oak's eyes made it clear he was reminiscing about those times. Professor Oak, whose full name was Samuel Oak, had been a renowned Pokémon trainer before becoming a professor. Cain estimated his skills to be comparable to, if not surpassing, those of a champion. He was one of the founding members of the Pokémon League, holding a unique and highly respected position within it, having helped and mentored countless individuals. For this reason, old Matsuda had told Cain that if Professor Oak agreed to help, Cain would have no trouble opening his own gym. However, Cain hadn't known that old Matsuda and Professor Oak were so close. In this world, aside from family and master-disciple bonds, traveling companions formed one of the closest relationships. They were people with whom you could entrust your life, sharing everything during life or death situations. It was a bond akin to that of blood brothers. This meant that Cain's support within the league appeared even more solid. Additionally, Cain noticed something curious. Professor Oak's personality and style were very similar to Ash's. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Professor Oak had always been so fond of Ash. Both shared the same love for Pokémon. So, did this mean his mentor, old Matsuda, was something like Brock's equivalent? Was Professor Oak plus old Matsuda equal to Ash plus Brock? And both aspired to be advanced level breeders? Wait a moment, Flint had once said he wanted his son to become a talented breeder like Cain. So was all of this preordained? It seemed that, without realizing it, Cain had become part of the world's main storyline. Not even the butterfly effect caused by his arrival had been able to alter the course of events. Professor Oak and old Matsuda continued talking about their past adventures while Cain quietly listened from the side. After chatting for a long while, they finally switched topics. By the way, Samuel, the main reason for this visit is to ask you for a favor, old Matsuda said bluntly. With the relationship he had with Professor Oak, there was no need for formalities, especially since Oak was known for his straightforward personality. Oh, what's the favor? Professor Oak asked. Here. Oh, right, we're still standing. Let's go inside. There aren't many people around today. I gave the researchers the day off. It's just my grandson, Gary, and me here at home. If you haven't eaten, how about some instant noodles? You know I'm great at cooking those. Professor Oak spoke as he led old Matsuda and Cain further into the house. After passing through several doors, they arrived at a massive backyard. Though called a backyard, it was more like a sprawling meadow, home to many Pokémon. Some were wild, others had been sent by trainers for Professor Oak to care for, and some were Oak's own Pokémon. As a breeder, Cain could tell that these Pokémon were exceptionally well cared for, with top-quality diets and nutrition. When Professor Oak entered, many Pokémon approached, circling around Cain and the others. Haha, go play. I have guests today, so I won't be able to join you, Professor Oak said with a smile. The Pokémon curiously eyed Cain and old Matsuda but obediently dispersed, heading off to play with other Pokémon in the meadow. Take a seat, there won't be any more interruptions, said Professor Oak, gesturing toward a table and chairs under a large umbrella. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, completely covering the large umbrella. Professor Oak smiled. Takashi, do you remember an old friend? Old Matsuda paused for a second before smiling as well. Yes, back then, it hadn't evolved yet. Before Cain could even wonder what was happening, the shadow disappeared, revealing a massive yellow Pokémon in front of him. The scanner in his system activated instinctively, and Cain's reaction was immediate. His pupils contracted, and his heart nearly stopped. Pokémon, Dragonite, purple. Gender, male. Level, 94. Type, Dragon plus Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, Extreme Speed, Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse, Iron Tail. Basic moves, Wing Attack, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Roost, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush, Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Hyper Beam. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, Ice Punch, Snore, Focus Punch. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Dragon Claw, Toxic, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Light Screen, Rain Dance, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Earthquake, Brick Break, Double Team, Flamethrower, Sandstorm, Fire Blast, Rock Tomb, Aerial Ace, Focus Blast, Giga Impact, Stone Edge, Bulldoze, Rock Slide, Dragon Tail, Sleep Talk, Substitute, Surf, Waterfall. This is ridiculous. This Dragonite is completely overpowered. Cain screamed internally. It was the first time he had ever seen a purple quality Pokémon. Not only that, but it was a Dragonite. With a level of 94 and such powerful moves, Cain was utterly astounded. He now understood what it meant to face Pokémon belonging to League champions. This Dragonite possessed power on par with, or even exceeding, that of a champion. Cain had assumed that Professor Oak was strong, but seeing this erased all doubt. Samuel Oak wasn't just champion level, he could easily rank among the strongest. When Dragonite turned its gaze toward Cain, he felt something familiar. So that feeling of being watched when we entered Pallet Town was because of this Dragonite, Cain thought. It's grown quite a bit since the last time we met, old Matsuda commented, patting Dragonite affectionately. Dragonite observed Cain with curiosity but seemed more interested in his shadow. Gryu, Dragonite murmured softly. Professor Oak frowned at the sound. What's wrong, Samuel? Asked old Matsuda. Cain's expression also changed. Dragonite was staring at his shadow, and Cain knew exactly what was there, Mismagius, who lived within it. Young Cain, have you been anywhere unusual recently? Professor Oak asked in a serious tone. Cain quickly thought it over. Professor Oak had detected Mismagius's presence. He decided it was best not to hide the truth. Yes, I've been to a somewhat troublesome place, but there was no danger. In fact, I found a companion. Although she's strong, she's innocent and untrained, Cain said, glancing at his shadow. Come on, Mismagius, don't be afraid, you can come out. At his words, a small head with a hat slowly emerged from his shadow. Mismagius's red eyes showed fear as she looked at Dragonite. She quickly hid behind Cain. Seeing her, old Matsuda swiftly pulled out 2 Pokeballs, ready for any emergency. Cain sighed. Relax, Master. Mismagius is just a child. Even though she's strong, she doesn't know how to use her power. She's barely interacted with other Pokemon or humans. Now that she's with me, I'll make sure she learns the basics. He pulled out 2 Pokeblocks and offered them to Mismagius. Despite her fear, Mismagius couldn't resist and devoured them quickly, a happy smile appearing on her face. Seeing this, old Matsuda relaxed slightly, though he still didn't completely lower his guard. But Professor Oak was different. From the moment Mismagius appeared, being an expert in Pokemon, he immediately took out a magnifying glass and slowly approached. A smile appeared on his face, one he believed to be very friendly. He perceived in Mismagius an inner purity similar to that of a child. Just like the starter Pokemon he gives out, although each has its own personality, you can always say that crystalline purity in their eyes, like a gem that cannot be hidden or imitated. Only newborns possess that gaze. So, from the moment Cain released Mismagius, Professor Oak confirmed what he was saying. Mismagius, truly rare. The development of this Mismagius is quite good, and both its level and quality are excellent. Clearly, the dusk stone used for its evolution was also of high quality, Professor Oak said as he approached Mismagius with his magnifying glass, smiling. However, Mismagius seemed a bit afraid of him, hiding behind Cain to avoid the professor. This led to a scene where Mismagius and Professor Oak circled around each other. Gryo. Dragonite, observing from the side, showed a resigned expression and let out a growl directed at Professor Oak. His trainer's behavior left him somewhat bewildered. I must have been an unfortunate dragon in my past life to end up with a trainer like this in this one, thought Dragonite. Hearing Dragonite's growl, Professor Oak snapped out of it, realizing that Mismagius was looking at him with an expression of distrust, as if he were a villain. Professor Oak smiled awkwardly. Ahem, ha ha ha, well, it's just a professional habit. I couldn't resist, he said, scratching his head. Cain patted Mismagius's head, calming her a bit, and then shook his head to indicate there was no problem. What do you think, Cain? Would you be interested in leaving Mismagius with me for a while? The next time you see her, she's sure to have improved, Professor Oak suggested. Upon hearing Oak's words, the strongest reaction came from Mismagius, who let out a loud cry before immediately hiding in Cain's shadow, refusing to come out again. Professor Oak, it seems Mismagius doesn't like that idea very much, Cain said awkwardly. Ahem, well, not much I can do about it, ha ha ha. In truth, Professor Oak had no real intention of keeping Mismagius, he was simply intrigued by her origin. However, seeing the situation, it was clear that Mismagius truly behaved like a small child, trusting only Cain. Given that, there was no issue with her staying by his side. Professor Oak was only concerned about the possibility of a powerful Pokemon causing problems. After all, Ghost-type Pokemon have strange abilities, and it wasn't the first time Professor Oak had encountered a Ghost-type Pokemon that absorbed human life energy. With Professor Oak's approving look, old Matsuda finally relaxed completely. Now Cain was not only his disciple but also the treasure of the entire Breeders' Guild. Any problem arising out of nowhere would be a major setback. Tell me how you found this Mismagius, said old Matsuda. Master, as you know, last time on the SSN, when I tried to distract the members of Team Aqua, I jumped into the sea. Upon returning, the ship had already disappeared, so I found a small island to stay on. Cain recounted 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction about how he discovered Mismagius. He even hinted at some things he couldn't guess himself, hoping the two could contribute their expertise. So, you found Mismagius in an underground cave filled with ghost-type energy? And Mismagius was simply benefiting from that place, not creating it, old Matsuda said with a serious expression. He had never heard of such a place. Professor Oak shared his surprise, though his expression was calmer. The world is vast, and the areas discovered by the League may only be a fraction of it. There are special places we don't know about. Perhaps it's a hotspot of ghost energy or some place left by a legendary Pokemon. Either way, you tried to return and couldn't find it. There's no need to search for it again. Cain nodded. In the short term, he couldn't return to the trial island, so he would wait until he had enough power to face any unknown situation before going back. And also, don't let others know about Mismagius's existence. We're not interested, but you must remember that not everyone in this world belongs to the League. If someone knew you owned an elite-level Pokemon like this, it could bring you great trouble. Not all League trainers are trustworthy. So, as before, keep Mismagius well hidden. Fortunately, not everyone can sense Mismagius's presence like Dragonite can. At least I can't, old Matsuda warned, while also trying to reassure Cain. At least those who could detect Miss Magius's presence would have to be stronger than old Matsuda, and in that case, Cain would have no way to resist. He would simply have to hand her over obediently. Well, we've strayed a bit from the topic, let's get back to the main point, old Matsuda said, not wanting to discuss Miss Magius further. He knew that Cain, despite his youth, was very sensible about such matters. This disciple of his, though young, was exceptionally skilled at handling situations, so much so that even old Matsuda, with all his experience, was often impressed. Right, back to the main topic. Takashi's been saying for a while now that he needs my help with something. We've been together for quite some time, but I've rarely seen you ask me for a favor. It seems this time it has something to do with young Cain, Professor Oak said with a smile. Hearing this, old Matsuda also smiled and said, yes, I've taken on a fine disciple, and as his master, naturally, I want to help him. Professor Oak nodded. Having someone to inherit his knowledge was the best he could hope for, though he wasn't sure when someone would inherit his own legacy, but the young man they were talking about seemed promising. Though somewhat carefree, his love for Pokémon reminded Professor Oak of his younger self. Here's the thing, though my disciple has exceptional talent as a breeder, he's not weak as a trainer either. In fact, he prefers being a trainer. Recently, during his travels through the Hone region, he passed through a small, impoverished town and suddenly asked me if he could open a gym there, old Matsuda explained. Upon hearing what old Matsuda had just said, Professor Oak looked at Cain with slight surprise in his eyes. Open a gym? He hadn't expected Cain, who had been widely publicized on television as the future leader of breeders, to have intentions of opening a gym. Was he planning to pursue both paths simultaneously? If he wants to open a gym, given his current status within the Breeders' Guild, there shouldn't be any issue. Those elders will surely speak in his favor, Professor Oak commented. The elders Oak referred to were clearly very senior individuals. It couldn't be helped breeders were known for their longevity. Except for a few, the elders of the Breeders' Guild were some of the highest-ranking people within the league. Exactly, there's no issue with him opening a gym now. What I didn't expect was this kind of result. That boy demonstrated something during his exam that truly surprised those elders. Before taking the exam, he told me he wanted to present a new Pokemon evolution method to the league. He asked me to use a few words from you and me to help him gain the opportunity to open a gym, old Matsuda explained. And if possible, it would be ideal to also get him the title of researcher. That way, the results he delivers would bear his name, making them more impactful. Hearing this, Professor Oak frowned. Takashi, Cain is already in the eye of the storm. Do you really want to push him further into the fire? It's not that the researcher title is too significant to grant him, but do you realize that if he has the breeder's support and is also a Pokemon researcher, he'll become too well-rounded a figure? If he doesn't achieve anything significant as a researcher, that's fine. But if he truly makes an important discovery, don't you think there will be people in Hone who'll want to eliminate him? Opening a gym and becoming a gym leader would expose him even more. A person so talented in every aspect could make some people want to stop him before he grows any further. Professor Oak's words were frank and unfiltered. As a close friend of old Matsuda, he needed to speak directly. The three fell silent for a moment. It couldn't be denied that Professor Oak had a point. Having someone talented stand out wasn't an issue, but when someone was excessively talented to the point of making others feel threatened, it could drive some people mad. True, I hadn't considered it thoroughly. Even so, we should register Cain's discoveries secretly in the League's records. When he's strong enough in the future, he can reveal them publicly, old Matsuda suggested. That wouldn't be a problem. Still, I'm curious what discovery has Cain made? Professor Oak asked. Both turned their gaze toward Cain. Without a word, Cain pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it, summoning Slakoth. Upon seeing it, Professor Oak's eyes instantly lit up, even more than when he saw Miss Magius earlier. Suddenly, he pulled out a magnifying glass from who knows where. A shiny Slakoth. But before he could get closer, old Matsuda stopped him. Wait, Samuel, first things first. Ah, right. Sorry, force of habit, Professor Oak said, scratching his head. Cain began speaking. Professor Oak, the discovery I made is about Sloking's evolution method. A long time ago, the existence of Sloking was discovered, and it was speculated to be an evolution of Slowpoke, or even Slowbro. However, until now, no one had figured out the method of evolution. Once, by chance, I managed to evolve my Slowpoke into Sloking. And I believe it was due to these circumstances that it was able to evolve. Cain paused at that point. The next step was for them to ask something, but neither of them said a word. Old Matsuda smacked Cain on the head. Keep talking, don't stop. This kid. We're both senior figures here, and he expects us to quiz him like it's an exam? How insolent, old Matsuda thought. After the smack, Cain scratched his head and continued. The thing is, back then, I received a King's Rock from Stephen, of the Stone family from Hone. One time, while Slowpoke was playing with a Shelter, it was wearing the King's Rock. That's when Shelter bit Slowpoke's head, and it evolved into Slowking. A King's Rock, exclaimed Professor Oak in surprise. Since the King's Rock was discovered, its purpose has been unclear. Most of the time, it's considered an accessory or a collector's item. I never expected it to also aid in Pokemon evolution, Oak murmured. The fact that Cain had received the King's Rock from Stephen no longer interested him. It makes sense. King? Slowpoke evolving into Slowking would mean becoming the king of its group. This transformation requires a type of energy similar to that of a king, and the King's Rock seems to contain that essence. Slowpoke evolving into Slowking now makes complete sense. The more he spoke, the more convinced Professor Oak became that the King's Rock was key to Slowking's evolution. Cain, your hypothesis is 90% correct. We just need another Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking to confirm it. The issue is that King's Rocks are hard to come by, and their price is very high. Cain nodded. He knew this discovery would become public knowledge in a few years, but he had wanted to get ahead and claim credit. Would you let me study your shiny Slowking for a while? Professor Oak asked, once again showing his inquisitive spirit. Cain laughed wryly. Professor Oak, I'm thinking of opening a water-type gym, and Slowking is my ace. Without it, I doubt I could manage the gym, as I haven't trained many water-type Pokemon. You're right. If you're going to open a water-type gym, Slowking will boost your popularity and attract more challengers. Also, a gym leader can't be weak. If Slowking is your only Pokemon, even with approval to open the gym, you'll still need more strong Pokemon, Professor Oak reflected. Yes, before the gym's construction is complete, I plan to spend more time training. By then, I'll also need to catch some water-type Pokemon to increase the number and strength of my team. By the way, Samuel, Cain hasn't received a starter Pokemon before, has he? He should be eligible to receive one now, right? Asked old Matsuda from the side. Cain was a civilian trainer, so he hadn't been entitled to receive a starter Pokemon. Oh, Cain is a civilian trainer, Professor Oak said, surprised. Old Matsuda nodded. Yes, Cain is a civilian trainer, so when he displayed his talent as a breeder, the elders of the Breeders' Guild went wild. What exceptional talent, Professor Oak sighed. It's possible for him to receive one. Since you're planning to open a water-type gym, the best choice would be a water-type starter. How about Squirtle from the Kanto region? Squirtle? Cain thought about Squirtle and its final form, Blastoise. Blastoise is one of the best among starter Pokemon. As a pure water type, Blastoise has decent durability, with only a double weakness to electric and grass types. However, it has double resistance to steel, water, fire, and ice-type moves. As a starter, Blastoise has solid base stats, specializing in physical and special defense. Although its speed isn't particularly low, it doesn't stand out in any single stat. The most noteworthy feature is that Blastoise can Mega Evolve. When Blastoise Mega Evolves, its stats increase by 100 points, with an additional 50 points in special attack, raising its special attack to 135, giving it a great opportunity to excel in that area. Additionally, its physical and special defense are not weak, allowing it to endure and strike back, making it highly useful. The most important aspect is that upon Mega Evolution, Blastoise gains the Mega Launcher ability. Moves like Aura and Pulse are powered up by 50%. It's a rather remarkable ability. With a special attack of 135, this ability becomes even more powerful. However, to be honest, for Cain, Blastoise wouldn't have a significant impact on his team. Slowking had already evolved and could handle special attacks. After all, Mega Blastoise is best suited for a rearguard role as a cannon, and its image fits that role perfectly. But, unfortunately, it would occupy the same niche as Slowking. Can I choose a starter from another region? Cain asked. Professor Oak pondered for a moment and then said, theoretically, it's possible. Which region are you interested in? Hone. Cain nodded. Since I'm going to establish a gym in the Hone region, I'd prefer a water-type starter from that region. Ideally, Swampert from Hone. Cain couldn't forget about Swampert. Swampert is an excellent Pokemon in terms of attributes, base stats, and abilities. Although it has a quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, it can face off against most Pokemon. Its abilities, Torrent or Damp, are quite good, and upon Mega Evolution, its Swift Swim ability is perfect for a rain team. Swampert excels in physical attack and durability. After Mega Evolution, Swampert's physical attack can reach a terrifying 150 points, with physical and special defense at 110 and an HP of 100, which is nothing to scoff at. With the support of a rain team, it would be a true monster in battle. Therefore, the most suitable Pokemon for Cain remains Swampert. If Poliwag can evolve into Politoed with the Drizzle ability, and Slowking provides special attacks from the rear while Mega Swampert with Swift Swim leads the charge, Cain could easily form a devastating rain team. If it's the Hone region, it's possible. Since you're planning to establish a gym there, you'll definitely need some local water-type Pokemon. Mudkip is a great choice. However, if you want a Mudkip, you'll have to travel to the Hone region to receive it. I don't have one here. I'll send an email to Professor Birch of Hone, and you can pick it up from him later. I'll share Professor Birch's contact details with you so you can communicate directly, Professor Oak said. Professor Oak didn't see any issue with Cain's choice. Although he regretted not being able to study Cain's Slowking further, there would be opportunities in the future. After all, Professor Oak was deeply interested in Cain's shiny Slowking. It was an extremely rare Pokemon, and there was probably no other like it in the world, a shiny Slowpoke that evolved into a Slowking. That probability was incredibly low. Alright, that's all for the important matters. Old Matsuda continued. Cain, you can head out and explore a bit. Take a look around Pallet Town, but don't wander too far or harm the local Pokemon. I'll stay and talk with Samuel. It was evident they had matters to discuss without Cain overhearing. Cain nodded in understanding. He took out the Pokeball and returned Slowking, then left the room. Although he was curious about what old Matsuda and Professor Oak would discuss, Cain was more intrigued by the legendary Chosen One, Ash. As he stepped outside, he decided to explore Pallet Town, hoping to encounter Ash before he started his journey. He might also run into Gary, Professor Oak's grandson. After stepping out, Cain released Slowking. Since Slowpoke had evolved, Cain hadn't let Slowking walk alongside him. Given Slowking's rare and eye-catching presence, many people didn't even recognize it as a Slowking. However, Pallet Town had few people and was completely safe, so Cain decided to walk around with Slowking. Additionally, Slowking's psychic abilities could help him locate the two young potential champions. While they weren't trainers yet, perhaps he could leave an impression on them, or even change something. Although Cain seemed to have influenced some things, he hadn't altered the story but rather accelerated its development. So, what would happen if he tried to change Ash's destiny? Was the Chosen One truly bound to a fixed path? Of course, Cain wouldn't be foolish enough to eliminate Ash now or steal his starter Pokemon or fate. Cain was confident that he would surpass Ash in strength in the future. He was simply curious to see if his presence in this world would alter the course of events. It was a small experiment. Cain was walking through Pallet Town with his Slowking. Although his goal was to find Ash and Gary, he wasn't fully determined to do so. Rather, he wanted to enjoy the walk and relax a bit. Cain released his Torchic. This little one had suffered emotional trauma, and although it seemed fine under the comfort of Aaron and Poliwag, Cain preferred to give it some time to relax and heal its mind. Recently, Torchic's condition had improved considerably. In the coming days, it would be determined whether its potential would stabilize at a high level. Torchic, the air here is excellent, isn't it? Cain said, gently petting Torchic's head. Torchic, happy, closed its eyes and rubbed its head against Cain's hand, showing a greater dependence on him. The reason Torchic recovered so quickly was due to its cheerful nature as a fire-type Pokemon. Torchic began running joyfully through the fields of Pallet Town. Every now and then, it would shoot small flames into the sky, not damaging the environment, just expressing its happiness. It seemed like an emotional burden it had been carrying inside had disappeared. Cain watched as Torchic's stats fluctuated in his system. The values of its abilities kept increasing, indicating that the improvement in its mood was aiding its stabilization. It seems that its happiness is helping stabilize its potential, Cain thought. As Torchic continued running, two kids appeared in front of him. One wore a red cap and a black t-shirt, while the other had a green shirt and brown hair. The two seemed to be arguing heatedly and didn't notice Torchic running towards them. Bang! Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! The boy with black hair, Ash, was sitting on the ground, holding his stomach. Next to him, Gary, Professor Oak's grandson, had a surprised expression. He had avoided the crash, but Ash wasn't so lucky. Cain ran over to them, first checking Ash and then Torchic, who was also sitting on the ground, a bit dazed. Cain couldn't help but smile at the situation. After all, Ash was known for being extremely resilient. Torchic had run fast, but Ash seemed to be fine. Are you okay? Cain helped Ash up and then called Torchic. Torchic, you got too excited and bumped into someone, go apologize. Torchic, still a bit stunned, quickly got up and ran towards Ash, bowing repeatedly to apologize. Meanwhile, Ash, who wasn't injured, looked at Torchic in amazement and immediately hugged it. A Pokemon? A real Pokemon? It's so warm and soft. Ash exclaimed with shining eyes, as if he had found the best toy in the world. Cain watched the scene, a bit speechless. Beside him, Gary seemed even more confused, though he was used to his childhood friend's eccentricities. I'm sorry, big brother, Gary said, pulling Ash's t-shirt. This guy has great resilience, nothing happened to him. I think your Pokemon got scared. Cain patted Torchic's head and smiled. Don't worry, it's all fine. What's your name? I'm Gary Oak, Professor Oak's grandson. Me? I'm Ash. My dream is to become a Pokemon master. Ash shouted, raising his hand excitedly. Nice to meet you, I'm Cain, sort of a guest of Professor Oak, Cain replied with a smile. Ash and Gary's eyes lit up when they heard that Cain was a guest of Professor Oak, making him, in their eyes, part of their close circle. Big brother Cain, is that Pokemon a Torchic from the Hone region? Gary asked, observing Torchic, who was still shyly hiding behind Cain. That's right, no wonder you're Professor Oak's grandson. Recognizing a Torchic at such a young age is impressive. Hehe. Gary, despite his usually cold demeanor, couldn't help but feel proud of himself after receiving the compliment. Hone region? Torchic? What are you guys talking about? Ash interrupted, completely lost in the conversation. Gary gave him an exasperated look and decided to ignore him. Then, he focused his attention on Slowking, who was standing next to Cain, and commented curiously. But I don't recognize that giant Pokemon. This is a Slowking, which evolves from Slowpoke. It can also be found in the Kanto and Johto regions, although its evolution method is quite peculiar, Cain explained. Slowpoke? But doesn't Slowpoke evolve into Slowbro? So it turns out it has a new evolutionary form. Gary asked, his eyes shining with excitement at gaining new knowledge. Exactly. It's because of Slowpoke's unique evolution method that I've come to visit Professor Oak. Ash, on the other hand, was completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? What are they saying? Why don't I understand anything? Cain noticed the bewildered expression on Ash's face. It wasn't surprising that Ash, whom Pokémon fans on Earth ironically nicknamed Ash Ketchum the Wise, looked this way. Despite having almost no knowledge of Pokémon at this point, his love for them would gradually make him one of the greatest Pokémon trainers. Gary, on the other hand, always surpassed Ash in everything: lineage, knowledge, even appearance. But eventually, it would be Ash who outshined him. Cain had approached these two with a mix of curiosity and a small hidden agenda. However, upon seeing Ash up close, that inclination faded without Cain even realizing it. If it weren't for the records in his system, Cain himself wouldn't have believed it. If Ash had never met Pikachu, would he still be the chosen one of destiny? Cain wondered. Outwardly, he kept his composure and began explaining more about Pokémon to them, attempting to prepare these two young aspiring trainers. Although most of the conversation was between Gary and Cain, Ash half listened and half guessed what they were discussing. But Cain made sure not to leave him out completely. Whenever he saw that Ash didn't understand something, he paused to explain it more clearly. Cain also repeatedly emphasized the importance of the first Pokémon each trainer received. He explained that having an advantage at the start would make the trainer's journey much easier. He detailed how Kanto's starter Pokémon were exceptional, describing the 3 available species and their characteristics, strengths, and combat styles, as well as the advantages they would gain upon evolving. Gary and Ash listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. With everything I've explained about the importance of starter Pokémon, Ash should pay more attention this time. Let's hope he doesn't fall asleep like in the original story. Ideally, both should develop the habit of going to bed and waking up early so Ash doesn't show up late that day. Cain then talked about the qualities a good trainer should have, with self-discipline as the first topic. He explained that waking up early and training alongside their Pokémon would strengthen their bond and help them grow faster. Everything Cain said was backed by facts, there was no fault in his words. From the perspective of an experienced trainer who had already walked that path, his advice was perfectly legitimate for 2 kids who hadn't yet begun their Pokémon journey. Even if Professor Oak had been present, he wouldn't have found any flaws in what Cain was saying. Thus, the 3 sat on the grass and talked for 3 or 4 hours. Gary absorbed the information well, while Ash, though now understanding a bit more about trainers and Pokémon, was just beginning to scratch the surface of what lay ahead. For both, their goals became clearer. Even their attitude toward Cain changed, as they began calling him Brother Cain instead of Big Brother Cain, signaling that their bond was growing stronger. As they continued chatting, 2 people joined them. Professor Oak and old Matsuda were approaching. Grandpa. Professor Oak. Ash and Gary shouted in unison. Cain stood up and respectfully greeted Professor Oak and his mentor. Professor Oak, today, Brother Cain taught us so much about Pokémon. I've decided that someday I'll become a trainer as strong as him. Ash exclaimed, excited to have defined his goal more clearly. Gary, standing beside him, said nothing but his eyes shone with determination, indicating he was equally affected by what he had learned. Professor Oak smiled and patted both of them on the head, saying, then you'll have to work hard. Your brother Cain is soon going to become a gym leader in the Hone region. A gym leader? Gary and Ash exclaimed in surprise. For these two, who hadn't even started their trainer journeys, a gym leader was someone of incredibly high caliber. That's right, so you'll have to put in a lot of effort, Professor Oak added. I'll be waiting for you in the Hone region, Ash and Gary. Both of you have the potential to become elite trainers. Cain smiled at them. Hearing this made Ash and Gary even happier. Professor Oak, meanwhile, glanced at Cain with a surprised expression. Any trainer spending time with Ash would likely conclude that the boy didn't seem destined to be a great trainer. His knowledge of Pokémon was minimal, making him seem unsuitable for the role. Yet here was Cain, speaking of Ash and Gary as if they were equals. Professor Oak knew his grandson well. He knew Gary had natural talent, whether in knowledge or skills. While the professor had high hopes for Ash, that was a personal opinion, not a widely held consensus. That Cain valued Ash as much as Gary left him slightly perplexed. Following Professor Oak's suggestion, Ash and Gary bid farewell and left happily. Cain, do you really believe that about Ash and Gary? Professor Oak asked as they walked. Cain nodded. Yes, Gary has inherited his talent. In terms of knowledge and skills, he's top-notch. Ash, he's a bit behind. I'd say he's quite far behind, old Matsuda interjected with an amused smile. Haha, Takashi, don't interrupt. Cain, go on, Professor Oak said, laughing. Although Ash is a bit behind, his love for Pokémon will make up for all his shortcomings. I'm confident both will achieve great things in the future. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Ash surpasses Gary. Of course, this is just my opinion. Don't take it too seriously, Professor Oak. The sun set on the horizon as Cain and old Matsuda disappeared into the distance. Don't take it seriously? Then why do I feel like Ash might surpass Gary? Professor Oak murmured as he watched them leave. At midnight, Cain and old Matsuda arrived in the skies above Saffron City. Old Matsuda dropped Cain off in Saffron City and immediately left on his Aerodactyl. He explained that he had already lost a day of work on his experiments by helping Cain and needed to return to continue the next day. Resigned, Cain returned to the city alone. But shortly after entering, a very discreet communicator he carried began to buzz. Feeling the vibration, Cain's expression changed. He stopped moving slowly and quickly slipped into the dark alleys of the city. He called on his Slowking to ensure no one was nearby, then carefully pulled out the communicator he had stashed away. There was no number displayed, but Cain knew only one person could contact him through that device, Umbra. This was the exclusive communicator Umbra had given Cain. He answered, and a voice came through from the other side. Cain, where are you now? Are you still in Saffron City? Cain respectfully replied, Mr. Umbra, I am currently in Saffron City. There was a brief silence on the line before Umbra spoke again, understood. And the call ended. Before Cain could lower the communicator, the space around him began to distort. In the blink of an eye, two people appeared before him, Umbra and Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City and a powerful psychic. Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina, Cain greeted them respectfully. Sabrina saw Cain's Slowking, and her eyes gleamed. She immediately teleported next to the Pokémon to try and touch it. But Cain's Slowking was no longer the Slowpoke it had once been. Although it couldn't match Sabrina's powers, it managed to dodge her contact by using teleport to evade her hand. Huh? Is this Slowking the same Slowpoke from before? How did you unlock its potential? It seems I've underestimated you, Sabrina remarked, surprised. However, her expression quickly changed. Have you reached the level of a beginner psychic? To Sabrina, a beginner psychic was still just an ordinary human, but she was impressed. She herself had unlocked Cain's psychic abilities and knew his talent in the field was limited. She never expected him to reach such a level. I was lucky, Cain replied humbly. There was no clear way to explain it to Sabrina, so he could only attribute it to luck. Sabrina was about to continue asking questions, but Umbra interrupted her. That's enough, this isn't the time for this, Sabrina. At this, Sabrina realized and stared deeply at Cain before speaking. Put away your Pokémon. We're going to meet someone. Cain maintained external calm as he returned Slowking to its Pokeball, but internally, he was shocked. If two trainers of Umbra and Sabrina's caliber were seeking him out to take him to meet someone, it could only be one person, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. The man even high-ranking Pokémon League officials feared. A man capable of facing the league champion and emerging victorious. In both power and influence, Giovanni was one of the most significant figures in the world. Cain had seen Giovanni in his past life, but only through video conferences alongside a group of people receiving orders. This situation was entirely different. Sabrina grabbed Cain by the shoulder and placed her other hand on Umbra. Sabrina's psychic powers surged, and Cain felt as if he were drifting in an ocean during a storm. He hadn't capsized, but it felt like he could be thrown into the void at any moment. In a flash, Sabrina teleported them. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, the three appeared in a forest. But they didn't stop, and Sabrina continued teleporting them. After 3 jumps in under a minute, they arrived at a secret room. Ugh, carrying both of you was harder than I expected. If I had come alone, it would have been much faster, Sabrina said as she exhaled deeply. Clearly, transporting 2 people had been a challenging task, even for someone of her caliber. Where are we? Cain asked. Viridian City, Team Rocket's base, Umbra replied calmly as he walked inside. Sabrina followed, and although Cain was astonished, he had no choice but to follow them. It was no surprise that Sabrina could teleport with such precision. Viridian City wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either, and it was located next to Viridian Forest. Though most people didn't know, the League's upper echelons were well aware that Viridian City was practically Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, was also the Viridian City gym leader. Before his identity was revealed, the League considered him one of the top candidates to lead the next generation. Thanks to Giovanni's power and his connection to Viridian City, he established his gym there, allowing Team Rocket to flourish rapidly. Even though much of their operations had moved to Saffron City, Viridian City remained Team Rocket's heart. Even after Giovanni revealed himself as Team Rocket's leader, the League did not strip him of his position as gym leader, likely due to certain agreements between the two sides. But the reason was clear, no one wanted to challenge Giovanni for that position. Of the 8 major gyms in the Kanto region, 4 were controlled by Team Rocket. This demonstrated the level of infiltration they had achieved in the Pokémon League. In a secret room of the Team Rocket base, located beneath Viridian City, Cain found himself face to face with the man who could be considered the greatest villain in the Pokémon world. Under the guidance of Umbra and Sabrina, Cain entered the room alone. In the center of the room was a large desk, covered with numerous documents and books. Behind the desk stood an enormous bookshelf, also filled with books. It was evident that to become someone of great power, both in strength and influence, knowledge was essential. Sitting in a grand chair between the desk and the bookshelf was a man dressed in an elegant black suit, with a firm and resolute expression on his square face. His short, well-groomed hair and a confident smile on his face completed his imposing presence. One hand held a book, while the other continuously stroked the soft fur of his Persian. Giovanni did not flaunt his importance upon seeing Cain enter, as other figures of power might. Leader. Cain knelt on one knee as he entered, addressing him with sincerity. Rise, Giovanni said calmly, setting his book aside. His voice was deep and firm, exuding an innate confidence. It was evident not only in his speech but also in the impeccable organization of his surroundings, not a speck of dust on his desk, and the books and documents were perfectly arranged. As Cain rose, he took the opportunity to steal a glance at Giovanni. The first impression was clear, this man was truly worthy of being Team Rocket's leader. He was the epitome of charisma. I've heard from Umbra that you've managed to establish a small force in the Hone region and have even requested an identification code for your group within the organization, Giovanni remarked, still stroking Persian, a gesture that suggested he was deep in thought. That's correct, leader. I've prepared everything to expand Team Rocket's influence in the Hone region, Cain responded respectfully. Though Giovanni showed no emotion on his face, Cain felt as if those piercing eyes could see straight through him, as if Giovanni could read his deepest thoughts. Really? You don't need the organization to provide you with additional support? Giovanni asked. Cain felt a slight tension. Although he had managed to establish himself in Leafy Town, the last thing he wanted was someone interfering in his territory. Thank you for the offer, leader, but it's not necessary. I'm confident I can solidify our position in Hone on my own, Cain replied firmly. Giovanni nodded slightly, not pressing the matter further. If at any point you need support, just inform Umbra. Reasonable requests will be granted. But I hope you fully understand what you're doing, Giovanni said in a serious tone. Cain nodded, though sweat began to form on his back. While he claimed to be expanding Team Rocket's territory in Hone, his true aim was to strengthen his own power. Giovanni seemed to be aware of this. Though he hadn't expressed it directly, it was clear he understood Cain's motivations. However, his silence on the matter indicated a willingness to tolerate it to some extent. That was Giovanni's charisma, allowing his subordinates a degree of freedom, as long as they remained loyal and increased their power. He trusted that no one could escape his control. That confidence stemmed from his absolute superiority. Yesterday, I saw something on television. It seems you're building a good reputation within the league, Giovanni said, shifting the topic. That's right, leader. I believe having a public identity is essential to establishing a strong foundation in Hone. Additionally, I'm planning to establish a gym in Hone. With a public position and the organization's secret support, I can achieve much more for Team Rocket. A gym in Hone? In your Leafy Town? Giovanni seemed well aware of the location. Yes, leader. I've already made the necessary connections within the league, and they've approved the construction of the gym in Leafy Town, Cain replied confidently. Although Giovanni wasn't fully informed about this project, he would soon know. The league was already moving, and with Giovanni's vast information network, it wouldn't take long for him to learn everything. Giovanni observed thoughtfully. Cain appeared more capable than he had anticipated. Unlike other Team Rocket gym leaders who relied on the organization's support, Cain had managed to establish a foothold in Hone independently, even creating a small underground empire. Although Leafy Town was small and remote, with sufficient resources, it could hold potential for growth. Suddenly, Giovanni's strategy for Hone shifted entirely. Initially, he hadn't expected much from Cain, someone who had just emerged from the trial island. But now, Cain had exceeded his expectations. Given that Cain demonstrated valuable talent, he deserved more support. Very well. Since you have this capability, I'll issue instructions for your identity within the league to be protected at the highest level of confidentiality. Proceed with your plans, Team Rocket will back you, Giovanni declared decisively, making a firm gesture with his hand. Additionally, I'll grant you privileged access within Team Rocket and promote you to officer. You'll have the authority to appoint captains and junior officers in Hone. As for higher-ranking officers, they can be promoted as long as they pass the necessary tests. From now on, you'll report directly to Umbra, who will then inform me, Giovanni added. Take care of this, Tenebris, Giovanni ordered, addressing a shadow in the room. Understood, a voice responded from the shadows, though no one was visibly present. It was Tenebris, another leader of Team Rocket's shadow unit, holding a rank equivalent to Umbra's. Cain felt a slight surge of emotion. Not only because of his new rank as officer but also because Giovanni had appointed him as the highest authority in Hone. From now on, Cain would only need to answer to Umbra and Giovanni, granting him almost total control over the region without interference from other high-ranking officials. However, you must remember this, what I give, I can also take away. I'll let you do some things your way because, in this world, the most important thing is strength. Even though you're now an officer, your power is still far from sufficient. Strive to become stronger, or else you'll remain a minor player, Giovanni warned sternly. Understood, leader, Cain replied, feeling renewed tension. Giovanni had issued a warning that when Cain left Giovanni's office, his back was already drenched in sweat. Although Giovanni had neither pressured him nor been particularly harsh, the imposing and serious atmosphere was something Cain couldn't resist, making him acutely aware of his current lack of power. Even in his past life, when he had barely ascended to the level of a quasi-elite trainer, Cain knew he wouldn't have been able to breathe in Giovanni's overpowering presence. When he exited the room, Umbra and Sabrina were already waiting outside, having stayed there for quite some time. Seeing Cain looking somewhat dispirited, Sabrina flashed a radiant smile. How was it, Cain? Isn't the boss incredibly intimidating? Did he scare you? Cain let out a bitter laugh at her remark. He truly had felt intimidated. It was no surprise Giovanni was a formidable trainer. Umbra gave Cain a pat on the shoulder without saying anything. As one of Giovanni's closest confidants, Umbra deeply respected him from the bottom of his heart. Given how long Cain had spent in Giovanni's office, Umbra, based on his understanding of Giovanni, was certain the boss held Cain in high regard. In Team Rocket, there was a clear rule: if Giovanni noticed you and you didn't disappoint him, your rise through the ranks would be swift. Of course, not disappointing Giovanni was no small feat. The expectations he had for those he selected were extremely high. The growth of an ordinary person could never keep up with Giovanni's expectations. If Cain had to compare Giovanni to someone, it would be Napoleon Bonaparte. He could only hope that no Talleyrand would show up to undermine him. Originally, it was CAO and Sima Yi. What do you think, stick with the original reference or keep this change? Together with Umbra and Sabrina, Cain left Team Rocket's base in Viridian City. Just as when he arrived, he departed in the same covert manner. When he returned to Saffron City, Sabrina wasted no time in kicking him out of the gym. With few options left, Cain checked into a hotel, waiting for the next day to return to the Hone region. By the afternoon of the following day, after traveling tirelessly, Cain finally arrived in Leafy town in the Hone region. By then, Sky and the others had already been dispatched to carry out tasks Cain had previously arranged. During that time, the Pokémon League was set to send inspectors to Leafy town to select a location for constructing a gym. Since Sky and the others weren't entirely inconspicuous, Cain decided to send them all on Pokémon hunting missions, which would also serve as training for the new recruits. Cain headed straight to his backyard, now his main base of operations. After giving prior instructions to Sky, the yard had been enclosed by a tall wall, spanning a vast area where Cain could freely train his Pokémon. Previously, he had tasked a group of Slowpoke and Gyarados with expanding the pond, and now that he was back, it had grown nearly tenfold in size and several times in depth. It already resembled a small lake. Cain released all the water-type Pokémon he had purchased on the black market in Saffron City, instantly bringing life to the quiet lake. Most of the Pokémon were native to the Kanto region, but Cain planned to expand their diversity over time. The Slowpoke would become the guardians of this lake. After accommodating all the Pokémon, Cain didn't have to wait long before the League inspectors arrived. It seemed the Breeders' Guild had indeed exerted pressure, and the League was paying significant attention to this matter. Only a day had passed, and they were already here. However, when Cain saw the two inspectors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Cain recognized them, and they recognized him as well. Although they had never met in person before, they certainly knew of each other. Lance, an advanced researcher from the Kanto region, and Wallace, the renowned coordinator and disciple of the Pseudopolis City gym leader in the Hone region. Both had arrived together. It could be said that Cain's home was now hosting two future champions. If Steven were also present, there would be 3 champions in Cain's house. Fortunately, Steven didn't know about this. Cain had tried to call him, but Steven was in a far-off place and couldn't return immediately. However, he promised to be present when the gym officially opened. The League really went all out, sending you two. I'm a bit overwhelmed, Cain said, pouring water for Lance and Wallace. Oh, overwhelmed? I didn't expect to see you either, Cain. When I received the assignment, I didn't realize it would be you. Now you're all over the screens as the youngest breeder in history to reach intermediate level. Not bad, Lance said with a smile, taking a sip of water. His tone clearly conveyed how impressed he was by Cain's accomplishments. Indeed, when I heard the youngest breeder in history was planning to open a water-type gym in Hone, I was astonished. Cain, your demeanor truly surprised me, Wallace added, equally admiring. Wallace already sported his characteristic style, just as he would in the future. However, he wasn't yet the gym leader of Pseudopolis City. His mentor, Juan, still held that position. Cain could sense Wallace's inherent elegance and nobility. It was no surprise that Steven and Wallace were friends. Both were not only powerful but also shared a similar aura. Lance, on the other hand, dressed not much differently from how he would in the future, with a cape of black and red hues. These two certainly knew how to dress, both sporting capes that projected elegance and power. At present, Lance was still working as a League researcher, but he would soon ascend to chief researcher in Kanto and later become the Dragon-type Elite Four of the Kanto region. He already possessed impressive strength. Wallace, on the other hand, would likely soon take over from his mentor Juan and become the gym leader of Pseudopolis City. The Pseudopolis City gym was also a water-type gym, but it had a much richer history compared to the small gym Cain planned to open in Leafy Town. And every Pseudopolis City gym leader was renowned for having a melodic as their symbol. Moreover, every gym leader from Pseudopolis City came from a noble lineage, radiating elegance from within. One represented the Kanto region, while the other represented Hone. The message was quite clear. The League was paying close attention to someone like Cain from Kanto opening a gym in Hone, and their involvement in this project seemed to be aimed at fostering a good relationship with Cain. The League sought to consolidate unity among the regions, and fostering cordial relations between prominent trainers was essential. Please, treat me like anyone else. Seeing you both on the front pages is already part of my daily routine, Cain said with a casual smile, though his eyes reflected subtle caution. Thus began a round of mutual flattery. Recently, I've been on a mission in the Hone region, and then I received a direct order from my superiors to come to Leafy Town in Hone and assess whether the town's safety conditions and environment are suitable for establishing a gym, Lance continued explaining. This morning, I took a walk around the town and noticed that, although it's a bit underdeveloped, the residents are quite honest. However, I heard there's an underground organization called the Black Serpent Gang that often exploits the locals. But after touring the place, I didn't find any trace of them. Do you know anything about it, Cain? It wasn't an interrogation, just a curious question given his professional nature. Cain smiled faintly. I already drove the Black Serpent Gang out, but I heard there were people in the town collaborating with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to operate for so long without the League finding out. Oh, do you know who they are? Lance's expression turned serious. He disliked people who presented one face in public and another in private. The mayor's son. If you investigate a bit, you should find some clues. However, I'm not sure if the mayor himself is involved, Cain replied. Understood. It seems Leafy Town is like many other places a bit corrupt. If it weren't for your decision to open a gym here, who knows when the locals would have been freed from this environment. Thanks for your help, Cain sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's my duty, Lance replied with an indifferent gesture. As an advanced-level investigator for the League, Lance had seen many places where corruption was rampant. However, with his current power, he couldn't bring about significant changes. If he became one of the Elite Four or even the champion of the League, he could implement his ideals and reform the system from within, reducing the underground threats lurking around the League. Lance's primary task was to help Cain clear the environment in Leafy Town to facilitate the gym's construction and operation. Afterward, it was Wallace's turn, representing the gyms of the Hone region and the Coordinator Guild. Although coordinators were still a local organization, in the future, the Coordinator Guild would integrate into the League, becoming an important part of it. And Wallace's rise to the title of champion would result from an agreement among many parties. Stephen simply followed the natural course of events. After Lance finished speaking, Wallace smiled and said, "My task is much simpler. I was asked by the Hone League to see if there's anything you might need help with. Also, I can explain some key aspects of creating a gym. After all, we'll both be leading water-type gyms, so we could learn a lot from each other." Cain immediately brightened up. The Pseudopolis City Gym was one of the oldest in Hone. Wallace's help could be even more valuable than Lance's. Although Wallace was still the apprentice of Pseudopolis City Gym Leader 1 and not the official leader, he was already handling many of the gym's responsibilities, as Juan rarely participated in battles or daily management. It wouldn't be long before Wallace officially became the gym leader. Wallace frequently traveled to participate in contests, and only when he was away did Juan take on his responsibilities as gym leader. This demonstrated Wallace's vast experience in managing and operating a gym. "I wonder what advice you can give me, Wallace. This is my first time running a gym, and honestly, I'm not very familiar with all it entails," Cain humbly asked. Wallace nodded and explained, "First of all, Cain, you need to understand that the most important aspect of a gym is not the Pokémon, the gym's type, or even the leader. Those things are secondary. The most important thing is the meaning behind the gym's existence, in other words, what it aims to teach challengers. The meaning of a gym's existence." Cain initially thought of badges. When a trainer wins a battle, they receive a badge, and by collecting 8, they can participate in the Pokémon League tournament. But clearly, the meaning wasn't something so superficial. Exactly, the meaning behind the gym's existence. For example, at the Pseudopolis City Gym, challengers earn the Rain Badge if they pass the challenge. However, there are times when, even if the challenger wins, the leader might decide not to award the badge. And in other cases, even if they lose, if the leader believes they've demonstrated the necessary qualities, the badge is still awarded. The evaluation is based on the gym's philosophy. Wallace continued, "Our philosophy at the Pseudopolis City Gym is elegance. We teach trainers and their Pokémon to maintain inner elegance and nobility. If a trainer can remain calm and graceful in battle, they'll guide their Pokémon with serenity and efficiency." Cain understood. At the Pseudopolis City Gym, a trainer's evaluation wasn't solely based on strength but on whether both they and their Pokémon could maintain an elegant and calm mindset. If he were to open his own gym, he needed to define a central concept that would become its main philosophy. Cain fell into deep thought. Wallace didn't interrupt him. Defining a gym's philosophy was something deeply personal, and it was best for the leader to develop it on their own without external influences. "Rhythm," Cain said after a moment of reflection. "Rhythm," murmured Wallace and Lance. "Yes, rhythm. The rhythm of battle, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of the relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon. In battle, trainers need to synchronize their rhythm with their Pokémon. Whether the Pokémon adapts to the trainer's rhythm or the trainer adapts to the Pokémon's natural rhythm, finding that balance is key to maximizing potential in battle. My gym will teach them how to find that rhythm." Cain had just defined his gym's philosophy. While it seemed like a quick decision, Wallace and Lance couldn't deny that the concept was interesting and fitting. Moreover, there wasn't yet a gym in the Hone region using this approach. "Since you've decided, there's no issue," Wallace said. "And since you chose to open a water-type gym, I imagine you're quite skilled with water Pokémon. How about we have an elegant battle?" Wallace concluded, running a hand through his green hair with a refined gesture. Cough. To be honest, even though I'm going to open a water-type gym, I currently only have one water-type Pokémon ready for battle." Cain couldn't help but cough a bit. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Cain's words, Lance and Wallace were stunned. What was going on? A person with only one water-type Pokémon was going to open a water-type gym? And what would he do in battles? Allow challengers to use just one Pokémon? "For now, I only have one that's combat-ready, but I'm already training other water-type Pokémon. Also, just yesterday, I applied for a permit to obtain a Mudkip from the Hone region. I plan to pick it up from Professor Birch once the gym's construction begins," Cain explained. After all, there wasn't even a trace of the gym yet, so Cain didn't need to rush. "All right then, let's do a one-on-one battle." Let's showcase our elegance. Wallace leaped to his feet, waving his hand dramatically. If they were in his gym or a contest competition, he'd undoubtedly have received cheers of admiration from the audience. I'll be the temporary referee, Lance said, also standing with a smile. Well, if you're both so interested. Cain shrugged and smiled. And so, the three found an outdoor spot. There wasn't a proper battlefield there, and Cain didn't want to take them to his backyard. His backyard housed many water-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, and if Lance asked about them, Cain wouldn't know how to explain. Fortunately, neither Lance nor Wallace minded. I'll use him. Go, Charlie. Wallace dramatically flipped his hair before throwing a Pokeball. A Celio appeared on the field. Wallace liked giving names to his Pokémon, each with a unique nickname. This strengthened the bond between the trainer and their Pokémon. Celio was one of Wallace's iconic Pokémon. Although his most famous Pokémon was melodic, Cain suspected Wallace was holding it back since its power was too overwhelming and he didn't want to crush him in battle. Cain's system automatically activated, scanning Wallace's Celio. Pokémon, Celio, Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 41. Type, Ice plus Water. Ability, Thick Fat. Held item, None. Egg moves, Water Sport, Water Pulse, Aqua Ring, Rollout. Basic moves, Swagger, Defense Curl, Powder Snow, Growl, Water Gun, Encore, Ice Ball, Brine, Aurora Beam, Body Slam, Rest, Snore, Hail. Learned moves, Icy Wind, Aqua Tail, Super Fang. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Surf, Rain Dance. This Celio had great traits and level, and it hadn't yet evolved into its final form, Walrein, meaning it still had room to grow. That Wallace considered it one of his main Pokémon showed its great potential. Cain threw his own Pokeball, summoning Slowking. Slowking. Wallace and Lance exclaimed in surprise. Wallace, being an expert in water-type Pokémon, recognized Slowking immediately, even though it was more common in the Kanto and Johto regions. Lance, who would one day become one of Kanto's Elite Four and Johto's champion, also knew it well. Both were surprised, but not enough to lose their composure. I'm impressed, Cain. Your Slowking is so elegant, it truly exudes the regal aura of a king among Slowpoke. Wallace praised. He was captivated by Slowking's majestic presence. Cain flashed a wide smile. The battle begins. Lance announced. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Slowking's eyes glimmered with a light full of wisdom. Charlie, use Aqua Ring. Wallace issued his command to Celio. Although Celio had a level advantage, its water and ice-type moves would be less effective against Slowking, also a water-type Pokémon. On the other hand, Slowking could use Psychic-type attacks, giving it an edge in this battle. This was why Cain started the battle by boosting Slowking's psychic power with Nasty Plot. Charlie, use Rollout. While Slowking finished using Nasty Plot, Celio formed a water ring around itself, gradually healing. Then, Celio curled up and began rolling towards Slowking. Rollout is a move that increases in power with each successful hit but has the drawback of being hard to stop. Slowking, use Teleport. As Celio rolled toward it, Slowking finished charging Nasty Plot, and Cain gave the order to dodge. Speed up. However, Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. Although Rollout isn't a water or ice-type move, Wallace had trained Celio in all its moves. Celio suddenly accelerated and struck Slowking before it could teleport. Cain's expression changed. How fast? No wonder Wallace was so skilled. Slowking, use Teleport again and then Water Gun infused with psychic energy. This time, Slowking managed to put some distance between itself and Celio, teleporting to the other side of the field. After finishing the move, Slowking fired a water gun wrapped in psychic energy, transforming it into a spear-like projectile that quickly flew toward Celio with tracking capabilities. However, Celio didn't try to dodge, letting the attack hit while continuing to roll. The impact slowed Celio down. Slowking, use Psychic. Not giving Celio a chance to recover, Cain ordered another attack. Charlie, use Rollout and finish with Body Slam. Wallace responded calmly. The psychic attack hit Celio but wasn't enough to stop its charge. Celio rolled towards Slowking, but just before reaching it, it stopped spinning, using the momentum from its rollout move to execute Body Slam. This type of attack, leveraging the inertia, packs an even greater punch. Slowking, use Protect. Cain ordered. A green energy shield appeared around Slowking, completely blocking Celio's attack. Charlie, use Icy Wind. Wallace continued. Celio shook its body, releasing a cold gust of wind filled with tiny ice particles directed at Slowking. Although Ice-type moves are not very effective against Water-type Pokémon, if the slowing effect of Icy Wind took hold, it could be devastating for Slowking. Slowking, use Flamethrower. Cain responded. Fire burst from Slowking's mouth to counter the Icy Wind. The clash between cold and heat caused an explosion, sending up a cloud of smoke. Boom! Both Pokémon were pushed back, clearly affected by the explosion, with visible injuries on their bodies. Lance watched from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Although, to Lance, these two Pokémon were somewhat weak compared to his own, he knew Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. At the same time, he recognized that Slowking had notable potential and that Cain, its trainer, was demonstrating excellent combat skills. Cain had what it took to become an elite trainer. I think that's enough, Lance said suddenly. There's no need to continue this battle. Cain and Wallace, still engrossed in the fight, paused when they heard Lance. Both knew that if Lance hadn't interrupted them, the battle would have continued until one of them emerged victorious. However, Lance's suggestion made sense. In a place like Leafy Town, where there was no Pokémon Center, caring for injured Pokémon would be more complicated. Moreover, this was just a friendly training match, not a battle to the bitter end. Cain had already gauged Wallace's strength. Although Celio wasn't Wallace's strongest Pokémon, Cain could imagine that his Melodic was far more powerful. On the other hand, Celio hadn't yet reached its final form, whereas Slowking was already in its fully evolved state, making it one of Cain's strongest Pokémon at the moment. Aside from Honchkrow, whose power grew with each battle, Slowking was Cain's best fighter. Despite the disparity, Cain felt that the gap between him and Wallace wasn't as wide as the one he had with Steven. It seemed that even Wallace wasn't on Steven's level. Cain began speculating about Lance's strength. It was likely that Lance was even stronger than Steven. Lance, for his part, had already formed his main team. His starter Pokémon was a Charizard, and his future Dragonite had probably already evolved from Dratini to Dragonair. However, Cain also knew that Dragonair only evolved into Dragonite at level 55 and that a fully evolved Dragonite could reach the strength of a weak elite level Pokémon or, at the very least, a max level pseudo-elite. Still, Cain calculated that Lance's Dragonair hadn't yet reached that level, though it probably wasn't far off. Yes, you're right. It's better to stop here, Wallace said, halting the battle. Cain, your skill is better than I imagined. You're definitely ready to open a water-type gym, Wallace commented with a smile. Cain smiled and nodded humbly. I'll probably be the weakest gym leader in the Hone region, he replied with a laugh. Cain knew his own level well. Among the gym leaders in the region, he would probably rank last. Don't be so modest. Power is built over time. I'm sure you'll surpass many others soon, Wallace added. That's right. You both have great potential. Don't underestimate yourselves, Lance said seriously. Cain had nothing more to add. Although modest, he knew that within a year, things could change drastically, and he might become the strongest gym leader in Hone. Well, I need to investigate the town leaders. If I find anything suspicious, I'll act immediately, Lance announced as he pulled out a Pokeball. A Charizard appeared before the three, ready for action. Pokémon, Charizard, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 50. Types, Fire plus Flying. Ability, Blaze. Held item, None. Egg moves, Crunch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Bite. Basic moves, Wing Attack, Flare Blitz, Heat Wave, Shadow Claw, Air Slash, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Flame Burst, Slash, Flamethrower. Learned moves, Blast Burn, Outrage, Tailwind, Iron Tail. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Roost, Earthquake, Fire Blast, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Swords Dance, Rock Slide. Just as expected, observing Lance's Charizard's data, Cain couldn't help but feel odd. Lance had already reached the level of a pseudo-elite trainer. Although his Charizard was only level 50, its dark blue quality and moves like Dragon Dance and Outrage, along with several fire and dragon-type moves, placed it at a level beyond average. Clearly, Lance was in the mid-range of a pseudo-elite trainer. And even though his Dragonair hadn't yet evolved, when it did, Lance would become an unstoppable force. After bidding farewell to Cain and Wallace, Lance mounted his Charizard and flew off. I think I'll head out as well. We've already discussed the gym details, and with our battle, I can provide a good report. Plus, I'll have the Pokémon League's approval for you to open your gym in this town, Wallace said with a smile. It was evident that the battle with Cain wasn't just for fun. The Pokémon League wanted to ensure that Cain had what it took to open a new gym in Leafy Town, something that would impact the prestige of Pseudopoly's gym. This fight served as a sort of evaluation. Thanks for your help, Cain replied, expressing his gratitude to Wallace. No problem. Just choose a good location for the gym and submit the application to the league. They'll send specialized personnel to build it. Just keep in mind that the costs are on you, Wallace said. That won't be an issue. I already have a spot in mind, right next to my house, Cain responded. But I'd like to know when I'll be able to request a Pokémon Center. For the development of Leafy Town, a Pokémon Center is just as important as a gym. A town with only a gym but no Pokémon Center, no matter how impressive the gym may be, will still lack appeal for trainers. I'm not entirely sure about that, but theoretically, once the gym construction project is underway, the Pokémon Center's construction should also be scheduled. You'll have to wait and see. They might arrive with the gym's construction team, Wallace explained. Cain nodded. Once the gym is built and the Pokémon Center is operational, Cain can invite several corporations to develop Leafy Town's economy. Of course, the Devon Corporation will be the priority. In the future, Leafy Town might thrive. By controlling both the surface and the darker side of the town, Cain could obtain significant resources to advance rapidly. He could finally afford to sustain his two big eaters, Aaron and Larvatar. After explaining some key aspects of gym construction and sharing his experience in managing one, Wallace bid Cain farewell. Wallace's friendship with Steven was no coincidence, there were reasons for it. Later, Wallace departed, apparently to participate in the Verdanturf Town contest. Meanwhile, Cain received the construction team sent by the League. With plenty of tools and manpower, the abundant natural resources in Leafy Town made material sourcing easy. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the town offered plenty of materials to extract. The construction team's arrival brought life to the area, and the people of Leafy Town quickly learned from the workers that a gym was being built. This was exciting news for them. The idea of having a gym in such a remote town promised visible development for the future. However, the mysterious gym leader, Cain, had yet to make his appearance. Although Cain hadn't introduced himself to the townspeople, his name was already spreading throughout the area. He was now the most famous person around. Cain, indifferent to fame, simply selected one of the gym blueprints the foreman had and left the rest to the builders. Gym construction required Cain to cover the expenses. Initially, old Matsuda hadn't mentioned this small detail to Cain, as he had never been a gym leader himself, but fortunately, Cain had some savings. He handed a league card with 5 million credits to the foreman, asking him to build the gym as quickly as possible while meeting his specifications. The foreman, delighted by Cain's generosity, accepted without hesitation. This specialized league construction team was used to building gyms, and in the Pokémon world, many Pokémon could assist with construction, significantly speeding up the process. Cain, for his part, returned to his backyard. It had been some time since he had properly trained his Pokémon. Today, after witnessing the skills of two prodigies of the Pokémon world, Lance and Wallace, both future champions of their respective regions, Cain felt the pressure. For now, he couldn't face them. However, his Pokémon's limitations were no longer an obstacle, it was just a matter of time. Since capturing Murkrow, only 3 months had passed. For Cain, it felt like an eternity, but for others, it was a very short time. Currently, Cain's main Pokémon had reached a light blue quality or higher, something he could never have imagined in his previous life. Now, all that remained was improving their skills. Slakoth and Honchkrow were his strongest Pokémon, but due to their roles, they couldn't battle simultaneously. Thus, Cain needed more Pokémon to reach the same power level. His goal was for his Pokémon to quickly reach the advanced level, at which point Cain would truly deserve to be both a gym leader and a Team Rocket officer. Today would be a day of intensive training, and tomorrow, Cain planned to take all his Pokémon into the forest. His goal was to traverse a vast mountainous forest, reach dangerous areas, and finally arrive at Littleroot Town in the Hone region, where he would request Mudkip, the water-type starter Pokémon from Professor Birch, a key member of his future Rain team. Cain released all his Pokémon. Today would be their last training session before the grand expedition. Honchkrow and Slowking needed to refine their move combinations. Cain asked Honchkrow to combine Wing Attack with Night Slash. The Night Slash move would increase the chance of hitting critical points, boosting Wing Attack's power. This combination of flying and dark-type moves would be Honkrow's primary focus in upcoming sessions. Cain named this technique Shadow Wing Attack. As for Slowking, Cain had been working on combining water and psychic attacks from the start, and now these combinations could be used in real battles. Today, during the fight with Celio, Slowking used a psychic water gun, which combined psychic power with the water gun move. This same combination could be applied to many other Slowking attacks. For Haunter, Cain demanded an attempt to combine Shadow Ball with Toxic. Opponents usually dodged Toxic reflexively, but evading Shadow Ball wasn't as easy. Haunter could hide the poison within the Shadow Ball's energy, ensuring the attack not only damaged the opponent but also poisoned them. For Sneezel, the move combination was simple but effective, combining Metal Claw with Ice Punch. Enhancing Metal Claw with the icy damage of Ice Punch would make each strike capable of freezing and slashing. Previously, Sneezel used Metal Claw on one hand and Ice Punch on the other. Now, Cain asked it to combine both moves in both hands. This move was named Ice Claw. Finally, Scorpy, who was developing its poison capacity, continued to level up as it absorbed more toxins. Inside its body, a rudimentary venom sac was forming. If fully developed, its toxins would become even more lethal than Haunter's. If it evolved into Drapion, its mastery of multiple move types would greatly improve. Cain didn't focus Scorpy's training on specific moves but rather on strengthening its body, particularly its stinger. Scorpy's stinger was its deadliest weapon, and when it evolved, it would be like having a third hand capable of using a different move with each claw and another with its tail. Additionally, with its sniper ability, it would be unstoppable. The next day, Cain, dressed in his league trainer uniform, ventured into the mountains without notifying anyone. He didn't take the same path as before. This time, Cain decided to head in a different direction, southward, toward Littleroot Town. Traveling on foot would take him several days, provided no unexpected complications arose. Scorpy and Sneezel accompanied him. They were still at the outskirts of the forest, where the wild Pokémon weren't very high level, making it an ideal training ground for Scorpy. The main goal of this journey was to train Scorpy, as prolonged exercise would help it absorb the toxic energy accumulating in its body more quickly. Wandering aimlessly through the forest could lead to accidentally invading the territory of wild Pokémon. If the territory belonged to a small group of Pokémon, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if there were a large number of Pokémon, hostility was almost guaranteed. In the forest's depths, Pokémon fiercely defended their territories. These were basic survival rules in the forest, but for Cain and his team, such rules didn't apply. Scorpy, standing at 1.2 meters tall, took the lead. Its sharp pincers moved non-stop, as if practicing boxing, while its long tail hovered above its head, motionless and easy to overlook. Clearly, after spending time outdoors and participating in a few battles, Scorpy was excited. Since Cain had captured it, Scoropy hadn't had the chance to lead a fight. It always watched its older siblings battle while scavenging the leftovers or, in many cases, just cheering from the sidelines. While this kept it safe, for a combat-thirsty Pokemon like Scoropy, it was frustrating. This time, it was finally Scoropy's turn to fight. It was no wonder it was so enthusiastic. Cain watched as Scoropy moved like it owned the place, strutting like a crab crossing the street, and couldn't help but smile. He decided not to stop it, as they were still in the forest's outer regions, where Pokemon weren't high level. At level 26, Scoropy was more than capable of handling the challenges. Additionally, Sneezel, at level 32, was there to back it up in case Scoropy faced an opponent too strong to handle alone. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, Sneezel would also have to take the lead in battles. As they walked, Cain noticed the bushes around them becoming more colorful, a sign they had entered a special area. It could be the territory of a Pokemon or an area rich in natural resources. They hadn't gone far when Cain realized his assumption was correct. They were in the middle of a wild Pokemon's territory. One Pokemon decided to ambush Cain, aiming its attack primarily at him, perceiving him as the most vulnerable in the group. Pokemon, Vileplume, Green. Gender, Female. Level, 29. Type, Grass plus Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Held item, None. Egg moves, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Ingrain. Basic moves, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Giga Drain, Lucky Chant, Moonlight, Aromatherapy. Learned moves, Seed Bomb, Gastro Acid, Drain Punch. TM moves, None. At first glance, this Vileplume had good stats and abilities, but as a final evolution, its potential was already more limited. It wasn't a bad Pokemon, but given Cain's current level, Vileplume no longer piqued his interest as a training prospect. Still, for Scoropy, it was a perfect opponent. Vileplume had evolved from a Gloom with the help of a Leaf Stone, and this one clearly ruled the territory. It had likely stumbled upon a Leaf Stone by chance, allowing it to complete its evolution. Although Cain wasn't interested in training Vileplume, it remained a valuable specimen for a Pokemon hunter. Even if he didn't sell it, it could be useful for training his subordinates. After all, Vileplume's grass and poison type gave it many moves beneficial for survival in the wild. Cain was particularly interested in its Sweet Scent move, which could attract numerous wild Pokemon, making training and capturing easier. However, Scoropy had to defeat it first. Vileplume, with its grass and poison types, didn't have clear weaknesses against Scoropy, also a poison type. Even so, its grass and poison type moves wouldn't be very effective against Scoropy. Scoropy resisted grass moves 4 times over and poison moves twice over. Vileplume lunged, using Giga Drain. This grass-type move not only dealt damage but also restored the user's energy. A small blue hand glowed with green energy as Vileplume advanced rapidly. The opponent is close. Get ready, Scoropy. Use agility and counter with Bug Bite. Cain, accustomed to wild Pokemon ambushes, remained calm, issuing precise instructions to Scoropy. Upon hearing Cain's orders, Scoropy displayed a look of excitement. With a shout, it planted its legs firmly on the ground, kicking up dirt and dead leaves as its speed drastically increased. Then, it opened its massive jaws, already charged with bug-type energy. With its large size and growing strength, Scoropy had become Cain's strongest Pokemon in terms of raw physical power. It might only be level 26, but in terms of sheer strength, none of Cain's other Pokemon could compete. Scoropy and Vileplume collided midway. Boom! Vileplume's Giga Drain struck Scoropy, but Scoropy's Bug Bite also landed on one of Vileplume's petals. In the next moment, Scoropy took 3 steps back, while Vileplume was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing into a tree. It was evident that the flower on Vileplume's head already had a noticeable notch, bitten by Scoropy's fangs, with a bit of pink nectar slowly seeping from the wound. Vileplume showed clear signs of pain. In addition to the wound on its flower, the blow Scoropy delivered by slamming it against the tree had also left its body exhausted. However, Scoropy didn't come out completely unscathed either. Although Vileplume hadn't physically moved him, the force it exerted was considerable, leaving him somewhat dazed. Fortunately, Scoropy had quadruple resistance against grass-type moves like Giga Drain, so he didn't suffer much damage. The effect of Giga Drain didn't fully manifest either, as the amount of energy Vileplume absorbed wasn't enough to counteract the damage Scoropy had inflicted. Take advantage of the momentum, Scoropy. Charge and use Poison Jab. Let's see if it can match your strength now, Cain said with a smile. With every battle, Scoropy's strength shone brighter. So far, there wasn't a single Pokemon that could compete with him in terms of physical power. Cha! Cried Scoropy, shaking his head as he charged once again toward the weakened Vileplume. Vileplume, after being thrown to the ground, could barely recover. Seeing Scoropy rushing toward her again, her expression turned to panic. She knew she had collided with an impenetrable wall. She had always relied on her strength to crush opponents, but this time, she was the one being crushed. However, realizing that escape wasn't an option, Vileplume decided to face him again. She knew she couldn't run, so her only choice was to fight back. Shaking the injured flower on her head, she began scattering several powders from her bloom, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Sleep Powder. Simultaneously, her feet, firmly planted on the ground, began to root themselves in the soil. Fine roots dug deep, extracting energy from the earth. The move in grain allowed Vileplume to recover some energy while anchoring herself more securely to the ground. With a fierce expression, she raised her right hand and launched the Giga Drain move again. It was her last desperate attempt. Scorepi grinned as he used his powerful pincers to grab Vileplume's hands, blocking her Giga Drain. Without halting his charge, Scorepi broke Vileplume's roots and slammed her against a tree with a loud crash. This time, Scorepi's tail, which had remained still until now, shot forward like a bolt, injecting venom into Vileplume's body before she could react. As Scorepi stepped back, Vileplume had already fallen unconscious, her body emanating a purple glow, a sign that she had been poisoned. If Vileplume didn't wake up soon and treat her poisoning, she might not survive and would end up as another special nutrient in this forest's soil. Perhaps, the nutrients she left behind could be enough for several Gloom to evolve into new Vileplume. After Vileplume's fall, the Gloom and Oddish watching from the shadows disappeared instantly. Some Oddish even buried themselves in the ground, leaving only a few leaves visible, almost indistinguishable from the rest of the forest's vegetation. Cain tossed a Pokeball at Vileplume. Even though he wasn't interested in training this Pokemon, he knew she was still valuable. If someone else thought they could tame her, he could give her to one of his subordinates to try. The capture met no resistance, and when Cain released her again, Vileplume still hadn't woken up. Scorepi absorbed the poison from her body, and Cain treated her wounds rudimentarily. Being a grass-type Pokemon, her recovery ability was quite good. Additionally, Vileplume had the chlorophyll ability, so if she were in a sunny, open area, she could heal quickly on her own. The move's synthesis and ingrain combined could have terrifying effects. Good job, here's your reward, Cain said, smiling as he handed some Pokeblocks to Scorepi, who happily devoured them, recovering some energy. Scorepi's physical growth had reached its limit. Even if he continued using supplements, the effect wouldn't be as noticeable. Supplements don't always work the same for every Pokemon, but in Scorepi's case, the results were surprisingly positive, especially when combined with the Pokeblocks Cain prepared. But this isn't your best performance yet. You have so much potential to improve. After praising him, Cain began explaining to Scorepi how he could have done better and what areas needed improvement. For example, as I've trained you before, you should identify your opponent's weaknesses and exploit them mercilessly. Although Vileplume was a new opponent for you and it's not easy to find a weak spot in an initial encounter, you must learn to do so. In the future, you will face many unfamiliar Pokemon, and you will need to pinpoint their weaknesses. Your ability is Sniper. If you had identified Vileplume's weak spot in your initial charge and used Bug Bite, she might not have even had a chance to counterattack. With your strength combined with the multiplied damage from your Sniper ability, you could have defeated her in a single blow. Hearing Cain, Scorepi showed a thoughtful expression, recalling Vileplume and trying to figure out where her weak point was. I know your rapid growth has made you forget some of the concepts I've taught you, but during our journey, I want you to focus on finding the weaknesses of the Pokemon you face. If you can master that, you'll be able to take down opponents with a single strike, and you have the potential to do it. Cha! Roared Scorepi, showing his determination. He remembered Cain's teachings and the thrill of identifying a weak spot and taking down an opponent in a single blow. Of all Cain's main Pokemon, Scorepi was the one who craved battle the most. With Scorepi and Sneezel, Cain continued advancing through the forest. Sneezel had observed the entire fight but hadn't intervened. At his current level, Vileplume wouldn't have been a challenge, so the battle was perfect for Scorepi. Cain continued venturing deeper into the forest with his Pokemon. The primary purpose of this expedition was to train his Pokemon. Secondly, it was to earn money, and finally, to select suitable Pokemon to strengthen his subordinates. During a recent call with Karen, Cain learned that she had already taken the entire team into the Petalburg Woods to complete the Hunter's Team mission. According to Karen's estimates, if the mission were successfully completed, the Hunter's Team would be promoted to a 1-star team, enabling them to take on missions with higher rewards. Karen told Cain that his subordinates demonstrated good coordination and basic combat capabilities, as well as being quite obedient. However, they still lacked high-level power. Only Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky had an acceptable level, but if they wanted to take on more difficult missions in the future, they would need to improve significantly. The new recruits also needed to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Karen assured Cain that after completing this group mission, his subordinates would grow quickly. Additionally, capturing some wild Pokemon unrelated to the mission would also increase their combat power. In short, this was more than just a mission, it was a training journey that would also allow them to earn money, and Karen, being an experienced leader, was in charge. Cain was pleased with the decision to integrate Karen into the Hunter's Team. Later, Cain checked his exclusive communication device with Umbra. Since Giovanni had instructed him to respond only to Umbra, his communication with him had become much more frequent. Recently, Umbra had sent a message informing him that Team Rocket had begun organizing the delivery of the rewards Cain had earned from his victory in the final trial. Additionally, he mentioned that he had already claimed half of the resources, exchanging them for 3 evolution elixirs that Cain needed. As for the other half, Cain had to decide whether to exchange them for useful items, money, or simply collect the resources as they were. However, since Cain was in the field, he would have to wait until he reached Little Root Town or returned to Leafy Town to receive the elixirs, as these could not be teleported. Currently, his primary goal was to continue improving his Pokemon's strength, and he was in no rush to claim the rewards. For now, he could afford to maintain Larvatar once it hatched, but when it entered its growth stage, the cost would be much higher, especially because he already had another big eater, Aaron, who also required training. After walking and battling all morning, Cain and his Pokémon sat under a tree to rest. He took out some canned meat prepared in advance from his storage space and opened them for the Pokémon to eat directly. Although the taste wasn't particularly good, it was much more convenient than lighting a fire to cook food in the forest for every meal. Moreover, with so many Pokémon under his care and the amount of food they required, opening cans was a quick solution. Those who weren't satisfied could supplement their meals with Pokeblocks. Although Pokeblocks were small, they contained a large amount of energy, as they were made from fragments of energy crystals. Avoiding making fire also had the advantage of not leaving traces of smoke, making it harder for others to track him. After the meal, Cain summoned Honchkrow and the others and continued deeper into the forest with Scorepi and Sneezel. They were still far from their destination. In the afternoon, while walking through the forest, Cain received another message from Karen, who was busy with the Hunters Team mission. Since the Hunters Team was founded, they had gained many more members, giving them greater flexibility. Karen had left one of the members of the Celestial Hunting Group monitoring the Hunters Guild headquarters, constantly checking for available missions. Any task with good rewards was immediately reported to Karen to decide whether to take it. One of the advantages of Hunters teams is that, once authorized by the leader, members could accept missions on their behalf, as long as they had the appropriate rank. This was how many Hunters teams operated. On this occasion, the team member spotted an interesting 4-star mission, a request to capture a green quality Scolipede. The higher the quality, the greater the reward, with no upper limit. Although Scolipede was initially discovered in Unova, it could also be found in deep mountainous regions of other areas, including Hone. The fact that a Pokémon was registered in one region didn't mean it couldn't appear in others. For example, Slowpoke was registered in Kanto, but Slowking was registered in Johto. That didn't mean there were no Slowking in Kanto. The Pokémon world was interconnected, and the movement of Pokémon between regions was common. Karen immediately accepted the mission and informed Cain. It didn't matter whether she found the Scolipede first or Cain did, as long as they captured and delivered it before the deadline, the mission would be completed. Cain wasn't surprised by the news. After all, he was heading toward the deeper parts of the forest, and with some luck, he might encounter a Scolipede and earn a nice reward. After sending a confirmation message to Karen, Cain continued on his way. While advancing, he unexpectedly encountered some people he hadn't expected to find. He had been walking for most of the day, and at that depth of the forest, the Pokémon already had a considerable level. The people who could be there likely had a certain level of skill. Curious, Cain decided to approach cautiously. Accompanied by Haunter, Cain managed to quietly get about 10 meters from where they were. He saw 3 people dressed in dark blue robes resting under a tree. With Haunter's help, Cain watched silently from the top of a nearby tree, listening intently to what they were saying. The rewards for this mission are pretty good. When we return, we should be able to exchange them for plenty of points, right? Said the tallest of the 3, his voice rough and deep. The results of this mission were excellent. I think I've gathered enough points for that intermediate quality water stone on the exchange list. I just hope no one grabs it before me, commented the medium-height woman, a look of longing on her face. The Void Group's exchange list isn't bad. Compared to other organizations, it offers a good variety of items. However, some rare objects are scarce, and as soon as they appear, they're snatched up quickly. If you haven't gathered enough points by the time we return and the water stone is still available, I can lend you some points, said the shortest man in the group, his expression cold. At first glance, it might seem that the tallest of the 3 was the strongest. However, Cain's intuition told him that the true power lay with the cold, short man. The tall and burly one only looked impressive in appearance. Thank you, elder brother. We always end up relying on your support, said the woman with a smile. The burly man, who had also been listening, smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Yeah, if it weren't for your support, the 2 of us wouldn't have gotten this far. The short man, evidently the elder brother they referred to, maintained his cold expression as he replied, the stronger you 2 are, the more it benefits me. In a month, I'll need to be ready to aim for an officer position in the Void Group. That's when I'll need your support. You know how I am after all this time together. The young man's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Until now, I've never asked either of you to repay the favors I've done for you. But if, at this crucial moment, you become a burden, you know what the consequences will be. Hearing this, the tall man and the woman tensed, a faint sense of fear evident. They had spent enough time with this cold elder brother to understand his temperament well. He was someone who wouldn't hesitate to punish even his own companions if necessary. Although he appeared youthful, he was already over 20 years old. His youthful appearance and short stature were simply traits he had been born with. From the treetop, Cain observed the scene, his eyes glowing with interest. The Void Group, one of the main forces in Movili City. Its leader was a quasi-elite trainer, and the officers under their command generally possessed advanced trainer-level strength. Given that this boy was talking about becoming an officer, it meant he was already nearing the advanced level. Cain was certain that sooner or later, he would have a conflict with the Void Group. However, for the moment, he was still in his growth phase, and his Heaven team wasn't yet a match for an underground organization as established as the Void Group. Without Team Rocket's support, confronting them would be difficult. While Cain weighed the possibility of acting, the trio's conversation caught his attention again. Elder brother, I heard we're near Leafy town. We've been in these mountains for nearly a month. Why don't we relax a bit and go have some fun there, suggested the burly man. Pfft, what's fun about Leafy town? It's a miserable place, it doesn't even have a decent restaurant, replied the woman disdainfully. Leafy town. I believe that's the place Canaan has taken under his control. I've heard they send him money tributes periodically, which has allowed him to make some extra cash. Maybe in the future, I should find someone to manage a place like that for me, the elder brother said coldly. So that place is Officer Canaan's? We'd better not cause any trouble there. After all, Officer Canaan has been a good ally of yours. When you first tried to become an officer, he was the first to support you, said the woman. The elder brother nodded. Yes, Canaan and I have had a good relationship. We come from the same town, and part of my success is due to his help. If he ever needs assistance after I become an officer, I won't hesitate to help him in return for what he's done for me. At that moment, from the tree where Cain was observing, a cold glint settled in his eyes. Canaan. So, Canaan was the one behind the Black Serpent gang, and it seemed this elder brother had quite a close relationship with him. Although Cain didn't believe this young man would fight to the death for Canaan, he also wouldn't hesitate to help him if needed. That was something Cain wasn't willing to allow. Since this young man hadn't yet reached the advanced trainer level or become an officer, it was the perfect time to eliminate him. Cain pulled 2 Pokeballs from his belt. Honchkrow and Slowking. This battle would definitely require both of them. Since it was going to be a 1 vs 3 fight and he had the advantage of attacking from the shadows, if he could eliminate 1 or 2 of them with a surprise attack, the rest would be much easier. Cain decided not to act immediately but to wait patiently in the tree. Clearly, these 3 weren't novices. Anyone who could survive more than half a month in these mountains had to have at least a basic sense of caution, especially during rest periods. So Cain waited silently. After 20 minutes, the 3 finished resting and prepared to continue on their way. This was the moment Cain had been waiting for. The instant they let their guard down while standing up, Cain released his 2 Pokeballs. Honchkrow and Slowking appeared instantly. Honchkrow, surprise, attack the burly man. Slowking, use teleport and bring Sneezel and Scorpy to attack the woman, Cain commanded. The Pokemon were already prepared inside their Pokeballs, and as soon as they received the order, they sprang into action. Cain also jumped nimbly from the tree, using his psychic power to cushion the fall and land softly, running in the direction of his Pokemon. Honchkrow, following the order, activated Tailwind, boosting all allied Pokemon's speed, and quickly charged toward its target. Slowking, on the other hand, used teleport in the blink of an eye, demonstrating its skill with short-range moves. Just as the 3 were about to leave, 3 Pokemon suddenly appeared nearby. Their expressions changed drastically. In a wild environment like this, if a Pokemon got this close, the situation was dire. They saw Slowking appear with Sneezel and Scorpy, directly targeting the woman with an attack. Realizing she was the target, her face turned pale instantly. These 3 Pokemon didn't look weak at all. Perhaps she could hold her own against 1, but definitely not against 3. The burly man and the young leader also reacted, reaching for their Pokeballs. During their rest, they had warned each other to stay alert against ambushes, but they hadn't expected an attack right as they were about to leave. However, the 3 weren't inexperienced novices. Anyone who could survive for so many days in the wilderness obviously had defensive measures. Suddenly, a Kecleon appeared on the woman's shoulder. Facing Sneezel's initial attack, the hidden Kecleon immediately revealed itself, using Protect to block Sneezel's ice punch. But that was all it could do. Scorpy, following closely behind Sneezel, launched a lightning-fast stinger strike at the woman. If the attack landed, even if she didn't die instantly, the venom in the stinger wouldn't be something she could withstand. Without receiving a specific antidote within 5 seconds, given the limitations of the human body, she was doomed. Meanwhile, Honchkrow, soaring from above, dived directly at the burly man. The man had barely evaded Sneezel and Scorpy's attacks when he saw a massive crow descending on him. For Honchkrow, 10 meters was nothing but a blink of an eye, and the attacks from Sneezel and Scorpy were just as swift. Seeing Honchkrow closing in, the man gritted his teeth. A Kecleon also appeared on his shoulder, jumping to use Protect and block Honkrow's attack. Finally, his hand reached for his Pokeball. On the other hand, the short-statured young leader rolled across the ground, evading Scorpy's attack without needing any Pokemon to block it. From a distance, Cain observed the entire scene, his expression growing serious. He hadn't expected the 2 to have Kecleon as their secret defense. Now he understood why no Pokemon had been visible with them like him. They had an ace up their sleeves. Fortunately, Cain hadn't relied solely on Sneezel to attack. Scorpy's stinger, moving at high speed, struck the woman directly. It pinned her to the ground. She couldn't avoid the attack. Her eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that just moments ago, she had been fantasizing about returning to redeem an intermediate quality water stone to evolve her shelter into a cloister, which would greatly boost her strength to help her elder brother. But now, all those dreams had turned to dust. Though she had blocked Sneezel's first ice punch, she couldn't evade Scorpy's venomous strike. What she couldn't understand was why her leader, who clearly had the opportunity to save her, didn't. All 3 had a Kecleon as their hidden defense. The leader had dodged Scorpy's attack, and none of the attacking Pokemon seemed to target him. He could have easily used his Kecleon to save her. but she would never get the chance to ask, as her vision faded. Elsewhere, the burly man had managed to have his Kecleon block Honchro's attack, but Slakoth, who had teleported with Sneezel and Scorpii, had yet to act. Initially, it had been eyeing the young leader for an attack, but noticing the Kecleons on the other two, it understood that its assault might not be as effective as expected. With sharp instincts, Slakoth made a quick decision. In the absence of direct orders from its trainer, a Pokémon had to act on its own. It fired a water gun, amplified by its psychic powers, creating its signature technique, the psychic water gun. Following Honchro's attack, the psychic water gun was aimed at the burly man. The psychic power accelerated the attack, transforming the stream of water into a deadly arrow. The man had just evaded Honchro's strike and was about to release his Pokémon when the water arrow appeared before him. His expression froze as Slakoth's attack slammed him against a tree. As the psychic energy and water dissipated, the man slowly slid down the trunk. In the blink of an eye, Cain's 4 Pokémon had achieved tremendous success in their surprise attack, eliminating 2 of the 3 opponents. This was made possible by Cain's impeccable timing, striking when the trio was at their most vulnerable. Moreover, the coordination among the Pokémon was flawless. Even though the 3 enemies had Kecleon for defense, they couldn't withstand the assaults. Cain's Pokémon worked in pairs, with one breaking the defense and the other delivering the fatal blow. The sole survivor, the young leader, now wore a grim expression, his face clouded with extreme bitterness. Moments ago, he had been telling his 2 subordinates that he would soon ascend to the rank of officer and would need their support. But now, without ever receiving that support, they were dead. He had invested heavily in their training, almost as if he had raised them himself. His plan had been to ensure that once he became an officer, he wouldn't stand alone in the role. But now, one was pinned to the ground, and the other lay against a tree, both dead without ceremony. As the woman had thought before dying, he really could have saved her. But he hadn't, or rather, he didn't dare to. He still had his Kecleon hidden on his shoulder, his last line of defense. In most battles, this Pokémon never showed itself, kept as his ultimate trump card. He hadn't allowed his Kecleon to assist the woman because he believed that if he did, he might die himself. No life was more important than his own. And he had been right. Slakoth had considered attacking him but, guessing he also had a Kecleon that hadn't used Protect yet, shifted its focus to the burly man. The latter's shield had already been broken by Honchro, so Slakoth knew its attack would succeed. "Who are you? Show yourself," the leader shouted, his voice filled with uncontrollable rage. At this moment, he already held 2 Pokeballs in his hands, and the Kecleon on his shoulder had also revealed itself, so he wasn't afraid of any surprise attacks. It was then that Cain slowly emerged from the forest. Although only 10 meters separated them, Cain could cross it in just a few seconds with his speed. The responsiveness of his Pokémon during the battle impressed him, especially Slakoth's quick decision-making in such a short amount of time. However, the enemy was still present. This was not the time for praise. With a smile on his face, Cain observed the man, who appeared to be a young person of similar height. Although he looked young, Cain already knew that this individual, despite his youthful appearance, was much older than him. The young man frowned as Cain appeared. He was clearly surprised by how young Cain seemed and didn't think Cain was like him, merely looking youthful. Cain was genuinely young. "I'm KG, the chief subordinate of Officer Kanan of the Void Group in Movali City. Have you considered the consequences of attacking our team?" KG said coldly, his eyes fixed on Cain. He didn't underestimate Cain because of his youthful appearance. Cain's Pokémon's abilities clearly marked him as a formidable opponent. Cain let out a mocking laugh. These people always mentioned their superiors when facing a strong opponent, as a tactic to intimidate the enemy. Whether it worked or not, bringing up their superiors at least managed to sow some doubt in their opponent's mind. "Do you really think I'd attack without knowing who you are?" Cain replied with a mocking smile. Hearing this, KG's face darkened. His 2 valuable subordinates had been killed, and now the enemy was mocking him, something he could not tolerate. He threw the Pokeballs in his hands, and 2 Pokémon appeared before him, a Zangoose and a Breloom. Cain's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the data of the 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, Zangoose, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, normal. Ability, toxic boost. Held item, none. Egg moves, double kick, fury swipes, metal claw. Basic moves, scratch, leer, quick attack, fury cutter, pursuit, hone claws, slash, revenge, crush claw, false swipe, embargo, detect. Learned moves, thunder punch, ice punch, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, flying, shadow ball, poison jab, brick break. Pokémon, Breloom, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, grass plus fighting. Ability, poison heal. Held item, none. Egg moves, wake up slap, bullet seed, drain punch. Basic moves, mock punch, absorb, tackle, stun spore, leech seed, mega drain, headbutt, feint, counter, force palm, mind reader. Learned moves, snore, thunder punch, synthesis, iron tail. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, toxic, energy ball, Venoshock. Seeing the Pokémon data, Cain remained silent for a moment. Although they were only of dark green quality, they were clearly superior to Black Snake's 2 light blue Pokémon. It wasn't that these Pokémon had more potential than Vipers, but that these had clearly been raised by KG from the beginning. The deliberate coordination of their abilities was evident, making them highly effective in combat. Training from the start allowed them to function better in battle, showing superior synergy that gave them a considerable advantage over newly captured or acquired Pokémon. Breloom's ability, Poison Heal, was particularly intriguing. It allowed Breloom to heal from poison instead of taking damage, making it immune to any poison it might receive, a true counter against poison-type Pokémon. Then there was Zangoose with its Toxic Boost ability, unique to this Pokémon, which increased the power of its physical moves when poisoned. The stronger the poison, the more potent its physical attacks became. It was no wonder KG was so confident in his ability to rise to a higher rank. If he managed to raise these two Pokémon to above level 40, they could easily challenge advanced level trainers. Cain was relieved that he had acted first, taking out KG's two subordinates before they could form a complete team. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to face 3 trainers at once. After releasing his 2 Pokémon, KG didn't throw any more Pokeballs. For him, his 2 main allies were already on the field, and they should suffice to face Cain's Pokémon. Both trainers adopted serious expressions, aware that they were facing a formidable opponent. Slowking, use Psychic. Honchkrow, charge energy and use Sky Attack. Sneezel, get close to Breloom with agility and use Ice Claw. Scorpite, intercept Zangoose. Cain gave the commands first. Although Breloom's Poison Heal ability made it hard to defeat, its resistance was low against flying-type moves. Honchkrow could deal significant damage, and both Slowking and Sneezel also had effective moves. But first, Zangoose had to be stopped. Cain sent Scorpite to block Zangoose. Although there was a level difference, he trusted Scorpite to hold it off long enough. KG quickly gave his own commands. Zangoose, use Poison Jab on Breloom. Breloom, use Venoshock on Zangoose. Surprisingly, the first command was for the 2 Pokémon to poison each other. The Pokémon, clearly accustomed to this type of cooperation, executed their attacks. Zangoose's claws released poison upon touching Breloom, who glowed purple but showed no signs of pain. Meanwhile, Breloom launched a small amount of poison at Zangoose. Though Zangoose showed signs of discomfort, it quickly endured, its body swelling as its expression grew more aggressive. The abilities Poison Heal and Toxic Boost activated simultaneously. Breloom and Zangoose began to get excited. However, Breloom was excited because it felt good, while Zangoose endured the pain. But both achieved the same result, the combat strength of the 2 Pokémon increased. At this moment, Slowking's attack reached Breloom. Black Psychic Energy Spheres launched directly toward Breloom's head. Immediately after, Sneezel, moving at high speed, also appeared in front of Breloom. Its 2 claws gleamed with a metallic sheen and were wrapped in a thin layer of ice crystals. It was clearly a combination of the moves Ice Punch and Metal Claw. However, Sneezel had not yet fully mastered this combined move, so only a thin layer of ice crystals covered Metal Claw, and the Ice-type energy was not very dense. But in terms of destructive power, it was definitely stronger than a simple Ice Punch. Imagine this, one is just a punch, though imbued with Ice-type energy, it can only attack the surface. The other uses Metal Claw covered with Ice-type energy, and once the attack inflicts damage, the Ice energy can invade the opponent's interior, causing significantly greater damage. Simply put, Sneezel could not yet use it proficiently, so the effect was not as prominent. As a grass and fighting-type Pokémon, Breloom showed no signs of panic in the face of Sneezel's swift advance, raising both hands in a defensive posture in front of its chest. But things were not as simple as it thought. The black psychic energy spheres from Slowking struck Breloom's head directly. The strong psychic impact caused Breloom's body to stiffen momentarily, as psychic-type attacks are quite effective against fighting types. Taking this opportunity, Sneezel dodged Breloom's defensive hands and directly attacked its body with Ice Claw. At the same time as causing damage, it launched Breloom into the air. Boom! Then, Honchkrow, flying in, took just a little longer as its Sky Attack move required some preparation. So, even though it was the first to strike, it arrived last. With quadruple flying-type damage, plus the power of Sky Attack, if it managed to hit Breloom, it would be an instant defeat. Even with Poison Heal's effect, it wouldn't matter, as this would exceed Breloom's endurance capacity. But KG clearly wouldn't let Honchkrow attack Breloom so easily. Regaining his composure, he quickly ordered, Zangoose, use Thunder Punch on Honchkrow. Zangoose, not far from Breloom, heard KG's command and reacted immediately. Quickly, it gathered electric-type energy in its claw, and a lightning-filled claw appeared almost instantly. Since Breloom is quadruple weak to flying types, KG had obviously encountered flying-type Pokémon effective against Breloom before. Both Breloom and Zangoose had learned Thunder Punch, clearly to counter flying types. Zangoose demonstrated considerable mastery of the Thunder Punch move. In an instant, it could concentrate electricity, and its execution speed was no slower than that of a standard electric-type Pokémon. Blocking the path in front of Breloom, Zangoose's cold eyes locked on the approaching Honchkrow. The pain from the poisoning sharpened its focus, and the fury in its heart continued to build. However, Cain had also prepared for this. Scorpite, arriving slightly behind, intercepted Zangoose just before Honchkrow could attack. Since Poison-type moves would enhance Zangoose's attack power, Scorpite could only use Bug-type moves. Bug Bite? Both pincers simultaneously targeted Zangoose's electrically charged claw. Zangoose tried to dodge but was pushed back several meters by Scorpite's momentum. In the ensuing chaos, Scoropy managed to clamp the Thunder Punch move with one of its pincers. In the next second, Scoropy's large mouth filled with bug-type energy, and it bit Zangoose. Seeing Scoropy trying to block Zangoose, Keiji's face darkened. Although Scoropy seemed well-trained, in terms of strength, it was still far below Zangoose. Now that Scoropy had directly interposed to stop Zangoose, it would be eliminated first. Zangoose, forget Honchkrow, use Brick Break on Scoropy, let it see the difference in power between you. Keiji, frowning, continued. As for Breloom, it still had a defensive move. Breloom, use Protect, block this attack. Zangoose, hearing this, shot a cold glance. Facing the strong Scoropy, it had been irritated for a while. If it weren't for its trainer asking it to block Honkrow's attack, it wouldn't have been caught and restrained this way. Zangoose used its other claw to directly attack Scoropy's head. The fighting-type move, Brick Break. But to be honest, Scoropy wasn't really afraid of fighting-type attacks, as it was quadruple resistant to them. This demonstrated the importance of a trainer's knowledge in battle. Keiji knew little about Sinnoh region Scoropy, while Cain was thoroughly familiar with Breloom's poison heal ability and Zangoose's toxic boost. Know yourself and your opponent. Only then could you ensure consistent victories. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Honkrow's Sky attack collided with Breloom's Protect barrier, neutralizing the attack. Poison Heal continued its effect, and the wounds caused by Sneezel's Ice Claw were slowly healing. With just a bit more time, the damage caused by Sneezel would be fully healed. Meanwhile, Zangoose's Brick Break move struck Scoropy. The ground cracked, showcasing Zangoose's attack power. After Toxic Boost activated, Zangoose's attack power had increased even further. When the dust settled, Scoropy was still clutching one of Zangoose's claws with one of its pincers, while the other intercepted Zangoose's Brick Break move. Scoropy's other four legs were deeply embedded in the ground. A trace of green blood slowly dripped from its mouth. Clearly, although Zangoose's fighting-type attack was resisted quadruple-fold, the Toxic Boost effect still packed a significant punch. Scoropy and Zangoose had a massive level difference of full 12 levels. Yet, Scoropy's trembling pincers still firmly gripped Zangoose's claws. Though injured, it hadn't forgotten Cain's command to restrain Zangoose. Scoropy's tail, the only undamaged part, lashed furiously, attacking Zangoose's body. Even without poison, stingers of that size were still quite painful when piercing flesh. Boom. Well done, Scoropy. Stop for now and recover a bit. Slakoth, use your psychic power to push Zangoose away. Cain observed Scoropy's battle closely, though he had no intention of stopping it from the start. Scoropy, from its birth until now, had had things too easy, never facing a truly strong opponent. It was always protected by Cain and only battled enemies it could easily defeat. This time, the pressure exerted by Zangoose's superior in strength and mastery of its moves should motivate Scoropy to push itself harder in the future. Despite its four legs being buried in the ground, Scoropy's claws continued to hold tightly onto Zangoose, trembling but refusing to let go. Cain was satisfied with its determination and tenacity. Slakoth, hearing Cain's command, used its psychic power to push Zangoose away and then used telekinesis to help Scoropy out of the ground. When Scoropy finally managed to free its legs, its body was a bit stiff. The prolonged tension had left its joints slightly rigid, but after taking a few steps, it began to recover gradually. Slakoth, use Heal Pulse on Scoropy. Cain handed some poke blocks to Scoropy and instructed Slakoth to use Heal Pulse. After evolving, Slakoth had learned Heal Pulse, a move capable of restoring Pokemon's energy. Although it wasn't a specialized healer, the effect of this move was quite good. Cain also gave Scoropy a bottle of Muma milk. In no time, Scoropy would be fully recovered. Now, Slakoth faced Zangoose, while Honchkrow and Sneezel battled Breloom. Since Cain's continuous offensive had failed to take down Breloom in one blow, Slakoth didn't need to assist Honchkrow and Sneezel. With their combat levels combined with the type advantage, facing a single Breloom shouldn't be an issue. Keiji observed his two Pokemon. While they hadn't been defeated immediately, it was clear they wouldn't hold out much longer. Zangoose was poisoned. While this poison boosted its move power, it was useless if it couldn't reach Slakoth. Additionally, the poison was continuously draining Zangoose's energy. With a bit more time, Zangoose would lose the ability to fight. The other situation wasn't much better. Although Breloom's poison heal ability could continuously restore its energy, it wasn't enough for instant recovery. And the combined attacks from Honchkrow and Sneezel clearly outpaced its recovery speed. Sneezel, use Icy Wind, then close in with Ice Claw. Honchkrow, charge another Sky attack and finish it. Slakoth, use Psychic on Zangoose. Cain gave his commands to his Pokemon. If anyone among Cain's Pokemon could defeat Zangoose after its poison-induced power boost, it was Slakoth. Second to that would be Honchkrow, but Slakoth was currently Cain's strongest Pokemon, and Zangoose's speed couldn't match Slakoth's instantaneous moves. However, Honchkrow also had great power against Breloom. With enough time, it could defeat Breloom one-on-one. That was a type advantage, but with Sneezel's help, the battle became even easier. Sneezel used Icy Wind against Breloom. The move was effective, freezing some parts of Breloom and reducing its speed. The ice concentrated on its joints, preventing Breloom, a Pokemon that relies on its fighting-type movements, from unleashing its full attack power. Sneezel quickly closed in with Ice Claw. Having gained previous combat experience, Sneezel's Ice Claw now carried a stronger Ice-type energy. If it struck Breloom again, the wound would be much harder to heal. KG watched his two Pokemon at a disadvantage but had no better options since he was outnumbered. Understanding the situation, he pulled 2 more Pokeballs from his belt. He had initially thought his 2 main Pokemon would suffice, but Cain proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Throwing the 2 Pokeballs, 2 Mightyena appeared. Both Mightyena were around level 30 and of green tier quality. Clearly, KG had trained these 2 Mightyena together from the start, enhancing their teamwork in combat. Mightyena, attack that human. KG ordered coldly. Scorpy, have you recovered enough? Your real enemies have arrived, and this time there are 2. Cain, unfazed, looked at Scorpy, who was recovering steadily, and asked. Chea. Scorpy let out a fierce cry, assuring Cain it was ready. Earlier, against Zangoose, it had been completely outmatched, but against these 2 Mightyena, it intended to regain its confidence. Both Mightyena were quite large, reaching about a meter in height, but they didn't seem as imposing next to the 1.2 meter tall Scorpy. Scorpy, use Bug Bite and Poison Tail. Cain commanded as he observed the Mightyena closing in fast. Without hesitation, Scorpy charged into the attack. Its massive pincers lunged at the 2 Mightyena, confronting them with its considerable strength. Bang, bang, 2 heavy blows resounded as Scorpy was rammed, brought to a halt, and pushed backward. Its 4 legs left deep grooves in the ground. But Scorpy didn't give up, showing a fierce expression as its tail, like a lightning bolt, shot toward one of the Mightyena. Mightyena, finish it, Fire Fang. KG, seeing his Mightyena halted by Scorpy, quickly commanded. The Fire Fang move would be highly effective against Scorpy due to its weakness to fire-type moves. However, Scorpy's Poison Tail struck one of the Mightyena, poisoning it and reducing its reaction speed. Then, with a spark in its eyes, Scorpy released the poisoned Mightyena and bit down on its back with sharp teeth. Bug Bite? Though Mightyena resembled a wolf, with a hard head and a more vulnerable torso, bug-type damage was doubly effective. Aiming at a weak spot, Scorpy's sniper ability activated. Woo-woo. Scorpy, protect. Cain ordered quickly. The 2 Mightyena attacked at the same time that Scorpy used its Bug Bite move, almost simultaneously. However, Mightyena's attacks were blocked by Scorpy's protect, while Bug Bite struck one of the Mightyena's weak spots. With double damage from the bug type, plus the critical hit from the sniper ability, the damage dealt was 5 times greater. At that moment, one of the Mightyena was immediately defeated. The Fire Fang move hadn't even finished when Mightyena fell to the ground. The other Mightyena, seeing its companion defeated so quickly, displayed a panicked expression. What the hell? KG exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Even though Mightyena wasn't the strongest, it shouldn't have been defeated with a single attack. What KG didn't know was that Scorpy's sniper ability made that victory possible. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Honchkrow was also about to decide the outcome of its battle. Sneezel used a combination of Icy Wind and other Ice-type moves to restrict Breloom's movements, forcing it onto the defensive. Although Breloom didn't take much damage due to its Poison Heal ability, which quickly healed its wounds, its energy was still intact. However, Sneezel's offensive didn't let up, and at that moment, Honchkrow had charged up its Sky Attack. Once again, Sky Attack. This time, Breloom couldn't use Protect. Sneezel, use Icicle Crash to block the path. Honchkrow, Sky Attack, Cain ordered coldly. Upon receiving the order, Sneezel quickly stepped back, condensing ice energy, and 3 ice pillars formed in the air. The ice pillars fell around Breloom. As Breloom tried to avoid being impaled by the ice pillars, it became trapped, blocking its escape route. At that moment, Honchkrow, engulfed in blue flames, dove straight toward Breloom. Boom, crack, the 3 ice pillars shattered into pieces, and Breloom, caught between them, was sent flying. With a single attack, Honchkrow rendered Breloom unable to fight. With a base power of 150 from Sky Attack, along with quadruple damage from the flying type, even Breloom's resilience wasn't enough. Greya! Honchkrow cried out triumphantly, activating its Moxie ability, which increased its power. In Cain's field of vision, both Sneezel and Honkrow's levels increased by 1, Honchkrow reached level 35, and Sneezel reached level 33. Defeating Breloom, who was a higher level, and with the prior effort, allowed both Pokémon to gain levels. Cain was the only one who could see this information, his Pokémon only felt a slight increase in their internal power. With Breloom's defeat, the battle clearly turned in Cain's favor. It seemed that Honchkrow and Sneezel understood Cain's intention to train Scorpy, as they didn't bother Mightyena after defeating Breloom. Instead, alongside Slowking, they attacked Zangoose, who was already quite weakened. As for Scorpy, after using Bug Bite to defeat one Mightyena, it no longer felt as much pressure facing the second one alone. Scorpy, your pincers can work like your fangs, try using Bug Bite or Poison Fang with them, Cain suggested. As he said, Scorpy's pincers had a strong biting force, similar to its mouth, and it could channel energy through them, imbuing them with various elements. The remaining Mightyena, fighting against Scorpy, felt frustrated as it became the test subject for new attacks. Meanwhile, KG, their trainer, turned pale. Since Breloom's fall, he knew he was finished. He had thought that by sending 2 Mightyena against a single Scorpy, he could defeat it, rendering the others less of a threat. However, he hadn't expected Scoropy to recover so quickly after being severely injured by Zangoose. When it returned to the battle, it didn't seem to have suffered any major damage recently, and with a single attack, it eliminated one of the Mytyena. KG knew that bug-type moves dealt double damage to Mytyena, but he hadn't expected a 2-on-1 attack to result in the instant defeat of one, leaving the other as little more than sparring practice. He didn't try to flee. With Cain possessing a flying-type Pokémon, running would only hasten his defeat. He watched as the remaining Mytyena became Scoropy's training dummy for practicing its attacks while attempting to imbue its pincers with energy. To Cain's surprise, Scoropy showed great skill in manipulating energy. After several attempts, it succeeded in using its pincers as effectively as its fangs. Although the attack's power was slightly weaker due to a lack of practice, Cain knew that with training, Scoropy could use its pincers just as effectively as its fangs. With Scoropy mastering the use of bug bite with its pincers, the last Mytyena, now covered in wounds, fell to the ground, unable to rise. With the fall of the last Mytyena, Scoropy's level also increased. After all, it had fought 2 against 1 against higher level Pokémon. Now, its level reached 27. Just 3 more levels, and it would reach level 30, inching closer to Honchkrow and Sneezel. Meanwhile, Zangoose, heavily injured from Sloking's attacks, was quickly defeated with the help of Honchkrow and Sneezel. Zangoose fell unconscious after a psychic move from Sloking left it stunned, followed by close-range attacks from Honchkrow and Sneezel. Despite its prolonged poison state and Sloking's continuous attacks, Zangoose held out for quite some time. Zangoose's toxic boost ability was truly unique. Cain knew the data on this Zangoose. If someone were unaware of the toxic boost ability and Zangoose was stronger, combined with Swords Dance and its high physical attack power, it could easily defeat an opponent in a single blow. Without a doubt, this strategy inspired Cain. After the defeat of KG's 4 Pokémon, his face turned completely pale. Although he had a Kecleon on his shoulder capable of using Protect, it would be useless against Cain's Pokémon. Not even an attempt to flee would help him. Who are you, really? Why are you attacking us? I don't recall ever offending someone as powerful as you, KG asked in a grave tone. Even if he were about to die, he wanted at least to understand why. Cain approached slowly with his Pokémon. Despite his youthful appearance, he looked like someone who hadn't fully matured yet. With a sarcastic smile, he said, I've heard you have a good relationship with Cain. Is that true? Hearing those words, KG finally understood why Cain had attacked his group. It was all because of Cain. We're simply from the same place and joined the same group, but we don't have the close relationship you're imagining, KG replied, trying to sound sincere. However, it was clear Cain didn't believe him. With a mocking smile, Cain said, and why shouldn't I believe you? Seeing Cain's expression, KG realized that from the beginning, Cain had only been toying with him. He knew Cain had overheard the conversation he'd had with his 2 subordinates. Enough. To me, your presence is just an obstacle, so stop resisting and rest in peace. I'll make sure Cain joins you soon, Cain said coldly, giving Scoropy a signal with his eyes. Scoropy, who had accumulated most of the anger from this battle, was tasked with unleashing its fury. KG made one last effort to resist, commanding Kecleon to attack directly at Cain, hoping to take him down in his fall. But Cain was already prepared for this, and with a swipe of its tail, Scoropy sent Kecleon down the same path as KG's 2 subordinates. Thus, the 3 members of the Void organization were eliminated by Cain. Cain took KG's Pokeballs and collected the 4 defeated Pokémon lying on the ground. Although they had lost their ability to fight, Cain didn't kill them outright, as they could still be useful. Whether to sell them or strengthen his subordinates, they were valuable resources. Cain had quickly improved his own combat strength, but his subordinates were still relatively weak in comparison. If they continued to improve so slowly, they wouldn't be able to keep up with Cain. Therefore, raising the strength of his subordinates would also enable them to carry out more tasks for him. While Cain was nearing the level of an officer, his subordinates were barely maintaining the level of a captain, a considerable gap. In addition to KG, Cain also took the Pokeballs from KG's 2 subordinates and found that they were of good quality and well-trained. KG had clearly chosen them as his companions wisely. In terms of overall strength, they weren't much weaker than Alec and the others. Fortunately, Cain had eliminated them before they could act. In total, he obtained 12 Pokeballs from the 4 opponents, which was a decent haul. Aside from the Pokeballs, Cain also took their storage devices and released Grimmer to clean up all traces of the battle. Clearly, these 3 individuals had come to complete a mission, and now that it was finished, they likely carried several valuable items. However, Cain decided not to inspect the items in that location, as the noise from the battle could have attracted other members of the Void organization. It was best to leave the area before facing another possible encounter. Cain had considered capturing KG to gather more information about the Void organization, but ultimately decided to eliminate him, as it wasn't necessary. Eventually, Cain would have to face Cain. When the time came, he would learn what kind of organization Void truly was. If the leader was at a level lower than that of an elite-level trainer, Cain had little to worry about. Once Miss Magius completed its training, even if they couldn't defeat the leader of the Void organization, at least they would be able to escape without issue. After returning Honchkrow and Sloking to their Pokeballs, Cain left the area with Scoropy and Sneezel. The forest returned to its usual calm. Slowly, the surrounding Pokémon resumed their normal states, as if nothing had happened. Cain continued with his original plan, venturing deeper into the forest with his Pokémon. Along the way, he encountered numerous Pokémon, some that Scorpy could easily defeat, while others even gave Sneezel difficulty. In those cases, Cain called upon Honchkrow and Slowking to assist in the battles. The day passed in a cycle of battles and progress. Although the Pokémon he encountered grew increasingly stronger, Cain was still able to handle them. The day's accomplishments were quite significant. The most notable was that Honchkrow, Scorpy, and Sneezel all leveled up. Although Slowking hadn't leveled up, this was because it had recently advanced very quickly and was still accumulating experience. The only one who hadn't leveled up was Haunter, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow, serving as his last line of defense. Haunter hadn't actively participated in the battles, which meant its combat strength was beginning to lag behind the others, even Scorpy was about to catch up. Therefore, after consulting with Haunter, Cain decided it would start participating in battles the next day. Slowking, who had been observing so far, would take on the role of Cain's last line of defense. With Slowking protecting him, Cain's safety wouldn't be at risk. Thus, the main members of the team for the following day's battles were decided: Scorpy, Sneezel, and Haunter. 3 Pokémon in total. For dinner, Cain decided to keep things practical and distributed canned food. He had brought a good amount of canned supplies, filling half of his storage space. Until all the cans were used up, Cain had no plans to cook, as he preferred to spend more time meditating to master his inner psychic abilities. Cain hoped to soon reach the level of a novice psychic, which would significantly enhance his ability to direct battles. After dinner, Cain didn't go straight into meditation. Instead, he took out the storage devices of the 3 Void members. He emptied their contents onto the ground. It seemed that, being close to returning to the city, the 3 didn't carry many daily use items. What stood out were healing potions and antidotes, essentials for surviving in the wild. There were also repellents and some tools, like ropes and shovels. These things didn't interest Cain much. However, in KG's storage, Cain found something that caught his attention. First, a broken purple orb radiating toxic energy. Cain didn't dare touch it directly with his hands. The shattered orb had fallen to the ground, with all the surrounding grass withered. At the center, the soil was blackened from corrosion. It was a toxic orb. Unfortunately, it was broken. Item name: Toxic Orb, broken. Description: a magical pearl that releases poison upon contact, but it is broken. Effect: originally a very powerful pearl, but since it's broken, it has lost most of its energy. Currently, a Pokémon holding it will not suffer poisoning effects. A toxic orb? What a shame it's broken, Cain murmured. The fact that KG possessed such an item surprised him a little. A toxic orb combined with a Breloom with the poison heal ability or a Zangoose with the toxic boost ability would have been quite useful. Unfortunately, this toxic orb is broken and can no longer produce that effect. Otherwise, that Breloom would have been even harder to deal with. After all, Zangoose isn't a poison-type Pokémon, and its synergy with poison isn't as effective. This also meant Breloom's poison heal ability couldn't be fully utilized. It seemed this broken toxic orb was something KG couldn't sell and couldn't use effectively either. These naturally formed magical poisonous pearls fetch a high price. Even broken, they still hold considerable value. However, Cain wouldn't sell it. Though most of the poisonous energy had dissipated, a toxic orb was still a toxic orb. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The quality of a toxic orb's poisonous energy is incomparable to common poison. Now that Scorpy needed to develop its poison-type attribute, using this broken pearl to absorb its poisonous energy gradually was the best option. Cain donned leather gloves, made a net with special threads, and placed the broken toxic orb inside. He then hung it around Scorpy's neck. Scorpy, slowly absorb the poisonous energy from the pearl. The poison inside is potent, so take it slow and don't absorb too much at once. Once you get accustomed to it, you can increase the absorption rate. When you've absorbed it all, your internal poison sac will likely have solidified, Cain explained. Cha. Scorpy nodded obediently. As a poison-type Pokémon, it could clearly sense the intense poisonous energy within the pearl. To absorb it, it would need to take it gradually and build up some immunity first. After absorbing a small amount, Scorpy's face turned slightly purple. It closed its eyes and lay on the ground to begin digesting the poisonous energy, creating antibodies within its body. Cain then fixed his gaze on a small bell on the ground. Item name: Soothe Bell. Description: a melodious bell that calms the Pokémon holding it, making them more likely to bond with their trainer. Effect: doubles the rate of affinity growth between the Pokémon and its trainer when held. After scanning the item, Cain's eyes narrowed. Soothe Bell. Was this the target item of the mission? For an ordinary person, the Soothe Bell's function might not seem very powerful, especially to League trainers. But for Pokémon that need to reach a certain level of affinity with their trainer to evolve, the Soothe Bell is extremely valuable. Moreover, it's not just that. For Pokémon captured in advanced stages or those with a previous trainer, reconnecting with a new trainer can be challenging. Synchronization between the Pokémon and trainer may never occur. However, with the Soothe Bell, everything changes. The affinity between the Pokémon and trainer grows exponentially. Even Pokémon captured at a high level can begin to develop an understanding with their new trainer. Thus, while the Soothe Bell's effect isn't immediate, its unique impact is absolutely invaluable. No wonder those 3 people went to such lengths to obtain this Soothe Bell. For anyone who could use it, it's a true treasure. Additionally, the Soothe Bell isn't a single-use item. Once one Pokémon is done using it, it can be handed to another or sold. Both options are good. At the moment, Cain didn't have a Pokémon needing high affinity for evolution, but now he had a Pokémon perfectly suited for the Soothe Bell. Mismagius. Mismagius, Cain called softly. Since being scared by Professor Oak's Dragonite, Mismagius had become even calmer. Without Cain's orders, she wouldn't leave his shadow. She also constantly concealed her presence, trying not to be noticed by other Pokémon. So, when Mismagius peeked out from Cain's shadow, she caused no disturbance among his other Pokémon. Maïs. Still acting childishly, Mismagius began circling Cain. As the first human she met who provided her with food and fun things, Mismagius felt very close to Cain. She also obediently followed many of Cain's commands. After all, the other Pokémon, similar to her, also obeyed Cain. Imitating them felt natural to her, and she found no fault in it. After circling a few times, she noticed the bell in Cain's hand and felt a peculiar, attractive energy. She instinctively wanted to get closer. Cain smiled and stroked Mismagius's head. Clearly, their relationship had reached a level where she would follow simple battle commands. However, Mismagius hadn't been trained properly yet and couldn't demonstrate the full capability of an elite-level Pokémon. Do you like it? Cain shook the bell in his hand. The bell's chime was clear and resonant, capable of traveling long distances. Its craftsmanship was impeccable. Maïs. Mismagius showed an expression of delight, nodding repeatedly. She looked at the bell in Cain's hand and then at her own chest, clearly thinking it would fit perfectly there. Cain smiled and handed her the bell. Though it had no string, when he placed it on Mismagius's chest, it magically adhered there. It was Mismagius who fixed it in place. With the Soothe Bell on, Mismagius was as happy as a child, spinning through the forest and showing off her new accessory to Cain's other Pokémon. The other Pokémon knew her childish nature and played along for a while. Scorepi, however, felt a little envious. But that was all. They considered Mismagius a little sister, even though she was stronger than all of them. After playing for a while, Mismagius returned to Cain's shadow as he instructed. Before entering the shadow, she rubbed her cheek against Cain's affectionately. The Soothe Bell had just been equipped, and its remarkable effect was already showing that it was nighttime. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Cain, who had been meditating throughout the night, woke up. He took his Pokémon and resumed his exploration journey. Although the forest had diverse terrains that forced Cain to take detours, overall, he was heading southwest, in the direction of Little Root Town. However, when passing through darker, more humid parts of the forest or swamps, Cain ventured in to investigate, mainly looking for traces of Scolipede. After all, training his Pokémon and earning money along the way was something Cain wouldn't pass up. The Pokémon they encountered on their way and showed decent quality, Cain captured for future sale. Nevertheless, the deeper he went, the stronger and more powerful the wild Pokémon became. This was exactly what Cain was hoping for. Scorepi, use Bug Bite. Cain ordered. At the moment, Cain was directing Scorepi in a battle against a wild Pokémon, an Ursaring at level 31 with a light green quality. Ursaring is a Pokémon known for its strength. It usually lives in the forest, and due to its robust body and a temper that makes it lash out even at itself when enraged, few dare to provoke it. But this time, Ursaring had chosen the wrong opponent. Facing Ursaring's charge, Scorepi not only didn't dodge but charged directly at it, its pincers concentrating bug-type energy and launching a bug-bite attack. Since learning a new way to use the move yesterday, Scorepi had started mastering how to use its pincers instead of its mouth. Cain was preparing Scorepi for evolution. When Scorepi evolves into Drapion, it gains the innate ability to use moves like Ice Fang, Fire Fang, and Thunder Fang. With these, its attack power will increase significantly. If Drapion can use its pincers instead of its mouth to execute these moves, its combat capabilities will reach a whole new level. Additionally, since equipping the fragmented toxic orb yesterday, Scorepi had started developing antibodies against the poisonous energy within, accelerating its poison-type development several times over. Boom! Scorepi's pincers clashed with Ursaring's massive claws. Both Pokémon, known for their strength, refused to back down. However, to Ursaring's surprise, used to intimidating others with its power today, a small bug-like Pokémon was resisting and, more so, overpowering it, pushing Ursaring back. Ursaring's eyes widened in disbelief. Scorepi, Poison Tail. Cain continued. Scorepi didn't rely solely on its pincers to attack. Upon hearing the command, its eyes gleamed. Its pincers shifted slightly from pushing to gripping, locking onto Ursaring's claws. Its venom-coated tail shot swiftly toward Ursaring's underarm. Grrrr! Ursaring roared in pain. Scorepi had targeted a weak spot in its body, activating its sniper ability. The pain was immense. Now, Scorepi was like it had three hands, with its tail being the strongest. Ursaring's body began showing signs of poisoning, a purplish tint spreading, clearly entering a poison state. Scorepi seized the opportunity, releasing Ursaring's claws and following up with Poison Fang, this time with its pincers. This intensified the poison within Ursaring's body. Struck once more, Ursaring staggered back a few steps, feeling its body weaken. Dizzy and disoriented, it collapsed onto its back, losing its ability to fight. Well done, Scorepi. Remember this rhythm, use your strength to break the enemy's coordination. When necessary, use moves to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and then strike their weakest point with your tail, aiming to take them down in one blow, Cain said, rewarding Scoropy with some poke blocks and patting its now iron-hard armor encouragingly. Cha! Scoropy nodded with determination. It now had a better understanding of how to utilize its ability and always sought to pinpoint the enemy's weak spots before launching a decisive attack. This Ursaring was just one of the many opponents Scoropy had defeated, and its strength was quite impressive. Now, defeating Pokémon 3 or 4 levels higher without a type disadvantage was relatively easy for Scoropy. Cain threw a Pokeball, capturing Ursaring. Whether he'd use it or not, it could at least strengthen his team. And so, Cain continued his journey with his Pokémon. This brief battle, lasting only a few minutes, was just a reflection of what the next days would hold. Traveling, battling, and moving forward, all while searching for traces of Scolipede. Thus, Cain and his Pokémon had been trekking through the forest for 5 days. Now, they were deep in the forest, where they could encounter an opponent Cain couldn't defeat with his current strength at any moment. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious, avoiding clearly marked dangerous territories. Fortunately, with Sloking's teleport move, Cain didn't always need to flee. Sometimes, challenging the forest's leaders with his Pokémon was also a way to train them. During these 5 days, Cain felt like he was back on the trial island, growing stronger in the forest. Only this time, the enemies were much more terrifying than back then. Fortunately, Cain was now much stronger. 5 days of combat had brought significant changes to his Pokémon. Since, aside from resting, all they had done was fight continuously, all of Cain's Pokémon had undergone a shift in temperament, becoming more feral and developing a greater desire to fight. Slowking, as one of the main combatants in their deep forest adventures, had reached level 39. It only needed one more level to reach the advanced level, but since it had recently leveled up, it required time to accumulate experience. Honchkrow had risen 3 levels, reaching level 38. The abundance of grass and bug-type Pokémon in the forest allowed it to maximize its flying-type advantage, and with its Moxie ability and Sky Attack move, it could unleash its full potential when facing swarms of bug-type Pokémon. Under such circumstances, Honchkrow was practically the combined strength of all of Cain's Pokémon. Once its Moxie ability was boosted, it could knock out Pokémon in a single strike. If not for its endurance, Cain believed Honchkrow could sweep through a section of the forest teeming with bug-type Pokémon. Slowking and Honchkrow remain the strongest Pokémon on Cain's team for now. However, the other Pokémon have quickly caught up, as Cain has focused his training efforts on them during this time. One of the Pokémon Cain has been training is Sneezel, whose level has reached 37. The improvement rate has been very fast, as the forest is full of grass-type Pokémon, and under the immense power of Sneezel's ice-type moves, it has defeated many Pokémon. Additionally, thanks to the combination of Metal Claw and Ice Punch, Sneezel's damage output is even more remarkable. The move Metal Claw, infused with Ice-type energy, enhances the effectiveness of its Ice-type attacks. With Sneezel now at level 37, it has met Cain's expectations. All that's left is for Cain to acquire a Razor Claw so that Sneezel can evolve into Weevil, unlocking its full potential. Meanwhile, Haunter, who previously served as Cain's guardian, has reached level 35. Figuring out how to evolve Haunter into Jengar remains a dilemma Cain has yet to solve. Previously, on the trial island, if Haunter had stayed in the cave brimming with ghost-type energy, it might have evolved into Jengar due to the overwhelming ghost energy there. However, back then, Haunter didn't meet Cain's requirements. Even now, at level 35, it still falls short. Cain plans to ask Umbra next time they meet since he also has a Jengar and might offer some insight into its evolution. After all, in his previous life, Cain never had a Jengar. For now, there's no rush with Haunter, it can continue to grow stronger. The Pokémon that has made the most progress is Scoropy. As Cain's primary focus for training this time, its level has risen significantly, to the point where one might say its strength has exploded. Since Scoropy is strong enough, it now battles many strength-type Pokémon and is always on the front lines. Scoropy has become the physically strongest Pokémon on Cain's team and has started mastering the use of its pincers, which has significantly enhanced its combat power. Scoropy has reached level 32, catching up to Haunter and the others. At the very least, it's no longer falling behind. Scoropy's rapid leveling is partly due to the constant battles but also to one crucial factor, the fragmented toxic orb hanging around its neck. Although the toxic orb is broken and has lost much of its energy, it still contains enough power for Scoropy to absorb. Over these days, Scoropy has absorbed a significant amount of that energy, accelerating its level progression. Moreover, during this time, Scoropy's venom sac has fully developed. Although the toxins it produces are still relatively basic, Cain plans to search for various poisons for Scoropy to use, fully developing its potential. Among Cain's 6 main Pokémon, 5 have now reached similar levels, while Moltank has fallen into the second group. In fact, Moltank no longer participates in battles and has taken on a support role instead. This was inevitable, as its nature isn't inclined toward combat, and its potential hasn't kept pace with Cain's plans. Now, its role as a support Pokémon, managing Cain's secondary Pokémon team, is more fitting. Nonetheless, with the consistent use of the Pokeblocks Cain has prepared for it, its level will continue to increase gradually. However, it's unlikely Moltank will ever return to Cain's battles. Fortunately, Moltank enjoys its new support role more than battling. In summary, Cain has experienced a significant overall increase in power, thanks partly to the high-level Pokémon in this forest. If Cain had only encountered weaker Pokémon, he wouldn't have been able to train his team as effectively. Even so, many wild Pokémon in this forest remain beyond Cain's ability to defeat. For instance, yesterday, Cain accidentally wandered into the territory of an exceptionally powerful wild Pokémon and was chased out. If not for Sloking's teleport move, they would have been in serious trouble. The opponent was a level 50 Shiftry. A level 50 Pokémon falls into the quasi-elite category, and Cain barely escaped. So, even though Cain's team has improved considerably, he must remain cautious in this forest at all times. One never knows when they might encounter an invincible enemy. That said, Cain has no trouble facing level 40 Pokémon. If one Pokémon can't defeat them, the team can handle it together. But when Cain faces Pokémon at this level, he can't hold back. If he does, and the opponent has an unexpected ace up its sleeve, he could lose a Pokémon. Thus, when Cain confronts level 40 Pokémon, they often end up surrounded and defeated. So far, Cain has covered more than half of his target area but still hasn't found any trace of Scolipede, which has surprised him. During phone calls with Karen, Cain learned that over the past few days, they've completed several group missions, raising their hunting team's rating to 2 stars and earning a substantial sum of money, which has allowed them to upgrade their equipment and significantly increase their strength. However, hunting always comes with risks, and sadly, 2 team members have lost their lives. One was a new member, and the other a veteran fighter who had been with the team since their Black Snake days. Nevertheless, these losses were deemed acceptable due to the substantial gains. Currently, in Leafy Town, there are still many League inspectors and construction workers, so Alec and his team cannot return yet. However, rumors suggest that Miyamoto and others have quietly approached the area to scout. The gym is nearly complete, and soon, Cain will become the gym leader of Leafy Town, joining the League's elite. With that, Cain will have established a solid base in the Hone region. When this training journey concludes, Cain will retreat to train quietly for a while. The Pokémon that have leveled up will need time to stabilize their power, master moves, and adapt to the changes in their bodies. Moreover, Cain's second Pokémon team will begin formal training. Cain has already outlined a preliminary plan for his next steps. Once he reaches the advanced level, he'll return to Mudkip. The wait is almost over, perhaps due to some magical law. After so many days of fruitless searching, Cain had been unable to locate Scolipede. Just as he was about to give up, it appeared before him. Scolipede is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, commonly found in dense forests, in darker and more humid areas of the ground. Cain had been vigilant in such places but never imagined he would end up finding it in such an unexpected way. Pokémon, Scolipede, green. Gender, female. Level, 40. Types, bug plus poison. Ability, poison point. Held item, none. Egg moves, Twine Needle, Pin Missile, Toxic Spikes. Basic moves, Baton Pass, Iron Defense, Megahorn, Defense Curl, Rollout, Poison Sting, Screech, Pursuit, Protect, Poison Tail, Venoshock, Agility, Steamroller. Learned moves, Bug Bite, Signal Beam, Throat Chop. TM moves, none. Cain's eyes narrowed slightly. This Scolipede had reached level 40, and its quality was green, clearly meeting the requirements of the Hunter League mission. However, at level 40, Scolipede was already an advanced level Pokémon. Previously, Cain's Pokémon had fought others at levels 42 and 43. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, Scolipede looked truly massive, much larger than any Pokémon Cain had at his side. Cha! Scorpii cried out. Seeing Scolipede, it quickly stepped forward with a shout, positioning itself at the front lines. However, standing only 1.2 meters tall, Scorpii looked small compared to the towering 2.5 meter Scolipede. This is just as the saying goes, what one seeks with great effort cannot be found, but what one doesn't seek comes unbidden. I've been searching for you for so many days without success, and just as I was about to give up, you appear. Well, it's not too late, Cain said, smiling at Scolipede. Scolipede clearly didn't understand what Cain was saying, but upon seeing Scorpii step forward, Scolipede, as the Bug Queen, felt challenged. Scolipede roared angrily and charged directly at Scorpii. The prey has come to us, Cain exclaimed. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Honchkrow, use Tailwind. Sneezel, use Icicle Crash to slow it down. Haunter, use Shadow Ball consecutively. Scorpii, Taunt. Stop its advance. 5 Pokémon against 1. Although Scolipede's level was higher, it was only slightly above Sloking's, making the difference manageable. Honchkrow was the quickest to react. Its Tailwind move was so ingrained that as soon as Cain gave the order, it executed Tailwind, increasing the speed of all the Pokémon. Although Honchkrow no longer had the Prankster ability, the execution speed of Tailwind hadn't decreased much. Sloking's body emitted a strange aura as it used Nasty Plot, raising its special attack. Thanks to the speed boost provided by Honchkrow, Sneezel quickly raised its hands, creating 4 ice spikes in the air. A few days ago, Sneezel could only generate 3 spikes, but it had since increased to 4, reflecting its growth in ice-type energy. The ice spikes fell directly toward the advancing Scolipede. However, Scolipede noticed the sudden appearance of the ice spikes. Its robust body, aided by its many legs, moved with agility, dodging left and right. It managed to avoid Sneezel's Icicle Crash, although its speed was significantly reduced. Scorpii immediately used Taunt on Scolipede, then pushed off strongly with its legs, launching itself at Scolipede. Boom! The two Pokémon collided mid-air. Due to the speed reduction, Scolipede couldn't overpower Scorpii, who charged straight at it. After using Taunt, Scolipede's eyes glowed red, glaring at Scorpii with extreme anger. A contest of strength ensued. Despite a slight advantage for Scolipede, Scorpii was slowly being pushed back. Considering that Scorpii was only level 32 compared to Scolipede's level 40, holding its ground was a remarkable feat. Scoripi's strength exceeded Cain's expectations. At that moment, Haunter, who had already prepared several shadow balls, moved quickly into Scorpii and Scolipede's combat area, launching each one at Scolipede's massive body. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous attacks prevented Scolipede from focusing all its strength on Scorpii, trapping it in a close-quarters battle. Honchkrow, use Shadow Wing Attack plus Night Slash. Slowking, use Psychic. Finish it off. Cain gave clear orders. Honchkrow, already prepared, swiftly ascended with a flap of its wings, generating a gust of wind as it dove directly at Scolipede. Shadow Wing Attack, a combination of flying and dark-type moves, was one of Honchkrow's recently mastered techniques. White flying energy and black dark energy swirled around Honchkrow. Boom! Like a hunting eagle, Honchkrow swooped down rapidly, striking Scolipede and then quickly ascending again, leaving no opportunity for Scolipede to counterattack. Immediately afterward, Slowking's psychic attack hit its mark. Dark psychic energy balls struck Scolipede directly on the head, leaving it stunned. Scolipede's body trembled as the combined attacks from Honchkrow and Slowking inflicted significant damage. Haunter, use Hypnosis. Slowking, use Yawn. Taking advantage of Scolipede's disorientation, Cain ordered the combination of Haunter's Hypnosis and Slowking's Yawn moves. With a double sleep attack, Scolipede slowly collapsed to the ground. Without landing a single blow, Scolipede was defeated by Cain's teamwork. He threw a Pokeball and captured Scolipede. With this, the mission is complete, Cain said. Holding Scolipede's Pokeball in his hand, Cain took out his communication system and dialed Karen's number. He informed her that he had already completed the task of capturing Scolipede and that they no longer needed to waste time on that mission. Karen was very happy with the result. Before Cain hung up, Karen told him he could send the Pokeball back. After forming the hunting team, Karen bought some basic equipment, the most important being the portable Pokeball transmitter. This device is quite common in the Pokémon world. After all, most league trainers are only allowed to carry 6 Pokémon, so nearly everyone carries a device to transmit Pokeballs. Since the hunting team had been formed, this equipment was indispensable. Otherwise, what would they do during a hunt? Send someone with a huge bag to carry all the Pokeballs? That wouldn't be impossible, but if they encountered the League Police or Pokémon World Rangers, it would be a problem. In any case, there was specialized staff to manage the Pokeballs sent back. Cain used his Pokeball transmitter, which he had never used before, to send the Scolipede's Pokeball to Karen. The sooner the task is completed, the higher the compliance rating in the mission assessment. When Karen received Scolipede's Pokeball, she hung up the call with Cain, satisfied. As for who would receive the final credit for capturing Scolipede, it wasn't important to Cain. After all, the hunting team had already been formed, and Karen worked for him now. If they wanted it, he would give it to them. Just as Cain was putting away his portable Pokeball transmitter, a secret communicator on his body began to vibrate. Cain frowned. It was Umbra's communicator. The last time it vibrated was when he had to meet Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. He didn't know what matter Umbra had this time. He took out the communicator and pressed the button to answer. Mr. Umbra, Cain said respectfully. From the other side of the communicator, Umbra responded in his usual cold tone. Cain, where are you? Still training in the forest. Cain looked around and replied, I'm training in a forest, but I'm not sure of my exact location. I think I'm somewhere between Little Root Town and Verdanturf Town. Umbra fell silent for a moment. The forest between Verdanturf Town and Little Root Town was quite large. And where are you headed? Don't tell me you plan to stay in the forest for a week or more. In a few days, I should arrive in Little Root Town. I'm going there to pick up some things, Cain replied honestly. All right. I'll send you the supplies you earned in the last trial, along with the 3 evolution elixirs you exchanged with me. We'll meet in the forest outside Little Root Town, Umbra said. Evolution elixirs couldn't be transmitted through a transmitter. Last time, Cain had gone personally to the Team Rocket research base at the Lake of Rage to retrieve them. Cain was slightly pleased to hear Umbra's words. Was he finally going to receive the supplies he had been waiting for? Most importantly, the evolution elixirs? Was Larvatar about to hatch? I need some things now, can I still exchange these supplies? Cain asked. Umbra fell silent again for a moment before responding with 2 words, you can. Although he was aware that exchanging resources at this moment might be tricky, even Giovanni had told Umbra to fulfill Cain's requests as long as they weren't excessive. He wanted to see how far Cain could go in the Hone region. If he managed to become as strong a trainer as Sabrina or Koga, investing in him would be a good decision. I'd like to exchange for a razor claw, some black sludge, and convert the rest into poke dollars, Cain said after some thought. These were the items he considered most useful at the moment. With poke dollars, he could buy whatever he needed later. If he couldn't find what he needed, surely his friends could. Hearing Cain's request, Umbra narrowed his eyes. Although these two items weren't of extraordinary value, they were quite rare. Even within Team Rocket, there weren't many in stock, and many wanted to exchange for them but didn't have the means. Cain had already asked Steven to look for the King's Rock and Razor Claw. The King's Rock had already been delivered to him, but there was no news about the Razor Claw, which showed how rare it was. Not that its effect was incredible, but as they say, scarcity makes it valuable. In comparison, the black sludge was more useful and also more expensive. Alright, but that will leave few resources remaining, Umbra said in a cold tone. Cain had offered half of his supplies in exchange for the 3 evolution elixirs. Now, he would use the rest to obtain the Razor Claw and Black Sludge, which would consume almost everything. It doesn't matter, obtaining those 2 items is enough, Cain said decisively. He was more than willing to spend all his resources on them. The Razor Claw, though useful for other Pokémon, held special value for Sneezel. With this item, Sneezel could evolve into Weevil during the night, marking a great leap in power and potential. Sneezel had always had a somewhat intermittent presence on his team, probably due to its somewhat solitary personality. Recently, after several training sessions, the relationships among his Pokémon had become more harmonious. That's why Cain thought he should organize more team training sessions, which would not only increase strength but also build trust and cooperation among his Pokémon. In summary, the current Sneezel already has sufficient power and has met Cain's standards. If it manages to evolve at this point, it would be perfect. As for the Black Sludge, it was an idea Cain came up with on the spot. This item is extremely powerful as it allows Poison-type Pokémon to continuously recover health while holding it, essentially giving them a special ability akin to Breloom's. Though Breloom heals more when severely poisoned, the Black Sludge's effect is constant. Even so, the value of this item is incredibly high. Additionally, this item not only provides health recovery but also enhances the Poison-type moves of the Pokémon. Cain specifically chose it for his Scorpii and Haunter, the only 2 Poison types currently on his team. With the Black Sludge, their combat abilities could significantly improve. These 2 items, the Razor Claw and Black Sludge, are the best Cain could find now to strengthen his Pokémon. The remaining resources will be exchanged for these 2 items, and the rest will be converted into Poke Dollars. I'll also have someone deliver them to you, along with the 3 elixirs, in the forest outside Littleroot Town. It'll have an exclusive mark from our shadow unit, you just need to meet him there, Umbra said coldly. Understood. Cain replied. Be careful. After those words, Umbra hung up the call. Careful? Of what? Cain was puzzled. Why did he warn him to be careful but not specify what about? It was frustrating. Before Cain could think further about it, another unexpected incident occurred. In the forest, unforeseen events can always happen, especially in its deeper areas, where surprises are even more common. This time, the unexpected event had something to do with Cain. A group of Scolipeds suddenly appeared, accompanied by Whirlipedes and an endless army of Vanipedes. Did we destroy a Scolipede nest? Cain's expression turned grim. The number of Scolipeds was overwhelming. Bug-type Pokémon have an absurd reproduction capacity for a reason. At the forefront of the group was a much larger Scolipede than the one Cain and his team had previously defeated. Clearly, this was the leader of the entire colony. Cain's system activated immediately, providing data on the leader Scolipede. Pokémon, Scolipede, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 49. Type, bug plus poison. Ability, poison point. Held item, leadership. Egg moves, rock climb, pin missile, toxic spikes. Basic moves, Baton Pass, Iron Defense, Megahorn, Defense Curl, Rollout, Poison Sting, Screech, Pursuit, Protect, Poison Tail, Venoshock, Agility, Steamroller, Toxic, Venom Drench. Learned moves, Bug Bite, Signal Beam, Throat Chop, Iron Tail, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves, none. Seeing the data on the leader Scolipede, Cain realized the situation was getting complicated. A level 49 Scolipede was nothing like a level 41, the former was barely advanced level, while the latter was already on the verge of the quasi-elite level. The difference between the two was enormous. Moreover, this Scolipede had a light blue quality, meaning its capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary Scolipedes. It's male? Then the Scolipede I captured earlier was its mate? One of many. Cain looked at the large number of Scolipedes behind him and quickly added, one of many. It seemed he had indeed disturbed a Scolipede nest. And judging by the situation, it didn't look like they could win this fight. In situations like this, fleeing is the best strategy. If you can't win, the only option is to retreat. Otherwise, getting trapped by a swarm of poison-type Pokémon would be dangerous. Cain quickly threw a Pokeball, and Tropius appeared. Initially, Tropius seemed relaxed, but as soon as it saw the Scolipedes and their army approaching, its expression immediately changed. Tropius wasn't the same as before. In the past, when Cain had less power, their enemies were more manageable, but now the opponents they faced emitted auras that genuinely intimidated it. Cain noticed Tropius's frightened expression and smiled, calmly climbing onto its back. The Scolipedes were strong, but they couldn't fly, making them unable to threaten Cain. Cain's other Pokémon also climbed onto Tropius's back. Honchkrow could fly on its own, Scorpii was returned to its Pokeball, and Slowking simply found a spot on Tropius's back, using its telekinesis to minimize its own weight. A slightly nervous Tropius began flapping its wings, lifting into the air. In theory, the Scolipeds should have given up upon seeing them take to the skies, but for some reason, the leader Scolipede appeared particularly enraged about the capture of the female Scolipede, perhaps its favorite. Thus, they continued pursuing Tropius on the ground. To make matters worse, Tropius's massive size made it difficult to maneuver between the forest trees, while the agile Scolipedes easily kept pace, right behind them. Cain patted Tropius's neck, signaling it not to rush, to stay calm, and just maintain a steady speed. Although Tropius was still somewhat scared, its trust in Cain's strength calmed it a bit, and it slowed its flight. The Scolipedes got even closer. If they're going to chase us this persistently, they won't walk away empty-handed, Cain said coldly, his dark eyes gleaming with a frosty light. Slowking, use Psychic repeatedly. Honchkrow, attack with Dark Pulse. Sneezel, use Icicle Crash and Icy Wind. Remember to take advantage of the large number of enemies below to practice your moves. Haunter, launch Shadow Ball repeatedly. Following Cain's orders, his Pokémon, without needing to worry about being attacked, unleashed their most powerful attacks indiscriminately on the swarm of Scolipedes. After all, any attack would hit an enemy. However, the Scolipedes didn't remain idle, countering with moves like Pin Missile, Poison Sting, Venoshock, and other ranged attacks aimed at Cain and his team in the air. The Scolipede pursued Cain and his group for over half an hour, covering several dozen miles. If not for Cain's extended flight, causing significant casualties within the colony, the Scolipede likely would not have ceased their chase. However, due to the prolonged pursuit, many Vanipede were unable to keep up and, upon entering the territory of other Pokémon, were deemed intruders and eliminated. Today could be considered a day of heavy losses for the Scolipede colony. For Cain and his group, the situation wasn't as dire, as the decision to fight or retreat was entirely Cain's. Although the Scolipedes' attacks were somewhat troublesome, fortunately, Slowking's psychic abilities managed to block them. Despite this, the spoils of the encounter were significant not in terms of material resources, but in the mastery and handling of their moves, which improved considerably. After all, it's rare to have such an abundance of targets to practice on. More than half an hour later, Tropius had no issues flying. When Cain asked him to land, the Pokémon wasn't even out of breath, though his small heart was racing rapidly. Flying through a mountainous and forested region like this entails dealing not only with terrestrial Pokémon but also with those that inhabit the trees and skies. Fortunately, Tropius bore traces of dragon-type blood, and with the powerful aura that Slowking and the others had cultivated in the forest, few Pokémon dared to attack them. If any audacious Pokémon appeared, Honchkrow was ready to teach it a lesson. If they encountered an overwhelming threat, Cain would have Tropius change direction to avoid entering the territory of stronger Pokémon. Facing a terrestrial Pokémon wasn't a major issue, but encountering a powerful flying Pokémon could pose complications. In such a scenario, Slowking would have to use Teleport to escape. However, using Teleport would set them back in their journey, so Cain avoided this option unless absolutely necessary. After recalling Tropius, Cain sat down to rest with his Pokémon. Even though there was no immediate danger, the continuous use of moves was exhausting. Seated on the ground, Cain's Pokémon recovered their energy while mentally reviewing their control over energy and the rhythm of their moves to truly benefit from the experience. But just as Cain and his team had rested for over half an hour, their reprieve was interrupted. They had inadvertently entered another Pokémon's territory. This time, the wild Pokémon they encountered was particularly peculiar. A group of robust Grumpig appeared before Cain. Grumpig is a relatively rare Pokémon in the Hone region, typically living in herds in forests and rarely seen in human-populated areas. Although they resemble pigs, they are pure Psychic-type Pokémon, whose innate intelligence belies their appearance. The first to detect their presence was Slowking. With Slowking's advanced psychic abilities, few Pokémon could approach them undetected, let alone a group of psychically empowered pigs. Thus, as soon as the Grumpig entered Slowking's perception range, he alerted Cain. However, Cain did not halt his advance, as encountering Psychic-type Pokémon in the wild was a rare opportunity. Throughout his expeditions, Cain had never come across a purely Psychic-type Pokémon in the wild. Pure Psychic types are those with only the Psychic type. Due to their purity, they are far rarer. When Slowking informed him of the Grumpig's proximity, Cain recalled something. When Cain's psychic abilities were still very weak, he used his system to analyze what could enhance his psychic powers and quickly elevate them to the level of a novice psychic. The system discovered a very special item called the Radiant Stone. Although Cain had yet to see one, he clearly remembered how the system described its appearance. It is believed that Radiant Stones form within the bodies of psychic Pokémon, and purely psychic Pokémon, such as Grumpig, have a higher chance of producing these stones. This is why Cain once sought out Abra's evolutionary line in Kanto, as they are pure psychic types. But in the end, he never found them. Abra is born with the ability to use Teleport, so even if Cain managed to locate them, he lacked the means to prevent Abra from using Teleport. Eventually, Cain gave up the search. But now, before him stood a group of purely psychic Pokémon, Grumpig. Cain wasn't very familiar with these Pokémon. Since they aren't commonly seen among trainers, Grumpig doesn't particularly stand out, aside from its purity as a psychic type. However, Cain was intrigued by the black pearls on the Grumpig's bodies. Were they truly just pearls? This point had never been thoroughly investigated, but Cain was genuinely interested in finding out. Additionally, Cain was eager to verify whether these Grumpig could produce a radiant stone. However, to test this, he would first have to defeat or even eliminate the group of Grumpig, who already showed signs of hostility. A group of Grumpig, led by an alpha Grumpig, stopped a short distance from Cain. This forest was their territory, and now it had been invaded by unknown Pokémon and a human. Although Grumpig is not a Pokémon that seeks trouble, once provoked, they cannot afford to show weakness if they wish to survive in the wild. Furthermore, as psychic Pokémon, they have a heightened sense of danger compared to other Pokémon. The Alpha Grumpig could clearly sense the intense malice and uncontrollable desire emanating from Cain. It could perceive Cain's faint psychic abilities. As a psychic Pokémon, it despised those without psychic powers, viewing them as brainless beings. However, Cain not only possessed psychic abilities but also harbored malicious intent toward them. This was a matter of concern for the Alpha Grumpig. Cain slowly stood up from the ground, a smile on his lips as he calmly observed the Grumpig before him. These Grumpig would be his test subjects. He would see if the Radiant Stone truly existed. He would see if this Radiant Stone could indeed enhance his psychic powers. He would see if today he could officially become a novice psychic. Pokémon, Grumpig, Dark Green. Gender, male. Level, 42. Type, Psychic. Ability, Own Tempo. Held item, none. Egg moves, Zen Headbutt, Mirror Coat, Endure. Basic moves, Teeter Dance, Belch, Splash, Psywave, Odor Sleuth, Psybeam, Psych Up, Confuse Ray, Magic Coat, Power Gem, Rest, Snore, Size Hawk. Learned moves, Thunder Punch, Telekinesis, Heal Bell, Snatch. TM moves, none. These are the stats of the leader of the Grumpig group. The system automatically displayed its profile when Grumpig entered Cain's scanning range. Grumpig is, in fact, a Pokémon very similar to Slowpoke before it evolves. Apart from Slowpoke's water type, its similarity to Grumpig is high, both in appearance and moves. Grumpig is a Psychic-type Pokémon, excelling in Psychic-type moves. However, it has a weakness: it cannot naturally learn the move Miracle Eye. This is also the case with Slowpoke. It cannot learn Miracle Eye either, but Cain's Slowking managed to learn it because it is a shiny Pokémon. Thus, Grumpig, a Pokémon notable for its Psychic-type moves, is at a disadvantage against Honchkrow and Sneezel, which are Dark-type. Even though its level is higher than Honchkrow and Sneezel, its psychic power is not strong enough to ignore the type disadvantage. Yes, type disadvantages exist within certain limits. For instance, Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type attacks, and Normal-type Pokémon are immune to Ghost-type attacks. But this is valid only if the levels and strength of the Pokémon aren't too disparate. If there's a significant level difference, the accumulation of energy is enough to overcome immunity. For example, a level 5 Dark-type Pokémon wouldn't be immune to the Psychic-type attacks of a level 90 Psychic Pokémon. The sheer amount of energy would overwhelm it. It's like rubber, which can insulate against electricity but not against a lightning strike or high-voltage discharge. The rubber would simply melt under the immense energy. Similarly, Pokémon-type immunities follow this logic. However, in this case, Honchkrow and Sneezel can completely ignore the psychic moves of the Grumpig. So, even though the leader of the Grumpig has reached level 42, they are at a significant disadvantage against Honchkrow and Sneezel. With their intelligence, they should be able to understand what I say, right? Cain said calmly, looking at the hostile Grumpig in the distance. Grum. The Grumpig leader remained serious. Cain, though maintaining a neutral expression, could sense the intense malice emanating from him. As his malice grew, so did that of the Pokémon around him. The other Pokémon weren't as intimidating, but two Dark-type Pokémon provoked an innate fear in the Grumpig leader, as if he were facing his natural predators. Moreover, a pink Pokémon with a majestic appearance, bearing something like a crown-shaped shell, emitted two intertwined psychic waves, as if they were a single entity. The psychic power emanating from that Pokémon was so overwhelming that even the Grumpig leader felt astonished. What do you intend, human? Asked the Grumpig leader, his eyes glowing red, psychic energy flowing. The leader's voice echoed in Cain's mind via telepathy. Sensing the telepathic connection, Cain didn't sever the link with his own psychic powers. I'm interested in your kind because you might have something that can enhance my psychic abilities. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice, Cain said, raising an eyebrow and flashing a cold smile. It seemed he was about to massacre another Pokémon tribe. If not for the potential of finding the Shining Stone, he might have considered relocating the Grumpig to the mountains behind his home. The mountains behind Cain's gym in Verdant Town were vast and challenging to manage. Having a group of psychic Pokémon helping to guard it would have made intrusions nearly impossible. The artificial lake behind the gym could be cared for by the Slowpoke tribe, but Cain didn't yet have a plan for the mountains. Grum. Hearing Cain's words, both the leader and his Grumpig tribe grew furious. This was an open challenge. Honchkrow, Sneezel, prepare for battle. The main fighters this time would be the dark types, Honchkrow and Sneezel, against Pokémon like Grumpig, who only have psychic type moves. As long as they're cautious about moves of other types, they can completely ignore psychic attacks. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Haunter, this time you will be the distraction. Be careful not to get hit. Slowking would play a crucial role in the offense. As for Haunter, despite being a ghost and poison type, which is vulnerable to psychic, it also has ghost type moves that are highly effective against psychic Pokémon. So Haunter had to prioritize avoiding attacks and then strike from the shadows. Honchkrow and Sneezel would take the lead, absorbing most of the attacks. As for Scorpite, it was still a bug and poison type for now. Once it evolved into Drapion, it would become a poison and dark type, immune to psychic attacks. Scorpite, dodge psychic attacks and wait for the right moment to use Bite. Remember how to use your pincers and find the enemy's weak point. Cain gave instructions to each of his Pokémon, detailing their roles. Unlike one-on-one or two-on-two battles, this was a group fight, heavily reliant on the Pokémon's reaction speed and the trainer's precise commands at key moments. Most of the time, the Pokémon fought following the trainer's directions but made their own decisions in the heat of battle. Honchkrow led the charge. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it had no fear of facing Psychics. Seeing Honchkrow approaching from the air, the Grumpig began to use their most powerful Psychic moves against it. But the attacks had no effect. Honchkrow didn't even flinch. The Grumpig leader grew frustrated. Dark-type Pokémon were a real problem. A massacre led by Honchkrow began immediately. Honchkrow and Sneezel were the primary attackers in this battle, while Slakoth, Haunter, and Scorpite primarily focused on defense, resisting the rebellion of the Grumpig group. A total of 21 Grumpig, including their leader, lay lifeless after an hour. Although Honchkrow and Sneezel were immune to psychic attacks, the Grumpig didn't rely solely on psychic-type moves. For instance, the leader Grumpig could use Thunder Punch. However, being immune to psychic moves significantly diminished the Grumpig's offensive capabilities, rendering them like snakes without fangs. With each activation of Honkrow's Moxie ability, its power grew exponentially, and the remaining Grumpig were practically defeated in a single strike. Although both Sneezel and Slakoth sustained some injuries, they successfully overcame a group of 21 opponents, securing a fruitful victory. Throughout his adventures, Cain had previously exterminated various Pokémon groups, often using Grimmer to absorb the bodies and use them as sustenance. This time, however, he had to take more extreme measures. Half an hour later, the ground sank 3 centimeters as 2 Grimmer, under Cain's orders, absorbed the Grumpig corpses and the blood-soaked soil. Both Grimmer had already reached a deep, dark green quality. Although one seemed to have reached its limit, the other still had room for improvement, and Cain estimated it could eventually reach a light blue quality before stopping. Thanks to the energy absorbed from the bodies, both Grimmer also leveled up quickly, reaching level 32. At this rate, they would reach level 38 and evolve into Mook. These types of Pokémon, whose levels had been trained but not their combat skills, still had great potential and high value. If a trainer properly trained them, they could develop their own style and battle rhythm, allowing them to showcase their full strength. However, for Cain, these Grimmer were merely experiments. He planned to reward his subordinates with them once he returned, strengthening their battle teams. As Cain observed the 5 black, opaque stones in his hand, the shining stones, he was struck by how difficult they were to obtain. Out of 21 Grumpig, only 5 shining stones had emerged, something that would have been nearly impossible to find without his system's help. These 5 stones appeared very unremarkable, emitting no glow. At first glance, they looked like ordinary rocks, and when Cain held them, apart from feeling slight warmth, he perceived nothing special. Can these things really enhance psychic powers? Cain murmured as he felt the warmth in his hand. Cain also discovered that the production of these stones was related to the Pokémon's strength and longevity. The stronger and older the Pokémon, the larger the stone. The production of these stones is truly challenging, but I don't think I'll actively seek them in the future. If the most powerful psychic Pokémon discover that someone is after these stones, a revolt would likely erupt, Cain thought. Psychic Pokémon are extremely intelligent, almost on par with humans. If they were to learn that they carried something so valuable, it would surely trigger an uprising. Because if it were confirmed that these stones were effective, psychic Pokémon might face mass slaughter at the hands of humans. This would practically affect all Pokémon of this type. Cain stored the 5 stones in his storage space, knowing that the battlefield, still reeking of blood, was unsuitable for resting or further research. Thus, tired and with his Pokémon team exhausted, he decided to leave quickly. Soon, other wild Pokémon would move to claim the Grumpig's territory, and facing them could prove troublesome. Just as he was about to leave, Slakoth, who was not physically injured but emotionally affected, tugged at his clothes with a pale expression. Intrigued, Cain looked at Slakoth, who quickly spoke to him through telepathy. Master, up ahead there are other Pokémon with mental waves similar to the Grumpig, but weaker, said Slakoth. Hearing this, Cain narrowed his eyes. Other Pokémon with similar mental waves, but weaker? Could it be Spoink, the ones that evolve into Grumpig? Although not many trainers use Grumpig, this Pokémon has a rather special use that perhaps people in this world have yet to discover. Seeing the Grumpig, Cain remembered an idea he had back on Earth. Spoink and Grumpig can learn 2 special moves, Role Play and Skill Swap. The move Role Play allows copying the opponent's ability, and Skill Swap enables exchanging abilities with the rival using psychic powers. These moves are powerful individually, but when combined, they produce unexpected results. In other words, a Pokémon that knows both moves could act as a skill converter, allowing Cain to transfer any ability he wanted to another Pokémon. Even if temporary, with enough training, this transfer could last quite some time. Cain had thought of this when he discovered the zone of Slakoth and Vigoroth in the mountains. If he could find a Pokémon with both moves, it would be highly useful for his future experiments. However, during the previous battle, he didn't encounter any Grumpig with both moves. And even if he had, after such a bloody encounter, those Grumpig wouldn't obey him. But these Spoink, who had never seen him before, might be different. In Cain's impression, Jengar is also capable of learning both the move role play and the move skill swap. If he fails to find a Spoink that can master both moves at the same time, Cain can find one that knows role play and, when Haunter evolves into Jengar, have Spoink teach it the move. This way, Jengar could not only act as Cain's closest bodyguard but also temporarily serve as a skill converter. Haunter has already learned the move skill swap, it only lacks role play. Following the direction indicated by Slakoth, Cain advanced with his Pokémon. In the Grumpig's territory, it wasn't only Grumpig that lived there. As he ventured further, Cain discovered traces of Spoink. Cain immediately activated the system to scan the data of these Spoink. The Spoink were a bit startled to see Cain and his Pokémon enter their den directly. But since the Grumpig leader and the Spoink capable of communicating were not present, the Spoink didn't dare act rashly and only watched Cain cautiously. Moreover, the Pokémon accompanying Cain exuded an air of danger and violence that the weak Spoink clearly couldn't handle. Fortunately, Cain seemed to be only observing, doing nothing out of place. When all the Spoink thought Cain had come just to look around, his eyes lit up as he reviewed the data. Spoink data appeared before him. Pokémon, Spoink, light green. Gender, female. Level, 20. Type, psychic. Ability, thick fat. Held item, none. Egg moves, future sight, skill swap. Basic moves, splash, Psywave, odor sleuth, Psybeam, psych up, confuse ray. Learned move, role play. TM moves, none. In terms of physical development, aptitude, and appearance, this was a rather ordinary Pokémon, with no standout traits. However, it was the only Spoink among many that Cain found to possess both skill swap and role play. The other Spoink either had one of the moves or neither. Although its aptitude was mediocre, it was sufficient for a utility Pokémon. Cain signaled Honchkrow with his eyes. Honchkrow instantly understood the signal, flapped its wings, and quickly soared, immediately capturing the chosen Spoink from the group. The Spoink, who had been watching Cain, had prepared and unleashed a barrage of moves against Honchkrow. But even the psychic moves of the Grumpig leader had little effect on Honchkrow, let alone these Spoink. Honchkrow caught the Spoink and brought it to Cain. Cain glanced around and chuckled softly. These Spoink here were like a valuable treasure. If given the chance, he might relocate them to the rear mountain. Then, under the protection of Sloking's psychic barrier, Cain's Pokémon returned to the site of the previous battle. This time, Cain left without looking back, taking his Pokémon with him. As for the Spoink captured by Honchkrow, it was knocked unconscious and stored in a Pokeball. Its usefulness wouldn't be apparent immediately, but Cain planned to train it slowly once they returned. Cain continued advancing with his Pokémon for another half hour, fully leaving Grumpig territory before gradually stopping. He found a relatively safe place and began treating the external and internal injuries of his wounded Pokémon. This was something Cain always did after each battle, otherwise, without a Pokémon center, accumulated injuries could severely impact his Pokémon in the long term. Then, using Sloking's Heal Pulse move, he could also relieve some of his Pokémon's physical fatigue. Having learned Heal Pulse, Slakoth could temporarily act as the team's healer. Combined with the effect of Poke Blocks, Cain's Pokémon could quickly recover to their optimal state. This was the main reason Cain could survive in the wild for long periods without worrying about his Pokémon's condition. Next, Scorpii dug a cave into a massive tree trunk, large enough for all the Pokémon to enter and rest comfortably. In these deep mountains, there weren't many resources, but there were plenty of these gigantic trees that would take many people to encircle. During this time, Cain and his Pokémon had been resting in such trees, blocking the cave entrance with tree bark, and under the protection of the psychic barrier created by Slakoth, other Pokémon usually couldn't find them. Slakoth maintained the psychic barrier while the other Pokémon rested. Although today's battle was straightforward, the mental pressure on the Pokémon was still significant. Cain took out a black shining stone from his storage space and scanned it again with the system. Item name, Shining Stone, user defined. Description, a stone recorded in ancient books, similar to a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Function, can enhance the psychic abilities of a psychic user, with the degree of enhancement depending on the user's condition. Shining Stone, I hope you have some effect, Cain murmured as he extended his psychic energy to levitate the shining stone before him. Cain had no trouble lifting stones of this size with his psychic power. According to the system's description, using a shining stone required the psychic user to channel energy into the stone, allowing the mysterious energy within it to feed back into the user. Cain gradually increased the amount of psychic energy. After days of training, Cain had reached a 70% level of control over his psychic power. As the psychic energy increased, the shining stone began to tremble in the air. Crack! A clear sound of fracture resonated from the shining stone, and the psychic energy Cain had extended was immediately repelled. But the shining stone didn't fall, instead, it followed the trajectory of Cain's psychic energy, launching directly toward his head. A mysterious energy, different from psychic power but much stronger, seeped into his mind. Cain couldn't help but open his eyes. If anyone were in front of Cain at that moment, they would see his eyes were entirely black, with no distinction between pupils or sclera. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged as a storm raged within his mind. The original psychic energy in his mind began spinning under the influence of this mysterious energy. Cain could feel that, after some time in contact, this mysterious energy was beginning to assimilate and convert into similar psychic energy, though of much higher quality. Moreover, it felt completely compatible with the psychic energy produced by Cain, causing no discomfort. An hour later, the black color in Cain's eyes began to fade, revealing the whites and pupils. Cain's forehead was covered in sweat, and his pale face showed signs of exhaustion. However, his mind had never felt so active. It was as if a switch had been flipped. His brain was extraordinarily alert, even more so than after a full night's sleep. Without wasting time, Cain retrieved a box containing psychic spheres from his storage space. To confirm whether he had truly become a beginner-level psychic, he only needed to see how many psychic spheres he could lift. Cain activated his psychic power suddenly. 5 psychic spheres floated into the air without Cain feeling much strain. The 6th, 7th, 8th. Gradually, he began to feel the pressure. Yet, the speed at which Cain raised the spheres did not slow. By the time he reached the 20th sphere, it, too, rose without hesitation. 20 spheres? The standard of a beginner-level psychic? Cain felt a trace of joy in his heart. He had finally become a beginner-level psychic and could now learn the telepathy skill. With the help of telepathy, his ability to command his Pokémon in battle and his reaction time would improve significantly. However, Cain didn't stop using his psychic power, sensing that he hadn't yet reached his limit. Finally, when Cain felt utterly exhausted, the number of psychic spheres floating around him reached 24. He had completely surpassed the threshold for beginner-level psychic power and by a significant margin. Additionally, Cain noticed that after some time practicing, his control over his psychic power had reached 70%. However, after this improvement, his control level had dropped back to 60%. If he could train it to 100%, his psychic power would improve again. But none of that was Cain's primary focus. His main goal in becoming a beginner-level psychic was to learn telepathy. As for other aspirations, he knew his limitations and wouldn't demand too much of himself. In the future, he would have the opportunity to absorb the remaining 4 energy spheres and see how far his psychic power could develop. After putting away all the psychic spheres, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had reached beginner-level psychic status and could set aside that concern. He would continue training his psychic power but no longer needed to be as exhaustive as before, allowing him more time to handle other matters. After verifying his psychic power level, Cain, physically and mentally drained, fell asleep immediately. The night in the forest was far from quiet. The chirping of insects and rustling of leaves filled the air. Numerous nocturnal Pokémon hunted, and their occasional roars echoed through the forest. But none of this had anything to do with Cain. Thanks to Sloking's psychic barrier, the hollowed tree where they rested was very peaceful. Moreover, with Sloking keeping watch, if any wild Pokémon dared to intrude, Sloking could react immediately. It was rare to have a night of proper rest. The next morning, Cain allowed himself the luxury of sleeping in. When the sun was already high in the sky, he finally woke. Although he had felt extraordinarily energetic the previous day, that sensation had been misleading. Both his body and mind had been truly exhausted. After a good night's sleep, he felt fully recovered. Now that Cain had become a beginner-level psychic, he could finally learn telepathy. Telepathy wasn't a difficult skill to learn. When the old Ghastly had taught Slowpoke, it only took a few words of explanation and demonstration for Slowpoke to master it. Perhaps this was also because Slowpoke had exceptional talent for psychic powers. But the key to learning telepathy was the amount of psychic power one possessed. After a brief conversation with Sloking and combining the information from the psychic training guide Sabrina had given him, Cain quickly grasped the technique. Slowly extending his psychic power from his mind, he connected with Sloking's mind. Sloking. Cain thought silently. Master, I hear you. Sloking immediately responded. Cain's eyes lit up. So this is what telepathy feels like? It's truly incredible. Even though he was merely using his psychic power to project his thoughts, the recipient could understand them clearly. To test it further, Cain used telepathy to connect with his other Pokémon. He then mentally gave them commands. Although his Pokémon were surprised to receive orders telepathically, they trusted him and obeyed. Cain couldn't help but nod. They weren't yet accustomed to receiving commands through telepathy, but with time and training, this technique would become his primary method of commanding during battles. After packing up everything in the hollowed tree, Cain and his Pokémon set off. This time, he had captured a spoink that could function as a skill converter, raised his psychic power to the beginner level, and learned the much-anticipated telepathy skill. It was a significant achievement. As for his psychic power, Cain was already very satisfied. Any future improvements would depend on fate. He disappeared into the forest, heading toward Littleroot Town. The goal of training his Pokémon remained. Sloking had reached level 39, making it Cain's highest level Pokémon, just one level short of advanced rank. If Sloking could reach advanced level, his position as a gym leader would be much more secure. Furthermore, although Cain held the rank of officer within Team Rocket, he had yet to attain the power associated with that title, which was crucial. One must possess the strength required for their position, otherwise, there would always be someone eager to challenge them, using them as a stepping stone to climb higher. With Littleroot Town 2 days away, Cain aimed to have Sloking reach advanced level during that time. Even better if Honchkrow could do so as well. In the previous day's battle against the Grumpig herd, Honchkrow had been the main attacker, and his progress was remarkable. He should soon reach level 39. With a few more battles, reaching level 40 shouldn't be an issue. With Slakoth and Honchkrow at advanced levels, Cain would have the strength necessary for his rank as a Team Rocket officer. Moreover, Cain's Pokémon were of high quality and had been properly trained. Battles against higher-level opponents wouldn't pose a significant problem, as long as there were no type disadvantages. 2 days later, in the forest north of Littleroot Town. After 2 days of continuous travel, Cain finally managed to traverse this massive combination of forest and mountains. Inside, he encountered a large number of Pokémon. Some of these Pokémon could be easily defeated by Cain's team, but there were also some that Cain preferred to avoid. There are still many boss-level Pokémon in the forest, so Cain dared not provoke them. These powerful wild Pokémon will be dealt with later, when his strength increases. Who knows, he might even find valuable items in their nests. However, there were also many Pokémon at a similar level to Cain's team, and all of them ended up as his training targets, allowing his Pokémon to grow stronger. Additionally, Cain found many interesting and useful items in the nests of these Pokémon and captured several wild Pokémon with good attributes, which he could exchange for points at the Hunters Guild. In fact, if Cain's team had remained at the same strength as when they started, it would have taken him several more days to get through. But as they got closer to Littleroot Town, the level and strength of the wild Pokémon significantly decreased, causing fewer of them to dare challenge Honchkrow and the others. In the last half of the day, Cain practically only focused on advancing. Fortunately, this time the primary objective was achieved. Slakoth successfully broke through, reaching level 40. Honchkrow, while not yet at the advanced level, reached level 39, just one step away. This training can be considered a success, though improving further will become increasingly difficult since the higher the Pokémon's level, the harder it is to advance. With Slakoth as the first Pokémon in Cain's main team to reach the advanced level, his training has been very effective. Pokémon, Shiny Slakoth, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 40. Type, Water plus Psychic. Ability, Own Tempo. Held item, Leadership. Egg moves, Rest, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves, Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Disable, Headbutt, Water Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Slack Off, Heal Pulse, Power Gem, Nasty Plot. Learned moves, Calm Mind, Size Hawk, Miracle Eye, Shiny, Psychic, Shiny, Ice Punch, taught by Sneezel. Combined moves, Psychic Water Gun, Psychic Power plus Water Gun. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Bulldoze, Flamethrower, Earthquake, Surf. During this time, Slakoth also sought to learn Ice Punch from Sneezel to better deal with close combat Pokémon. In addition, Sneezel reached level 38, Scorpy level 34, and Haunter level 36. The next step for Cain will be preparing the evolutions of Sneezel and Haunter. Once these two Pokémon evolve, their strength will increase significantly. Although they currently have acceptable levels and quality, they still don't perform at the same level as Honchkrow and Slakoth, who have already fully evolved. They have sufficient combat capability but lack the ability to deliver a decisive blow. While their original purpose isn't necessarily to end battles in one strike, they still need enough strength for critical situations. The biggest improvement during this training was made by Scorpy, who went from level 26 to level 34. Additionally, Scorpy's poison sac successfully developed, making its venom the most potent among Cain's Pokémon. As Scorpy leveled up, its strength also increased significantly. It can now confidently take the vanguard role in Cain's team, excelling in physical combat with its pincers. Its sniper ability further enhances its power. Scorpy's rapid growth was largely due to the poison-type energy Cain provided. Initially, Scorpy absorbed a special item that stimulated its venom, increasing its quantity while the poison-type energy in the item helped reshape its body and level up. Later, Cain obtained a broken toxic orb from KG, which accelerated Scorpy's growth even further. Absorbing the remaining poison energy in the toxic orb caused Scorpy's level to skyrocket. However, this growth rate will slow down over time, as the energy in the toxic orb is nearly depleted due to Scorpy's absorption. This is because the toxic orb had been broken for a long time, losing much of its energy. Otherwise, an intact toxic orb would have contained too much energy for Scorpy to handle at this stage. In conclusion, the main objective of this training has been achieved. Cain can now confidently say he has reached the basic level of an advanced trainer, meaning he has crossed the threshold for being a standard officer in Team Rocket. His strength now roughly matches his status. However, there are still areas where his Pokémon's training can be improved. Although Slakoth has leveled up, it still has some gaps in its moveset. After receiving supplies from Team Rocket, Cain plans to purchase some additional moves for his Pokémon. Choosing practical, suitable moves will allow his Pokémon to better showcase their potential. As Pokémon levels increase, supplementary moves are needed to complement their abilities and unleash their true power. Cain didn't leave the forest directly. According to what was agreed with Umbra, a member of the Shadow Unit should be waiting for him here. This person will deliver the supplies from Team Rocket. Although Cain doesn't know who this individual is, given that Umbra entrusted them with so many supplies, he's certain their strength isn't insignificant. However, the internal situation of the Shadow Unit is quite complicated at the moment, so Cain hasn't delved into the details. but considering that Umbra, a subleader with real power in the Shadow Unit when gravely injured and needing to recover, entrusted Cain, who was relatively weak at the time, to retrieve something so important instead of relying on stronger team members. This alone speaks volumes. The Shadow Unit, or rather, Team Rocket itself, likely has infiltrators from the League. Not everyone in the League is an idiot who only knows how to fight among themselves, otherwise, they wouldn't be the largest organization. But the person Umbra sent this time, do they have a confirmed, vetted background? Or are they a newly loyal subordinate of Umbra? Cain was searching for the special marks of the Shadow Unit in the forest. Although he had never carried out a mission for the Shadow Unit, Cain had learned the basics. After carefully searching, he found a Shadow Unit mark at the base of a large tree. Cain completely changed his attire, pulling out his signature black cloak and putting it on. He then withdrew all his Pokémon, leaving only Honchkrow at his side, while Haunter hid in his shadow. Following the direction of the marks, Cain walked with Honchkrow. Perhaps for the sake of discretion, after several twists and turns, Cain noticed that many of the marks were unnecessary. He could have walked a straight path, but whoever made the marks had placed them at various points. Was it to avoid being discovered? Or was it simply a Shadow Unit habit? Or maybe they were toying with him. Cain remained alert to these possibilities. Finally, after following the marks, Cain arrived at the entrance of a cave. According to the marks, the person he was supposed to meet was inside the cave. However, upon reaching the entrance, Cain didn't enter immediately. Instead, he frowned. Under other circumstances, he might not have noticed, but Cain had improved his psychic abilities to the level of a beginner psychic. He could now expand his psychic power, perceiving many details that previously went unnoticed. Cain noticed an extremely thin thread at the cave entrance, something almost impossible to detect with the naked eye without a detailed observation aided by his psychic abilities. Even with his experience, without his psychic observation, Cain wouldn't have discovered the thread. The presence of this thread could mean several things. Most likely, the person he was supposed to meet was inside but had left the thread as a precaution to detect someone entering and react accordingly. But there was also the possibility that the thread would trigger a trap, setting off a series of events if touched. Around him, Cain didn't see anything unusual, which only heightened his sense of alertness. Instead of entering, Cain used his psychic ability to slightly move the thread. He waited silently for 3 seconds, and nothing happened. Just as Cain began to think he was being paranoid, an explosion echoed inside the cave, starting at the entrance and moving inward. The message was clear: block the entrance to prevent anyone from escaping, and then detonate explosives inside to trap whoever was inside. Even with a Pokémon capable of using teleport, the intensity of the explosion would make locating spatial coordinates difficult, rendering escape nearly impossible. 2 seconds later, the cave completely collapsed. Cain's face darkened. If he had entered and accidentally triggered the thread, he would have been caught in the explosion. Even with his beginner-level psychic abilities and the presence of Honchkrow and Haunter, he likely wouldn't have died, but he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Whoever had prepared this trap had done so with the clear intention of attacking him. Cain couldn't understand why Umbra would send someone to try and kill him. What was the meaning of this? Cain waited silently for 3 minutes. A shadow appeared on the ground. Cain looked up at the sky, seeing a person dressed in a black cloak similar to his own, mounted on a large dragonfly that was slowly descending toward the destroyed cave. Cain's eyes, dark as the night, began to glow with a murderous light. It didn't matter what this person's purpose was or who had sent them. The only thing Cain knew was that if he had been an ordinary person, that hidden trap would have killed him multiple times over. If someone tried to kill him, he wouldn't care about the attacker's identity. After all, Cain was now a man half chosen by Giovanni. No one below a high rank would have the authority to attack him. Moreover, Cain had already reached the rank of officer and was no longer the Team Rocket grunt anyone could trample on. Without hiding his presence, Cain stood still, watching the man slowly descend from the back of the large dragonfly. The system scanned the dragonfly's data. Pokémon, Yanmega, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 39. Type, bug plus flying. Ability, tinted lens. Held item, none. Egg moves, leech life, signal beam, feint attack. Basic moves, bug buzz, air slash, night slash, bug bite, tackle, foresight, quick attack, double team, sonic boom, detect, supersonic, uproar, pursuit, ancient power, feint. Learned moves, bug bite, giga drain, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, shadow ball, aerial ace, steel wing, substitute. Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed Yanmega's data. This Yanmega had a fairly high level and potential, close to reaching the advanced level. This meant the person before him had power close to that of a common officer. It remained to be seen if Yanmega was his strongest Pokémon or if he had others even more powerful. The man in the black cloak slowly dismounted from Yanmega's back. He wore a Shadow Unit insignia on his chest but did not have the Team Rocket emblem. In the Hone region, hostility toward Team Rocket was high, so avoiding the emblem was the prudent choice. Surely, this man thought the same. The man removed his hood, revealing a common middle-aged face with black hair and eyes. The only notable feature was a scar running across his face from the left cheek, over the bridge of the nose, to the right cheek, giving him a sinister look. With a mocking expression, the man looked at Cain and said with a smile, "Well, I didn't think that despite never having done Shadow Unit missions, you'd be so familiar with their marks. I thought it'd take you a whole day to find them." Did Umbra send you? Cain ignored his mockery and responded coldly. Honchkrow at his side tensed slightly. As the Pokémon that knew Cain best, it could sense the latent fury in his heart. You dare to call Lord Umbra by his name? This is a great sign of disrespect, the middle-aged man said with a mocking smile. His smile moved the scar on his face, making him look somewhat unpleasant. Hearing this, Cain frowned and looked him up and down, finally stopping at the insignia of the shadow unit on his chest. At first glance, it seemed like a common shadow unit insignia, but upon closer inspection, Cain noticed differences compared to his own. While his insignia was that of a regular shadow unit member, and the man's represented that of a captain, the difference didn't lie there. Cain's insignia, which had been given to him by Umbra, had a grayish, faded color, while the man's was jet black, so dark that its details were barely distinguishable without careful observation. Cain's eyes glimmered with understanding. Is this guy from the dark group? But I've never had any dealings with Tenebris. Why would he come after me? As one of Giovanni's closest allies, he shouldn't have any reason to mistrust me. If this man truly belonged to the dark group, was this provocation on Tenebris's orders, or was it a personal act? That much remained unclear. Did Tenebris send you? Cain asked coldly, focusing his psychic powers on the middle-aged man. Hearing Tenebris's name, the man's expression shifted slightly, a brief flash of discomfort that he quickly hid, but Cain noticed it. This confirmed about 80% of his suspicions. And now you've also called Lord Tenebris by name. It seems you need to learn the rules of respect within the shadow unit, the man replied, his expression stern. The middle-aged man standing before Cain was known as Rei, one of the strongest captains of the shadow unit, on the verge of being promoted to a regular officer, and someone with a certain reputation within the unit. Although the shadow unit is a single organization, due to its divided management under Tenebris and Umbra, differences have emerged among its members. Tenebris's subordinates call themselves the Dark Group, primarily tasked with the internal security of Team Rocket and Giovanni's personal protection. This is their main responsibility, alongside some basic shadow unit tasks. Umbra's subordinates, on the other hand, are known as the Shadow Group and handle more complex and dangerous missions across various regions. As a result, the differences in the missions assigned to the two groups have gradually created distinctions between them. The Shadow Group members are relatively few because their missions are extremely dangerous, often involving incursions behind enemy lines, where survival odds are slim. As a result, Shadow Group members who manage to survive are extremely strong, considered the elite of Team Rocket. Meanwhile, the Dark Group members have relatively safer jobs and have gradually accumulated in number, given their focus on internal security and monitoring certain individuals within Team Rocket. Currently, the Shadow Unit's situation is such that the Dark Group vastly outnumbers the Shadow Group. However, because both Tenebris and Umbra are quite powerful, members of both groups have maintained a relatively peaceful coexistence. Officially, the Shadow Unit is still seen as a united organization. But things started to change. During a mission, Umbra suffered severe injuries, leading to a drastic decline in his power. Although he later regained some strength using evolution elixirs, he couldn't return to his former power level. Additionally, due to the elixir's side effects, Umbra's potential was reduced. Only a few of Umbra's closest associates knew this, but rumors soon began to spread among Dark Group members that Umbra had lost his power and that Lord Tenebris would become the true leader of the Shadow Unit. Tenebris and Umbra are officially only deputy leaders of the Shadow Unit. The leader position has remained vacant for a long time. Whether the leader is missing or dead remains unclear. Giovanni has given no explanation, leaving his subordinates to speculate. Does Tenebris have what it takes to become the group's leader? After all, Tenebris and Umbra had proven their strengths simultaneously, with one handling external matters and the other internal. Tenebris, moreover, was closer to Giovanni. As a result, Dark Group members began to take action. Their initially small moves grew larger, starting to interfere with the Shadow Unit's operations and missions. The man who had come this time was a captain of the Dark Group. However, it wasn't clear why someone from the Dark Group was sent regarding a matter related to Umbra. To Cain, at this moment, it didn't matter who the man was. After all, they were in Hone. Giovanni had entrusted Cain with being Team Rocket's chief representative in the Hone region, with direct orders only from Umbra. Now, this man looking for trouble with Cain was merely a Shadow Unit captain. Even within Team Rocket's hierarchy, he was just a relatively strong captain. And Cain? An officer appointed directly by Giovanni? Although his power and rank hadn't initially matched, after this stage of training, Cain finally met the requirements of his position. Now, both in status and rank, Cain had the authority to confront him. First, he needed to defeat him and then ask Umbra what was going on. Having made up his mind, Cain's gaze at the man turned sharper. Rei also noticed Cain's gaze and, after a brief pause, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you going to attack me? You, an officer without the power to back your position? Do you think everyone is as weak as those from the trial island? You talk too much. Cain snapped disdainfully. Honchkrow, use Tailwind. Honchkrow, who had been ready to attack, immediately surrounded itself with flying-type energy. You're courting death, the man growled. Yanmega, use Quick Attack, then Steel Wing. The Yanmega floating beside Rei glared with its red eyes. With a buzz of its four wings, it charged forward, maximizing its Quick Attack and powering up its Steel Wing, aiming directly at Honchkrow. Honchkrow, use Night Slash. Without flinching, Honchkrow flew directly toward Yanmega, with interwoven flying and dark energy coursing through its wings. Boom! The two Pokémon collided in midair. Though Yanmega was larger than Honchkrow, it didn't overpower it in strength. Both Pokémon were sent flying after the impact, but Honchkrow was pushed back less. Seeing that his Yanmega was at a disadvantage, Rei slowly narrowed his eyes. "It seems I underestimated you a bit," he said. The information Rei had received indicated that Cain's strength was average among captains, while Rei himself possessed the power of a high-level captain, just one step away from the officer rank. He had already applied for the position of officer in Team Rocket and only needed to pass the evaluation to achieve it. Initially, he thought that facing Cain would be a straightforward task, but the power of Cain's Honchkrow was somewhat unexpected. Clearly, that Pokémon also had the strength of a high-level captain. Rei's face darkened. The inaccurate information had put him at a disadvantage. However, he believed the situation was still under his control. According to his intel, Honchkrow was Cain's strongest Pokémon, capable of suppressing his Yanmega, but Cain's other Pokémon shouldn't be as powerful. With this confidence, Rei grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. "Go, Ariados." He threw the Pokeball, and an Ariados appeared out of nowhere. Cain quickly activated his system to scan Ariados' data. Pokémon, Ariados, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 39. Types, bug plus poison. Ability, sniper. Held item, none. Egg moves, sonic boom, pursuit, signal beam. Basic moves, swords dance, focus energy, absorb, venom drench, fell stinger, poison sting, string shot, scary face, constrict, infestation, nightshade, shadow sneak, fury swipes, sucker punch, spider web, agility. Learned moves, Giga Drain, Snore, Bug Bite, Bounce. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Double Team, Poison Jab. This Ariados was no weakling, and its sniper ability was quite rare. Another bug-type trainer. Cain frowned, thinking. However, he wasn't too concerned. Since the opponent had sent out another Pokémon, it would be challenging for Honchkrow to face two Pokémon at once, so Cain also grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. "Go, Sneezel." In reality, Slowking might have been the best choice to deal with this Ariados, but Cain decided to send out Sneezel instead. If Slowking entered the battle, victory would be easy, but Cain wanted his other Pokémon to get some training too. "Sneezel, agility, then icy wind," Cain ordered. The moment it emerged, Sneezel followed Cain's commands. It sprinted quickly across the grassy field and exhaled a freezing wind mixed with small ice fragments toward Ariados. "Ariados, bounce. Evade the icy wind, then use Swords Dance," Rei ordered calmly. Even if the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is strong, there's always a slight delay between a command and its execution. That delay is an opportunity for the opponent to react. As in this case, after Sneezel started running and unleashed the icy wind attack, Ariados dodged it with a high leap and landed to perform Swords Dance. With Swords Dance and its sniper ability, if Ariados landed a critical hit, even Sneezel could be taken out in one strike. Cain frowned and decided not to hide his tactic anymore. He activated his psychic power, his eyes glowing red, and used telepathy to communicate directly with Honchkrow and Sneezel. "Honchkrow, use Protect to withstand Yanmega's next attack, then charge with Sky Attack and switch your target to Ariados. Sneezel, avoid getting close to Ariados after it uses Swords Dance, run and use Icy Wind on it, then use Icicle Crash to block its retreat and create an opening for Honchkrow to attack." The telepathic commands were issued extremely quickly. Cain only needed to think his orders in his mind, and his Pokémon could receive them. "Yanmega, use Quick Attack, then Bug Bite on Honchkrow. Ariados, after Swords Dance, use Sucker Punch on Sneezel," Rei commanded his Pokémon. However, to his surprise, Cain didn't react to the attack orders at all. Although Cain's eyes were glowing red, which seemed strange, Rei didn't consider the possibility of telepathy since Cain had never shown any practical psychic abilities before. Yanmega used Quick Attack again and launched toward Honchkrow, ready to use Bug Bite. Yanmega's ability, Tinted Lens, made Bug-type moves less ineffective against Honkrow's flying type, allowing Bug Bite to deal normal damage. If Honchkrow were hit, it would take considerable damage. Meanwhile, Ariados on the ground, after performing Swords Dance, rushed towards Sneezel. Sneezel, seeing Ariados approach, also began running rapidly and unleashed Icy Wind again, slowing it down. Honchkrow, floating in the air, remained still as if waiting for Cain's command. Just as Yanmega was about to strike Honchkrow, the latter abruptly changed direction and launched toward Ariados. However, Yanmega's speed, already maxed out, was clearly far greater than that of Honchkrow, which had just started moving. Rei showed a delighted expression, although he didn't understand why Cain hadn't issued a command. Yanmega was about to hit Honchkrow. Once Honchkrow was injured, the battle on both fronts would be quickly decided. But just as he thought the tide had turned in his favor, the situation changed suddenly. After slowing Ariados with Icy Wind, Sneezel didn't evade anymore. Instead, it condensed 4 icy stakes and hurled them directly at Ariados. This wasn't the first time Sneezel and Honchkrow had used this tactic. The Icicle Crash move temporarily immobilized the enemy Pokémon, while the charging Honchkrow delivered a fatal blow. Bang, 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 the 4 icy stakes hit the ground. Although Ariados dodged them, it was trapped between them. Yanmega's bug bite struck Honchkrow but was blocked by a pale green energy shield. And during that brief interval, Honkrow's flight speed suddenly increased. Blue flames enveloped its body. Sky attack? Ariados, which had just dodged Sneezel's icicle crash, was about to relax. Then, suddenly, it saw a large blue bird right in front of it. Boom! The 4 icy stakes behind Ariados shattered, and the Pokémon was sent flying, crashing into a distant tree. Ariados immediately lost its ability to fight. Rei stared at the scene, stunned. He watched helplessly as his Ariados was defeated in a single blow by Cain's Honkrow's sudden attack. But Cain hadn't given any orders. Then how were his Pokémon coordinating so perfectly? And why were Cain's eyes still glowing red? It was at that moment Rei realized that, even if someone had red eyes, they shouldn't be glowing as intensely as Cain's were now. It was as if it were psychic telepathy. Rei had never battled a psychic before but had heard some rumors. It was said that psychics, when commanding battles, could issue orders without speaking, using a special technique known as telepathy to transmit their commands directly to their Pokémon's minds. Was Cain using telepathy? Rei now truly wanted to kill the person who had provided him with that faulty information. Did that guy have something against Cain, or something against him? This was clearly a setup. While Rei remained motionless, Cain continued issuing orders. The telepathy was still in effect. After defeating Ariados, Honkrow's Moxie ability activated. Honchkrow, use Sky Attack on Yanmega. Sneezel, use Ice Beam on Yanmega. Hearing the command, Sneezel crossed its arms over its chest, and a bright white beam shot out at high speed toward Yanmega in the sky. Although Yanmega reacted quickly, its wings were hit by Sneezel's ice beam and became covered in frost. This caused its flight to become unstable. Right after Sneezel's attack, Honchkrow prepared another Sky Attack, diving upward toward Yanmega. Yanmega, dodge it, shouted Rei, finally snapping back to reality. But as Cain's Honchkrow was about to strike Yanmega, Rei felt a sinking sensation in his stomach, as if something terrible was about to happen. He didn't even have time to issue another command. Just as Rei finished speaking, Honchkrow collided with Yanmega. Though Yanmega didn't lose its fighting ability immediately due to its excellent physical condition, it plummeted from the sky. Sneezel, already prepared to intercept Yanmega, sprinted swiftly. As Yanmega descended to a certain height, Sneezel unleashed its Ice Claw technique, a combination of Metal Claw and Ice Punch, striking Yanmega square in the face. Boom! Like its companion Ariados, Yanmega was sent flying into a tree, losing its ability to battle. Rei's face changed multiple times. Desperately, he reached for another Pokeball on his belt. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Sneezel. Following Cain's telepathic orders, Sneezel kicked Rei to the ground, and Honchkrow landed beside him. Rei, sprawled face down, tried to get up but froze when he saw Sneezel's sharp claws glinting coldly and Honkrow's piercing gaze. His body remained paralyzed. Cain withdrew his psychic powers. Using telepathy hadn't consumed too much of his psychic energy, so it was within his limits. He approached slowly, pulling a special communicator from the depths of his clothes. It was Umbra's exclusive communicator. When Rei saw Cain approaching, he forced a smile, trying to speak, but Cain didn't even glance at him. Cain simply pressed his head into the ground with his foot, pinning him forcefully, and dialed Umbra's number. After a moment, the call connected. Cain didn't speak first, it was Umbra who broke the silence. Cain. Commander Umbra, Cain replied coldly. Sensing the distant tone, Umbra chuckled. Now that Cain had reached the advanced level, the pressure Umbra once exerted on him was no longer as overwhelming. Moreover, Cain believed he would one day surpass Umbra. However, Umbra was still far stronger than him. Out of respect for a superior opponent, Cain decided to hold back a little. It wasn't yet the right time to clash with such a powerful elite-level trainer, even with Giovanni's backing. Ha ha ha, are you upset? Did you see the guy I sent with the supplies? How'd it go? Did you win? Umbra laughed. He didn't seem bothered by Cain's earlier tone. Clearly, he knew something had happened. Yes. What's the deal with this idiot? Cain understood from Umbra's words that he was aware of what had transpired. Idiot. Ha ha ha, well said. He's just an idiot, Umbra laughed again. Cain frowned but said nothing. Umbra continued, though this time he wasn't addressing Cain. Tenebris, why did you send someone as incompetent as this? Tenebris? Cain was taken aback upon hearing this name. Was Tenebris with Umbra? A strange voice, one Cain had never heard before, responded. It was devoid of any emotion, and even Umbra's mocking remarks didn't affect its tone. Perhaps he really is an idiot. Tenebris? Weren't Umbra and Tenebris supposed to be at odds within the Shadows unit? Was that just a rumor? Umbra chuckled a bit more before speaking again. All right, I suppose you must be confused now. I sent someone to deliver supplies to you. Initially, I wanted to send someone from the Shadows group, but Tenebris came to me saying the Shadows unit had been infiltrated. I already suspected infiltration in the Shadows unit but wasn't sure if it was internal or external. This was an opportunity, so I sent someone who had been acting a bit suspicious to test the waters. And it turned out we uncovered something. The person I sent was one of the individuals Tenebris suspected. While loyal to the Shadows unit, it seems they had already accepted bribes from others. Probably manipulated to target you directly this time. The one behind it is someone you've surely heard of. Lucius. Cain suddenly mentioned a name. Umbra seemed surprised for a moment and, after a brief pause, said, "Even you noticed. It seems both vice leaders of the Shadows unit have been quite incompetent. The person I sent deal with him yourself, the supplies are with him. I locked them with a password, he can't open them." So, it was him? Lucius, an executive of Team Rocket who had been behind Vexor during the Trial Island mission. However, there were more intricate details Cain didn't know, and Umbra didn't seem inclined to share them with him. In short, this was an embarrassing leak for the Shadows unit. Well, that's all. I have nothing more to say. Tenebris and I will be busy handling some matters within the Shadows unit for a while. Unless it's something extremely important, you'll handle it yourself. Since you've defeated REI, it seems you've reached the level of an advanced trainer. You shouldn't have any trouble establishing yourself in the Hone region. With that, Umbra ended the call. REI, still pinned under Cain's foot, stared blankly. He had never expected that his acceptance of a bribe from someone sent by Lucius would be exposed by both leaders of the Shadows unit. From the beginning, when REI received the mission from Umbra, he didn't give it much thought, assuming it was just a simple escort task. He had completed countless such missions over the year, even carrying out some in the Hone region. However, before departing for the mission, Lucius sent someone to contact him, offering numerous benefits and promising to help him reach the advanced level. On previous occasions, Lucius had also sent people to approach him privately, but it was always over trivial matters, and REI hadn't paid much attention to them. This time, although he knew the mission was important, he couldn't resist the temptation of advancing his level. Yet, he never questioned how Lucius knew about the mission or was aware of the person it was intended for. Lucius provided information about Cain, describing him as a fool and predicting no major issues. Watching a thoroughly defeated REI, Cain smirked sarcastically. He ordered Sneezel to strip REI of all his storage equipment and also collected the Pokeballs from his belt, particularly those containing Yanmega and Ariados, which were especially valuable. Although REI's other Pokemon were strong, they didn't match the level of these two. Possessing two quasi-advanced Pokemon was a significant advantage. Cain could temporarily use them or sell them. Both were viable options. However, given the current level of his subordinates, they weren't equipped to tame Pokemon of such strength. Attempting to do so might lead to rebellion, especially with a ferocious Pokemon like Yanmega, which could easily turn on its trainer. For now, Cain decided to hold on to these Pokemon, unsure of what he'd do with them later. Then, he retrieved the resources Umbra had sent from REI's storage unit, stored in a metal box with a combination lock, exclusively used by Team Rocket for important items. Umbra had already sent Cain the key to unlock it. Without opening the box immediately, he stored it in his own storage unit. The other items he retrieved were mostly of little value. Team Rocket members typically avoided carrying valuable items with them, preferring to use their resources to improve their skills, store points on their ID cards, or convert them into Poke Dollars and deposit them in secure bank accounts. Even so, the Pokemon he had obtained were valuable in their own right. As for REI, who still lay under Cain's foot, there was no intention of letting him live. REI had probably resigned himself to his fate the moment Cain defeated him. Unfortunately, the information provided by Lucius was too outdated. It not only failed to help REI but also misled him. Now, REI, with a vacant expression, showed no signs of resistance. Cain gestured to Sneezel, who summoned its ice energy and froze REI completely. This left no blood traces, which was convenient since they were near Little Root Town, and Cain didn't want to meet Professor Birch covered in blood. It might leave a bad impression. Cain buried the body without leaving a trace, then changed clothes and headed out of the forest. Now less than half a day from Little Root Town, he summoned Tropius. Since the local Pokemon were too weak for training, Cain decided to fly to Little Root Town on Tropius. While in flight, Cain took out the metal box he had received and opened it using the combination Umbra had provided. Inside, he found several compartments and a card. It was a nameless League Bank account card with a balance of 50 million Poke Dollars, a significant fortune for Cain at that moment. The box also contained DMS for Pokemon and food for Aaron and others in their early development stages. Cain stored the card in his storage unit, aware of its importance as a source of sustenance. He then opened two of the smaller compartments. Judging by their size, one likely contained a Razor Claw and the other Black Sludge. Sure enough, upon opening one of the compartments, he found an item resembling a metal disc, though its material was unclear. While called a Razor Claw, it didn't actually resemble a claw, it looked more like a grooved metal disc. Item, Razor Claw. Description, a sharp claw that increases the holder's chance of landing critical hits. Effect, boosts the holder's critical hit ratio by 1 stage. Special effect, Sneezel can evolve into Weevil at night if holding this item. This was the item Cain had been waiting for to evolve Sneezel. Next, he opened the other compartment, which contained a lump of sludge emitting a foul odor. Item, Black Sludge. Description, an item that slowly restores the health of Poison-type Pokemon. Pokemon of other types will lose health if they hold it. Effect, restores 1/16 of a Poison-type Pokemon's total HP, while other types lose approximately 1/8 of their total HP. This Black Sludge was an excellent accessory for Scoropy, one of Cain's main battle Pokemon. With this item, Scoropy could recover health and stay in battle longer, especially with some Poison-type support. Both items were incredibly valuable and had cost Cain significant resources. He stored them carefully, then moved on to the most important item in the box, 3 full evolution elixirs. These were likely the last remaining elixirs within Team Rocket. Cain had spent half of the rewards from his previous trial to obtain them, but now that he had them, he felt it was worth every poke dollar. These 3 elixirs were Cain's only method of incubating the Larvatar egg he had been holding onto for so long. Larvatar? A pseudo-legendary Pokémon? Although, with Cain's current strength, it might be challenging to protect a Pokémon of this caliber, he felt confident in his basic ability to raise it. The incubation of Larvatar had to begin soon. However, thinking about Larvatar's appetite compared to Aaron's gave Cain a headache. The 50 million poke dollars from Umbra suddenly seemed insufficient. Even so, incubating Larvatar was an unavoidable priority for Cain's future. Carefully storing the box with the 3 catalysts, he descended from Tropius's back. Littleroot Town was now very close. Littleroot Town, a small village in the southern part of the Hone region. Originally, it should have been a remote and obscure place, much like Pallet Town. However, due to the presence of one individual, this little town gained significant importance in the Hone region. Professor Birch is one of the few in the Pokémon world to hold a doctorate in Pokémon research. The last one Cain encountered was Professor Oak from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. However, unlike Professor Oak, who focuses on Pokémon evolution research, Professor Birch studies Pokémon habitats and their distribution. Earlier, Cain had contacted Professor Birch using the details provided by Professor Oak. Tropius landed on the outskirts of Littleroot Town, and Cain entered directly. Unlike Pallet Town, even though Littleroot Town also hosts a Pokémon professor, its status in the league doesn't compare to that of Pallet Town. While many powerful trainers have emerged from Pallet Town, Littleroot Town's fame is entirely due to Professor Birch. Dressed in a league trainer's uniform, Cain walked through the village without drawing much attention. Following the signs along the way, he arrived at the entrance of Professor Birch's lab. At that moment, a man in a white coat was already waiting at the door. As soon as he saw Cain, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "You must be Cain, right? Professor Birch has had me waiting here for quite a while." Recognizing Cain immediately was due to the fact that there weren't many trainers in Littleroot Town. With so few, most of them knew one another, so a stranger like Cain was easy to spot. Cain gave an apologetic smile and said, "I'm very sorry, I got delayed along the way. Thank you for waiting." The man in the white coat wasn't upset. He waved it off and said, "It's no problem at all. It's just that the professor will need to head out for field work soon, so if you hadn't arrived, it could have complicated his schedule." Pokémon researchers like the man in the white coat were very similar to scientists from Cain's previous life, results-focused and often lacking emotional intelligence. Cain nodded, and the two quickly walked into the lab. Much like Professor Oak's lab, the interior was filled with cluttered scientific instruments. Perhaps all professors prefer not to concern themselves with such minor details. Amidst the bustling crowd of white-coated individuals, Cain spotted Professor Birch. Among a group of slim individuals, Professor Birch stood out with his robust frame. He was tall and sturdy, and if he had chosen to train fighting-type Pokémon, it would have suited him perfectly. Curiously, though, he ended up as a Pokémon research professor. Professor Birch also noticed Cain, and with a smile on his face, he strode over. "Professor Birch, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I truly apologize for the inconvenience," Cain said quickly, expressing his regret. Professor Birch clapped Cain on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it, it's not an urgent matter. Let's take care of your concerns first." After dismissing the man who had brought Cain to the lab, Professor Birch motioned for Cain to follow him. The two headed toward the inner part of the lab. "Cain, do you mind if I call you that?" asked Professor Birch. "No problem at all, feel free to use my name," Cain replied. "Great. I received an email from Professor Oak a few days ago, and I was quite surprised. A mid-level Pokémon breeder at just 16 years old, that's no small feat." Professor Birch walked ahead, continuously praising Cain. While the profession of Pokémon breeder isn't as prominent in the Hone region, with the league's expansion, breeders' fame has gradually spread everywhere, and breeder guild buildings have been established in many major cities. It's a very popular profession among trainers, as it provides significant benefits. Cain scratched his head modestly and said, "Those are just exaggerations. It's not that impressive. Haha, no need to be so modest with me. I know your master, Master Matsuda." As they walked deeper into the lab, they engaged in simple conversation. Primarily, Professor Birch asked questions, and Cain responded. It wasn't clear if it was because Professor Birch was in a hurry or if it was just his nature, but he walked at a brisk pace. Perhaps due to his field research experience, he needed to move quickly to save time. Cain had no trouble keeping up, though he did notice how fast they were moving. After a few minutes, they arrived at the lab's backyard. Like many Pokémon professors, Professor Birch's backyard was a vast garden where Pokémon roamed freely. Specializing in habitat and distribution research, Professor Birch's backyard was different from Professor Oak's. It featured many diverse terrains, such as deserts, rocks, lakes, forests, gardens, and grasslands, each occupying a section of the yard. Within these terrains lived Pokémon suited to those habitats. Cain briefly observed the Pokémon in the various terrains and noted many rare ones. If someone could manage to steal everything here, they'd become rich. But clearly, no one had the power to do so. Cain even spotted a Flygon in the desert area. Although the distance was too great to scan its data, as a Pokémon breeder, Cain could judge from its appearance that this Flygon was at an elite level of power. He wasn't sure if it belonged to Professor Birch. Professor Birch led Cain straight to the central lake. There was a small artificial waterfall cascading from a rocky mountain, and the lake housed many water-type Pokémon, from both the Hone region and others. According to what Professor Oak mentioned, you're planning to establish a water-type gym in Leafy Town, so you need a Mudkip as your starter Pokémon, Professor Birch said, stopping by the lake. Cain nodded. That's correct. Very well. I've been to that little town. It's a relatively underdeveloped place. You're not originally from Hone, yet you're working hard to help develop less fortunate areas. That's not easy. If more people in the league were like you, it would be wonderful, Professor Birch said with admiration. Cain remained silent. If the league had more people like him, the league would cease to exist, with Team Rocket members everywhere, and Team Rocket would end up replacing the league entirely. Professor Birch took out a special whistle from his pocket and blew it. Pfui. The sound echoed across the lake. Several blue heads began to emerge from the water. Mudkip. A large number of Mudkip lived in that lake. Seeing the appearance of so many Mudkip, even Cain, with all his experience, was somewhat surprised. So many? Does the Alliance really trust leaving so many starter Pokémon in Professor Birch's backyard? But, in reality, the Alliance has complete trust in him. After all, Professor Birch is the most prominent of the few Pokémon research doctors in the Hone region, and his personal strength is not exactly weak either. The Hone region does not have particularly powerful underground organizations, so there is no need to worry about such matters. All the Mudkip are here. See if any catch your eye, said Professor Birch as he pulled a handful of food from his white coat and placed it on the ground. Before Professor Birch could say anything else, Cain had already begun using his system to scan the data of the Mudkip. However, Cain quickly frowned. Although there were many Mudkip, the quality surprised him not because it was too high, but because it was quite low or, rather, very inconsistent. The Mudkip with the lowest quality was barely light green, and there were quite a few in that category. This shows that although there are many Mudkip here, Professor Birch has not made any specific efforts to adjust the quality of the Mudkip living in this area. But, thinking about it, Professor Birch specializes in researching Pokémon habitats and distribution, so the specific qualities of Pokémon are not really relevant to him. Fortunately, the number of Mudkip was sufficient. As the saying goes, if you can't win with quality, do it with quantity. Cain had plenty of room to select the Mudkip that convinced him the most. As a key member of his future Rain team, Cain paid particular attention to choosing Mudkip. In addition to Swampert, Mudkip's final form, Cain also had another important Pokémon in mind for his Rain team, Ludicolo. With its water and grass types and swift swim ability, Ludicolo is also an excellent choice for a Rain team. However, now that Cain could obtain a Mudkip, his need to search for a Ludicolo was not as urgent. He could wait to find a good one in the future without actively looking for it. Cain asked the system to list the data of the Mudkip with relatively acceptable qualities. Finally, Cain decided on one of them, which was, in fact, one of the most outstanding. Pokémon, Mudkip, Light Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 5. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Held item, none. Egg moves, Ancient Power, Bite, Ice Ball, Refresh. Basic moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun. Learned moves, Water Pulse, Aqua Tail. TM moves, none. This Mudkip had the best quality among all present, and its egg and learned moves weren't bad at all. All were attack moves, which indicated it had faced other Pokémon in battle. For a level 5 Pokémon to have learned so many moves was already a remarkable achievement. I'll go with this little one, Cain said, pointing to the Mudkip near Professor Birch. Oh. Professor Birch picked up the little one and lifted it. He examined it from head to toe to confirm it had no injuries or illnesses. Mudkip stayed still, evidently familiar with Professor Birch, who often fed them. It did not resist or oppose. It only observed Cain with a curious gaze. For some reason, it felt it would soon part ways with its companions. Although it felt a bit nostalgic, its desire to explore the outside world was stronger. Your choice is very sharp. Not for nothing are you a Pokémon breeder. This little one is one of the most outstanding among all the Mudkip here, Professor Birch said with a smile after confirming Mudkip's condition. Although Professor Birch primarily focuses on Pokémon habitats and distribution, as a Pokémon researcher, he can differentiate their abilities and potential. However, he did not intervene in Cain's selection. Trainers choose Pokémon, and Pokémon also choose trainers. Only when both sides agree can the choice be considered correct. When Professor Birch approached Cain with Mudkip, and Mudkip did not resist, he knew that even though the Pokémon did not fully understand what was happening, it did not reject Cain's presence. That was enough. Well, I'll leave this little one for you to try capturing. I'll wait for you outside, said Professor Birch after leading Cain a bit away from the lake. All the Pokémon in this place were wild Pokémon that had not yet been captured, so Cain would need to use his skills to capture Mudkip. For a level 5 Pokémon, a force-based capture method wouldn't be appropriate. Cain placed Mudkip on the ground. Mudkip looked at him with its big round eyes, curious to see what Cain would do next. Cain slowly crouched and gently patted Mudkip's head. Its texture reminded him of his old Slowpoke. A familiar feeling, Cain thought. Then, he activated telepathic communication. Mudkip, would you like to come with me to explore the vast outside world? Cain asked telepathically. Gillo. Mudkip's eyes widened suddenly. It looked around but saw no one other than Cain. Clearly, it had felt the voice in its head, a voice it could understand. Don't look around, it's me speaking to you, Cain continued. This time, Mudkip became convinced the voice in its head came from the human in front of it. So amazing? Mudkip felt its curiosity had been completely piqued. Cain turned his palm to reveal several poke blocks specially made for Mudkip. Before coming to capture it, Cain had already prepared these specific poke blocks. Upon smelling the aroma, Mudkip's eyes widened even more. It looked at Cain, then at the poke blocks in his hand, and couldn't help but devour them all in one bite. What do you think? Would you like to come with me to see the outside world? It's huge, with many fun things, interesting Pokémon, and fascinating people. Of course, there will also be many battles, but as a reward, there will be lots of these delicious poke blocks, Cain tempted. For a Mudkip like this, which had never seen the world and had an innocent mind, the unknown and delicious food were the greatest temptations possible. Sure enough, after hearing Cain's words, Mudkip hesitated for a moment but quickly stopped resisting and nodded. Cain smiled. He took out an empty Pokeball and showed it to Mudkip. Moments later, Mudkip was successfully captured inside the Pokeball. Mudkip, successfully captured? Cain's rain team was practically complete. After successfully capturing Mudkip, Cain left the backyard without looking back, a backyard simulating various environments. He dared not linger any longer in such a place, where a single misstep could prove fatal. Upon exiting the backyard, Cain found Professor Birch waiting for him, reading a report in his hands, evidently making use of his time. Seeing Cain, the professor put the report away and smiled. Already caught it? That quick? Cain nodded and expressed his gratitude. I really appreciate the trouble, Professor. Capturing this water-type Pokémon will greatly ease the opening of my gym. Professor Birch patted Cain on the shoulder and said, no need to be so formal. These Mudkip are meant for outstanding trainers in the league. Opening a gym in Hone with your reputation as a prodigious breeder has earned you quite the recognition. Cain couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the comment. His master's previous risky maneuver had now made him famous as a breeder. The two walked slowly from the backyard to the lab's exterior, where a rather conspicuous off-road vehicle awaited them. Several lab staff members, now without their white coats, were already inside. Well, Cain, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave. I won't be able to stay and keep you company, Professor Birch apologized. Don't worry, Professor. I understand your duties take precedence. I've also accomplished my purpose here and should head back. The gym in Leafy Town is probably almost finished, and I need to return to finalize preparations, Cain replied with a smile. Perfect. Then next time you're in Little Root Town, we can have a proper chat, Professor Birch said, boarding the off-road vehicle. Cain nodded. At that moment, the engine roared, and the vehicle sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust as it disappeared into the forest. Cain stood watching for a moment before heading into the woods himself. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied with the achievements of this visit, strengthening his Pokémon, increasing his psychic power, and capturing Mudkip. Everything had gone smoothly. Moreover, he already had the 3 elixirs necessary for hatching Larvatar. Now, it was time to plan its incubation. There were also pending matters like Sneezel and Haunter's evolutions, as well as training his second Pokémon team tasks Cain needed to handle in the near future. It seemed like his time for managing the gym would be quite limited. Not to mention the business with the Celestial Hunting Group and Team Heaven. Time was scarce, and Cain had little room to allocate it. After eliminating the 3 Void members in the forest, the Movili City branch of the Void organization might investigate the matter. While they might not initially link it to Cain, once the elimination of the Black Snake Gang formerly under Kainan's command came to light, the connection would eventually be made. At that point, whether Void launched a massive attack or Kainan came alone or with his underlings, Cain would have to face them. Therefore, he couldn't neglect his growth in strength. Strength remained the #1 standard for measuring a person in this world. The journey back was much simpler. Cain no longer needed to venture deep into the forest, as his Pokémon's level and strength had significantly increased over the past few days. What they needed now was to fully master that power increase. That was their primary goal at the moment. If they leveled up too quickly, they might face foundational issues, or in other words, they might not be sufficiently consolidated, affecting their future progress. Perhaps, given the quality of Cain's Pokémon, these effects wouldn't be noticeable until they reached the elite level. But when the time came to aim for the Elite 4 or Champion level, the lack of solid foundations could become a stumbling block. So, to ensure a stronger future, it was necessary to build a solid foundation now. After leaving Little Root Town behind, Cain summoned his Tropius. Returning to Leafy Town could take more than a day, so he would have to spend a night in the forest. However, Tropius was currently the most suitable Pokémon Cain had for long-distance flights. The Yanmega he had taken from REI was also a good flying-type Pokémon, with great speed and stamina. But compared to Tropius, it was smaller and probably less comfortable for long journeys. Besides, Cain had yet to fully subdue that Yanmega. These Pokémon, which had once had a trainer, were the hardest to capture, especially if their previous trainer had treated them well. They would rather die than betray. However, judging by the character of its previous trainer, Cain was somewhat confident in his ability to subdue Yanmega and the other bug-type Pokémon. Still, Cain no longer considered them a priority. Perhaps Yanmega could still be useful as a means of aerial transport. Seated on Tropius's back, Cain reflected on his plans for the coming days. Upon returning, the gym in Leafy Town should be nearly complete. With the league construction team's speed, setting up a small gym in just a few days shouldn't be an issue. However, Cain had few water-type Pokémon at his disposal, only Slakoth and a barely battle-ready Gyarados. It was a bit limited for a water-type gym. Additionally, most of his water-type Pokémon weren't native to the Hone region. A gym intended to train local trainers should feature native Pokémon to attract more league trainers. Cain's provisional plan was to capture some water-type Pokémon as temporary solutions. Once Mudkip and other Pokémon matured, they would officially represent the Leafy Town gym. Perhaps he should have borrowed some Pokémon from Wallace earlier. With the resources of the Pseudopolis City Gym, they could have loaned him some Pokémon for battles. Now, the options were to revisit the lake where he had found Absol or buy some pre-trained water-type Pokémon from the black market to fill the temporary gap. Fortunately, even if the gym was built, it would still need some time to officially open, giving Cain some leeway to prepare. At night, in the middle of the forest, Cain chose a relatively quiet spot to rest. Since a single day wasn't enough to fly from Little Root Town to Leafy Town, it was necessary to stop and rest along the way. Fortunately, during his journey from Leafy Town through the forest to Little Root Town, Cain had taken note of specific spots he passed. This time, Cain decided to stay in a tree hollow where he had spent the night a few days earlier. The hollow was already excavated, so there was no need for Scorpii to do the work again. After carefully sealing the entrance of the tree hollow, Cain was able to rest peacefully inside. The forest trees were large enough that even summoning some of his Pokémon wasn't a problem. However, he could only release those that were smaller in size. Larger Pokémon like Tropius, Honchkrow, or Scorpii had to remain in their Pokeballs for the night. Slakoth, however, stayed outside to act as a surveillance radar. Cain released his smaller Pokémon. The capture of Mudkip had made it part of his second team. Since these Pokémon would work together in the future, Cain decided it was important for them to meet and familiarize themselves with each other. Cain's second team consisted of Torchic, Aaron, Poliwag, and Mudkip. These four would be his main focus for training moving forward. Larvatar would soon join, making a total of 5 Pokémon. Cain wasn't certain if he would add more in the future, but if he found suitable candidates, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Even training these 5 Pokémon required significantly more resources than his first team had needed. Aaron and Larvatar alone, with their high training demands, required considerable investment. Although both would become incredibly powerful Pokémon, their evolution would take time and resources that were hard to quantify. Nonetheless, Cain was much stronger now, and his influence was growing. As his network of contacts and resources expanded, he hoped to meet the costs of raising these Pokémon. Most importantly, even though the Pokémon in his first team had started with less potential, they were now far more capable. If his new Pokémon followed the same trajectory, Cain could hardly imagine how far they might go. However, the greater the potential, the harder it was to improve. One thing that pleased Cain was Torchic. Torchic's potential had fluctuated between blue and dark blue, and Cain's system couldn't predict where it would ultimately stabilize. But since Cain released it in Pallet Town, its potential seemed to be increasing. The likelihood of it stabilizing at the dark blue level had now surpassed 60%. If confirmed, Cain would have a team comprising a dark blue quality Torchic, a dark blue quality Aaron, a light blue quality Poliwag, a light blue quality Mudkip, and a blue quality Larvatar. This combination was something Cain had never achieved in his previous life. Reflecting on his Pokémon from his past life, Cain realized he might now have the strength to capture a Pokémon that had once helped him reach the quasi-elite level. Since returning to the past, Cain's tight schedule had allowed him to reach his current level. But with his current strength, he might now have the chance to capture that Pokémon again. Cain began formulating a plan. After spending some time playing with his small Pokémon, he noticed that Mudkip was integrating quickly into the group. Torchic, naturally sociable and already familiar with Mudkip, was the first to accept it. Poliwag, another water-type Pokémon, also accepted it easily. Poliwag often acted as the group's mediator, helping maintain peace between Torchic and Aaron. Aaron, with its more reserved personality, initially kept some distance from Mudkip. However, seeing that Torchic and Poliwag had accepted it, Aaron gradually opened up. After a while, Aaron discovered that Mudkip also had a strong fighting spirit, which piqued Aaron's interest even more. To Aaron, a Pokémon that wasted its talent wasn't worthy of respect. Compared to Cain's first team Pokémon, who trained relentlessly, Aaron felt it needed to work harder as well. However, Cain had restricted it to building a solid foundation before beginning intensive training. Aaron admired Cain's veteran Pokémon, like Honchkrow, Slakoth, and Scorpii, for their dedication to training. But Aaron and the other younger Pokémon hadn't experienced the hardships Cain and his Pokémon had endured on the trial island or the times when Cain was injured, and the Pokémon could do nothing to help. Thus, they were still able to enjoy moments of peace and carefreeness, thanks to the veterans who ensured their protection. The young Pokémon were growing increasingly attached to Cain, and their bond with him was deepening quickly. For Cain, who had never valued bonds with Pokémon in his previous life, his greatest achievement in this life might be the profound connection he was forming with his Pokémon. Thanks to his telepathic ability, Cain could communicate more easily with his young Pokémon and used this skill to enhance their teamwork during battles. After playing for a while, Cain let the young Pokémon continue playing on their own, as the tree hollow had enough space for them. Then, Cain woke Haunter, who had been resting in his shadow. Haunter slowly emerged from the shadow. In recent days, although it had fought a lot, it hadn't improved as quickly as Sneezel, who had an advantage in the forest. Haunter, bring out the Larvatar incubator, Cain ordered. Looking at this incubator he hadn't seen in a long time, along with the precious Larvatar Pokemon egg inside, Cain felt a wave of nostalgia. After so much waiting and searching for various methods, he was finally about to witness this Pokemon egg hatch. Cain glanced at the day counter on the incubator. Seeing it once again, he couldn't help but feel a bit powerless. If it weren't for the half dose of the evolution elixir he used last time, Cain honestly wouldn't know when he would have found a way to make Larvatar hatch. Fortunately, this time he had finally obtained 3 full elixirs. However, according to the system's calculations, the power of the evolution elixir was too potent. Even though the Larvatar egg had been soaking for years in geocentric cleansing milk, it was not recommended to use all 3 elixirs at once. The best approach would be to use them one at a time. In fact, according to the system, the optimal method was to use them with time intervals, though the difference in results between the 2 methods was negligible. Thus, Cain chose the faster option. He would soon need to train his second lineup of Pokemon, and Cain didn't want Larvatar to lag behind. If he could train Larvatar alongside that group of Pokemon, it wouldn't just save time, it would also improve cooperation among the Pokemon. For instance, now with Scorpii and Honchkrow, although they got along well, because they were trained at different times, the synergy between Scorpii and the other Pokemon was still somewhat lacking. It was only during this wilderness training that Scorpi's power increased, enabling it to fight alongside Honchkrow and the others, barely developing a bit of basic synergy. That's why, if you want Pokemon to show greater power in team battles, it's best to cultivate that synergy from a young age. For this reason, whenever Cain released his Pokemon, he almost always did so simultaneously. Cain opened the incubator. A Pokemon egg with a thin crack appeared in his hands. Feeling the weight of the egg, even after taking it out several times, Cain remained surprised. Although Larvatar is naturally heavy, the weight of this particular egg was truly unusual. Without examining it in too much detail, Cain lightly stroked the crack with his finger. He didn't feel anything special. He took out one of the evolution elixirs from his storage space. His hand, as he held the elixir, began to sweat slightly. He took a deep breath. Whether or not Larvatar hatched depended on whether this elixir worked. Cain removed the elixir stopper, and a strange smell filled the tree cave. The 4 little ones playing nearby immediately turned their attention to Cain. Slowking, create a psychic barrier just for me, Cain said with a frown. Slowking nodded, and with a slight movement of its psychic power, a thin dome of pink energy surrounded Cain, isolating the elixir's scent. Cain slowly tilted the elixir tube, pouring the liquid onto the crack of the Pokemon egg. Like a dry sponge, the liquid was quickly absorbed. Cain had been prepared to use his psychic power to help the egg absorb the elixir, but he didn't expect the egg to absorb it completely without resistance. Cain wondered if, after all this time, Larvatar inside the egg had developed some form of awareness. Perhaps it was like Mismagius living deep in dark caves, with no one truly knowing what was happening. It was the first time Cain used telepathy on a Pokemon egg. He could sense the heartbeat inside the egg becoming stronger and more energetic. Moreover, a tiny spark of thought emerged in his telepathy. Larvatar hadn't developed its own consciousness or independent thoughts. It was like any other Pokemon egg. However, with the help of the evolution elixir, the Pokemon inside the egg was rapidly taking shape. There were many unknown liquids inside the egg, likely natural egg fluids or geocentric cleansing milk. Both substances seemed to have mixed, complicating Larvatar's hatching process. The hardening of the shell was just part of the problem. The real obstacle was that Larvatar hadn't fully taken form. But with the elixir's intervention, the 2 substances began to solidify quickly, and Larvatar's body, which had been just a skeleton and small blood vessels, began forming rapidly. According to the system's analysis, if no more elixirs were used, Larvatar might take another 50 years to hatch. Clearly, that wasn't what Cain wanted. However, after using one elixir, it was better to give the Pokemon egg time to assimilate it. Once the effects of this elixir were fully exhausted, Cain could use the next one to maximize the results. Cain gently stroked the egg. Although telepathy couldn't do much, he still tried to communicate with Larvatar inside, unsure if it had any effect. After half an hour, the elixir's effects on the egg began to stabilize. Cain placed it back in the incubator, planning to use the other 2 elixirs once he returned to Leafy Town. He hadn't yet prepared food for Larvatar, and the elixir's effects were still processing. But it shouldn't take long, and this Pokemon egg, which had remained dormant for so long, would finally hatch. Cain had a feeling this Larvatar wouldn't be like the others. After soaking in geocentric cleansing milk for so long, it wasn't possible for this Larvatar to be like the others upon hatching. That would be too far-fetched. There would be differences, he just didn't know yet if they'd be good or bad. He'd only find out when it hatched. Cain handed the incubator to Haunter, who stored it in its shadow. For Cain, the safest place now was his shadow, where an elite-level Mismagius resided. Although Mismagius wasn't a combat expert, the power of an elite-level Pokemon couldn't be underestimated. Slowking dissolved the energy barrier. Cain played with the little ones a bit more before falling asleep. Tomorrow, he would return to Leafy Town, and as the Leafy Town gym leader, Cain needed to be at his best. Larvatar would hatch once they returned to the gym. Then, it would be time to plan the evolution of Sneezel and Haunter. Afterward, he would train his second lineup of Pokémon. In short, Cain had a lot to do and needed to be in top form. Slakoth and Haunter took care of the watch while Cain slept, so there was no need to return the Pokémon to their Pokeballs. The next day, dawn broke. Cain, mounted on Tropius, set off once more on the road back to Leafy Town. This would be a new beginning for Cain's growth. Before night fell the next day, Cain returned to Leafy Town riding on Tropius. In just a few days, the once backward Leafy Town had undergone a drastic transformation. To begin with, Leafy Town, which had never had tall buildings, finally boasted its first building over 10 stories high. The Leafy Town Water-type Gym? Currently, this gym has become a new symbol of the town and the greatest source of pride for its residents. Without Cain knowing, the mayor of Leafy Town had already been replaced. The last time Lance visited, Cain had mentioned the mayor's son, and Lance took it very seriously. After just one day of investigation, the crime was confirmed. The mayor's family was completely arrested, and the resistance from the mayor's son proved futile against Lance. Subsequently, the league sent someone else to take over as mayor. And this new mayor, while lacking in skills, knew a lot about Cain. The youngest intermediate breeder in the league's history, gym leader of the Hone region, and friend of Devon Corporation's heir, Stephen Stone. With such credentials, the mayor dared not underestimate Cain and did everything possible to facilitate the gym's construction in Leafy Town, granting approvals for all requests. It can be said that in the current Leafy Town, Cain's gym is the most revered place. While the townspeople were unaware, the true owner of the gym, Cain, returned silently. The gym was built next to Cain's house, a 10-story water-type gym with an expansive area that had risen to prominence. Cain was amazed to see the gym. There was no doubt that the league's construction team was highly experienced in building gyms. Although this gym wasn't designed to the level of those in major Hone cities, it wasn't any smaller than those in small towns either. Cain's generosity, coupled with directives received by the construction team from above, certainly helped. While Cain may not be the league's most influential figure, he was undoubtedly one of its most well-known. A trusted member of the league? With the League Breeders Guild's backing, how could they not put forth their best effort? The building's design was quite modern, and the internal structure was highly suitable for a water-type gym, featuring numerous pools of various sizes. Of course, there were also terrains beyond water types, such as rocky, grassy, and sandy terrains. However, as a water-type gym, the focus remained on water terrains, supported by an excellent drainage system and various facilities to alter the terrain as needed. Around the battlefield was a large spectator stand that could accommodate nearly 10,000 viewers. For a small town like Leafy Town, a stadium of this size was already significant. So far, there had never been such a facility in Leafy Town. Many residents were already anticipating the gym's opening to witness its first gym battle. Tickets would be sold, but at a very low price, ensuring affordability for most Leafy Town residents. Cain took a walk around the gym's main hall to familiarize himself with its various facilities. In short, satisfied. Cain was very satisfied with this gym. After paying the remaining $2 million Poké to the construction team leader, completing the total payment, the gym officially became Cain's property. However, such a large gym, with Cain as its only occupant for now, felt rather empty. It needed a certain amount of staff, and Cain could hire some town residents to fill those vacancies. This would also help create jobs. Additionally, the gym leader could recruit people as gym apprentices to assist in daily operations when the leader wasn't present. Cain planned to assign these tasks to Sky and his team, simultaneously providing them with some official league identities. Regarding the risks, no one would arbitrarily investigate the identities of apprentices in another person's gym, so there was no need for concern. After touring the lobby, Cain went upstairs to inspect the rest of the building. The gym had 10 complete floors, with the first being the largest and most important. The upper floors were intended for staff, apprentices, and the gym leader. The second floor would likely serve as residences for staff and apprentices, along with common facilities. The use of the upper floors would be decided by Cain later. For now, he hadn't given it much thought. Apart from the fully equipped first floor, the other 9 floors were empty, lacking furniture or items, and would need to be furnished gradually. After a brief inspection, Cain left the gym. There was still some time before the gym's opening, and Cain had many preparations to make. Even though Leafy Town's gym was about to open, the town's development couldn't rely solely on a gym. Many key facilities were still missing in Leafy Town. The most important was a Pokémon Center. Cain needed to request this from the league. With his current status as a gym leader, this shouldn't be an issue. He also needed to visit Stephen to coordinate economic development in Leafy Town. Currently, Leafy Town already had some economic value, and if Cain requested the Devon Corporation's help, it could drive the town's economy forward, a win-win situation. It wouldn't just be about troubling Stephen. Relationships could wear thin with too many favors. Furthermore, if Leafy Town's economy was to thrive, the black market would need to reopen. It was expected that Alec and the others, who had been training, would now have sufficient strength to manage the black market's daily security. As Cain walked back to the backyard, he pondered the more complicated tasks ahead. Fortunately, the backyard was very close to the gym, and before Cain felt overwhelmed, he was quickly interrupted by the Pokémon's matters. The Larvatar egg, after absorbing and digesting for a full day, was ready to use the evolution elixir again. This would be the second dose, and if all went well, the third could be used tomorrow. At the latest, by the day after tomorrow, the pseudo-legendary Pokémon Larvatar should successfully hatch. At that point, it would be a matter of seeing whether this Larvatar, which had consumed so many of Cain's resources, was truly worth it. Cain released all his Pokémon, who quickly found something to do. The 4 small ones started playing, while Honchkrow and the others began training. Cain, holding the incubator, sat directly on the ground. Cain poured another dose of the elixir onto the Larvatar egg. All the elixir's liquid was absorbed without a trace by the egg. Holding it, Cain could clearly feel a notable increase in temperature radiating from the egg's surface into his hands. Instinctively, Cain enveloped the egg with his psychic powers. Although he could previously sense the heartbeat of the Pokémon within, it had been faint at the time. Now, Cain could perceive a strong, rhythmic pulse. Not only that, though the Pokémon egg hadn't absorbed anything other than the elixir, Cain noticed its weight was gradually increasing. With the injection of this elixir, Larvatar's developmental speed was changing rapidly. According to the system's scan, the Larvatar egg's hatching time, which initially required about 50 years, was decreasing at an astonishing rate faster than Cain had anticipated. Cain's expression shifted slightly. The changes in the Larvatar egg weren't something either he or the system had predicted. System, quickly analyze what's happening with the Pokémon egg, Cain thought. After a mechanical sound indicated that the task had been initiated, Cain felt a small electric current flow from his hand into the egg. This tiny electrical flow had no adverse effect on the egg. 10 minutes later, Cain received the system's analysis. After reviewing all the data and explanations provided, Cain finally felt reassured. Cain had invested too much time and resources into this Larvatar egg. Any negative change would have been a significant loss for him. Fortunately, according to the system's analysis, the changes in the Larvatar egg were still within normal parameters. It was just that the elixir's absorption rate had accelerated significantly over tenfold. The system's analysis suggested that during the first application of the elixir, the Pokémon egg had been in a stabilization phase. Now, both the egg and the Pokémon inside had begun consciously absorbing the special energy from the elixir as a self-defense mechanism. The geocentric cleansing milk had had such a profound impact on the Pokémon egg that the elixir's side effects were now negligible. The fact that the elixir reduced lifespan wasn't an issue for Larvatar, who had been immersed in geocentric cleansing milk for countless years. Perhaps when Cain grows old, Larvatar will still be in its prime. A fully matured Tyranitar at its peak could maintain its strength for a long time. Upon receiving the system's precise response, Cain felt relieved. There was an upside. If Larvatar was absorbing faster, it wouldn't be necessary to wait until the next day to use the elixir again. If all went well, Larvatar might hatch that very night. Even with Cain's typically calm demeanor, his heart filled with a faint sense of excitement. This was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Johto region, the only one deserving the title of Tyrant of the Desert. In the 7 regions discovered by the Pokémon League, nearly all pseudo-legendary Pokémon are dragon types, except for Tyranitar from Johto and Metagross from Hoenn. However, the Hoenn region has a unique distinction, as it is home to 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross and Salamence. Metagross and Tyranitar are the only Pokémon species that, despite not being dragon types, are considered pseudo-legendary. Both have proven beyond a doubt that they have the potential to be pseudo-legendary. However, all Pokémon of this class share a common trait: slow growth. Pseudo-legendaries only reach their true potential when they achieve their final evolution, as their advantages aren't as evident before then. The challenge lies in the fact that the final evolution of these Pokémon requires a very high level. It takes reaching at least quasi-elite level. The early stages are a significant challenge that trainers must overcome. That's why few people choose a pseudo-legendary as their starter Pokémon, as raising them is notoriously difficult. Of course, individuals like Stevenstone, with immense resources, don't count as common cases. Even Lance, a member of the Dragon Clan, didn't start with a Dragonite. His first Pokémon was a Fire-type Charizard, one of Kanto's 3 starters. Raising a pseudo-legendary requires a lot of resources and time. However, this Larvatar, which was about to hatch, would have a relatively smoother path. Although the elixir was primarily meant to aid in hatching, some of its effects would remain in its body. This could help Larvatar grow faster. As for its reduced lifespan, it simply didn't apply to this Larvatar. Furthermore, based on the Larvatar egg scanned data, this soon-to-be-born Pokémon had exceptional potential. It had already inherited moves like Dragon Dance and Outrage, 2 extreme and powerful moves that would help it overcome its initial phase of weakness in battles. For now, Cain wasn't overly concerned about Larvatar contributing to battles. Cain placed the egg in the incubator and set it aside. He then retrieved materials he had previously prepared to make food for Larvatar after it hatched. The most important ingredient was geocentric cleansing milk. Cain had already incorporated geocentric cleansing milk into the Pokeblocks for both Aaron and Larvatar. This rare ingredient would allow both Pokémon to perceive rock and ground-type energies more clearly, helping them manipulate these energies with greater ease. Aaron had only the rock type, but Larvatar had both rock and ground types, allowing it to make the most of the geocentric cleansing milk's properties. Next were rare minerals. Both Larvatar and Aaron fed on rocks and metals. However, while Aaron leaned more toward metals, Larvatar preferred rocks. Cain also added materials to support the growth of infant-stage Pokémon. Larvatar would join Cain's second group of Pokémon. Although it would need time to grow after hatching, Cain hoped that thanks to the elixir, it could catch up with the others. Aaron was already at level 16 and Poliwag at level 12. Torchic and Mudkip were also ready to begin their training. With great skill, Cain finished preparing the Pokeblocks for Larvatar. The materials he used were undoubtedly the best he had at his disposal at the time. They would be sufficient to feed the Larvatar that was about to hatch. Soon, not only for Larvatar but likely also for Cain's other Pokémon, their Pokeblock formulas would need adjustments. At that point, he would simply have to buy more materials. Being a breeder has its advantages. You can adjust the Pokeblock recipes your Pokémon use at any time, according to their needs. And changing the recipe won't make the effects of the previous Pokeblocks go to waste. For this reason, many trainers desire to have a breeder by their side. Even Professor Oak needs the support of a breeder like his mentor, Master Matsuda Takashi. However, when a trainer grows, the breeder who has provided great assistance becomes someone they must protect. That's why, even though the Breeder Guild isn't very powerful, it remains one of the top 5 organizations within the Alliance. Once again, Cain took the Larvatar egg into his hands. He clearly felt that it had grown considerably heavier. He didn't know why, but the egg seemed to grow heavier out of nowhere. Perhaps it was because Larvatar was nearly fully formed inside. He took out another bottle of evolution elixir, the last one he had left. He had already used one bottle before, and under normal circumstances, this second one should be enough. Even so, Cain let the system monitor the situation in real time to ensure the elixir was working properly. He slowly poured the liquid from the last bottle of elixir onto the Pokémon egg. He felt the egg's temperature rise so much that, even through his pants, it felt hot. Unable to bear it any longer, he used his psychic powers to make the egg float. He feared that, with such a high temperature, the Pokémon egg might end up cooked. If it weren't floating, anyone would think there was a fire burning beneath it, as if there were at least a steaming pot under it. By the way, would the Larvatar egg be particularly nutritious? Suddenly, this thought crossed Cain's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What madness? If Larvatar couldn't hatch, Cain might consider that option, but after waiting so long, it was finally about to hatch. If the egg ended up cooked, it would be a bad joke. Fortunately, those were just Cain's wild ideas. Under the system's supervision, all of Larvatar's egg parameters were normal. It was only that its rapid growth rate caused an unusually high temperature. Following the system's instructions, Cain stopped pouring more elixir onto the egg. He looked at the remaining half bottle, feeling a bit pained. These elixirs weren't cheap. If anyone knew about the existence of something like this, many would fight to obtain it. Luckily, Team Rocket had not yet revealed the elixir's existence, and the Alliance didn't know that Cain had acquired 6 bottles transported in secret. After all, if anyone investigated, they could only trace it back to Umbra, not to Cain. With everything ready, Cain sat down to wait patiently. During this time, other Pokémon approached to watch, especially the 4 little ones. They were excited about the arrival of a new companion and wanted to stay beside Cain to wait. However, the sensible Honchkrow took them away. When a Pokémon hatches, the first creature it sees naturally becomes the one it feels the most attached to. For trainers, it's important for the Pokémon to see its trainer first, as it makes future training and battles smoother. For example, the first Pokémon Cain raised, Scorpio, now has a bond and synchronization with him that only Honchkrow and Slowking surpass. After half an hour, the surface of the Pokémon egg was covered with droplets of water, emitting a faint steam. When Cain brought his hand close, without touching it, he could already feel the heat. At this temperature, any normal egg would already be completely cooked, wouldn't it? But the system indicated that everything was fine, so Cain held back. Half an hour later, the egg's temperature began to drop. Cain finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to eat the egg. Losing 3 bottles of elixir and a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg would have been devastating. Things started to look up. Using his psychic powers, Cain perceived that the liquid inside the egg was slowly dissipating, revealing a fully formed creature curled up inside. The heart and brain were already developed, only the shell needed breaking. But the shell, so tough, represented one more challenge for the still unhatched Pokémon. Half an hour later, the egg's temperature returned to normal, and Cain felt the creature's heartbeat and a faint vibration of psychic energy. Larvatar was finally fully formed. Relaxing his psychic powers, he placed the egg on the ground. Sensing the peculiarity of the ground, the egg moved slightly. Cain showed a joyful expression. The egg moved, meaning the Pokémon inside was already stirring. The moment of hatching was near. From afar, Aaron, who was playing, sensed something and curiously looked at the Pokémon egg in front of Cain. His eyes reflected 7 parts surprise and 3 parts curiosity. As a ground-type Pokémon, Aaron felt how the energy of the ground around them was frantically gathering. It moved like waves, and the center of those waves was the Pokémon egg in front of Cain. What kind of Pokémon could this be, capable of naturally manipulating ground-type energy even before hatching? Aaron felt immense curiosity about this new companion that was about to be born. Although Cain didn't perceive the changes in ground-type energy, he clearly felt the egg changing. At a strange frequency, the egg began to move. After a while, the movement speed increased. In Aaron's eyes, the ground-type energy beneath the soil suddenly surged, striking directly at the egg's surface. Crack! A loud sound echoed, and a crack appeared on the tough eggshell. It wasn't the same crack as before but a completely new one. Cain's joy was uncontrollable. Larvatar was about to hatch. Crack. The cracks on the Pokémon egg became increasingly numerous. Small fissures began to appear. The cracks gradually expanded, and Cain could already see through them the figure inside struggling to move. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the fissures widened significantly. A small, green protrusion emerged from one of the cracks. This little dark green bump still had some viscous liquid clinging to it, which hadn't been absorbed yet. With the protrusion emerging, the crack grew even larger. Finally, after another 3 minutes of struggling, the egg's shell completely broke apart. A dark green Pokémon appeared before Cain. The long, dark green spike atop its head didn't seem sharp. Its triangular eyes carried an intimidating air, and its red pupils stared at Cain with curiosity and affection. The exposed part of its belly was red, covered with what looked like armored plates, while the sides featured square-shaped, dark green patches. Its tail, resembling a small flower, opened and closed behind it, clearly still unaccustomed to the body it had just freed. Larvatar opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. Cain smiled and slowly extended his hand, gently stroking Larvatar's head. The surface of the newly hatched Larvatar was very smooth, covered in an unknown liquid, making it feel silky to the touch. Larvatar narrowed its eyes, showing how much it enjoyed it. But before Cain could continue, Larvatar's stomach suddenly let out a loud noise. Gryo. The sound was so loud that it hardly seemed to come from a newborn Pokémon. However, Larvatar didn't mind and immediately fixed its gaze on the nearby eggshell fragments. It seemed to have smelled something delicious. Slowly bending down, it picked up a piece of broken shell, sniffed it, and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. The hard eggshell posed no challenge for Larvatar's teeth. Once in its mouth, it chewed through it effortlessly. In no time, the tough shell was completely crushed and devoured by Larvatar. Seeing how happy Larvatar was, Cain discreetly put away the poke block he had prepared. Eggshells are undoubtedly better than any other food for a newborn Pokémon, even better than the poke blocks Cain had painstakingly crafted. After eating a piece of broken shell, Larvatar closed its eyes in satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, it picked up another piece of shell, hesitated briefly, and decisively offered it to Cain. Cain was a little taken aback. But seeing Larvatar's determined look, he smiled. He shook his head, pushing the piece of shell back toward Larvatar, and said with a grin, "I couldn't eat that even if I wanted to. It's better for you eat it all." Larvatar stared at him for a few seconds, confirmed Cain didn't want the shell, and stopped insisting. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash resounded around Cain. The Pokémon playing and training nearby were startled. Even Cain was surprised. The Pokémon quickly ran toward the source of the noise, but Cain gestured for them to stop. The crash wasn't caused by an attack. The source of the sound was the adorable Pokémon standing in front of Cain. Cain had witnessed the entire process that caused the noise. At that moment, Larvatar had offered the eggshell to Cain, who had politely declined. Larvatar, without further insistence, popped the piece into its mouth. Then, as if finding it too tiring to eat while standing, it plopped onto the ground. The crash was simply the result of Larvatar sitting on the ground. Cain found it hard to believe that such a small Pokémon could cause the ground to sink like that. What was even more astonishing was that Larvatar seemed completely unaware. Cain couldn't help but activate the system to scan Larvatar's data. Pokémon, Larvatar, dark blue. Gender, male. Level, 1. Type, rock plus ground. Ability, guts. Held item, none. Egg moves, dragon dance, outrage, ancient power, stealth rock. Basic moves, bite, leer. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. From the data, there weren't many changes, except that Larvatar's original blue quality had now deepened to dark blue. This was within Cain's expectations. After all, the system scan could have been affected by the thick eggshell and the mineral-rich milk surrounding it. Another possibility was that Larvatar's original potential was blue, but the use of evolutionary elixirs to accelerate its growth, combined with the nutrient blend in the egg and the geocentric cleansing milk, had gradually elevated its potential. However, this boost in potential was reasonable, considering it had been an egg submerged in an unknown energy source for years. What shocked Cain the most was Larvatar's weight. Being able to sink the ground with its weight indicated that Larvatar was far from normal in this regard. Perhaps the weight gain was what improved its potential. For a heavy-type Pokémon, weight sometimes also signifies strength. But with such great weight, Larvatar would require more energy and proper bone development to maintain its combat level. That would be one of Cain's responsibilities as its trainer. Currently, Larvatar was heavier than Aaron. It was truly a walking heavyweight. Sitting in the hole it left in the ground, Larvatar continued munching on its eggshells, completely unaware that its tonnage was already giving its trainer a headache. With a Larvatar of this size, along with Aaron, another heavy Pokémon, Cain thought that once both evolved completely, walking with them behind him would make him look incredibly powerful. But now Cain thought the first thing Larvatar needed to learn was how to control its weight. It couldn't just go around damaging the environment wherever it went. In the wild, it might not be a problem, but in enclosed spaces, that could get expensive. Either way, the joy of the day overshadowed any surprises Larvatar could bring. Finally, Cain had succeeded in hatching this pseudo-legendary Pokémon, significantly elevating his potential for future growth. At least up to the elite level, Cain felt he had no doubts. He just needed to continue raising it carefully. After finishing the eggshells, as a newborn, Larvatar still needed a lot of sleep. Curling up next to Cain, it quickly dozed off. Gently stroking Larvatar's soft skin, a smile spread across Cain's face. The hatching of Larvatar was known only to Cain and his Pokémon. For now, Cain had no plans to reveal Larvatar's existence to anyone else. Even though he wasn't weak anymore and had gained a certain status in the league that made owning a Larvatar plausible, there's a saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be cut down. Just like when Professor Oak decided to keep Cain's discovery of Sloking's evolution method a secret. Cain had great talent as a breeder, and if he also displayed exceptional skill as a trainer, many groups might feel threatened. To most people, Cain's decision to build a gym seemed like nothing more than a youthful whim. After all, he was still young, and opening a gym for fun didn't seem like an issue. But if others learned of Cain's high potential as a trainer as well, some might not take it lightly. Not everyone was as tolerant as Giovanni. Larvatar had not yet been placed in a Pokeball. Since he was just born, it wasn't suitable to put him in one yet as it might affect his development. However, since Larvatar's first sight upon hatching was Cain, there was no concern that he wouldn't recognize his trainer. Cain just had to wait until Larvatar moved past his newborn stage to keep him in a Pokeball. For now, Cain faced a minor inconvenience. Larvatar wasn't like Scarapy, who could conceal himself on Cain's body unnoticed. And with Larvatar's weight, carrying him was out of the question. While he hadn't weighed him yet, Cain estimated he was between 150 and 200 kilograms. There was no way to carry something that heavy, so instead of storing him in a Pokeball and to avoid detection, Larvatar would have to stay in the backyard. Fortunately, Cain's backyard was currently secure, with a few Pokemon helping to keep watch. Among the group of Slowpoke brought back by Slowking, 3 had evolved into Slowbro after Cain dropped a batch of Shelter into the pond. With 3 Slowbro at levels 37 to 38 and an Absol capable of sensing the future, Cain's backyard was well protected. Cain also planned to leave Miltank to take care for Larvatar while the 3 Slowbro and Absol guarded the backyard. This setup should suffice. However, even so, Cain couldn't venture far from the backyard. He needed to remain within Sloking's teleport range. This meant Cain would have to stay close for a while. After being away for several days, the backyard pond had grown considerably, now home to many water-type Pokemon. While not a fully wild habitat, it was close enough, and the Pokemon there showed respect toward Cain. The Slowpoke group in particular held great respect for Cain, and since they were tasked with guarding the backyard, the other Pokemon followed suit. That night, Cain decided to sleep in the backyard with Larvatar, foregoing a tent and simply lying on the grass. In the middle of the night, Larvatar, feeling a bit cold, slowly moved closer to Cain's lap. The other Pokemon, after finishing their playtime, gradually nestled around Cain as well. Cain experienced alternating sensations of warmth and cold. Torchic and Larvatar radiated warmth, especially Torchic, who felt like a small flame beside him. Mudkip and Poliwag, on the other hand, felt like little blocks of ice. That night, Cain felt both heat and chill simultaneously. However, once Honchkrow and the others finished their training, the sensations balanced out. All the Pokemon huddled around Cain, spending the night together. At dawn the next day, dew covered the grass. Cain felt his clothes slightly damp. Gently freeing himself from the Pokemon's paws, he noticed Honchkrow and Slowking were already awake, sharing his daily rhythm. Torchic and the others were still sound asleep. Not wanting to disturb them, they deserved a bit more rest. Cain sent Honchkrow and the others to train farther away and began preparing breakfast. Soon, the aroma of food filled the backyard. The delicious smell quickly woke Torchic and the others. Rubbing their eyes, the 5 small Pokemon turned their attention to Cain's prepared meal. Even Larvatar, only a day old, ignored Torchic and the others, drawn by the smell of Cain's food. Smiling, Cain distributed the food among his Pokemon and taught Larvatar how to use utensils. At that moment, Larvatar noticed the other Pokemon around him for the first time. He showed no fear, just brief curiosity as he watched them eat. After a moment's thought, he decided that eating was more important. He plopped down on the ground and started devouring his meal. Compared to the noise he made sitting down the previous day, Larvatar seemed to have better control of his body today. While he left a small mark in the dirt, it wasn't as loud. Still, the other Pokemon were surprised by the mark he left. They could all sense Larvatar's weight. They couldn't believe such a small Pokemon could leave such a deep dent in the ground. Larvatar, of course, was oblivious. The most amusing reaction came from Aaron. Aaron observed Larvatar, then looked at himself. He tried mimicking Larvatar, plopping down on the ground. The ground sank slightly, but when comparing the dents, Aaron realized Larvatar's was deeper. Aaron smiled, satisfied. Finally, there was someone heavier than him. With a grin of relief, Aaron returned to his meal. As a hearty eater, Larvatar, despite being only a day old, already demonstrated a voracious appetite. This time, he ate more than Torchic and Mudkip combined. Though Cain was pleased, he couldn't help but think, wow, what an appetite. After preparing breakfast for the Pokemon and ensuring that those finishing their morning training, like Honchkrow, also enjoyed a carefully prepared meal, the formal training for the day began. Cain assigned each of his Pokemon their training tasks for the day. The main focus remained on practicing the combined moves they had been working on previously. For example, Honkrow's Shadow Wing attack, while already usable in battle, still didn't have the power Cain was aiming for. Sneezel's Ice Claw, on the other hand, relied heavily on the Metal Claw move, but its Ice-type energy was somewhat lacking. This was the area it needed to improve. Nonetheless, Sneezel was one of the Pokémon that excelled the most at mastering combined moves. Many Pokémon have moves they can learn from one another, and having a mentor to teach them makes mastering those moves quicker. Recently, Sneezel had taught Slowking the Ice Punch move. While Slowking hadn't yet perfected it, he would be able to use it against Grass-type Pokémon, who are weak to ice. Scorpy's levels had increased significantly during this training, and he had also learned many basic moves. These moves are innate to Scorpy, and as long as his potential is sufficient and he reaches a certain level, he will learn them. But learning a move doesn't necessarily mean mastering it. This time, Scorpy had learned 2 poison-type moves he needed to train to master, Venoshock and Toxic Spikes. Both moves had distinct advantages. The Venoshock move could deal double damage to already poisoned Pokémon. Combined with the poison Scorpy had developed, this made it even deadlier. The Toxic Spikes move was also very effective. By scattering poisonous spikes on the battlefield, any Pokémon stepping on them would become poisoned. With toxin buildup, this could escalate to severe poisoning, a great move for prolonged battles. Additionally, Scorpy learned the Hone Claws move. Sneasel also used this move and had mastered it well, so Scorpy could learn a lot from him. This move was particularly useful for Scorpy because of his sniper ability, as it increased the chance of landing critical hits. Combined with his ability, this created an effective synergy. However, Scorpy still needed to train these 3 moves. Cain had already devised a combined move for Scorpy. The Poison Fang move combined with Venoshock. After Poison Fang poisoned the opponent, Venoshock would deal double damage, further intensifying the poisoning and the damage. With the Sniper ability, any Pokémon weak to Poison-type attacks would almost always be instantly defeated. After absorbing the energy from the broken Toxic Orb, the intensity of Scorpy's Poison-type moves surpassed even Haunter's. Combined with the Black Sludge, Scorpy would have great endurance in prolonged battles. Whether in long-duration battles or quick bursts of damage, Scorpy had already become a very competent frontline Pokémon. Without type disadvantages, his power bursts would be the strongest on Cain's team. Perhaps only Honchkrow, with multiple boosts from the Moxie ability, could compare in terms of explosive power. When Scorpy evolved into Drapion, Cain's team strength would see another significant boost. Not only Scorpy, the Razor Claw for Sneasel was already prepared, and Cain just needed a knight to train him and enable his evolution. Haunter's evolution also needed to be considered soon, but Cain wasn't sure how to proceed with that evolution and would need to consult someone. Once these Pokémon evolved, Cain estimated that his strength among advanced trainers could reach the upper half or even the top tier. After assigning the training tasks for the Pokémon, Cain called his master, Old Matsuda, on the phone. After a brief conversation, Cain expressed his desire for the League to build a Pokémon Center in Leafy Town. A town with only a gym but no Pokémon Center was incomplete and had a critical deficiency. It also lacked the appeal to attract trainers. Old Matsuda agreed that he understood and, although it was a minor issue, Cain was his only disciple, so he was willing to help. It wasn't a particularly complicated problem. If it had been a town without a gym, requesting a Pokémon Center might have been harder, but for a town with a gym, a Pokémon Center was an essential facility. The issue was assigning a Nurse Joy, something Old Matsuda couldn't arrange. The Joy family, who managed the Pokémon Centers, had exclusive control over staff assignments, and even high-ranking League officials couldn't easily interfere with this. But for Cain, the existence of a Pokémon Center was what mattered, not which Nurse Joy would be assigned. After speaking with Old Matsuda, Cain made another familiar call. After 10 seconds, the call connected. Hello, Cain, a male voice answered on the other end, sounding a bit surprised and happy. Yes, Stephen, Cain replied with a smile. The call's recipient was Stephen Stone, his old friend. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Stephen asked, a bit puzzled. Stephen's question surprised Cain. He clearly hadn't expected Stephen to ask that right away. Have you been out in the wild for so long that you haven't returned? Cain asked. Yes, after you caught Aaron, I went out looking for stones. I was told there were unusual stones here, so I came, but the wild Pokémon here are really strong, and after so many days, I haven't seen any unusual stones, Stephen explained. No wonder Stephen sounded so surprised. No wonder Stephen hadn't immediately congratulated Cain when the League celebrated him. Cain chuckled and said, I guess you haven't seen the news in a while, have you? Did you go alone this time? It's been a long time since I had free time. I didn't want to be bothered with unimportant matters, so from day one, I told everyone not to call me unless it was really important. Why? Did something important happen? Nothing serious. When will you be back? Cain asked, withholding the details. I have a feeling you're hiding something, murmured Stephen. Let me know when you're back. There are a few things I want to discuss with you, Cain replied. All right, I'm almost back. If I don't find that stone soon, I'll have to return. The company has a pile of issues that need my attention. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, Stephen said with resignation. Cain smiled but said nothing more. To achieve something, certain sacrifices are necessary. Inheriting the Devon Corporation has been Stephen's responsibility since birth. Although he loves stones and Pokémon, he also has to learn to manage the company. Stones and Pokémon can only serve as his solace while he hasn't fully taken on the company's legacy. However, as he grows older, there are responsibilities Steven can no longer avoid. After chatting a bit more, Cain ended the call. Both he and Steven had things they needed to do. After finishing his calls with old Matsuda and Steven, Cain immersed himself in training his Pokémon, exercising his body and psychic abilities alongside them. When the trainer participates in the training, the loyalty of the Pokémon toward him increases. The 5 little ones watched Cain and the others train with envious expressions. Larvatar didn't quite understand, but seeing his companions with that expression, he ended up catching on as well. Although Larvatar had just hatched, his robust body allowed him to play alongside Torchic and the others. However, Larvatar hadn't yet learned to control his strength, so after a while, the ground was riddled with holes and craters. Aaron, unable to ignore it, began teaching Larvatar how to control his strength. Both being heavyweights, Aaron had some experience in this regard. Cain kept a close eye on the 5 little ones, especially the newborn Larvatar, who, as a neonate, was usually more fragile. However, perhaps because he had spent so much time in his egg, Larvatar didn't exhibit the typical sleepiness of newborns. In fact, after eating, he stayed quite active. Cain could only attribute this to the effects of the evolution elixir. Larvatar had hatched thanks to the elixir. Although most of the side effects had been counteracted by the geocentric cleansing milk, Cain wasn't sure if there might be other lingering effects. Training is demanding, but if the focus is solely on leveling up without training, the growth of Pokémon is incomplete. Leveling up is like building the skeleton of a structure, while training is like adding bricks and cement. Only by combining both can a solid and tall building be constructed. The difference may not be apparent in the short term, but in the long term, the absence of either will undo all progress made. As Cain and his Pokémon trained, the 5 little ones also tried to mimic their movements, albeit clumsily. This, however, showed that their bodies were growing stronger and that they would soon be ready for training and battles. In reality, with Aaron's sturdy build, he could begin training and battling without any issues. Torchic and Larvatar, on the other hand, needed a bit more time. Cain wasn't pushing them to engage in battles but hoped they would enjoy their childhood. After all, like Honchkrow and the others, once they began training, they wouldn't be able to stop. However, it seemed the little ones no longer wanted to enjoy a carefree childhood. It was unclear when this started, but in Cain's team, more and more Pokémon developed a passion for combat. Ever since Honchkrow evolved, his Moxie ability had been turning him into a true battle enthusiast. Scorpii had shown an unrestrained passion for combat since birth. Slakoth and Sneezel were a bit more moderate but still enjoyed battles greatly. The only neutral one was Haunter, who neither loved nor hated combat. He preferred to spend his time playing pranks, likely due to his childhood personality. However, he strictly followed the tasks and battles Cain assigned him, so Cain didn't push him further. In Cain's second team, under Aaron's influence, all the Pokémon except for Poliwag, who had a naturally good-natured disposition, exhibited a strong desire to fight. Even Larvatar, just a day old, showed great enthusiasm for battle after Aaron explained what it entailed. Faced with this, Cain felt a bit helpless but also satisfied. There isn't a trainer who wouldn't feel proud of having a team full of Pokémon passionate about combat. After an intense morning of training, all the Pokémon showed great appetites at noon, especially Aaron and the newborn Larvatar. Cain was considering whether he should prepare minerals for Aaron and Larvatar. While Pokeblocks provided enough energy, relying solely on them might be financially draining. Given their large appetites, the best option would be to combine minerals with Pokeblocks to meet their energy needs and ensure they had sufficient energy for training. Pokeblocks enriched with geocentric cleansing milk and energy crystals were excellent for these 2 Pokémon. After lunch, Cain decided not to continue with training. He recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs and headed toward the mountains. He left the newborn Larvatar in Miltank's care. Larvatar, who had played all morning, fell asleep after eating. Despite his sturdy body, he was still a newborn who needed plenty of rest. Miltank, who had volunteered to take care of him, was more than happy to do so. She loved looking after others and feeling useful. Cain wouldn't stray far, and Slakoth could use the teleport move to return at any time. Additionally, there were plenty of other Pokémon in the backyard watching over and protecting the area, so there was no need to worry about potential intruders. The main purpose of Cain's trip was to capture some water-type Pokémon from the lake where he had previously encountered the Absol mother. The water-type gym was about to open, and as its leader, Cain currently had only a few water-type Pokémon, none of which were native to Hone, which wasn't ideal. His goal was to capture some strong water-type Pokémon from the lake. He wasn't particularly concerned about their growth potential or future capabilities, he only needed immediate battle strength. These water-type Pokémon, with a bit of training, could serve as the gym's Pokémon. After all, in a small town like Leafy Town, the trainers coming to challenge the gym were unlikely to be very strong. Even with Cain's support, along with help from Devon Corporation and the League, it would take at least 6 months for Leafy Town to develop properly and start attracting stronger trainers. However, given how quickly Cain was progressing, his strength would be even greater by then. Additionally, these water-type Pokémon captured for immediate battle strength could also be entrusted to reliable people to manage the gym when Cain was away. These Pokémon could also serve as protectors of the gym. Thus, capturing some water-type Pokémon as immediate battle assets was necessary. Cain instructed Slakoth to use teleport to take him to the lake. Slowking was familiar with the lake, as it was where he had evolved and become the king of his kind. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, Cain found a wide area and summoned his Pokémon, Honchkrow, Sneezel, Scorpite, and Haunter. In addition to Slowking, these were Cain's main battle Pokémon. Scorpite, Slowking, dig a deep pit here, Cain ordered. Cain had used this tactic before on Trial Island when capturing Shelder. He didn't want to bring Slowking into the lake, as fighting there would be difficult, and unforeseen complications could arise. Using Gyarados to attract attention wasn't an option this time. But Cain had a better idea, though it might have a larger impact. Once all the Pokémon were ready, Cain pulled out another Pokeball. He tossed it to the ground, and a Pokémon with a large flower on its head appeared. Vileplume? This was the Vileplume Cain had captured during his mountain journey, at level 29 and of green quality. Cain hadn't sold it. Instead, he spent several days taming it. For Cain, this Vileplume served only one purpose, its move, Sweet Scent. Vileplume, use in grain, synthesis, and then Sweet Scent on the lake, Cain ordered coldly. Freshly released, Vileplume glanced around and saw all of Cain's Pokémon staring intently at it. It shuddered in fear. Back then, it could spar a bit with Scorpite, but now, seeing him felt like a mouse facing a cat. Obeying without hesitation, Vileplume rooted itself in the ground, slowly absorbing energy through its roots. The flower crown on its head, now healed, began performing synthesis under the sunlight. It felt revitalized. After so long in the Pokeball, it had missed the comforting sensation of the sun. If not for Cain and his Pokémon watching, it might have sighed in relief. Without hesitation, once it had finished using synthesis, Vileplume shook the large flower on its head. A fine powder, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began wafting from the flower's center and spreading over the lake's surface. After releasing the first wave of sweet scent, Vileplume cautiously looked at Cain, seeing no change in his expression. Continue, Cain ordered without changing his tone. Feeling a pang of fear, Vileplume continued releasing more powder from the flower's center. As sweet scent permeated the water, the lake's surface began to ripple. You can stop, Cain said. Vileplume breathed a sigh of relief and ceased using sweet scent. It felt great fear toward Cain and his Pokémon. The ripples on the lake grew stronger, as if something was about to emerge from the water. They're coming. Get ready. Honchkrow and the others focused their attention on the water's surface. Sneezel was already gathering Ice-type energy, anticipating Cain's next move. The other Pokémon were also prepared for action. The most impatient was Scorpite. The last time they captured water types using this method, he could only pick up leftovers. Now, he could finally join the battle. After a few seconds, a large number of Pokémon emerged from the water. Most were common species like Magikarp and Goldeen. But there were also several typical Hone water types, such as Corphish and Barboach. The lake housed a wide variety of water-type Pokémon. Cain activated his system to scan for data and identify those with potential to be useful. As soon as the Pokémon leaped from the water, Sneezel used Icicle Crash, cutting off their retreat. Whether Cain captured them or not, all of them needed to be subdued first. Cain's Pokémon launched their attacks. The first wave didn't include any Pokémon that met Cain's standards. Vileplume, keep using Sweet Scent continuously. Sneezel, maintain control over the incoming Pokémon, and use Icicle Crash only when I signal, otherwise, join the battle, Cain instructed. The Pokémon in the first wave weren't very strong and couldn't withstand the initial attack, so there was no need to block their escape. Once unconscious, the Pokémon were placed in a nearby pit. When the capture operation was complete, Cain would select the most suitable Pokémon to bring to his backyard pond, enriching the variety of water types. Cain had specific expectations for the quality of these Pokémon, hoping their reproduction would improve the quality of water types in his pond. Thus began a continuous capture process, almost like a production line in a factory. After a while, the first Pokémon that met Cain's standards finally appeared. Up before him stood a fierce Pokémon with a golden 5-pointed star on its head, clutching two massive, sharp pincers against its chest. Its two eyes, hidden beneath a red armor, gazed intently at Vileplume, which continued spreading the sweet scent move. Crawdaunt? Cain was quite familiar with this Pokémon. It is the evolution of Corphish, a fairly well-known water-type Pokémon in the Hone region. As Corphish, its type was solely water, but upon evolving into Crawdaunt, it gained the dark typing, becoming a water/dark Pokémon. Crawdaunt has good resistances. It is immune to psychic-type moves and has double resistance to ghost, steel, fire, water, ice, and dark-type moves. Although it is weak to fighting, bug, grass, electric, and fairy types with a double weakness, overall, it is a Pokémon with solid resistances. Pokémon, Crawdaunt, green. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, water plus dark. Ability, adaptability. Held item, none. Egg moves, ancient power, aqua jet, double edge. Basic moves, swift, bubble, harden, vice grip, leer, bubble beam, protect, double hit, knock off, night slash, razor shell, taunt. Learned moves, iron defense, liquidation, water pulse, snore. TM moves, none. Looking at Crawdaunt's data, its moves are quite good. Additionally, its physical development is decent, and it is a Pokémon that has grown normally. Its green quality might not suffice for the current Cain, but for the Cain of the past, a green quality Pokémon would have been exceptional. However, Crawdaunt's current level is already quite high. After surviving in the wild for so long, it seems to have exhausted most of its inner potential. While it could still level up further, whether it reaches a quasi-elite level will depend on its luck. Nevertheless, Cain wasn't concerned with Crawdaunt's future but with its current state. The adaptability ability was the primary reason Cain set his sights on it. The adaptability ability increases the power of moves that match the Pokémon's types. This means a water/dark type Crawdaunt would see a power boost in its water and dark type moves. Normally, moves of the same type as the Pokémon receive a 50% power boost. For example, a Slakoth is a water/psychic Pokémon but can also use fire-type moves like Flamethrower. However, since it isn't a fire-type Pokémon, the power of this attack won't be as strong as its water or psychic moves. This is because moves matching the Pokémon's type receive a power boost, which is undeniable. The extent of this boost depends on how proficient the Pokémon is with that type of move. Generally, the boost doesn't exceed 50%. But with the adaptability ability, that 50% increases to 100%. In other words, a Crawdaunt with the adaptability ability will see its water and dark type moves doubled in power due to the type match. It's safe to say it's an excellent ability. For this reason, Cain decided to capture Crawdaunt as the first Pokémon to defend his water-type gym. The battle went smoothly. As a wild Pokémon, and facing so many of Cain's Pokémon, Crawdaunt was quickly defeated by Sneezel, who then caught it in a Pokeball for Cain. Why did Sneezel defeat it? Cain intended to level Sneezel up and evolve it using the Razor Claw. Although it wasn't necessary for Sneezel to evolve just yet, it had already reached the level required for evolution, and delaying it further would be detrimental to its future growth. Not all Pokémon benefit from evolving later, especially those needing special items to evolve. After storing the Pokeball containing Crawdaunt, Vileplume continued spreading the sweet scent move. Water-type Pokémon kept emerging from the lake without end. Their red eyes were fixated on Vileplume. If not for Cain and his Pokémon's presence, Vileplume would likely have fled due to the sheer number of Pokémon. However, over time, Vileplume grew accustomed to the situation and began to relax, realizing it was not in mortal danger. As it continued using Ingrain and Synthesis, it regained the energy spent using Sweet Scent and started mastering the move better, expanding its range. Cain knew there were secrets beneath the lake, but today his main objective was to capture water-type Pokémon, so he had no intention of exploring. However, as Sweet Scent's range expanded, some well-hidden Pokémon began to appear. For example, Finian, Lovedisk, and the very rare Relicanth emerged. Relicanth, in particular, was notable. Cain had seen it before when he dived into the lake but failed to catch it because it quickly disappeared. Today, Vileplume's Sweet Scent attracted one. This Pokémon appears to have an ancient map drawn on its body, and many archaeologists have encountered Relicanth when investigating ancient ruins. It is known as a living fossil. Cain captured all the Finian, Lovedisk, and Relicanth that appeared. Although their levels and aptitudes were ordinary, they were rare Pokémon, and showcasing them in the gym's aquarium could attract a lot of interest. Additionally, all three Pokémon had the Swift Swim ability, and if Cain could breed offspring with good aptitudes, he wouldn't rule out adding some of these Pokémon to his Rain team. It seems Sweet Scent's powder was sinking to the lake's bottom, as Pokémon usually dwelling there began to appear. It was then that Cain found the second Pokémon that caught his interest. Pokémon, Whiscash, light green. Gender, female. Level, 40. Type, water plus ground. Ability, hydration. Held item, none. Egg moves, Whirlpool, Hydro Pump, Earth Power. Basic moves, Thrash, Belch, Zen Headbutt, Tickle, Mud Slap, Mud Sport, Water Gun, Mud Bomb, Amnesia, Water Pulse, Magnitude, Rest, Snore, Aquatail, Earthquake, Muddy Water. Learned moves, Icy Wind, Snore. TM moves, none. This level 40 Whiscash, which had just reached the advanced level, was the second Pokémon to catch Cain's attention. The first reason Cain took an interest in this Whiscash wasn't its level or abilities but its type. The water and ground combination gives Whiscash a significant type advantage. Apart from its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, no other type can deal more than normal damage to Whiscash. Moreover, it is immune to electric-type attacks and has double resistance to poison, rock, steel, and fire-type moves. It's an excellent type combination. Even Mudkip's final evolution, Swampert, which Cain greatly values, possesses this same combination. This Whiscash had clearly survived for a long time. Although whiskers are naturally long for this type of Pokémon, this particular Whiscash's whiskers were twice as long as its body, indicating its age. Although it only had a light green quality, its long life had allowed it to reach level 40, corresponding to the advanced level. It's quite a useful Pokémon. Given Cain's current situation, this Pokémon's utility far exceeds its value as a long-term project. Therefore, for a newly established water-type gym, Whiscash will serve perfectly as one of the key Pokémon. Defeating this Whiscash was somewhat challenging, especially since there was no type advantage. Even so, Slowking, Sneezel, and Scorpii managed to subdue it. Meanwhile, Honchkrow and Haunter took care of the smaller Pokémon that kept swarming from the water. Whiscash's appearance indicated that Vileplume's Sweet Scent move had reached the lake's depths. Whiscash lives at the bottom, in the mud, and is not picky about food, eating whatever it finds. This also explains why it has survived for so long. After a small struggle, Cain captured Whiscash with a Pokeball. With that, Cain completed his main mission. He already had Slakoth and a Gyarados as water mounts, although the latter wasn't particularly strong. Still, for a new gym, it would suffice. In the future, he would also have Mudkip and Poliwag, which would evolve and further enhance his team. With these 6 water-type Pokémon, he'd have what he needed for his gym, regardless of the battle format. That's enough, Vileplume, Cain said. Seeing that water-type Pokémon continued to emerge without stopping, Cain signaled Vileplume to stop using the Sweet Scent move. Although Vileplume had been replenishing energy through Ingrain and Synthesis moves, it was already at its limit. Fortunately, Cain stopped it just in time. After returning Vileplume to its Pokeball, Cain began searching among the Pokémon that had emerged from the water for ones he could take to his garden. He discarded low-quality Magikarp and Goldeen but captured Spheal, Corphish, and some other rarer Pokémon. These could be useful for populating his garden pond. In total, Cain captured around 50 Pokémon, practically doubling the variety of species in his garden. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something strange floating on the lake's surface. It was a kind of yellow shell that resembled a rock, but underneath it, Cain spotted 2 small red spheres that looked like eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, those were the eyes of this strange Pokémon. However, since Vileplume had already stopped using the Sweet Scent move, the Pokémon that had barely surfaced quickly dove back into the water. Even so, Cain managed to see it, and a name immediately came to mind, Kabuto. This lake seemed to hold more secrets than he'd thought, as it contained not only Relicanth but also Kabuto. However, considering that Relicanth was also present, Kabuto's presence didn't seem so out of place. With thoughts racing, Cain pulled out all his Pokeballs, recalling Honchkrow and the others. Then, using his telepathy, he communicated with Slakoth. Slakoth, did you see that Pokémon with the yellow helmet-like shell? Follow it. At the command, Slakoth's eyes glowed red, and it teleported with Cain to the spot where Kabuto had disappeared. Quickly, Slakoth created a psychic barrier to envelop Cain, and they dove into the water together. Initially, Cain hadn't intended to dive again, but upon seeing Kabuto, a rare Pokémon from ancient times, he couldn't miss the chance to investigate it. Underwater, the previously turbulent lake began to calm. However, beneath the surface, things were changing. Cain and Slakoth followed Kabuto to a great depth. The lake, which initially seemed shallow, began to show fissures, some small and others quite large. Kabuto slipped into one of the larger fissures. Slakoth looked at Cain, awaiting instructions. After a moment of hesitation, Cain said, "Follow it, but be careful and keep your psychic abilities fully activated." With a slight nod, Slakoth and Cain continued. The crevice was narrow, and they had to shrink the psychic barrier to pass through. Carefully, they crossed a long underwater canyon. As they descended, the light gradually faded until the surroundings became completely dark, like a moonless night. Fortunately, both Cain and Slakoth could use their psychic abilities to perceive their surroundings. After crossing the canyon, the space widened. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distance, shining like a star in the darkness. Cautiously, they approached and discovered that the light came from a lantern living in the depths. Scanning it with his system, Cain discovered it was a level 30 lantern with light green quality. Cain ordered Slakoth to weaken it, captured it with a Pokeball, and convinced it through telepathy and promises of food and freedom to help illuminate their path. Lantern, familiar with its surroundings, agreed to guide them. After Cain described Kabuto's appearance, Lantern pointed to the location where these Pokémon lived. Through Lantern's simple description, Cain discovered the position of power held by the Kabuto colony in this deep underwater canyon. It was the undisputed ruler of the area. According to Lantern, there was an extremely powerful Pokémon within the Kabuto colony, and its presence was the reason the Kabuto dominated this zone. Although Cain didn't fully grasp the details, he understood the essentials. Allowing Lantern to lead the way, Cain and Slakoth slowly followed it toward the Kabuto's nest. After covering a certain distance, Lantern suddenly stopped. When Cain was about to ask, Lantern explained that they had reached Kabuto territory and that it couldn't go any farther, as it might be fiercely attacked by the Kabuto. If that happened, it would no longer be able to survive there. Cain sighed in resignation. Without Lantern's light, Cain would have to rely on Slakoth's perception to vaguely sense his surroundings. So Lantern couldn't leave. With no other choice, Cain forced Lantern to move forward. However, he promised that if Lantern truly couldn't continue living there afterward, Cain would find it a quieter habitat that was no worse than this one. Lantern wanted to resist, but seeing the Pokeblocks in Cain's hand, it calmed down. Cautiously, it led Cain forward. It was evident that in such a dark place, a Pokémon like Lantern would be highly visible, no matter how much it tried to hide. After advancing a bit more, Cain began to see small red dots in the water. They were Kabuto's eyes. However, the Kabuto didn't attack. They simply watched silently as Lantern and Cain entered their territory. Suddenly, a massive rocky wall appeared in front of Cain. In the rock, there was a cave. Following Cain's instructions, Lantern, though very reluctantly, entered the cave. Like the cave where the Slowpokes lived, after advancing a bit, the interior opened into a large underground chamber. Cain and Slakoth surfaced from the water. Lantern was quickly returned to its Pokeball. It was no longer needed, as the walls were covered in fluorescent moss that softly illuminated the entire area, allowing Cain to clearly see his surroundings. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this down here, Cain thought. If the Slowpoke's cave was the size of a basketball court, this was like 5 or 6 football fields. It was a vast space, and thanks to the fluorescent moss, even the darkest corners were visible. Slowking, can you still detect spatial coordinates? Cain asked telepathically. As long as Slowking could use teleport, the danger of this place would be halved. Slowking nodded, indicating no issues. Only then did Cain relax a bit. Set a coordinate here, just in case. We might come back in the future, Cain said. Hearing this, Slowking closed its eyes and began marking the coordinates in space. However, just then, a rattling sound like insect bones clashing echoed through the large cave. Cain frowned. From several small openings in the cave, yellow-colored Pokémon began to emerge. They were the Kabuto Cain had been searching for. There were many of them. But what surprised Cain even more was that from some larger holes, Kabutops began to appear. Cain, who was familiar with Kabutops, knew that for a Kabuto to evolve into a Kabutops, it had to reach at least level 40, the advanced level. Judging by the number of Kabutops emerging, there had to be at least 20 or 30 of them. That many Kabutops were something Cain couldn't handle at that moment. As Cain was about to retreat, a much larger Kabutops than the others appeared in the cave. With its arrival, all the Kabutops and Kabuto bowed in respect. It was the leader of the Kabutops? This must have been the powerful Pokemon Lantern had mentioned. The difference between Kabuto and Kabutops was immense. What was once Kabuto's armor now formed Kabutops' head, with its body, scythe-like arms, and long legs extending below. It now walked upright. Its sharp, triangular eyes locked onto Cain, observing this strange being it had never seen before. Under the leader Kabutops' command, the Kabuto and Kabutops began to approach slowly. Cain, frowning, placed his hand on Slowking's back, linking with its psychic power and preparing for Slowking to use teleport at any moment. But as the leader Kabutops approached, Cain saw something that left him stunned. On the leader Kabutops' head was a thumb-sized stone, somehow attached to it. It emitted a multicolored glow that, under the fluorescent moss's light, distorted the light and shimmered with various colors. Cain stared intently at the stone on the leader Kabutops' head, unable to hide his surprise. Although he wasn't entirely sure what kind of stone it was, there was one thing Cain knew for certain. That stone on the leader Kabutops' head was none other than a megastone. Even though he didn't know which Pokemon it belonged to, it didn't matter. Cain had only one goal in mind. To get it, he had to obtain it, no matter what. Even if it wasn't a megastone for his Pokemon, in the future, when Mega Evolutions became widely known, he could trade it for one he could use. In other words, whether it was compatible with one of his Pokemon or not, obtaining it meant that one of his Pokemon could potentially Mega Evolve in the future. Mega Evolution, while requiring both a Megastone and a Keystone, depends most critically on the Megastone. The Keystone has no restrictions on the type of Pokemon. Cain barely managed to suppress his astonishment, but his dark eyes gleamed with even greater ambition. That Megastone could be the key for Cain to reach Elite 4 or even Champion level. He had to have it? Even if the leader Kabutops was extremely powerful, with Cain being the only one who knew of this place, he was determined to return if he couldn't succeed this time. Cain's eyes couldn't hide the desire for greed. Though he tried to resist the urge to act, he carefully watched the approaching leader Kabutops. He had to confirm the leader Kabutops' abilities before deciding whether it was wise to confront it. While he deeply desired the stone, his reason still ruled the clearest part of his mind. Slowking glanced curiously at Cain. It was the first time it had seen its trainer with that expression. Never before had it sensed such an intense desire from Cain. Not even when they found the Larvatar egg and hatched it had Cain shown such a strong desire. Following Cain's gaze, Slowking noticed the strange stone on the leader Kabutops' head. Is that stone what interests him so much? Slowking thought. Since evolving into Slowking, the already intelligent Slowpoke had surpassed the intellect of many humans. Pokemon, Kabutops, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 59. Type, rock plus water. Ability, swift swim. Held item, none. Egg moves, bubble beam, aurora beam, confuse ray, takedown. Basic moves, slash, night slash, faint, scratch, harden, absorb, leer, mud shot, sand attack, endure, aqua jet, mega drain, metal sound, ancient power. Learned moves, liquidation, stealth rock, earth power, aqua tail, water pulse. TM moves, none. A level 59 Kabutops. Cain finally retrieved Kabutops' data, stunned. A level 59 Kabutops was a genuinely quasi-elite level Pokemon. Unlike Mismagius, who had a simple mind, this Kabutops demonstrated real strength. It was clear that it wasn't just decoration, but on the other hand, the stone Cain coveted was embedded in its head. The leader Kabutops approached with a menacing demeanor, clearly uninterested in negotiation. Phew. Cain sighed. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his obsession. There were other megastones in the world, but he had only one life. Fighting here and now would not be the wisest decision. Cain knew that the place wasn't going to change. The Kabutops and its group had lived there for many years and wouldn't leave just because of his presence. I could come back for that stone when I'm strong enough, he thought. He didn't need to become a quasi-elite or elite-level trainer to return. Perhaps, when Mismagius reached her full potential, it would be enough. Suddenly, an idea popped into Cain's mind. What if Mismagius uses her stealth ability to steal the stone? Mismagius had remained hidden in Cain's shadow this whole time. So far, only Professor Oak's Dragonite had detected her presence, not even the two powerful Pokémon of his master Matsuda Takashi had discovered Mismagius. With the leader Kabutop's strength, it likely wouldn't detect her either. Since Mismagius began using the Soothe Bell, the bond between her and Cain had strengthened significantly. With their closeness and training, Mismagius trusted him completely. Mismagius, Cain murmured. "Maes." At Cain's call, a small head with a hat emerged from his shadow. Her bright red eyes curiously observed Cain. The soft silver chime of the bell on her chest was almost imperceptible, but Cain knew it could emit a harmonious sound. Cain gently stroked Mismagius and pointed toward the leader Kabutops. "Look at that big guy. Do you see the shiny stone on his head?" Mismagius observed the fiercely approaching Kabutops with a wary expression, appearing slightly frightened. Though she was an elite-level Pokémon, Mismagius lacked much experience in serious battles. "Don't worry, Mismagius," Cain said softly. "That big guy can't hurt you. I just want you to take the stone from his head. Can you do it?" Mismagius' eyes lit up when she saw the megastone. Despite her initial fear, the promise of a new stone excited her. Noticing her hesitation, Cain offered further incentives. "If you bring me that stone, I promise to give you new and better treats, and I'll get you more of those shiny toys you love so much." Cain grew increasingly anxious. The leader Kabutops was approaching quickly, and while he knew Slowking could use teleport at any moment, he also had to consider whether Kabutops would launch an attack before they could escape. Feeling motivated by Cain's urgency, Mismagius put her doubts aside. In the blink of an eye, she dashed toward the leader Kabutops with great speed. The leader Kabutops, though surprised by Mismagius' speed, didn't consider her a serious threat since it didn't sense any dangerous aura from her. With disdain, it swung one of its scythes at Mismagius. But Mismagius, being a ghost type, simply ignored Kabutops' physical attack and continued on her way. With a playful grin, Mismagius extended her ghostly hand toward the leader Kabutops' head. Upon touching the megastone, she felt it was slightly adhered, but with a slight effort, she managed to pry it off. Waving the stone triumphantly in the air, Mismagius flew over the heads of the other Kabutops, showing her success to Cain, who watched with a broad smile. Excited, Cain signaled for Mismagius to return quickly. Meanwhile, his telepathic connection with Slowking remained ready. As soon as Mismagius returned, Slowking would use teleport to escape, and if Kabutops decided to counterattack, Slowking was prepared to use protect. Mismagius briefly displayed the stone before quickly floating back to Cain. At that moment, the leader Kabutops also realized that Mismagius wasn't a weak opponent. However, seeing the object it cherished most and was most proud of being stolen by Mismagius, the leader Kabutops was consumed with rage. Its eyes burned with fury. With a powerful push from its legs, it began sprinting after Mismagius, heading straight for Cain. It had deduced that Cain was the one commanding Mismagius, the Pokémon that had stolen its stone. And though Mismagius was faster than him, Kabutops decided to change targets, directing its fury at Cain. Seeing the Kabutops charging toward him, Cain's expression shifted slightly. To be safer, he called out Haunter, who had been waiting in the shadows. "Haunter, when Kabutops attacks, use Protect first, then Slowking will follow with his Protect just in case," Cain communicated telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Mismagius flew back quickly and hid in Cain's shadow. There was no time to examine the megastone Mismagius was holding. Cain shouted, "Slowking, let's go." The moment he spoke, Slowking, who had been ready, unleashed its psychic power, enveloping them all. Seeing the glow of psychic energy, Kabutops pushed its speed even further. One of its scythes, surrounded by red energy, was launched directly at Cain. The more critical the situation, the clearer Cain's mind became. He watched the approaching scythe. It didn't seem to move as fast as he'd imagined. Just then, Haunter placed itself in front of Cain. Although Haunter, being a ghost type, was immune to normal type moves like Slash, it didn't want to take any risks since Cain was right behind it. Acting as Cain's guardian, Haunter immediately used the move Protect. The green energy shield blocked Kabutops' attack. Kabutops, surprised that its attack had been neutralized, didn't lose its battle instinct and swung its other side toward Cain. But its second attack also failed, as Slowking activated Protect just in time. As the green energy shield faded, Slowking used the move Teleport. Kabutops' third attack sliced through empty air. The entire process took no more than 2 breaths, but it felt like an eternity. Roar. Seeing the people who had stolen its stone vanish before its eyes, Kabutops let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the cave. The other Kabutops behind the leader dropped to the ground, not daring to move. As ancient Pokémon, they deeply respected the hierarchy within their group. However, the leader Kabutops didn't have time to worry about them. Though it valued the stone highly, it wasn't actually of any use to it. Losing it wasn't a significant problem. What truly enraged it was how it had been taken. It had been robbed, and that wounded its pride the most. Meanwhile, by the shore, Cain and the others reappeared thanks to Slowking's teleport. Mismagius observed their surroundings, and once she understood they were safe, she patted her chest, showing she was still frightened. Cain also sighed in relief. Finally, he could feel joy filling his heart. He had obtained a megastone. Although he didn't yet know which Pokémon it belonged to, having it was much better than not having it. Cain pulled out a poke block, Mismagius' favorite treat, and as she smiled happily, he offered them to her one by one. Discreetly, he took the Megastone from Miss Magia's hands, filling hers with Pokeblocks instead. Afterward, he sent Miss Magius back into the shadows, happy and satisfied. The Soothe Bell was definitely working well. Cain knew that with more time, he could fully control Miss Magius. Holding the cold Megastone, Cain felt like everything was a dream. In his past life, he had put a lot of effort into searching for a Megastone, relying on vague memories from the anime, and he really had found one. However, back then, Cain didn't have enough strength, and as a result, he had to sell the Megastone and use the money to obtain several high-quality Pokémon. Thanks to those Pokémon, Cain had managed to reach quasi-elite level. Even so, in his past life, he never knew which Pokémon could use that stone, but he clearly remembered where he had found it. Despite not having had the chance to return to that place, Cain knew it wasn't urgent. In his past life, it had taken him several years to find it, but in this life, less than 4 months had passed. Moreover, he already had a Megastone. When Mega Evolution was discovered, with Team Rocket's influence and the power of the Stone family, trading it for a stone compatible with one of his Pokémon wouldn't be a problem. Of course, the ideal scenario would be obtaining a stone that Cain could use directly. That way, once the requirements were met, he could Mega Evolve his Pokémon. Perhaps he could even use the discovery of Mega Evolution to advance in the Pokémon League. System, record the information about this Megastone and start building a Mega Evolution database. Organize all related information, Cain mentally ordered. The Megastone had not yet been discovered, so the system didn't have much information about it. Even the system couldn't analyze which Pokémon it belonged to, so Cain decided to store it for now. Beep. Task created, insufficient data. It is recommended that the host complete the database as soon as possible. The system responded mechanically. Cain sighed. Venturing into an unknown field, the system wasn't as useful. In his past life, when he first activated the system, there was no information stored, and he had to gather it all himself. It was thanks to his rebirth that the system retained data from his previous life. Otherwise, Cain would probably be barely better off than before and wasn't even sure he would have been the first to pass the trials. What's more, he still wouldn't have discovered how to hatch Larvatar. Not to mention obtaining an evolution elixir. Item name, Megastone. Compatible Pokémon, unknown. Description, a stone that allows a Pokémon to undergo a special transformation. It is said to combine with a stone called the Keystone to unlock its true power. Effect, temporarily allows certain Pokémon to Mega Evolve. This was the description the system had generated, based on the limited information Cain had about Mega Evolutions. Cain stored the Megastone in a corner of his storage space. No matter what, at least I already have a Megastone, Cain murmured to himself. Obtaining an unknown Megastone made Cain very happy. At the moment, he didn't have any Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving, but he knew that once his Pokémon grew, several would be able to do so. The closest to achieving it would be Haunter, once it evolved into Gengar, making it Cain's first Pokémon to meet the minimum requirements for Mega Evolution. Next in line would be the Pokémon from his secondary team, Blaziken, the final form of Torchic, Agron, Aaron's final evolution, Swampert, Mudkip's final evolution, and Tyranitar, Larvatar's final form. 5 Pokémon in total capable of Mega Evolving, representing a significant leap in his power. Although there are generally few Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, Cain already had quite a high proportion of them. Cain could only hope that the Megastone he had found would be usable. After leaving the lake, Cain realized that there were still secrets left to uncover there. He had only explored the cave where Kabutops lived, not other areas that could hold valuable discoveries. Still, the Kabutops tribe alone was fascinating to him. Kabutops is a water/rock type Pokémon with good resistances, being 4 times weak to grass and twice weak to fighting, ground, and electric, but with reasonable defensive capabilities. It also had a quadruple resistance to fire and resisted normal, flying, poison, and ice types. With the ability Swift Swim, Kabutops fit perfectly into the rain team Cain was building. With a physical attack stat of 115 and a speed stat of 80, Kabutops could serve as the perfect physical attacker, a kind of spearhead for his team. For this reason, if he ever returned to Kabutops' territory, whether to continue exploring or capture one, it would undoubtedly be worth it. As he moved away from the lake, the day began to darken, but Cain had no intention of returning. Slowking, what's the farthest coordinate you can sense with your psychic powers? Cain asked. After a moment of concentration, Slowking indicated to Cain that it could sense a distant point. The two then vanished from their current location, reappearing deep in the forest. As night fell, the daytime Pokémon retreated to their dens, and the forest grew more dangerous. However, Cain was here for a reason, Sneezel. Sneezel's evolution only occurs at night, and Cain wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. During the day, Cain had made Sneezel participate in numerous battles, acting as the main attacker against Crawdaunt and Whiscash. Additionally, he had given Sneezel a Razor Claw some time ago, so now it only needed to battle and gain enough experience to evolve. Sneezel understood that its trainer was doing all this for its benefit, though it didn't entirely grasp the reason. However, it had an intuition that it was related to its evolution, something that puzzled it, as it had always believed its species couldn't evolve. During its life in the mountains, it had heard others of its kind say they were born and died without changing. Despite this, Cain hadn't said anything, and Sneezel didn't ask. Both maintained a mutual silence of understanding. Cain trusted that Sneezel wouldn't disappoint him, while Sneezel had unwavering faith in its trainer. Cain remembered how Sneezel had been at first, a proud Pokémon that resisted with all its might. If it hadn't been for the Miltank milk, he might not have captured it so easily. Although Sneezel didn't have a strong presence within the team, with its reserved and cold personality, it had earned the trust of Slowking and other Pokémon like Honchkrow, who helped maintain harmony in the group. Over time, Sneezel had opened its heart to the others. In every training task assigned by Cain, Sneezel always fulfilled its duties, but recently it had started increasing its workload on its own. Cain noticed but didn't say anything. Despite being one of the Pokémon with the highest potential on the team, Sneezel felt it was no longer as important as before and therefore trained harder to prove its worth. Sneezel, who thought it couldn't evolve, had been working intensely on mastering Ice-type energy. During breaks or while Cain prepared meals, Sneezel practiced creating small ice spheres, manipulating them to change their shape and control them with precision. This type of training required absolute mastery of ice energy, demanding efficient energy charge and recovery. Despite its rapid level growth, Sneezel remained the best on the team in terms of body and energy control. Though it couldn't grow physically, Sneezel focused on maximizing its body's development, determined to contribute in the best way possible. In fact, besides Slowking, Sneezel was the first Pokémon to master a combination move. While Honchkrow, Haunter, and Scorpii had yet to achieve this, Sneezel was the first to combine the moves Metal Claw and Ice Punch to create a powerful combined technique. Cain gently stroked Sneezel's head, feeling its soft fur. His expression was complex. Everything Sneezel had done, Cain had noticed it was so similar to how Murkrow had been before. Cain felt fortunate, every Pokémon on his team was highly competitive. Despite this, there was no dissatisfaction or complaints among them, they simply worked harder, learned to grow stronger, and put in immense effort. Perhaps this had much to do with Honkrow's presence. Although Murkrow had always been the team leader, in terms of aptitude, it wasn't one of the most talented. But its hard work hadn't gone unnoticed by the other Pokémon. Now that Sneezel was one of the less apt Pokémon on the team, the first thing it did was increase its effort, learning from the former Murkrow. "I see everything you've done," Cain said, kneeling down and looking into Sneezel's eyes. Sneezel stared at him for a moment before turning its head with a slight hint of embarrassment. This little one was a bit stubborn. Cain smiled as he patted its head again. "So from now on, I'll try to understand you better, help you more, and together we'll keep growing." Sneezel, which had seemed a bit shy earlier, now looked at him intently. Its eyes revealed determination and fervor, something it couldn't hide. Cain smiled, satisfied. In this life, he'd been lucky to have a team of Pokémon that never disappointed him. As their trainer, he wouldn't let them down either. "Are you ready to evolve, Sneezel?" Cain led Sneezel straight into the dangerous nighttime forest. Sneezel stayed alert, fully aware of the lurking dangers. Entering the forest at night as Cain and Sneezel did would likely be seen as a provocation by the wild Pokémon. It wasn't long before a Persian attacked them. It was a nocturnal hunter Persian of the forest. As soon as it appeared, Cain used his system to gather its data. A light green grade Persian, level 36, considered a formidable hunter in this forest. Many Pokémon had already fallen prey to this Persian. Cain didn't appear nervous or attempt to dodge the attack. Using telepathy, he connected with Sneezel and gave the order. "Sneezel, use Hone Claws," followed by Ice Claw, Ice Punch plus Metal Claw. Sneezel was equipped with a Razor Claw, increasing its critical hit chance. Combined with Hone Claws, its power was significantly boosted. Sneezel stared coldly at Persian while quickly sharpening its claws. In an instant, a metallic layer covered its claws, followed by a thick layer of ice that formed over them, creating something akin to large gauntlets. Boom! Sneezel delivered a direct punch to the charging Persian. The blow landed squarely on its face. Persian was sent flying, a visible wound on its face. However, the icy energy froze the wound, preventing further bleeding. Though it was in pain, Persian couldn't show much emotion. Seizing the advantage, Cain gave another command. "Sneezel, use agility," followed by another ice claw to finish it off. Sneezel vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Persian as it was still falling from the tree. Under Persian's terrified gaze, Sneezel landed another ice claw strike directly on its face. Striking the face might not seem very noble, but Sneezel enjoyed it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 strikes later, Persian lay lifeless on the ground. Sneezel glared at it disdainfully. "With that level, you dare attack?" Cain ignored Persian's body. The smell of blood in the forest would attract other wild Pokémon, making it easier for them to handle the remains. Sneezel was already fired up, completely immersed in the battle, a state that pleased Cain. But it wasn't enough. Sneezel needed more battles. Come, wild Pokémon, become stepping stones for Sneezel's progress. As they ventured deeper, the number of wild Pokémon increased. Many were drawn by the faint scent of blood emanating from Sneezel. Some Pokémon were manageable for Sneezel, but others surpassed its abilities. When faced with those Pokémon, Cain didn't hesitate to retreat. Training Sneezel was important, but risking its life wasn't an option. For instance, they encountered a level 48 Shiftry, something impossible for Sneezel in its current state. Choosing the right opponents was crucial for Cain as a trainer. It seemed that fate was on Sneezel's side. A Breloom with bloodshot eyes appeared in front of Cain and Sneezel, staring at Cain hungrily. Sneezel quickly moved, positioning itself in front of Cain. Cain's system identified the Pokémon. Pokémon, Breloom, green, in a state of rage. Gender, female. Level, 39. Type, grass plus fighting. Ability, technician. Held item, none. Egg moves, worry seed, wake up slap, bullet seed. Basic moves, Mach Punch, Absorb, Tackle, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Headbutt, Feint, Counter, Force Palm, Mind Reader, Sky Uppercut. Learned moves, Drain Punch, Synthesis, Snatch. TM moves, none. Breloom was clearly in a state of fury. Regardless of its condition, it was now the perfect opponent for Sneezel, the best sharpening stone. Sneezel, use agility followed by low sweep. Cain commanded. Sneezel cried out, propelling itself forward and kicking up dust and roots from the ground. Sneezel could also feel the pressure Breloom was exerting on it, but instead of feeling intimidated, it was exhilarated, so much so that it couldn't contain the boiling blood within. Something important was happening inside it, gradually affecting its body. Sneezel charged at Breloom at high speed. Breloom, in its rage, made no attempt to dodge. Confident, it raised its fist to use Drain Punch against Sneezel. Sneezel's low sweep hit Breloom's legs, but before Breloom lost her balance, she also struck Sneezel with her fist. Boom! Both Pokémon fell to the ground. However, Breloom, in her frenzied state, seemed to feel no pain. She quickly got back up. Sneezel, on the other hand, used his legs to push himself backward, keeping a safe distance from Breloom. Getting too close to a fighting-type Pokémon was not a viable option. Sneezel wisely created some distance immediately. Cain observed Breloom's state and frowned. This frenzied condition didn't seem natural. Sneezel, keep your distance and use Icy Wind, Cain ordered telepathically. After retreating a bit further, Sneezel stopped and unleashed a freezing gust of wind from his mouth toward Breloom. Thanks to Ice's advantage over grass, the Icy Wind move had a good effect. Breloom's body was covered in a thin layer of ice, but Breloom didn't seem to care. Despite her reduced speed, she charged toward Sneezel with impressive speed. Dodge, Sneezel, then use Icicle Crash. It doesn't seem like she's trying to avoid attacks, Cain ordered. Sneezel nodded. As Breloom approached, Sneezel quickly formed several icy spikes in the air, aligning them with Breloom's trajectory. Despite her frenzied state, Breloom still retained minimal combat awareness and avoided lethal hits with slight body movements. Even so, the Icicle Crash move still managed to hurt her, leaving visible marks on Breloom. If that's the case, Sneezel, use Ice Claw to face her head-on. Let's show her that even a fighting type can't handle us in close combat, Cain said coldly. Without much thought, Sneezel made his claws shine with a metallic gleam coated in a layer of ice and launched a direct attack at the approaching Breloom. Breloom, in turn, also prepared her Drain Punch to strike Sneezel. A large body and a small one collided in midair. Both Pokémon were pushed back a few steps after the impact. Sneezel suffered due to his smaller size, while Breloom was hindered by her type disadvantage. However, this was only a brief pause in the fight. After regaining their footing, both Pokémon clashed again. Sneezel's icy claws left deep marks on Breloom's body, while Breloom's punches left visible bruises on Sneezel. However, thanks to his superior speed, Sneezel managed to dodge many of Breloom's stronger attacks, landing precise counterattacks in return. Over time, Sneezel's advantage became increasingly apparent. Sneezel's face reflected a growing emotion, excitement and joy. It had been a long time since he enjoyed a battle this much. Sneezel, she's a great opponent. Finish her now, Cain exclaimed with a smile, seeing how much Sneezel was enjoying himself. Sneezel nodded with determination and launched himself at Breloom once more, who was now covered in wounds. This time, Breloom didn't have enough energy to resist the final attack. Breloom's frenzy had faded, and now she looked confused, with a lost expression in her eyes, as if she couldn't understand how she had ended up in this state, why her body hurt so much, or why a Pokémon was about to attack her. However, her body was so exhausted that she couldn't react. Sneezel didn't stop. One final lethal attack struck Breloom. She had been a fierce rival, but the outcome was inevitable. Breloom slowly collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. At the moment Breloom fell, a white light began to envelop Sneezel. It was as if it wanted to compete with the moonlight. After defeating a level 39 Breloom, Sneezel had reached a new level, and the accumulation of experience erupted within him. Then, what was destined to happen occurred. Sneezel, equipped with a razor claw, began to evolve under the night sky. The light surrounding Sneezel grew brighter and brighter. Cain quickly threw several Pokeballs. Slowking, Honchkrow, Scorpie, and Haunter emerged and gathered around Sneezel. They all noticed what was happening. Sneezel was evolving. Each Pokémon took a strategic position around Sneezel and Cain. They wanted to protect their companion during this important moment, preventing any wild Pokémon from interrupting the evolution. Their precautions proved wise. The light surrounding Sneezel had begun to attract several wild Pokémon, curious about the glow. Fortunately, they were low level and were easily repelled by Honchkrow and the others. Meanwhile, Sneezel's stats were rapidly changing under Cain's continuous system scan, with the numbers rising quickly. Sneezel's body was also transforming, growing in size. Although the changes weren't drastic, they were noticeable. 3 minutes later, the white light began to fade. A completely new Pokémon appeared before Cain and his companions. Weevil, Wheel. Weevil let out a long howl toward the sky, releasing all his excitement and joy. He had finally evolved. After defeating the last wild Pokémon, Honchkrow, Slowking, Scoropie, and Haunter approached to surround their companion. Sneezel had become the third Pokémon in Cain's team to complete his evolution. Now, they should call his Weevil. The red adornment that was once just a feather now covered Weevil's head completely, with two large red ears hanging down the sides of his head. The fur on his tail hadn't changed much. From Sneezel to Weevil, the transformation wasn't drastic. Even his size had only slightly increased, unlike Honchkrow, who nearly doubled in size after evolving. Both Sneezel and Weevil specialized in speed. His body couldn't change too much, as that might affect his agility. Only by maintaining his maximum speed could he unleash his full power. Now, with a base speed of 125 and a physical attack of 120, Weevil had become a top-tier physical attacker. He was undoubtedly the team's best assassin Pokémon. And Weevil was already more than familiar with this combat style. Cain smiled as he patted Weevil's head. It had finally evolved, reaching level 39, just like Honchkrow, only one step away from becoming an advanced level Pokémon. At the same time, the system scanned and displayed Weevil's data. Pokémon, Weevil, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level, 39. Type, Dark plus Ice. Ability, Pressure. Held item, None. Egg moves, Bite, Ice Punch, Ice Shard, Icicle Crash. Basic moves, Scratch, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Feint Attack, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Agility, Metal Claw, Hone Claws, Beat Up, Screech, Slash, Embargo, Revenge, Assurance, Nasty Plot, Fling, Night Slash. Learned moves, Knock Off, Snatch, Low Kick. Combined moves, Ice Claw, Ice Punch plus Metal Claw, 449. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Low Sweep, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam. Sneezel had finally completed its evolution and become Weevil. Moreover, thanks to the effect of the Razor Claw, Weevil had achieved Dark Blue quality, which indicated outstanding talent. This new quality placed it in the same category as Slowking, making it one of the most promising Pokémon in Cain's team. Cain hadn't expected Sneezel to progress so much. Although the Razor Claw played a crucial role, Sneezel's efforts and determination to improve couldn't be ignored. This quality was more than enough for Weevil to develop in the future. Every effort it made would undoubtedly be rewarded. Additionally, its ability had changed from Keen Eye to Pressure. The Pressure ability should not be underestimated. Look at the Pokémon that possess it: the legendary birds, the legendary dogs, Mutwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Deoxys, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Curating. All of them are legendary Pokémon. Apart from the legendaries, only a few like Aerodactyl, Wailord, Dusknoir, Absol, Vespiquen, Spiritomb, Weevil, and Bisharp can have this ability. In battle, Pressure could increase the energy cost of opponents' moves, and in the wild, it could intimidate other Pokémon. It was an extremely useful ability. Although Weevil wasn't a legendary Pokémon, the Pressure ability was still excellent for it. Weevil's evolution had further strengthened Cain. Now, both Honchkrow and Weevil, fully evolved Pokémon, had reached level 39, just one step away from the advanced level. Once he overcame this hurdle, Cain would officially become an advanced level trainer, putting him on the path to becoming a quasi-elite level trainer, the greatest achievement of his past life. Weevil was not only a source of joy for Cain but also for the rest of the team, who approached to congratulate it. The most envious was Scoropie, whose small pupils gleamed with admiration at Weevil's transformation. Scoropie also longed to evolve like Weevil had a transformation that brought a fundamental change. Cain patted Scoropie's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, first master what you already know. You'll evolve sooner or later, and you'll want to be even stronger when you do, right?" Hearing this, Scoropie nodded vigorously. Strength? That was its goal. Scoropie had grown more than Cain expected. Thanks to its size and strength, it had already secured its place in the team, and its future development would become increasingly promising. After ensuring all his Pokémon were satisfied, Cain returned them to their Pokeballs. With Slowking's help and its teleport move, Cain disappeared from the forest. After several short-distance uses of teleport, Cain and Slowking returned to the familiar backyard. Upon seeing Cain appear, Larvatar, who was playing on the ground, immediately jumped up. It ran toward him with clumsy steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground as it moved. Cain watched with an awkward smile. What could he do? He couldn't carry it. But he didn't want to hurt Larvatar's feelings either. With no other option, Cain used his psychic powers to lift Larvatar, whose weight was significantly greater than that of an average Larvatar. Though it was still growing, it already weighed more than twice the usual amount. However, it showed no difficulty in moving. Could Larvatar simply be an overweight Pokémon? If Larvatar grew at the same rate as an average Tyranitar but with double the weight, its attacks would be devastating. Would moves like Earthquake have extraordinary effects? Thinking about it, Cain stopped worrying about Larvatar's weight. To maintain agility, Cain decided to keep increasing its weight. To withstand such weight, calcium supplements to boost bone density were essential. Fortunately, there was still calcium left from what he'd used with Scoropie, and Miltank could continue giving Larvatar its daily dose of calcium. Although Larvatar might be heavy, it needed to learn to control its strength. Every step it took left footprints, entirely depending on the ground's resistance. Cain, through telepathy, began teaching Larvatar how to control its strength. Although Larvatar didn't fully understand, with explanations and demonstrations, it started to get the hang of it. The first goal was simple: walk without leaving deep footprints. That was its first challenge, something it needed to focus on daily. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon watched Weevil with envy. It was their first time witnessing an evolution. Although Aaron had seen its kind evolve into Laren Oregrin, it was already used to it. But the smaller ones, seeing another Pokémon evolve for the first time, had their curiosity piqued. Like children admiring adults, not yet understanding the responsibilities adults must bear, that was the innocence and beauty of youth. Cain let Larvatar play with Aaron and the others. However, something on the ground caught Cain's attention. In the spot where Larvatar had been playing with mud, there was a sculpture made of dirt. A figure of Miltank. An impressive display of control over ground-type energy. Despite its young age, Larvatar already showed remarkable mastery of ground-type energy. Cain looked at the Miltank sculpture, detailed and vivid, and was amazed. This Larvatar had more talent than he had imagined. It seemed that he had found a true treasure. Before going to sleep, Cain had a habit of recalling what he had done during the day and reviewing the gains he had achieved. In the morning, he had assigned systematic and extended training tasks to his Pokémon. In the afternoon, he had captured 2 valuable water-type Pokémon that could become permanent residents in his gym. Adding the lantern he caught later, he now had 3. Then, in the Kabutops cave at the mysterious underground lake, he stole a valuable megastone from the head of the quasi-elite level Kabutops leader. This was one of the day's most significant accomplishments. Finally, deep in the forest, his Sneezel, after careful preparation, completed its evolution, reaching level 39 and achieving dark blue quality. That was the summary of his day, and Cain was very satisfied. That night, he decided not to sleep in the backyard. All his Pokémon followed him to his room, including Larvatar, who, although still not fully controlling its strength, no longer damaged the ground. While walking, Larvatar had to carefully control its steps. Its ability to handle ground-type energy was impressive, though Cain still didn't know how it controlled rock-type energy. Thus, the night passed in a peaceful atmosphere. The next day, Leafy Town was bustling again, as the League's construction team had arrived once more. This time, they weren't here for the gym but for the Pokémon Center. Cain welcomed the construction team leader, but this time he wouldn't need to spend money, as the League and the Joy family would cover the costs. Once the Pokémon Center was completed, a Nurse Joy would reside permanently in the town. While the center primarily focused on Pokémon, it also had areas to care for humans. Although the medical equipment for humans wasn't as advanced as for Pokémon, for the town's residents, it was a blessing, as they had never had a proper hospital, and any serious illness had to be treated in Movili City. Now, the Pokémon Center would meet those needs. The person responsible for bringing this progress to the town was Cain, the future gym leader, who was enthusiastically welcomed by the residents. If not for the presence of security, Cain might have been surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The town's new mayor, although not very competent, was sharp enough to quickly organize town employees to help with security. The town's police station had also recently been taken over by the Jenny family, and soon an officer Jenny would be sent to take charge. Cain couldn't control these aspects, as the gym's construction drew more attention from the League. Given his status, it was inevitable that the Jenny and Joy families would be involved. However, this wouldn't significantly affect Cain's control over the town. Cain's popularity among the residents solidified him as a central figure. Even the mayor followed his lead. When the gym officially opened and Cain attracted investments from major companies and families, his reputation would grow even further. This was something other Team Rocket members, like Sabrina, Koga, or Lieutenant Surge, hadn't achieved. Perhaps Giovanni, once considered the League's greatest genius, had earned such respect in Viridian City. However, after being exposed by the League, his reputation fell under Lance's control, the League's current protege. Cain's thoughts wandered for a moment but soon refocused. Leafy Town's development was progressing as planned, and Cain was ready to call Alec and the others back. After all this time training with the hunting team's help, Cain hoped that both Alec and the new recruits had grown significantly. He expected them to meet his standards. Otherwise, they would fall behind and eventually lose their momentum. The hunting team was on a mission that day, but Cain had already contacted Miyamoto, asking them to rest after their current task and return to the town, as he had important matters to discuss with them. Miyamoto, of course, wouldn't dare disobey Cain, and after consulting with the team, they decided to speed up their mission to avoid keeping Cain waiting. Cain, meanwhile, simply gave orders and didn't concern himself with how his subordinates carried them out. After calming the residents and speaking with the construction team, Cain left the town without returning to the gym or his residence. Riding his Tropius, he enjoyed the warm breeze. Despite having a car assigned to him by Steven as an advisor, Cain preferred flying on his Pokémon, as driving was a hassle. No matter how expensive the car was, flying was far more comfortable. This time, his destination was Rustboro City, with 2 main objectives. The first was to wait for Steven, who had informed Cain that after failing to find the stones he was seeking in his last expedition, he had decided to return. The second objective was to sell several valuable Pokémon he had captured, including those belonging to the Void Organization trio. Additionally, he planned to spend the Poke Dollars he had earned from Team Rocket on TMS that his Pokémon could learn to improve their movesets. The weather was mild, with some clouds slowing Tropius's flight. Cain considered releasing Yanmega, captured during a previous mission, to speed up the journey but decided to enjoy the ride. Yanmega would become a flying tool in the future or an ally for his subordinates once his team grew strong enough.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.